Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Rain ends for the afternoon, 71 the high temperature for San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's a game day, baby. It's a game day. Niners, Rams, Thursday Night Football. I want to say we're fired up. I know I am. Are 49ers fans fired up about this game tonight? All eyes are going to be on them at SoFi Stadium down in Los Angeles. But there's not going to be Brock Purdy. There's not going to be Ricky Pearsall. There's not going to be Juwan Jennings. We know already there wasn't going to be Nick Bosa or George Kittle or Brandon Ayuk. But there's going to be Mac Jones. There's going to be Kendrick Bourne. There's going to be Jake Tonjes, Christian McCaffrey. And the guy that matters the most is still going to be out there, albeit on the sideline. Joe, as I say good morning to you, Kyle Shanahan. And you know what? When you got Kyle and you got Robert Saleh and you're going down to SoFi, it's a divisional game. I don't care. Shut up, Bonte Hill. Division games are different. It's a short week. It's Thursday Night Football. Weird things can happen. I'm not throwing dirt on them just yet.
Possibly.
But it's going to be tough. It's going to be very difficult.
So I woke up this morning and knowing that I got to, go to a family member. I mean, he's as close to family as it gets, funeral. And I was just thinking about my dad and how much I miss watching games with him and just the talking, the back and forth. And it's so bizarre to me to see this false machismo. You always suit up no matter what from certain people. And it's like, okay, tell me you didn't play any sports growing up, at all, without telling me you didn't play any sports growing up at all. Whether you're playing youth level, high school, college, whatever. Some games are more important on the schedule than others. And sometimes when you're dealing with stuff as a team, whether it's development, whether it's team chemistry, trying to get somebody a look at a certain position, whether it's dealing with an injury, sometimes you manipulate who is out there because you realize not that the game is to be wasted, but that there are other games on the calendar that are more consequential to the overall theme of the season. And I woke up this morning with this duality. On one level, I'm super fired up for tonight's game, and I really do think that Mac Jones can keep us in this game. I'm not ready to wave the white flag. I'm just not. And I want to see what Kyle has cooked up. They still do have some guys who can make plays, and you just never know. That's why you play the games. Then I also woke up thinking, boy, the risk reward of what they went through last week as they were weighing it, man, I just don't know. I don't know if it was worth it. You were thinking about the schedule, and it was like, all right, the Jacksonville Jaguars, we win this game, we go 4-0. It lessens the importance of the Rams game to a degree. All right? I can listen to that. I'll hear that. I agree with that, I guess, on a level. But we go out there and we've got a variety of guys that are dealing with things. And we're going to try to gut it out. And we're going to try to beat the Jaguars. But I also, as I'm steering this train down the tracks, have to be looking beyond the 5 yards of track I'm on right now. I have to look down the road to see if I need to slow this thing down a little. And knowing that game was coming tonight, on Thursday, there are certain spots on the team I would have been more cautious with. And I go back to my dad, and I think, my dad and I would have these conversations. Do you pitch Matt Cain on 3 days rest? Do you force Curry to play with the ankle that he's got going on right now? Or do you buy time and you wait for the Laker matchup? These are the conversations I grew up having for days as a coach. Hey, do I pitch Rami in game 1? Or do I wait till game 2 against this team and have him come out of the bullpen? I'm just using examples, right? Do I want to see this package here, this package then? I pick and choose my spots. And I'm always weighing things. There's the risk, there's the reward, and there's like, how much do we have to have this game? And I go back to the quarterback, and I say to myself, I don't treat everyone the same as I treat the quarterback. That's just the reality. Belichick did not treat Tom Brady. I know we want to believe he did. He did not treat Tom Brady the same way he treated his kicker, the same way he treated his backup defensive lineman.
No, they try to say that he did.
I don't buy it.
And they try to say, Tom is always getting ripped in the meetings and everything like that. But behind closed doors, come on. That he was treated differently.
Of course.
And you have to. It's the quarterback.
Joe, I love a lot of my friends. I don't treat them like my son.
No.
All right?
I would hope not.
All right? I've got a million friends. I don't treat them like I treat my wife. This is your franchise quarterback. This is the guy you budgeted for, not just for this year. You budgeted for in years past. You said goodbye to great players because you love this guy so much. You're budgeting not just for now, you're budgeting down the line as you're waiting to roll over cap space this year to afford him for next year.
Joe, he signed, and I know it's the numbers in the NFL that aren't what they seem to be, but I'm just going to say it. He signed a 5-year, $265 million contract.
I know.
$265 million.
I know.
And we're just going to throw him out there when he's hurt? It's insane to me.
I don't think it was that flippant, but I do believe that, as they're weighing things, because, you're weighing, so, how hurt is he? How hurt is my backup? How important is this game? Where are we at on the schedule? Where are we at as a team?
I'll tell you, we're in the second day of October. We got a long way to go, people. We got a long way to go this season.
But this thing about, football players play no matter what. You sure about that? You sure about that? Because if I had presented Baltimore with a similar circumstance, all right, as they're dealing with a hamstring injury for their franchise player in Lamar Jackson, are they going to be cautious? Yes. Are they going to pick and choose their spots?
Yes.
Okay. Are they going to balance risk-reward?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean they're going to be right on every decision they make? No, not at all. But this thing that I heard last week, Mac Jones was more injured. I just want you to say this out. Do the exercise with me out loud. Would Baltimore risk playing Lamar Jackson because the backup was so injured they were afraid to go to QB3? I'm asking out loud.
No.
I don't buy the argument that Purdy had to play because Mac was more injured and they were afraid to play QB3. I am making decisions on Brock Purdy's status of a game independent of what QB2 and QB3 are. I am making decisions on Brock Purdy. Where are we at in the season? Where is he at physically? What is the risk reward? Who are the games coming up? How important is this game? QB2 and QB3, they're a factor. They're like the 45th factor of how I'm weighing these things. And no, I do not treat Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, who were two guys dealing with injuries heading into the game, the same way, who are making a fraction of what Brock Purdy's making. And you're not budgeting for those guys years prior and years after like you are for your quarterback. I just think about the Brock Purdy thing, and the reality is this decision has now probably cost them about a good month of the season of Brock Purdy getting hurt. He might have played no games for a month, came back, and still got hurt. But the fact you played him Sunday, knowing that this Rams game was hanging here Thursday, I knew going into it, boy, that's a risky decision. They all might have been, hey, I feel great. You go out there, you re-aggravate it. That is totally plausible. The decisions that this organization makes when it comes to the quarterback and the health and him staying upright are going to be scrutinized because that is your franchise quarterback that you finally hung your hat on, that you paid big money to, that you've been budgeting for 2 years prior, 2 years after, and this year. The Brock Purdy injury thing is a big deal, guys. It's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. It's the reason we're talking about it on game day. Because he has been ruled out tonight. Ricky Pearsall been ruled out, and Juwan Jennings ruled out. Who is in? Well, it's not going to be Nick Bosa. It's not going to be George Kittle. It's not going to be Brandon Ayuk. But you got Jake Tonjes. You got Kendrick Bourne. You got Sky Moore. You got Christian McCaffrey and B-Rob, Brian Robinson. Still, you got DeMarcus Robinson. And you got Mac Jones. And how's Mac Jones going to look on that leg? Is he going to be able to move around a lot? I'm not sure. You got to get creative. It's a divisional rival. These things always end up being close somehow, some way.
No doubt.
So if you can make a play here or there and somehow, Joe, come away with a win tonight, oh my God.
Just keep it close.
Keep it close.
No, and I'm not trying to do I'm saying keep it close and then anything can happen.
I think last week was a prime example. Another NFC West divisional game in Arizona.
Yeah.
Seahawks dominated that game for 3.5 quarters. And then what happened? Oh, the Cardinals came back.
100%.
Why? Because they made some plays. The Seahawks made a mistake. They missed a kick. And then you leave the door open. In this league, there are playmakers everywhere. There's playmakers on the Saints, Giants, best teams in the league, whatever you want to say, the Eagles. There's playmakers everywhere. So you keep things close, things could happen. Weird things could happen, especially on Thursday Night Football. And I want to hear from the people today. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Think about this. Steph Curry, one of the greatest players of all time, right?
Debatable. Yes, top 10 already.
Was the Warriors season on the line last year?
Season on the line.
Yeah, at the end of the year when he got hurt.
Yes.
Yeah. How many years do you think he's got left? I mean, even if you're being conservative.
Couple.
Okay, I would agree. Maybe a couple good opportunities. Yeah. Look, man, he wasn't going to be useful for you.
No.
You had to look at it pragmatically. Say the guy's injured. He's not going to be able to help us enough right now. He's got to sit. Sorry, that's how it is. Purdy might have said he was fine. Purdy might have looked fine. I knew one series in, as I texted the group thread, as I called Matt Nahegan, our boss, I was like, there's not a chance in hell this guy is getting through this game and the next game. Yeah. Right away, I knew that. And you guys can say, you're not a doctor. You don't understand. No, but I have eyeballs. And my job is literally to talk about these things and these decisions and to weigh them. And fans are sitting on their couch assessing whether he looks healthy or not. Like, it was obvious he couldn't plant on the foot, couldn't move around the same. Right? And look, credit for him for gutting it out. I know that the whole sport of football is you play through it no matter what. Yeah, well, sometimes playing through it no matter what is a poor decision. And it's going to bite you in the butt. And what sucks right now is there's two things. Number one, it feels like this Brock Purdy injury is going to linger all year. I don't know how they get out of this scenario. Rest, sure. I mean, do they need surgery? I don't know. But it sure feels like even if he sits a couple of weeks, there is a high potential of him re-aggravating this in some form or fashion. That is real. But like you knew that there were back-to-back games. And like this Rams game is significantly more important than the Jags game.
Yeah.
For infinite number of reasons.
Well, now that you say that, had they won last week, let's just play a hypothetical game real quick.
No, I like this.
Had they won last week,
it does make this game less important. But I kept thinking to myself, the worst case scenario heading into last week, which I'm sure they were weighing, was you lose the game and you lose your quarterback for however long because he's re-aggravated, not right, whatever. And it happened. Like that played out, which sucks. And again, this is not me saying that anyone should be fired or everybody's good. But these decisions have ramifications and consequences. And what sucks today is that I look up and I'm like, dude, our quarterback's hurt again?
I know.
And it's going to be a lingering all-season issue again? At some point, bad luck gets thrown out the window. I don't even know if I'm there yet. I don't even know how I feel. I'm just bummed.
Well, how are 49ers fans waking up this morning and feeling about tonight's game? 888-957-9570.
Joe, I don't want to blame anyone. Like I'm not trying to blame anyone, but it's like these are the conversations that we have, are they not?
We were talking about it all last week, that this is a realistic possibility. This is what we do. This is what we talk about.
Yes.
It's okay to talk about the injuries because it's a part of the game. I understand in football, people like to use the word soft.
The culture of football is different, but like sometimes you got to sit guys. I referenced Steve Young the other day.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember so many games in the middle of Steve Young's career, whether it be concussion, shoulder, ribs, ankle, where they're like, yeah, we got to make a tough decision. You're not playing. He got yanked from a playoff game after one series.
Yep.
Because he couldn't throw. And it was like, no, you have to come out of the game. And Gerback's not better than you. But today, given how compromised you are, today Gerback gives us a better chance to win. And guess what? We still weren't going to win.
Exactly. It was similar in that Cowboys doc we all watched when it was Steve Berline taking over for Troy Aikman. And Jimmy Johnson's like, you know what, Troy, you're probably not there quite yet. I know you feel that way, but we're going to stick with Steve Berline. And they lost, and he's going to have to wear that, and Troy's going to feel his
100%.
way. But those are the decisions you have to make. Protecting players from themselves. And I use this word because it's true, your investments. And he is a $265 million investment. So I don't want to hear people tell me it's only a $9 million cap hit. It's only this, it's only that. Yeah, no, you're locked into this guy for the next 4 or 5 years, potentially.
But you've been budgeting. It's like this thing that he's only making this much, but you're not accounting for the $99 million in dead cap. And it's not all because of Purdy, but like they've been budgeting for him for years. They're budgeting for him this year. They're not adding to the payroll currently because they want to roll cap money over to budget for next year. So to me, the cap number for this year is a false equivalency.
The reason why the Cincinnati Bengals, and I get it, the injury was more severe probably than Brock Purdy's.
It's pretty obvious it was.
But I'll say this, if that happened, and they were fighting for the playoffs and it was, week 16, 15 for the Bengals, maybe they do view it differently and say, you know what, hey, Joe, can you gut this thing out? Can you try to get us there? Maybe they have a different thing, and maybe they don't elect to get surgery right away and they wait and they can't make it any worse. I don't know. But the fact that this was so early on in the season, too, like Joe, it's what is it, week 5 today? Like,
well,
really?
That was my big thing.
You nipped this thing in the bud early. You could just put him on the IR. You had the out. Rap Sheet on NFL Network, we have the sound. He said 2 to 5 weeks. You had time. You did not need to rush him back.
Well, maybe let me defend him.
But Joe, the fact that he was limited in practice, it was almost never a full participant, and we never even saw him sprint. That tells you all you need to know that he wasn't ready, right?
Well, yes, and this bizarre thing about QB3. Well, if you elevate him, it costs money, and you take a spot. Guys, you are complaining and going crazy about $75 million for Brandon Ayuk, and now we're worried about $1 million guy on the end of the roster.
Breadcrumbs we're worried about now.
That's what I'm saying. What are we doing?
Breadcrumbs. What are we doing today, Niners fans?
What are we doing?
Are we going to have watch parties for this one?
No, I wonder. I'm very conflicted this morning because in one sense, I'm like, dude, I feel like we're doing the NBA rest thing. Yeah. Hey, it's the back-to-back. Here goes the B team.
And that's why we love the NFL. That's why we don't like the NBA, because the scarcity of these games. I understand. You want to see Brock out there for as many games as possible. I would like to see that too, but I would also like to be for him to be at his best for as many weeks as possible. Well, and that's where I'm kind of juggling this.
And look, you could cherry pick whoever's opinion you want to find somebody who aligns with yours. No, you can. I understand that, and I'm not trying to cherry pick
politics. We do that every year.
No, but Lonio came onto this show, and Lonio told us, dude, he's going to be dealing with this. The only way that this gets better, off-season surgery and lots of rest in season. Once you start playing again, it's going to depreciate and depreciate and depreciate, and you won't be able to play. So let's just take the small sample. Even if you didn't want to put him on IR, fine, totally fine. Playing him Sunday, knowing the Ram game was probably the more important game on the front end. You knew on the front end. I would have gone, and I said it heading into it, I would have waited on Sunday, even if you had to play Adrian Martinez. I know that sucks. I've never even seen him throw a pass. I'm not even pretending like I saw a highlight. I don't care. I am more worried about Purdy, independent of whatever the other two guys' status were. I'm worried about him. I'm not worried about what happens elsewhere. People are like, I don't care what your friends do. I only care what you do, son.
Well, it's so ridiculous, too, because you think Ravens fans are going into this week. I think they're playing the Texans. Cooper Rush. Oh, my God. Cooper Rush can't get hurt. Oh, my. Come on, dude.
Or liar! Cooper's at 51%. Lamar's at 62%. So you have to play Lamar because he's healthier than Cooper because of QB3.
No,
that's what we sound like.
I bring in Snoop Huntley or whatever the hell his name is, and that's who takes over. And you know what? I take my L this week. You know what? Joe, real quick. I know you're on fire this morning.
No, it's just I'm frustrated.
You know what? Sometimes you just got to take an L. Sometimes it happens. Even in sports, and you're going to take a big fat L. Happens all the time in basketball. They rest a bunch of players.
Happens in baseball. Guys think that they're healthy. They go back out there as a pitcher.
And you know what?
3 or 4 innings, and next thing you know, they're back on the IL. It does happen. It's random.
And you know what? It might be this week. It might be tonight. The 49ers might be just saying, we might just take this big fat L.
I'm not, though.
You're not. I know. And
I don't think Mac Jones is either.
I don't think that. It's true.
Honestly, I think this is a great opportunity in front of a national audience for a lot of guys to shine. You know who else I'm looking at?
Who?
And maybe I'm sleeping on him. Maybe he's not even ready to go 3 days later. Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Could this be the breakout game?
I would love it.
Could it? Could it? You want to talk about endearing yourself to Niner fans? Look at who's available. They have no Hall of Fame D end for the whole season. No Hall of Fame tight end for at least this game and probably the next one. No number 1 and number 2 receiver. Plus your other number 1 receiver is still on the shelf in Brandon Ayuk. And you don't have your top dog quarterback. If they find a way to win this game, I'm telling you, it'll be a huge victory for the morale of the fan base, for that locker room, for their season. It would be monster.
It'd be the greatest win in Mac Jones's career. It's not even close, given the circumstances going up against that team, that Rams squad, that everyone, they're probably one of the favorites right now in the NFC. Absolutely. They should be undefeated. They should have beaten the Eagles a couple weeks ago. It's your division rival. It's Sean McVay. It's all of it. It's Puka Nacua. You got Jared Verse on the other side. Everything is stacked against the Niners tonight. But you know what? I kind of like being in that spot sometimes. Shock the world. Why not? You're 8.5-point dogs. You got nothing to lose, Mac Jones. Rip it, dude. Just freaking rip that thing. I want a bunch of go routes from Demarcus Robinson. Another revenge game scenario for him, by the way.
I totally didn't even think of that.
I want Demarcus Robinson out there. Kendrick Bourne. Mac Jones must just throw a more catchable ball to him because he catches it when Mac Jones throws it. God. Let's go deep, baby.
If you hand it to him, he still might drop it.
No, that's Sky Moore. But we got Christian McCaffrey. All right, we got Demarcus Robinson. Let's ground and pound, baby. Slow this thing down. Well, let's get it up tonight.
We do have basically the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl offense. Sky Moore, Valdez Scantling. I mean, you want to talk about throwing to some randos tonight.
I mean, Jake Tonjes might be better than Travis Kelce this year. Who knows? By the way, we got Dave Fleming at 8:30.
That I'm going to have to just might stop you there.
All right. As long as we don't wear a free Brandon Ayuk shirt.
No, but look, this is the beauty of sports. This is why you play the games, because you just never know.
You never know, exactly. And I'm fired up about this game still. I wonder where 49ers fans are out on this. 888-957-9570 as we're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And by the way, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Dave Fleming, 8:30, to talk about what Buster Posey had to say yesterday, who's going to be the next manager of the San Francisco Giants, his thoughts on the characteristics he's looking for, and just putting a cap on this past Giants season. Plus, Vic Tafer, who covers the Niners on their beat now at 9:20, get the lay of the land for tonight's game. All of that on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Kohl's Friends and Family Sale is so good, you'll want to put your phone on Do Not Disturb. Yep, the only thing you're picking up is deals. Now through Sunday, take an extra 20% off all your fall favorites. From soft throws to slow cookers, warm flannels to cozy cardigans. Plus, earn $10 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. So go ahead, let those notifications wait, because these prices won't. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 20% offer ends October 5th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority tax relief. There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange, shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
McCaffrey behind the line, looking to throw it. Airs it out, has Ayuk wide open. He's got it for the touchdown. McCaffrey, the touchdown pass to Ayuk from 34. What a dandy.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
You know, Spadoni, when I was a teenager, the Niners had won a Super Bowl, and so
like 30 years ago.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry,
Steve had become a legend. You know, you win that Super Bowl, and you become a legend, right? And I'm talking about after the Super Bowl. I used to get in these arguments with my mom, my dad, my grandfather, uncles when we were watching the game.
Shasky's getting in arguments? No.
What would happen back then? And I know our opinions of concussions now have changed dramatically.
Yes.
But some of my earliest memories of these like huge, like in the middle of the game debates, they would cut to the sideline. And this is when Steve would get rocked, okay? And Steve would have this look, and it would be this glazed over eyeball look in his eyes. And I'm not talking about just the Lawrence Phillips miss block, Aeneas Williams play. I'm talking about prior to that. And he would have this look on his eyes. He'd take his helmet off. His hair would be all sweating. And he'd just be like, the eyes would be going crazy. And I remember we would all say, like, you got to take him out. No, you got to stay with him. You got to take him out. He doesn't look right. Look at his eyes. Look at this. Dude, we were analyzing Steve Young on the sideline in terms of like what was going on in his head based off how his face and his eyes looked. And then like John Madden and Pat Summerall would be critiquing whether he should stay in the game based off the hits that he had taken. The entirety of Jeff Garcia's career with the Niners, he was dealing with injuries. And we would talk during the game in the stadium, he's not mobile enough, get him out. He's compromised. He got rocked in the shoulder. He can't throw. He has to, he's unable to throw to the left side or whatever it was. That's how we discussed during his tenure, Jeff Garcia. There was one graphic, I'll never forget it, when they're on the road. And remember that game Doctor where you'd have the little tweezers and you'd have to stick the little...
Operation?
Yeah, yes.
Benny loves Operation. I got it for him for his birthday. It's great. Yeah.
They described using the Operation board game, all the injuries Jeff Garcia had. The whole body was hurt. The whole body had multiple ankles and knees and this and that.
There should be a 49ers edition this year.
And there were times like they had to sit Jeff so that he could be, right. For the really big games, the ones that would determine whether we were actually going to make the playoffs or not, or specific divisional opponent games. And I'm getting to a point here, and what I'm saying is like, dude, quarterbacks are treated different. When you're the linebacker and you're Patrick Willis and you break your hand, you put a club on it and you go out there and you play. When you're T.O. and you got a broken leg, that's the Super Bowl too, but you go out there and you play on the broken leg, right?
Yeah. God, we don't talk about that performance
It's
enough.
one of the all-time
One of the greatest performances ever. He's so sick.
But like the quarterback, yeah, you want him to suit up, but you also have to protect your asset, and you have to protect the guy from himself, and you have to think about the big picture. That's why the coach gets paid the big bucks. Now, is he the sole determining factor on all these things? Absolutely not. I mean, you're working with everybody, the player, your medical staff, your front office, the entire team, and you're weighing all these risks and rewards, but they have consequences and ramifications. And it gets me to the Mike Nolan, Alex Smith thing. Alex got his shoulder separated, and he basically got belly flopped on. And Mike Nolan thought he was good to go. The doctors even might have said he was good to go. And they went back out there, and he wasn't good to go. And he ended up needing way more surgery down the line, and it really wrecked his career. I mean, like, early on, people forget, he did have like a 7-9 season his second year. Like, Alex was trending in the right direction, and he physically got hurt, and I really feel like it made him gun-shy. It made him gun-shy in the pocket, and I think going back out there with that injury was the beginning of the end, Mike Nolan and Alex Smith and their relationship, and them pointing the finger at each other regarding the injury designation. And we're not there yet. But what I'm getting at is that quarterback and coach have to be on the same page with these injuries. Kyle knows firsthand. He rolled out Jimmy G. The doctor said he was ready. Jimmy was not ready. He kind of intimated he wasn't ready, and this was with the high ankle sprain. He went out there against the Miami Dolphins in 2020, and he just looked like a shell of himself. And he ended up needing to get shut back down a couple weeks later and having, the offseason surgery. We're not there yet, but like, quarterback and coach. You got to protect your quarterback more than any other player on the team. And in this situation, we know better than any organization, not named the Cleveland Browns, a quarterback injury can derail the entire season.
Well, it's funny you say that because I was just literally going through my mind, you got to protect the quarterback, Well, Kyle Shanahan has failed to do that with Jimmy Garoppolo. He's failed to do that with Trey Lance. He's failed to do that now with Brock Purdy.
Is that coincidence? Is that circumstance? Is that accident? Is that football?
One time it happens, it's a coincidence. 3 times? No. What is it? Fool me once. What is it? Shame, I'm doing the whole George Bush thing now, but you get what I'm saying, right? like that's what you got here. Like 3 times, Joe. No, that's when it starts to become a trend.
I'm a little more lenient, quite frankly, but I understand that point of view. I do. I get being frustrated over the quarterbacks continually getting hurt.
I'm telling you, it's a trend because that head coach has told us he does not make the offensive line a priority in the early rounds of drafting, and that's when it becomes a problem, right? That's when it legitimately becomes a problem. And the more you don't make that the focal point, the trenches, the offensive trenches, and I get it. You got Trent Williams there. That was great. That's awesome. He made the trade. He's been great. It's awesome. But now you're kind of seeing him get a little bit older now. He's taking a little bit of a step back. He's still good. He's not great anymore. That's Baldy's words. Brian Baldinger, former NFL offensive lineman, guy knows his stuff. Yeah, Trent's not a Hall of Famer anymore. He's not playing like a Hall of Famer. Sorry, yeah, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's not playing like a Hall of Famer anymore. Connor Colby's a rookie. He's going to have some ups and downs. He's in place of Ben Barch, right? Colton McKivitz has been solid, but Colton McKivitz isn't one of the greatest right tackles in the NFL. He's been solid though. I'm not poo-pooing him, right? But it's not like you have an elite offensive line. So when you don't have an elite offensive line, you have a quarterback that likes to scramble. Now he can't scramble. Now he's got to stay in the pocket. He's already at a disadvantage in the pocket. Why? Well, he's 6 feet tall. Let's just call it what it is. Brock's like 6 foot. I know he's probably listed at 6'1", whatever. He's 6 feet tall.
He said it in an off-season podcast. He throws blind 40 to 60% of the time.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I don't know if that's...
Joe, we were at that joint practice with the Broncos. The guy, I couldn't see over anyone. And I'm 5'11".
He's still hella good, though.
No, he is.
He's still hella good. I agree with what, and he might be right, but he's still hella good.
He is, but he's even better, and he's not even hella good. He's great at times when he can scramble. So the drop-off...
No argument.
The drop-off with that toe injury is significant enough for me to shelve him for a little bit, at least another week. Again, you had 2 to 5 weeks. That was the initial report from Ian Rappaport. You had that baked into the equation. And this was Purdy the other day asked if it would have been better to just give him another week off.
I was ready to go. I felt pretty good. And, for me to go out and execute an offense and go through reads and throw the ball, like throughout the week at practice, I felt great. And so I had a lot of confidence going into the game thinking that was going to be good. So that was our decision, and we're rolling with it.
That's, again, he could feel that way. I would have felt better if I was the head coach. Yeah, I'm glad you feel that way, Brock. We're going to give you one more week, though, just to be safe. We got a short week next week. I want you to be ready to go against our division rival Rams. Take the playoff. I know you're champing at the bit to get back here, but one more week, we'll feel a lot better, and we'll roll next week at SoFi Stadium. It's as simple as that, right? Right?
I get him wanting to play. I do. Trust me. And there's many times where I'm like, I'm good to go. And I'm not pretending I'm Brock, but I'm good to go. And then you go out there and you're like, actually, I'm not.
But it was obvious that he wasn't, though.
To me,
it
was very on the first rollout where he had to pivot, turn around, and throw back.
If it was obvious to you at home, it was obvious to Kyle Shanahan on the sideline too, right? It must have been. It must have been. By the way, wait till you hear.
I look at Joe. I admit I do struggle with the players want to play.
Yes,
but this is where, to me, strong leadership and coaching.
Yep.
They do need to interject, because to me, it wasn't just about are you ready to play on Sunday. It's are you ready to play Sunday and then again on Thursday. I wasn't even sure if he could play Thursday and then wait 10 days and play again in Tampa Bay.
It's one thing if we say it, Joe. We're super tapped in. We're local guys. We have a bias towards these teams.
I'm a fan.
Yes. It's another thing when the national guys start saying it. Then it starts becoming something. Wait till you hear what Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, who's going to be on the call tonight's game, by the way, for Westwood One. Wait till you hear what he had to say about that injury, Brock playing last week, and also if there's an injury issue currently going on at the 49ers. You might be shocked about what he had to say. That's what's coming up in the game. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're also streaming on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders for a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
He'd really like to be able to play right now. Third down and 3. Quick throw. What a catch. Samuel stays upright. Terrific catch and run. One-on-one with Ramsey. Can't bring him down. Samuel. Highlight reel. Touchdown.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking their beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I'm fired up. And that snort is all time. It might be the greatest drop in the history. No, it's the best. It's unbelievable.
It's the best drop ever.
Joe, that's what you're going to be doing tonight. You're going to be snorting At your
got some for me?
Yeah, I was gonna say that actually sounds horrible. I'm sorry. That was not what I
sound
wanted.
like a pig.
No, but you were doing that because you were so happy. You're going to be happy tonight when Mac Jones leads the upset over the Los Angeles Rams. He's going to lead a game-winning drive, and Eddie Pinheiro is going to hit a field goal, and he's going to be talking all that smack at SoFi Stadium. I was going to say in a hostile crowd, but it's not going to be. It's going to be a friendly crowd because it's going to be all Niner fans down in Los Angeles, because that's what happens whenever you play the Rams. The opposing fan bases take over. And that's what they're going to do tonight. And they're going to be rallying around Mac Jones. We're going to be rallying around Christian McCaffrey. We're going to be rallying around Bryce Huff. All right. And we're going to get the job done if I'm a Niner fan today. That's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. Now, will it be difficult? Yes. Are the Rams healthy? Yes.
They're the healthiest team in the league.
Do they have Matt Stafford?
How's that even possible?
Well, it's conversely, like we were talking about Matt Stafford not being healthy in the offseason. Now he's just looking incredible. And looking some of the throws, because, they slice and dice, and you start seeing some plays that they slow down throughout the week. He was the original no-look pass guy, not Mahomes. Stafford's been doing this for a minute, and that arm talent is never going away. It's just never going away.
So everybody,
insane.
Everybody remembers last year's matchup in SoFi, week 3, where Ronnie Bell missed the ball, dropped the ball, and then the kicker missed the kick, and special teams gave up a fake punt, and that was a bad one. And they missed Brandon Ayuk. There was no George Kittle in that game, no Debo in that game. Jawan Jennings went off in that game.
He was incredible. It was one of the probably the greatest game he's ever going to have as a 49er.
Yeah, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
he was brilliant.
Incredible.
Do you remember the game later in the season?
It was ugly. It was raining.
Yes.
And Dre Greenlaw was playing well in the first half. I remember that.
Do you guys remember what happened in the fourth quarter?
What happened?
Rams kicked a field goal to take a lead. They're up 9-6.
It was an ugly
with
game.
9:31 to go. Niners are marching. Brock Purdy throws an ill-advised pass to Jawan Jennings, intercepted by Darius Williams in the end zone. Then the Rams march down. They kick another field goal. They go up 6 points. And then the Niners have the ball back. There's only 18 seconds. Sack, incompletion. It was just so bad. The fourth quarter was awful. Awful. They should have won that game. Debo should have scored a touchdown, a walk-in touchdown that he dropped, and the fans booed him. That game was so ugly. It was on short rest as well, Thursday night game. So I don't know what this one's going to look like. It's just reliving that game. Man, Brock had a poor game in that one. I mean, everyone did. I'm not trying to just point the finger at him. That was Thursday, December 12th, 2024, a year ago.
Oh, my goodness. A lot could change in a year. The Rams are still really good. That was a game, and that was a team that you look back on all those divisional games, like the early one against the Cardinals. You let that one get away. You fumble. Jordan Mason, right? You had the Seahawks early on. At night, Geno Smith. You guys couldn't tackle Geno? Geno, who looks
LJ's
awful right
first
now.
game.
LJ's first game, you were there? Yeah. I mean, that was really the beginning of the end. Like, there's some certain signs and seasons. Like, when Geno Smith goes night-night on you, and I think that was week 7, 8. It was like halfway
We should have known when Kyler went like this to
when he
Campbell.
deuces, bye-bye. That was tough. But that one against the Rams, it just felt like, and it was December, just a season in totality in one game, kind of a thing where it's just nothing's going right. You let them off the hook. Mm-hmm. You can't have that tonight. Keep it close. I think everyone's assuming it's going to be a blowout. Nationally, everyone's assuming that. Why? Because it's an 8.5-point spread, I think, right now. Like, everyone's saying, why does people think it's going to be a blowout? Because you just listed all the reasons. No Bosa, no Kittle, no Ayuk, no Purdy, no Pearsall, no Jennings. And everyone's notion of Mac Jones is that he's a bust. That's why.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. Mac's been good this year.
But
I'm not saying that he's going to elevate the whole roster.
No. I think you and I have been both impressed by Mac Jones.
But I think Mac's been good this year.
But you could agree with me, this is going to be easily the toughest test that this 49ers team has faced, and Mac Jones is now going to be facing.
Given who's not out there, this is one of the more difficult games that they've had in a long time. Even this early in the season.
Even if they were healthy, I still think this is going to be the toughest test they've faced all season. This is the Rams are legitimately.
I would, even if they were healthy, yes.
The Rams are on a short list right now. It's early in the season.
No,
but they're one of the Super Bowl teams.
Well, this is one of the teams you circle.
Yes.
Right? And so, I don't know what you're going to get from CMC. We've used him so much. He leads the NFL in scrimmage yards, and touches.
He's on pace for 130 catches. It would be Jerry.
I did it again just for Carter.
Do it again.
Just for Carter.
I thought that was Carter right there.
That would be the greatest, if we're just going by receptions, not receiving yards, be the greatest season a receiver has had in the history of the 49ers.
Is it 144 is the single season record? Marvin Harrison or Michael Thomas?
Wasn't it? I think it was Michael Thomas that did it. Hold
144,
on. We'll
143.
We'll get on that in the back. I teased this sound from Ross Tucker. We're going to get to it. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins Steiny and Guru. I think it's every other week, but he does a lot of work nationally as the Ross Tucker podcast. He fills in a lot on the Dan Patrick Show. He's a former NFL offensive lineman, played with Tom Brady. Guy knows his stuff. You've been on his pod multiple times, Joe, in the past.
Yeah.
We love Ross. This is what he had to say yesterday on our airways with Steiny and Goo.
This is before the news came out.
This is before the news came out that all three of those guys are going to miss the game. Pearsall, Purdy, and Jennings. By the way, Ross is on the call tonight at SoFi Stadium for Westwood 1, so he is privy to some of the conversations. I'm sure he had conversations with Kyle Shanahan and co. Ross Tucker on Brock Purdy re-aggravating his injury.
You know, Mac Jones was playing well. They were winning those games. Purdy's your big money guy. You know, there are medical competitive advantages and disadvantages in the NFL. And, you know, if they put Purdy back and he aggravated it, now he has to miss a gigantic game against the Rams. That is not good. You know, you need to trust your medical people when they say he can go out there and be fine and not make it worse, not re-aggravate it. He's good to go. Clearly, that wasn't the case. So, you know, I don't know if you blame the player, the organization, the trainers, the doctor, all the above, but clearly, you know, he wasn't 100% and didn't play like a guy that was 100%. And now I don't think he'll play tomorrow night. You put all that stuff together, I think that's a bad look for the 49ers.
You know, it's funny. I was listening to Crosstalk yesterday with Willard, Dibs, Steiny, and Goo. And Steiny, I just think made a really good point. Like, forget trying to assess blame, I think is what he was getting at. Maybe I'm misinterpreting Steiny's intentions, but like if I just say don't try to point the finger at anyone, just look at the results. I think we can all agree. Like the results are telling you everybody made the wrong decision. I'm not saying that we have to assign blame on Kyle, on the staff,
on Brock,
yeah. You know, on whatever. But the results are telling you they made the wrong mistake. And it's a results-based business. Right? Now, you could say the process was correct. The results were unfavorable. Things were out of our hand, you know, whatever. But I'm kind of with Steiny in like, dude, the results are in. You made the wrong mistake. Like everyone did. Everyone made the wrong decision. And it sucks. It just sucks.
Again, I do enjoy when there's an outside perspective that's not in our own Bay Area bubble. And Ross talks about all the teams on his podcast. He actually has a weekly with Greg Cosell, just like we do. And Greg Cosell joined Willard Dibs yesterday, as he does each and every week. Our NFL insider breaks down the film. We'll get into what Greg Cosell is seeing ahead of this Rams game tonight. But I appreciated him just saying what we've been saying. At the very least in all this, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. How could it not be? And if you disagree, Niner fans, where are you at this morning? 888-957-9570. I think a lot of 49er fans are feeling that way, Joe.
Just bummed.
But I do want to get their thoughts on this whole scenario happening right now, because it is like the Twilight Zone. It just keeps happening again and again and again, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it's Trey Lance.
We have 19 guys on the injury report.
It's incredible.
I mean, they have 4.
19. 19.
Joe, I don't know what this, like.
It's insane.
And look, you could say to me, like, oh, it's football. Well, how are the Rams only have 4?
Well,
I mean, I know this could be random. Like, I acknowledge, like, sometimes random stuff happens, right? Sure, you walk out and bird poops and lands on your head. Like, I get it.
Say that's
but
good
if the
luck when
bird
that
is
happens.
always pooping on your head, what's above you? Like, you know what I mean? Like where's the bird living? Like, is he living right above the porch where you're stepping out and he's pooping on your head? Like, one time is random. Year after 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 year.
Here's what Ross Tucker also had to say.
Am I wrong?
Well, Joe, this leads me to this. On if there's an injury issue with the 49ers, Ross Tucker says yes.
Yes. I do. I mean, there are certain teams that it just feels like they have more injuries than other teams, seemingly on an annual basis. There's no question that they've had injury issues. It's interesting because the Eagles had some success in 17, 18, 19. They were still winning divisions or going to the playoffs, but they had a bunch of injuries. I mean, they won the Super Bowl with like 15 guys on IR. They made some changes in the way they go about things, and they have been extremely healthy the last 3 years.
That's the first time I've heard
I didn't know that.
Compare and contrast training staffs amongst teams. And Ross is very tapped in with the Eagles. I said that. He does their like preseason on television. He's a Pennsylvania guy. So he is tapped in over there. He also covers all the teams, as I've mentioned. But that's interesting. I didn't know that about the Eagles, like shifting their training staff methods.
I don't know what to make of it either. Does that make sense? Like okay, is that a one-off? Is that coincidence that they've been, like, is that luck?
They also don't play preseason like starters, the Eagles. They're one of those teams that believes in like, no. We're not touching that. You guys are all going to start week one. And I was listening. It was a really good interview. If you guys missed any of the
I go back and forth on that preseason.
Well, he also says during the week, I think their practices aren't as hard with a lot of their players. They like to kind of keep them as fresh as possible throughout the week leading up to the game.
Okay.
I know Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh and these coaches hang their hat on what? Physicality and bringing it and having very hard training camps. We've talked about this in the past. Now I'm trying to stand on my soapbox here. It's week 5, Joe. I don't have to go back to training camp all the time to talk about all the injuries happening now. Some of it could be bad luck. Some of it could be wear and tear. Like some of it is just football, right? But when Ross says that, it got my ears perked up a little bit. It just did.
I don't know. When was the last time that they hired a different training staff or medical staff?
Great question.
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Well, we'll ask Vic Tafer at 9:20.
What did I tell you a couple weeks ago what I would have done?
What would you have done?
I would have hired an outside firm to come in and evaluate everything we're doing, right? If this was any other industry and you were having all these OSHA claims and worker comp issues, you would hire someone from the outside, come in, audit what we're doing, and then compare and contrast what we're doing to what the industry standards are throughout whatever industry we're in. Who's doing it great? Who's doing it bad? Now compare what we're doing to those and tell us where we can upgrade.
March 2019, Carter got on my ear. That's when they said they got a new training staff head, Ben Peterson. So that's 2019. That's 6 years ago.
Okay, well, 2020 was just injuries galore.
Right.
2021, everyone got hurt, remember, as well. You know, the quarterback was a big deal.
They did go to the Super Bowl that year, though. They brought him on. So there is something to be said about that.
Sure. And the quarterback did stay healthy post ACL injury.
Yes.
2022, you lost a gazillion guys and 3 quarterbacks. 2024 or 2023, you went to the Super Bowl. You had some injuries, but nothing that. Well, you did lose Hufanga, and you ended up having Greenlaw.
2023, they were like the 4th healthiest team in the entire.
Yeah, but by the end of the year, Kittle had they played more football than anyone. The torn pec, Debo had the shoulder. Hufanga missed half the year. Greenlaw missed the entire year the following year because of the injury that he sustained in the Super Bowl. So I go back and forth. I don't know.
I know. I just go back to being a bad look. Can we just all agree on that, Niner fans at 888-957-9570?
I don't know if we can agree on that. Like you and I can. I don't know if Niner fans agree on that. I think it's a bad look.
They don't think. I'd be genuinely curious right now. You don't think that putting Brock in that situation, it's okay to say beforehand you thought it was okay? You could have a different opinion after what just took place. Clearly, he shouldn't have played last week. It's obvious. It's obvious that he shouldn't have played.
If you had a pitcher in baseball who had a serious arm injury, okay, and you were worried about it, and then he went back out there and you noticed he wasn't right, what would you probably do?
You'd take him out.
Yeah, you'd probably
shut him down, probably. Well, this is the difference, and I think this is the uniqueness of the injury. Had it been a different part of the body, I think we would be discussing it differently.
What do you mean?
If it was a shoulder injury, if it was an arm injury, if it was an elbow injury, if it was a hand injury.
But if I discussed Brock's best assets,
I agree. I agree with you.
Feet and mobility would be. It's that's why I it's not the same. but it reminds me more of the Lamar injury with the hamstring, where it's like, whoa, if Lamar can't move, he's not the same Lamar.
No, he's not. And the soft tissue aspect of a hamstring, again, I think a turf toe variant, how we talk about that injury and our lack of knowledge about it. And by the way, we're actually going to get some sound because we talked to Lorenzo Neal a couple weeks about this.
He was the one who opened my eyes.
No, he was great because he dealt with this injury.
And he also kind of called everything weeks ago.
He's literally, and that's why I want to go back to it because this was after the first week. This was after week 1 we talked to him about this. And the concern level we have, I feel validated even more so if we go back to get the sound.
And this is a guy who's as tough as nails.
Yes.
I don't know if nobody's really had a chance, maybe outside the airways, to meet Lo Neal. Lo Neal is, A, one of the most genuine people of all time as a person.
Yes.
And then B, probably one of the toughest, baddest dudes I've ever met.
Oh, and don't take our word for it. Just ask, I don't know, maybe the greatest running back ever, LaDainian Tomlinson, cape up for the guy who Lo Neal blocked for his Hall of Fame seasons, who should be a Hall of Famer.
Lo talked about this injury like it was like this is a season changer for this player.
Absolutely. And you want to protect this guy with as much rest as possible. Again, this is what Purdy said a couple days ago when asked whether or not he should have just taken this week off right here.
I was ready to go. I felt pretty good. And, for me to go out and execute an offense and go through reads and throw the ball, like throughout the week at practice, I felt great. And so I had a lot of confidence going into the game thinking that was going to be good. So that was our decision, and we're rolling with it.
Do you think Jed York is sitting there going, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you were ready to go. No. He's probably thinking to himself, no, we made a mistake, guys.
Yes.
It's okay. I'm not even mad at anyone. Just like we made a miscalculation.
I like how Ross phrased it, and Steiny too. Like, I'm not trying to blame one person.
We're not blaming anyone.
But
It's just they shouldn't have played him.
It was a collective decision, and it was the wrong one. And that we can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Without running someone out of town.
Yes, it's okay to acknowledge that.
Except maybe the doctors and the trainers and the medical staff.
Exactly. Well, they got their work cut out for them. Please, can we just get away from this game tonight with no more injuries? Please, for the love of God, get through this game tonight against the Rams. Again,
I think they have a shot. I really do. Really? I'm not ready to fold it up. I think that they actually could find a way to win this one. I'm not sleeping on them putting out a team that's going to compete.
If they win tonight, I'm dead serious with this. I said this a couple days ago to Bonte, and he thought I was crazy on Crosstalk. But if they win tonight, it really would be one of the greatest regular season wins I've seen from Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones, obviously.
Without the division on the line, I 100% agree.
Yeah, correct.
Or the playoffs on the line, I 100% agree.
Just the circumstances of everything.
100%. This would be a hallmark win. The way we look at that Belichick win against Buffalo where they didn't throw the ball with Mac Jones in that wind, I think you would look at this one with Shanahan that way.
And you'd move.
That's a great point.
Maybe that's how they win tonight. They just don't throw the ball and just pound it with Christian McCaffrey.
Well, that's...
Which is its own risk.
No, see, this is the thing with... Put them both out there, Kyle. I want Brian Robinson out there with CMC. Even if CMC's not touching the ball, have him run routes. And then, put them both out there together, Kyle. Come on.
I have a hard time thinking they'll do that, like run the ball effectively.
Yeah, but get your best players on the field.
No, I'm with you on that.
Sorry, I'm just.
I know, you're feeling it right now.
I want to win this one.
I know you do.
Because it buys more time for Brock.
It does.
To get healthy. Every win that you can accumulate while he's out gives him more time to get better.
We got a couple calls that want to join in this conversation. 888-957-9570. I'm fired up. I am genuinely curious tonight how they are going to attack this Rams team, because what teams have done against the 49ers is just stack the box. You're not going to run on us, and they're going to force him to throw the ball. And you know what, Mac Jones? He's got an arm, man.
He better get rid of it quick because his defensive line is good.
I want to see some more go routes tonight. Demarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne.
Take some shots.
Take some shots down the field. Why not?
They need some explosives.
They need some. Is MVS still around? Is he still in the practice squad? I don't know. Is he on the team? Throw some to him, right? Danny's in Oakland, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Danny?
What up, fam? I've been listening to y'all for a long time, man. I live in East Oakland. My whole house
what's up,
in
fam?
red and gold, man, just so y'all know.
Let's go.
Inside and out. Anyway, here's my questions, man. All of the common folks at my office where I work, my family and friends, everybody who's Niner fans or non-Niner fans, they all said don't play Purdy last week. It's just a safe bet. It's almost common sense. It's like having money. Do you spend it right now? No, you go to Hollywood Universal Studios next week, so spend it next week. But here we go. We played it. We spent it last week, and so the results are in. Second thing, I want to talk about who is our evaluators. What is our evaluation system? So I'm going to just name a few people: Bosa, Jennings, Purdy, Kittle, Big Trent, and even CMC to a point last season. All of these players, after their big payday that next season, struggled and went through some kind of injury. So who is our evaluators? What is our evaluation system looking like? That's it, and that's all. Good job, y'all.
No, it's a great call.
What's up, Danny?
His point about the budget, that's kind of how I viewed the 2-game stretch. Well, and it's a loose analogy, but I like that one. Like, hey, you don't go out blowing your money tonight if you're going to Disneyland or what did he say? What was
Universal Studios.
Universal Studios. I agree with him. By the way,
Rams are top 10 in yards allowed rushing on their defense this year.
So, for example, me and LJ are going to go out tonight, and then
where are you guys going?
We're going to the Irish Center. This is a little fundraiser, right?
Step dancing or something?
But like, I know my son only got so much energy, right? And so Friday we're going to lay low, and then Saturday we're going to go out and do it real big, right? Like I got to pick and choose my spots, and that's kind of life, you know. Right. And I thought in this circumstance they picked and choose the wrong spot. And the worst case scenario, unfortunately, happened. I get why they thought it. Like, hey, we get one against the Jags, and it kind of like diminishes the importance of the Rams game. But like, we all knew the Ram game was more important.
I'd never question, NFL teams because they say it all the time. We don't sleep on any team in this league, and we kept hearing the word trap game. But I do start to wonder how they went about this if they thought they would handle the Jacksonville Jaguars. I
don't think that's their thought. I think their thought is like every game's important, and because you're in the middle of it. But I think this is where when you're running the team, yeah, every game's important. Yeah, there's only 17 of them,
right?
But some of them mean a hell of a lot more. Great example: that Philadelphia Eagle game a few years back, Niners versus Eagles. Did that game mean a little more? It meant more to that team, than any other game, and I don't think it had the same consequences on playoff chances and whatnot within division like this one does. Did that game mean more?
Yes. That game was massive. That game was everything. You just heard the players trash talking about it. It was huge. It was a rematch of the prior NFC Championship game. By the way, speaking of big games, there's a big preseason game. Can there be such a thing, a big preseason game? Well, there is this Sunday at Chase Center because the Warriors are taking on LeBron James and the Lakers. And hopefully Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a part of it. Hopefully we see some Hal Horford. Hopefully we see a lot of these guys. Seth Curry, Steph Curry, all of it. By the way, that Saturday prior, this Saturday, October 4th, we are tipping things off in style here at 95.7 The Game. Join us at Pier 39 again this Saturday, October 4th for a Warriors preseason special. You won't want to miss live appearances from Warriors favorites such as Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia, Kelena Azubuike, Tim Roy, and our very own Bonte Hill. Plus, your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game, again, this Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors host LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Lakers. And if that's not enough, E-Dog, Evan Giddings, and Guru are going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 4. It's hoops. It's hype. And the season's almost here. Can't wait. Your station for everything Warriors, 95.7 The Game. What's coming up is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The lines are packed.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to get to them.
Stay right there. We're going to get right to you, and I got plenty more. Let's go, Mac Jones.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, Niner fans, don't be sleeping on this team tonight. Can the Niners shock the world? Can they beat the Rams with Mac Jones leading the way? I think they can. And I'll tell you why on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Speaking of shocking the world, that's what the Oakland Roots are doing this season, baby. They're back at home Tuesday, October 7th against the Hartford Athletic at the historic Oakland Coliseum. That's right, baby. Soccer at the Collie. Come out, show your Oakland pride, enjoy the energy, the excitement, the enthusiasm, the camaraderie of an Oakland Roots game. It's so inclusive, so fun. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring Sam, bring Carter, bring Shasky, bring LJ, bring all of them. Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. And you could also watch the game on KTVU Plus, or get this, ESPN Plus.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not. There's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Of his career. A fake toss. Purdy looking. Wide open man. It's Jawan Jennings. And It's a San Francisco touchdown.
Bay Area, it's everybody's boy Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy Joe Shasky and my boy Joe Spadoni.
We're rolling, baby. We're fired up. It's got Niners-Rams tonight, Thursday Night Football. Where are you at, Niner fans? How are the Niners winning tonight? How's it going to look? Is it going to be because of their defense? Going to be because of their offense? Going to be complimentary football?
Let me give you one.
How are they going to win this game tonight? No Brock, no Purdy. Same guy. No Brock, no Purdy.
No Kittle, no Bosa, no Ayuk.
No Pearsall.
No Jennings.
No Juwan.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
Everyone. No Brock and no Purdy. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Everyone's gone.
Joe, this is how you win this game.
Jones.
This is how you win this
Christian
game.
McCaffrey. No Brock.
By gosh. Has there ever been a team that needed a freaking turnover?
God.
12 games they've gone without an interception.
12.
That is the longest longest streak in 49er history. 12 games. They need a turnover in the worst way. They need one of two things to happen tonight. I'm predicting it. If they're going to win tonight's game, special teams is going to have a touchdown. I'm talking punt return, kick return, something. Block, I don't know. Or the defense needs to cause points. Meaning generate a turnover and generate a touchdown. One of those two elements is going to happen tonight. And if ever there was a team that was due, because my dad used to say, I told you, I've been thinking about my dad all morning this morning. Hey, you are due. He's due. Someone's due. You're due. They're due. The Niners special teams is due for some magic. By golly. I know I've turned into that. The special teams definitely needs a play tonight. The defense needs to generate a turnover at minimum tonight. And Mac needs to play out of his mind.
In his regular season career, Matt Stafford, and this is Matt Stafford, not because there's been some players that have played ahead of him at the Rams, but Matt Stafford, when he starts against the Niners, he is 3-8 in his career. 3-8. 49ers have had his number in the regular season for the most part.
I mean, how many is that with the Lions?
That is only 4 times I'm seeing he started when he was a Lion against the Niners. 4.
Well, one of them was the
11, 12, 15, and 18. Because they had a gap there.
Yeah, 11 was the back slap, what's your deal, whatever, with...
with Schwartz.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger.
God, what a great win.
28 of 50 for
Such
2
a great
touchdowns.
win.
Stafford actually had a good game, that one.
Frank Gore was so awesome in that game.
Matt Stafford was not awesome against the Niners.
I miss Harbaugh.
Last year. He was not that amazing against them. 16 of 25, 16 27. Obviously, the big ones in those was Kyron Williams. And that's where it starts for me.
Joe, he had one quarter that matters.
I know.
It's called the NFC Championship game, fourth quarter when they're down 10.
I know. And that's why they go on, they win the whole damn thing, and Stafford is Stafford. And, maybe in an alternate reality, the 49ers have Matt Stafford as their quarterback. Maybe. There was rumblings, and Sean McVay is like, nope, let's go to Cabo. Matt, oh, you're in Cabo? That's so weird. So am I with my family. Wow, let's go, let's talk contract. Let's trade. And the rest is history. Jared Goff goes to the Lions. Matt Stafford goes to the Rams. And they win a Super Bowl. And the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan are still searching for theirs. But you know what? I don't care about that. I care about winning tonight.
And okay.
And going 3-0 in division and beating all of your divisional rivals up to this point.
Be huge.
It'd be massive.
All right, we're going to take some of these calls.
Yes.
I want to hear from Niner fans. Give me one reason or one way that they can win this game tonight. I'm telling you, they need special teams or defense has got to generate a touchdown.
Let's go to Lorenzo in Orlando. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Lorenzo? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
Great. How are you doing? How's Orlando?
Rainy today, but we're good. Listen, big Niners fan, big Brock Purdy fan. I just want to talk about, should have Brock played against Jacksonville or not. It's easy to say now, of course, he shouldn't have. And I know you guys have spoken about it all week. Just, keep playing Mac until, for at least another week, maybe 2. Wait at least for the Rams game, maybe wait until Tampa. But I think what everybody's forgetting is, Mac's been playing great as the backup, and but we didn't know what the health status of Mac Jones was last week. You guys even said you don't even know if he was dressed or not. I don't know if he was the backup. I know you had Adrian Martinez I think Brock might have been forced maybe to play that game against Jacksonville. I'll listen to what you guys say.
I don't know about
you guys.
forced.
Have a blessed day.
I don't know about forced.
I wouldn't say he's forced because Brock, again, I can play the sound, and thank you, Lorenzo, and 888-957-9570. How do the 49ers win tonight? The 49ers win tonight because ... You finished that sentence. This is what Brock Purdy had to say about that. This isn't a guy that sounded, I should say, like he was forced to play last week. But he was asked a couple days ago if it would have been better not to play against the Jags.
I was ready to go. I felt pretty good. And, for me to go out and execute an offense and go through reads and throw the ball, like throughout the week at practice, I felt great. And so I had a lot of confidence going into the game thinking that was going to be good. So that was our decision, and we're rolling with it.
Yeah, I think it was a collective decision, and it was the collectively wrong one. But you know what? It is what it is at this point. And they have a game tonight, Joe. And I hate to be the guy that turned the page. We kind of got to turn the page. And Mac Jones is going to be the story tonight. That's what's going to be talking. Like, the talk of the town is going to be Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan, and he's 2-0 under him now. And this is the toughest test this team has faced, toughest test Mac Jones has faced. And how they win tonight for me, because I teased it, is I kind of want to see an old school Josh McDaniels, Patriots, Tom Brady kind of an offense tonight. If the run game's not working, well, how do you supplement that?
Short controlled passing game.
Do that. And I think that is the perfect skill set for a guy like Mac Jones, who has a quick release. He's got an arm. He can get in there quickly. Kendrick Bourne, he's got a rapport with him.
Yeah.
You got Sky Moore. The guy can't catch a cold. Get creative with him. I'm sorry. Jake Tonjes, tight ends. Patriots love their tight ends. Those offenses. Lean into the skill set of Mac Jones tonight, Kyle, especially if you know your run game is going to get dominated. They're going to be stacking the box. You could do the intermediate passing game and slice and dice your way for some points. That's the recipe for success tonight for me.
Well, again, not to get too deep down the rabbit hole, but like this thing that like the backup quarterback was more hurt, so we were forced to play the starter because
when in the history of ever have we said that talking about a team? It's very weird.
So like, let's just step back. If the Baltimore Ravens came out and said, we were forced to play Lamar Jackson while he still wasn't 100% because Cooper Rush was actually more injured, and we were didn't want to play Devin Leary or whatever, they would be getting destroyed on every channel, on every podcast, national, would they not?
Yes.
And then Lamar re-aggravated the hamstring injury.
We'd be crushing them.
Yes.
We would be saying what Ross Tucker was saying on the Niners. He's saying it's a bad look.
Yeah,
and who's at fault here?
So
and
I'll step back on it.
No. It's
I think we were like we're jumping into pretzels to try to like, look, dude, if these guys are hurt, then yeah, unfortunately it sucks. You gotta go to your third string. Yes, you do.
Let's go to.
Did you see what happened with the Chargers?
Yeah.
Chargers lost Slater. And so now you have your backup, your right tackle slides to left tackle. So now you have a backup right tackle. Yeah. That guy sucks so bad, they yanked him and put in their four-string guy, who had to go play. Look around the league. That's what happens sometimes. You're forced to elevate someone in a position where they shouldn't be playing. It just does happen.
The Chargers have also been struck by the injury bug. Najee Harris, Achilles, out for the year.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't a Niners-specific thing, although we are in a Niners bubble and a Niners market, so we talk about it through that lens, and they have dealt with their share of injuries, absolutely. But it's happening all around the NFL right now, and the Rams are somehow like the healthiest team in all of football. When the entire offseason we talked about the Rams and their quarterback's back being a problem, well, Stafford looks good today.
You got to pick him off tonight.
No, you got to pick him off. You got to hit him tonight. Can we get a quarterback hit? There were 0 registered last week. Carter,
Carter's so down bad this morning.
Yeah, when Carter is down bad.
Are you French?
No, Italian.
Because you've been waving the white flag all morning.
Well, no, he is. His first name is French.
I set you up so bad. You had no idea it was coming.
His first name is French because, remember, it is Cartier on the birth certificate. Rich in Los Altos.
What's up, Rich?
What's up?
Guys, 3 quick points. First of all, I think that this is really going to be a big test for Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh to prove to the league that they can win despite injuries. Second of all, I think that they need to get creative with Christian McCaffrey. There's our top receivers are out. I want him in a Deebo Samuel type of gadget role, where he's doing sweeps, he's maybe catching passes, he's lining up in the slot, and then we have Brian Robinson in the backfield, right? And then
totally agree.
Third of all, I have no concerns about Mac Jones. This guy has proven himself already, in my opinion, and he's gonna take care of business until Brock Purdy's healthy.
I think so too. And then when Brock is ready, he goes right back in. When he's ready.
Exactly. When he's ready. But he'll tell you he's ready, and then this is when you got to protect him from himself. It's like, how ready are you? Oh, I'm ready enough to play. Like, there's levels to this. Like, he could feel that he's ready to play, but his foot clearly wasn't. You got to know, and this is when you need to know your body, and this is what I commend Nick Bosa for, immediately knowing. Like, thumbs down, guys. Yeah, no, I know my ACL's torn. I know my body. I knew immediately.
Yeah,
and that is a guy that is obsessed with working out, fitness, being like on top of everything, charting everything. He is obsessed with that. The Bosa family is his father, John, his brother, Joey. That is what they do. This is where Brock needs to know his body too, and needs to know his limitations, and needs to know, I'm the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. I'm the guy. I'm the quarterback. I need to take a step back here, self-evaluate. And if the doctors are telling me if I'm feeling this, I'm not saying he did this, don't lie or stretch the truth and say, it's fine. Just do what's best for the team. And you know what? Maybe he felt what the best thing for the team was him being out there. I get it. But clearly, I think the best thing for the team last week was protecting Brock and putting in Mac Jones or even an Adrian Martinez.
To me, I could just, again, it's my naked eye, and we don't have to agree on it. He's compromised from the jump. From the jump, if you've watched Purdy, he just didn't look comfortable or confident, and he looked compromised.
We mentioned this earlier.
The 3 C's.
We have some really good sound from when we had Lorenzo Neal on a couple weeks. When we first heard about the injury, the turf toe, after the week 1 win in Seattle, Lo Neal joined us, our very own Lo Neal, and you can see him every single 49ers home game at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale with Evan Giddings. They're doing a hell of a job. Lo Neal on the Purdy injury and how hard the recovery is from a turf toe. Javier, Sam, Fred, we'll get to all of you. But first, Lo Neal on a couple weeks ago.
I think this week for sure he's out. I would not even think about it this week. Brock might get out there and say, hey, guys, I'm going to try to get it. I'm going to try to go on this if he needed to. And I think he will get to that point that he's going to, if they needed him, I think if they needed him in 2 weeks from now, I think he could go. But that's me predicated on what the belief that I have in myself and what I've seen from Brock. I think he's a tough guy. Here's not a guy that wants to sit out, who's a guy that's like, it's a little pain. Brock has to be in pain for him to sit out. This guy knows what he means to this organization. This guy loves football. I can never question his heart because this is a tough game, guys. And to play with turf toe, I played with the guy, Eric Martin, and he had turf toe, and I watched the doctor before the game, get that needle, 3-inch needle, shoot that into the joint. So they go in there, shoot it into the ligament, but then go in between that big toe and that joint right there where it hooks in and shoot it inside there. They put different things to try to relieve some of the pain. And afterwards, you just see the toe, the black and blue, and how they're walking around the next couple of days. After they get done, guys, I'm telling you, if he plays, he's not practicing the rest of the week. So when he does play, you're going to be at limited practice, I'm telling you, during there for the rest of the season if he plays, because that's how hard and that's how tough it is to recover from turf toe if he plays. And when he plays, the following week, he does not practice. He practiced maybe on Friday, a little bit on Saturday walkthrough. But if that toe's that bad, I'm telling you, that's the kind of injury it could be.
Which is why I was looking at the games. It's not just did he play on Sunday and then he's got a whole week to play again. It was Sunday, Thursday. We knew the schedule heading into it. Sunday, Thursday, Sunday, Thursday, Sunday, Thursday, which is why I would have waited till Thursday to play him. And then you give him the 10 days off afterwards.
Let's call him Lostradamus because everything he just said right there came into reality. That was the week of us learning the injury is when that happened. And he literally said,
he'll try to gut it out.
He'll try to gut it out. He'll try to do this because he's the quarterback and he's Brock and he's tough and all this. He'll try to do all this.
Wow.
But
he nailed that.
After he plays, he's not going to practice, which he didn't. He wouldn't have practiced, and he didn't practice at all.
And he goes, he won't be able to really move till Friday. Again, Sunday to Thursday, Sunday to Thursday. Like, gosh.
Lo Neal. And that's a guy that
nailed that.
Played at the highest of levels as a fullback / running back. Lorenzo Neal on with us. Let's go to our guy, Javier in Vacaville.
What's up, Jav?
Hey, Jav, how did the Niners win tonight down at SoFi?
Let's hear it. Long time no hear.
How you doing, Mr. Bedoni? How you doing, old friend, Mr. Shasky?
What's up, bro?
Always listening, though. Always
Thank you.
listening.
Appreciate that.
I think, yes, sir. I think the name of the game, we all know, is we got away from you win the game in the trenches.
Yep.
And I believe you give Brian Robinson Jr. a starting tailback in his league, and I'm gonna be frank. I caught in a few other shows on the on the station, and they've lost the concept. What did they acquire him for? They're not utilizing him in any way, shape that we anticipated. They need to be, whether it's in 31 personnel as Kyle Juszczyk as the fullback, him as the H, Christian McCaffrey as the tailback. Utilize the Jacksonville Jaguars tight end Farrell. He's such a great blocker. They said when they signed him, we'll go 22, put in Tonjes, and run the ball. Need to have McCaffrey and Robinson on the field at the same time.
Yes.
Especially now, you got utilized receivers that aren't available. So how do you compromise that? You go put a running back on the field, an extra tight end, obviously because we're short, Juwan and Pearsall. Run the ball, control the time possession, play solid defense, and hopefully we have no special teams blunders. Man, that's you know how that goes with us right now, man.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
McCaffrey 20. It's weird. It's weird how we got a new coordinator, new kicker, new punter, and it's still just lingered. But it just feel like to repeat itself. But McCaffrey 20 touches. I want Brian Robinson. He's probably like, what? 10 to 15 touches for Brian Robinson. If you guys get him crazy, hey, go watch that Washington film. He's a football player, and I'm pretty sure he's more than upset about how much he's not being utilized.
I don't think he's in rhythm. Can you? Javier, it just feels like he'll get a carry here, a couple series, carry there. He's never in rhythm.
And that's a Shanahan running McCaffrey into the ground. Like we've seen this before. How can you expect him to get rhythm? I'm talking to Shanahan, and it's hypothetically. If you don't give him a series or two or three consecutively, McCaffrey doesn't need to have 35 touches in week 4. McCaffrey can have 25 touches as long as Brian Robinson can average 4 yards a tote and be productive for those 10 extra touches he gets taken away from McCaffrey, because we want McCaffrey in December and January.
Yep.
We're in the first week of September, and we're giving McCaffrey, all right, 20 rushes, 10 targets, and, hey, we're going to win by the skin of our teeth. Come on, man. Like, this is like a rerun. We've already seen this before. Like, what are we doing? 2022, 2024, and we're just acting like McCaffrey is becoming a Superman. Like, come on, Shanahan. You trade for Brian Robinson. He's your RB2. Use him, man. Come on.
No, I feel that, Jav. That's Javier in Vacaville. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570. Thursday Night Football tonight, SoFi Stadium. Niners, Rams. How do the 49ers win tonight with all of these injuries and lack of Hall of Fame talent, lack of your starting quarterback, lack of your most explosive receiver and Ricky Pearsall? Like, it's all hands on deck.
You know who had a bad week last week?
Who?
And I'm not saying because of like his defense on Sunday. It was Robert Saleh. Just had a bad week.
Yeah.
Boy, he could really erase that if he dials up some random pressures and finds a way to generate some turnovers. And, and I don't even think the defense has played that poorly. I actually think they've played really admirably this year.
No, it was just glaring, the lack of touches on Trevor Lawrence. Not that it didn't make him uncomfortable at times, but the proof is in the pudding.
Yes.
You don't have any sacks or hits on the guy. He's just going to be more comfortable throughout the game. And you got to make Matt Stafford uncomfortable. Because one thing in this league, I don't care if it's Tom Brady. I don't care if it's Joe Montana. I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford. You hit these guys, their confidence will shake. It doesn't matter if it's the greatest quarterback of all time. You hit Joe Montana, Tom Brady, anyone. You can get their confidence wavering. And then they will throw you the football because they will be unsure of themselves. Hit, touch, get some hands on this guy tonight.
Stafford traditionally will throw one up.
Every time.
Are you going to make a play?
And are you going to make a play if you're the secondary? If you're, Deommodore Lenoir, who's actually been pretty freaking good this season. I don't think we talked about him enough because you don't hear his name a lot because he's just shutting down corners of the field. But can you shut down a guy like Devontae Adams in his career? I was just looking at this. Devontae Adams, now a member of the Los Angeles Rams, obviously, against the Niners, and he's played him 5 times, 4 as a Packer, 1 as a Raider. 46 catches, 633 yards, and 7 touchdowns in 5 games. It's pretty incredible. He is a guy that, even at this age, you have to worry about.
Well, with Renardo Green not available, I'm very worried.
And then you got, obviously, the guy that is probably the best receiver in football, I would say right now. It's Justin Jefferson always gets the love there, obviously so, but Puka Nacua. I mean, that's It goes without saying. If you have him in fantasy, have him in fantasy. So you got Devontae, you got Puka Nacua, you got Kyron Williams in the running game. Robert Saleh has got to get creative tonight. Don't take my word for it. That's what Ross Tucker had to say yesterday on with Steiny Guru.
Most defensive coordinators are pretty good if you have a ferocious D line that can get consistent pressure with only 4. So that's what Saleh's had in a number of his stops. I don't think he has that right now. I don't think he has that for the rest of the year. So he's going to have to get out of his comfort zone a little bit and start to dial up more pressure, because you can't have that. You can't have a game where there's no hits on the quarterback. You're not going to win very many games if the other quarterback doesn't get touched. I can assure you of that.
What's the hook and ladder equivalent on the defensive line that we can get creative tonight?
Joe?
What? I know. I'm trying here, guys.
Joe, when he said, you got to get pressure with 4, Carter gets in my ear and goes, well, that's not us. I just started laughing.
And then Ross immediately says, yeah, they don't have that right now. So they don't have Nick Bosa.
You brought up Puka Nacua. He was drafted 177 overall. Do you know, I already won this war because the proof is in the results. The amount of people that defended some of these selections by the Niners is mind-boggling.
Give him
Puka
to me.
went 177 in 2023.
Give him to me.
The Niners, this is who they took ahead of Puka. Jair Brown, 87.
He's gonna play, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
He's gonna play tonight.
Jake, he's the best safety in the game, he said.
Hey, he's got an interception on Mahomes in the Super Bowl. I mean, you'll never take that away from him.
Stop, dog. Jake Moody was taking 99.
Oh, he stinks.
Gutsy.
Cameron Latu taking 101.
Moody is Moody.
You can call him Scammer Latu because he scammed the Niners.
Lapu.
Darrell Luter, who you'll see tonight getting action, 155th. 173, Robert Beal, an outside linebacker. Now, to their credit, they did take D Winters in the 200s.
Oh, okay.
But they took 5 guys ahead of Puka. Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cameron Latu, Darrell Luter, and Robert Beal.
I mean, let's be honest, though. There was no room for Puka Nacua on that receiving staff. I mean, you had Juwan, you had Debo.
No, you took Ronnie Bell in the 7th round.
Yeah,
Don't forget that.
Yeah, but that was a 7th
same
round
draft.
Yeah.
Robert Beal's a really nice guy, too. That counts for something, right?
Sam talking in the background really nailed that one.
They're probably all nice guys. I know Puka's a nice guy. Puka's a great guy.
Puka.
That
draft, it was bad.
But Joe, I just told you, you had Brandon Ayuk, you had Debo, and you had Juwan. Where was he going to fit on there? And Kyle Shanahan, he's, maybe Puka's just not the guy for Shanahan's offense. Who knows? You never know. Sam's in Hercules. Carter looks like he's going to kill me. Sam, how do the 49ers win tonight at SoFi Stadium?
Hey, what's up, fellas? It's going to take a lot, man. First things first, offensive lines, they got to protect that QB. Let's see if Mac and Kendrick Bourne can reignite what they did in New England. He's got to throw it to somebody, so hopefully they can kind of step it up. Defense, we're going to get you that turnover, man. Warner's going to punch that ball out, hopefully. That's a crazy stat, man. I thought Bosa got like a sack fumble against like the Saints or somebody, but I guess not.
Interceptions. 12 games without an interception.
Okay. You got it right, man. We got to put pressure on Stafford. I want that jersey green and brown from the turf, red and gold from the corners, linebackers. Even he's going to eat us through the air. Has to. He's going to. But just hit him. Try to see if we can get him uncomfortable, maybe even out of the game. Got to hit that guy. Even if they torch us, they're most likely going to get 100 each probably. But if we can just get that guy on the ground, a little skittish, like you said, he'll toss some picks. And then special teams, man, how can I say this radio friendly? Just don't drop the soap, man. Just kick the ball out of the end zone or just
oh my god,
don't even know if that is radio friendly,
man.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Thank you, Sam and Hercules. Just
don't drop it.
Yeah, don't drop that. 888-957-9570. How do the 49ers win tonight in Los Angeles? I'll say this. It's going to be loud when the Rams are on offense. That's a bonus because the Niners will take over SoFi. The fans will take over SoFi Stadium tonight. That is a positive that I could take away. And he mentioned Fred Warner. You mentioned D Winters. Can I get them to rush the quarterback a little bit more tonight? Do you do that? Do you add that to the wrinkle? Fred Warner's your best player defensively. He is an all-pro. Like, use him some more. Like, you got to be more creative with this guy. Get him flying around. I
think Nick Martin needs to be activated, and I think they need to, play the 3 linebackers and put one of them on the line and figure out who's your best at dropping back, and you've got to try to mix it up. I would get the 3 linebackers on the field.
This is why
you need speed.
This is why I have so much respect for Steve Spagnuolo and how creative he gets with his defense, and I get it. Their depth right now, and I don't know the Kansas City's depth inside and out. It's probably better than the Niners, I would assume, because they have Chris Jones. But he is so creative, and he is so good at calling the exact type of blitz at the exact type of moment. I mean, Niners fans know, we've seen him twice in the Super Bowl, but whether it's on a corner, whether it's a safety, like that needs to be the recipe tonight for Robert Saleh. He needs to be creative tonight. Thank you, Bonte. Like, I'm looking at him, and I know Kyle Shanahan, the knock on him has been his lack of creativity at times with the offense. He needs to be creative too. Creativity is the name of the game. I used to work at Michael's Craft Store where creativity happens, all right? That needs to be the theme tonight for the San Francisco 49ers.
What did you do at Michael's Craft Store?
I was the nights and weekends manager.
The nights and weekends manager.
I closed the store, baby.
That is...
What?
We're just creating titles. I mean... The nights and weekends manager.
Well, someone's got to work the building nights and weekends.
Yeah, someone's got to do nights and weekends.
Arts and crafts never sleep, Shasky.
Yeah, that's like, who's our guy? Cam is coolin', dude. He's a nights and weekends guy for the Warriors. He's holding it down. Come on. Let's get fired up, Niners fans.
I'm the mid-morning supervisor. Like, we're just making things up.
I'm the assistant to the mid-morning supervisor.
Well, that's like the boss. The boss here is now called the brand manager.
Well, no, I was going to say, when we have a director of sports, that doesn't have a degree in directing.
Stop it. Have you seen Matt's brand?
Hey, what if I told you the offensive struggles? What if I told you the offensive struggles for the Niners aren't Brock Purdy's fault? What if I told you that? Greg Cosell, yesterday, on with Willard and Dibs.
I get into this conversation every week with Colin Cowherd. All people ever want to talk about is the quarterback.
Yep.
He's not the only player on the field. And, I think we get caught up in analyzing the quarterback every single week as if he's the only player that matters. And in this particular case, Purdy is very good at what he is, okay? But if there's no fully formed, fully dimensional offense, he won't play as well as he can play. It's just it's a simple statement. And, so everybody wants to say, well, that's Brock Purdy's fault. No, it's not Brock Purdy's fault.
It's not Brock Purdy's fault. And it can't, the reason you can't lose tonight if you're Mac Jones, who's going to be starting in place of Purdy, is just dumb turnovers. Like, that is the only thing, like, I'm looking at, because listen, you might get sacked. You might get tackled for loss, all that. I can live with that if I'm a 49ers fan. I cannot have boneheaded pick six type of interceptions happening today. Hey, just take the L sometimes, Mac. If you're trying to run out of the situation and you're in a bad... What I can't happen is when Mac Jones is the quarterback of the New England Patriots and he did a backwards lateral pass to Chandler Jones, who is on the opposing team, who takes it all the way for a touchdown. That's the Mac I can't have tonight. Just do what you've been doing, which is protecting the football. And if the play's not there, throw it away or just eat it. That's live to play another day tonight if you're Mac Jones.
This thing, though, I'm listening to Greg there, and it's like, if you don't think that Purdy's good, just overall has been good, go sit at the kiddie table. We're sitting at the adult table, and we're having good conversations. But in this game, he didn't really play that great.
No,
he made some throws that were good, and he made a variety of throws that maybe they were completed, but they weren't to his natural ball placement to where the guy could catch it and go upfield, which is the standards he'd set over the last couple of years, right? And he has been turning the ball over a lot. No one says that he has lost them every single game. We're just like, hey, why isn't he playing as well as he did a couple of years ago? We're having these conversations. But the funniest part of that entire thing, and we have to play it, I mean, Willard clinging to he's like, yup. Just listen to Willard in the background when we're talking about quarterback play. I don't know why everyone every pass for Mahomes or for Purdy is not a referendum on are they the greatest or the worst quarterback you've ever seen.
Well, you could pot it down after this, Carter. I didn't hear the Willard thing. So
it's hilarious. Listen in the background.
I get into this conversation every week with Colin Cowherd. All people ever want to talk about is the quarterback.
Yep.
He's not the only player.
Well, I love you, Greg.
No one's saying they're the. You know why the Niners?
Hold on. I got to check him on that. Yes, Greg Cosell, and I get it. Greg, and this is what I appreciate about Greg, because he's a no-nonsense guy. He doesn't do fantasy football. He just watches the film and tells you what he sees. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's his aspect of it. The opinions after that, that's my job. That's your job. That's not Greg's job. I understand that. But I also got to tell Greg, we care about the quarterbacks because it's a quarterback-driven league. And that's what the league wants us to care about. And that's why the rules are dictated to it.
Who gets paid the highest?
This is what we do talk about the quarterbacks. There's a reason we talk about Mahomes all the time and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. We have to. That's why it's so important.
100%.
So that's why we talk about this. And yes.
Who's the number one selling jerseys? Primarily quarterbacks.
There you go. It's rare.
Who's the highest paid players in the league? Quarterbacks.
There you go.
And everybody knows that the quarterback does not win you and lose you the game by themselves.
No.
All right?
It's complementary football. And that's actually what I wanted to get to
Everybody
here.
knows that. But I think what ends up happening, and this is just like tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to see Mac Jones play. All right? What's going to happen tomorrow morning? You and I are going to come in, and what am I going to do? What I do every week. What do I do every week?
We react to what we saw.
But what do I do after every game? I rewatch every single game.
Yeah, you do that. Yes.
I'm a sick person,
Yes.
and I break down who's playing well, who's not playing well. On any given play, anyone could have an awesome play.
Right.
And then on the very next one, it can be terrible. Kendrick Bourne made 2 big catches for Mac Jones in New Orleans, which helped set them, or against Arizona, to set them up to win that game.
He had some in New Orleans too. Yeah.
What did he do in this game? He dropped by far the biggest catch of the game, which was a beautifully thrown third down ball by Brock Purdy. It was a huge moment. The very next second, they punted, and the Niners whiffed 8,000 times, and the guy danced in the end zone for a touchdown. All right? Kendricks made some plays. He also, in this game, had skillet hands.
He did.
We are assessing everyone at all times, and we're weighing all these things. I don't know why every play, every game is a referendum on if you like them and if they're good. Guys, just break down the games.
Well,
the games are happening.
I actually think you're in agreement with Greg Cosell here, because that's basically what he was saying, like the whole week-to-week nature of how we talk about these things.
It's
insane. And which is funny because we have to with Greg, because what do? We talk to him week to week. So we are talking about it a week to week. And this is why football's the best. Because there's only a finite amount of these games. It's not like the Warriors when they have, a week or two off, and like we can, talk about it in the stretches and this stuff and the back-to-backs and all that. It's not like baseball where it's a marathon. This is a sprint. So that is why all of these wins and losses, we care so deeply about it. And tonight, if the 49ers somehow win this game, it won't feel like just one win. It'll actually feel like a couple wins. Like if they somehow win tonight, Joe, given everything that has taken place, it's going to be one of the wins of Kyle Shanahan's career. That's not the playoffs. Yeah.
But Matt could play poorly and they could win. They could. Matt could play great and they could lose.
Yes.
Or a combination of the two things that I just referenced, right? So, teams win and lose.
Absolutely.
And I think it's pretty obvious. But there's a disproportionate amount of pressure and there's a disproportionate amount of outcome in the hand of the guy who does make the decision at the line of scrimmage, run or pass, hike or not, throw or not, hand off or not. And so, those guys are going to get a disproportionate amount of praise and blame, period.
Absolutely.
And that comes with the territory.
And this is more from Greg Cosell, again, joining Willard Dibs yesterday on all quarterbacks needing a good run game. And right now, the Niners have the worst run game, or one of the worst in the NFL.
Almost every quarterback in the league is like this. They need a running game. They cannot run the football. There's no sustainability. There's no consistency. They're one of the worst rushing teams in the league right now. McCaffrey is, I think, at the bottom of the league in terms of yards before first contact. He's not getting past the first level of the defense. His first contact on average is 1.47 yards. Think about that, okay? So their run game is what the main issue is right now, because Purdy, as I said, almost every quarterback is, with very few exceptions, is a ball distributor and an executor of a well-schemed offense. If the offense can't run the football, it puts him in a really difficult spot.
So here's where I get perplexed. PFF tells me, well, actually, they're running the ball on the offensive line is opening holes. That's what the numbers suggest from PFF. My eyeballs don't suggest that.
Well, the holes aren't very big. They must be little tiny ones.
Okay. We all love McCaffrey. Is he still great? Is he just good? Has he lost a step? Is there no room to run?
He doesn't look like CMC, the offensive player of the year. Like, can we all agree on that? It's okay,
but he
to
does
say,
look better than he did last year.
That's fine. That's fine. But that's not great. That's good McCaffrey. That's not great Christian McCaffrey.
But I also think that if I put him behind Detroit's offensive line, I bet that he's churning out more yards.
Again,
am I wrong?
No.
If I give him healthy Kittle, is he not churning out more yards?
Yeah, but is Christian McCaffrey going to look like David Montgomery looks, or is he going to look like Jahmyr Gibbs looks? There's a difference.
I don't know.
Like, because
it's a good question. I don't know.
I think he's closer to how David Montgomery, speed-wise, I'm talking about, looks, who's still a pretty good back. Not Jahmyr Gibbs' level of explosion.
I still think he can be a very useful player on this team.
He clearly is.
No,
like,
I know.
Massive. Where would this team be without Christian McCaffrey this season? Oh my God.
It's just hard, like, breaking it down, right? And so
I know. And the one thing that cannot happen from this game is an injury there. And that leads us, Carter, to, you weren't ready there. You weren't ready, Carter. You ready now for the injury report? Let's hit it.
Ready for my food from the Grove.
How about you lock in back there? Don't get in my ear and say I was too early.
Little early.
Like Samson, Carter cut his hair and maybe he's lost some of his power.
Are we like Christian McCaffrey? Maybe he's lost a step. The 49ers made it official yesterday. The news we all feared. Juwan Jennings will not suit up tonight against the LA Rams. Jennings is battling a variety of injuries and will miss tonight's game due to lingering issues with his ankle and ribs. Jennings also suffered a shoulder injury in the 49ers Week 1 win over the Seahawks. The hope is by missing tonight's game, Jennings will be ready to go next week against the Bucs, as well as Brock Purdy and Ricky Pierce also. A lot of injuries happening tonight, and the 49ers will be very, very shorthanded. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're halfway home here on a Thursday. We got Dave Fleming, 8:30, our Giants insider, voice of the Giants. Get his thoughts on the firing of Bob Melvin. Where do the Giants go from here? Recapping the season as a whole. Plus Vic Tafer at 9:20, beat writer for The Athletic, covering the 49ers. He's going to be down there at SoFi watching this game, get his thoughts on everything and whether it is a bad look that the 49ers played Brock Purdy last week, given that he is out tonight. And on the other side, Joe, we have some sound from the general manager of the 49ers. John Lynch had some very interesting things to say in regards to Christian McCaffrey in the 49ers run game, and it might surprise you on 95.7 The Game.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. You said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo, No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
It really is. We're fired up tonight. We got a game, ladies and gentlemen. 49ers, Rams. LA, where are we at? I know Niners fans are going to be traveling. If you're going to the game, you're leaving later, hey, hit us up. 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open. You could also text us with the same number. Again, I'll say it slowly because I've been told I'm very fast. I have 9 siblings, so I had to say my things very fast so my voice would be heard. So sometimes I speak a little too quickly.
Shut up.
Thank you, Dave, who's coming up in about 27 minutes. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And you could also hit us up on YouTube where we are streaming all day long. We'll talk to you before the game. We'll talk to you after the game. And there's not going to be any Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, or Brandon Ayuk. But you know what? No one cares because you got to go out there and play still. And we're looking at Mac Jones. We're looking at Christian McCaffrey. We're looking at Brian Robinson, Kendrick Bourne. We're looking at Jake Tonjes. We're looking at the special teams. Bryce Huff, DeAndre Lenore, Fred Warner.
Upton Stout.
People need to make plays tonight is what I'm getting at, Joe. And who's going to make the plays tonight, Niner fans? Who needs to step up the most tonight in all these absences? 888-957-9570.
I love that question. Who needs to make a play tonight? Let's play the fill-in-the-blank game. You ready?
I love it.
The Niners get blown out tonight.
Ooh.
No, you don't need the game music.
Oh, but it makes me happy.
Give me NFL music.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Go to prime time. Let's go. Yeah.
All right. Fill in the blank.
Fill it.
The Niners get blown out tonight. You feel how?
I feel okay. I feel down a little bit, but I feel like it was expected, right? That's how you talk to see, Carter's laughing. You guys are laughing. This is how we talk ourselves into it as fans, though, because you'll say everything was stacked against us. You know what? We had no shot. We didn't have our starting quarterback. We were missing all of our weapons everywhere. We'll take the L. And now we have a mini bye week, and hopefully we can get back on track against the Buccaneers.
888-957-9570. Call in right now. Let's play fill in the blank game. I'll pose you the 3 questions, and you tell me. Question number 2. The Niners lose a close game tonight, and you feel?
Encouraged. I feel encouraged. If they can keep this game close, given all of their injuries and the non-injuries on the Rams. I mean, look at that Rams team, Joe. Matt Stafford. When it's all said and done, he might be a borderline Hall of Famer. Devontae Adams is going to the Hall of Fame. Puka Nacua, guy, all he's been doing is been balling out since getting into the league. Kyron Williams, probably one of the most underrated running backs in the NFL. Oh, and by the way, Sean McVay's still over there, one of the top coaches in the league. And you keep this game close when you have no Nick Bosa on that defensive line? Yeah, I'd feel encouraged. Now, if they lose in a heartbreaking fashion at the very end, it's the final seconds, and it's an Eddie Pinheiro missed field goal, I'm going to be very upset. But the fact that you
don't speak that into existence.
Knock on wood, it doesn't.
Please.
No more Jake Moody. We love Eddie De Niro. He's fine.
Yeah, I mean, could have had Puka, but no, we had to have Latu and Jake Moody.
And Jake Moody at one point did make the longest.
Could have had Puka, though.
At one point, Jake Moody did have the longest field goal in the history of the Super Bowl, so don't forget that.
It's like 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll take Jake Moody over whoever that.
Sam, get ready. You're next. I'm going to pose these to you.
I said encourage. That's the word I would use.
They find a way to somehow win the game tonight, and you feel?
Oh, this team's a playoff team. Like, are you kidding me? You win this game tonight. I said it a couple days ago. People and Bonte said I was crazy. This would be one of the greatest regular season wins in Shanahan's tenure.
Let me take it a step further.
It would be the greatest win of Mac Jones's professional career.
Playoffs?
I would be thrilled if they won this game tonight doing, like, somersaults. I would argue it's the most satisfying, thrilling victory in the regular season since the Philly Eagle game in 2023.
I love the word you use, satisfying. You could talk so much smack. Now, you have to find a Rams fan, first and foremost, to talk smack to them. I don't even know if they exist. As we talk about all the fan bases of the NFC West. And the Niners, it's going to be like 75% Niner fans down there with their fake crowd noise when the Niners are on offense. Satisfying is a great word, though.
It would be such a resilient victory given who's not available. I mean, we would be doing cartwheels. All right, guys, let's go around the room. Sam Lubman, they get blown out tonight. And you feel?
Not at all shocked in that situation. They have literally no one that you could really depend on outside of McCaffrey going on offense, and he's been bottled up. And I feel like that's going to put too much pressure on a young defense, and this is a Rams offense that, with Sean McVay calling the shots, he's going to try and put the hurt on this team.
They lose a close game, and you feel?
Like the defense really kept them in this one. And in that point, you would be giving your flowers to Robert Saleh and a little bit to Kyle Shanahan because this is Kyle Shanahan's defense.
I mean, Richie Z is in the chat saying, you win tonight, coronation.
Sensation.
Blake coronation?
That's an interesting one. I mean,
who are we coronating?
Everyone. Mac, DeMarcus Robinson.
Well, that's the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
What is the rat on the table? I'm going to go to Carter next.
If Mac Jones somehow, I told this to Sam, let's just have fun and we'll finish the game. If Mac Jones somehow has a game-winning drive and he uses his arm and it looks good and they upset this team, I'm just telling you the conversations that are going to be had tomorrow.
Say it with a straight face
on our airwaves. No, I have to have a bleep eating grin on my face about this because it sounds absurd.
Because it is.
But if it happens, but it's not though, Sam. The Niners keep games close against the Rams.
We all have a friend right now who is saying, if Mac Jones wins this game, I can't take him out. We all have a friend in our group, in our Niner circle, that is a Mac Jones truther who legitimately believes that he is better than Brock Purdy.
I
think it's absurd.
I didn't say that. I said if he wins this game, the reaction is going to be crazy nationally and locally. If it's a game,
he wins this game with no Kittle, no Kittle.
Who picks him up in the 95-7 fantasy league?
I could argue it'd be more impressive than any of Brock Purdy's wins.
Stop. Just okay.
What, like the 2 wins this year, or like career?
I could make the argument.
I mean, come on.
If Mac Jones wins the game tonight with no Kittle, no Ayuk,
no Bosa,
no Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall. Are you kidding me?
Like either of Brock's wins this year or in his career.
Purdy won an NFC Championship game.
Now,
down 24-10.
What? Come on.
Did Purdy win that?
He's won 4 playoff games.
Yeah, he did. It was incredible.
That'll be a tough argument for those.
You know what? Now I want them to win tonight just to hear you struggle to make that argument tomorrow.
But who was available in those games?
You had Brandon Ayuk. I'm stopping you.
I'd love to know how you're going to spin that one.
You don't even believe what you're saying.
Sam, if they win tonight, fill in the blank. 888-957-9570. Fill in the blank, Sam. Last one. If they win tonight, by any stretch of the means, you'll feel?
I'll feel a little impressed with Mac Jones, I guess, in that situation. But if they win tonight, it's that would be a huge divisional win.
The more I'm thinking about this, I do think it's going to be it would have been more impressive.
I think they're going to be in this one.
Yeah.
Stop. I'm not letting you do that to Brock Purdy. The guy's got years of data. Look, I think he's really good. I don't think he's the most elite, but to think that he hasn't had big wins is absolutely
I never
insane.
said he didn't have big wins. I'd say this win, given the circumstances,
a Week 5 win.
It was been one of the most impressive wins I have ever seen. If Mac Jones gets it done
I'm going to let that just sit there. I'm just going to let that sit there. Carter, quickly with you because I want to go to the rest of the squad here because a lot of people are on hold. The Niners get blown out tonight. You feel?
Expected.
There you go.
I think they are going to get blown out tonight. I think tonight's going to be an example.
Mike, I don't want to hear
money on it. You won't.
I already did.
Oh my God!
I knew it. That's why I said
look, I hate to be the downer, but that's just the way I feel.
Okay, if they lose a close game tonight, you'll feel?
I will feel grateful.
Grateful.
I will feel like that will feel like a positive, like a step in the right direction if they lose a close game tonight. I think that you're going up against an extremely dynamic offense, and the defense last week showed almost nothing.
They got a couple stops.
Well, how was the defensive line? How was the front four?
They kept him in the game long enough.
Casper had more appearances than they did.
And what chance do you have then?
Well, they had a chance to win the game if the offense didn't cough it up there, and Eric Armstead didn't.
They had plenty of chances to win. There's no question there. It's
all right. They pulled this one out. And there's a miracle. Do you believe in miracles?
I will. It'll be a better win than us beating the Soviet Union in hockey.
If Al Michaels drops that call tonight while the Niners win.
That is true. Actually, no. I've seen on Thursday Night Football at SoFi Stadium, Baker Mayfield starting for the Rams. Actually, I don't even think he started. I think he came in relief after a series. I've seen him win with no experience at all in that offense. So,
Joe, I'm going to double down. Someone out there believes in you. Let's go to line 2. It just says, if Mac wins. I just want to
see that. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm looking at the phone right here. Because it got turned in my direction.
I didn't even know we had a phone right there.
Yeah, there's a phone. It's an old school phone,
Can
too.
we call people?
I don't know, but maybe it's Commissioner Gordon. Whoever line 2 is, it just says, if Mac wins. I want to hear what that person has
said. It says
said.
Damon in the dump truck. What's up, Damon?
What up, D-Dog?
What's up, man? I'm just here on 101. I wasn't going to call, man. But you guys started talking about if Mac wins. And to me, Mac has played better than Purdy this year. I know Purdy's only had he actually had 2 starts. But Purdy hasn't played well since 2023. And we're basing everything off of what he did his first 2 seasons. And he just hasn't looked good. I was all for Purdy, but he hasn't looked good. The first game of the season, he was basically saved from a 3rd interception. I remember all during training camp, they were saying, Purdy's throwing a lot of interceptions, but you had guys like Dave Lombardi and other guys saying, that's what you're supposed to do in training camp. You're supposed to test your limits. It doesn't mean anything, but we're seeing it time and time again. He's just I feel like we have another Garoppolo. I'm ringing the bell. I'm ringing the alarm bell on Purdy, man. I just don't know.
Well, if Mac wins,
he looked great.
If Mac wins, are you going to be the guy in the chat, like with your boys? Are you going to be hitting the thread up going, I told you so?
If Mac wins, I'm going to be like, man, hey, he's playing hot. He's got a hot hand. Let's see what else he can do.
There you go.
I
think a lot of people feel that way.
I can't hate that. That's Damon in the dumb truck.
I love Damon.
888-957-9570.
I'm a Niner fan. I just want whoever's going to win. But I also I love watching Purdy play. But right now he's not healthy. We all know he's the man when he's healthy, and he's not right now. And so you need Mac Jones. Next man up, step up. He wins this game. He's going to win over a lot of people.
Yes.
You are like Mr. Burns, like excellent.
Well, I'm just
over
saying.
There.
He's looked good. Okay. This is his toughest test thus far. And this is the toughest test for the Niners team, and they have none of their best players. Everyone's expecting him to get destroyed tonight, Joe. Like everyone. No, seriously. Like, no one's expecting a real game tonight. It's an 8.5 point
Guys,
spread.
This is sports, man.
No.
This is why they suit up.
I'm just telling you what the narrative and perspectives are nationally and how everyone's viewing this game, because this is a nationally televised product. It is Thursday Night Football, all eyes at SoFi Stadium. Al Michaels will be on the call, by the way. Al Michaels joining the afternoon show yesterday. We'll get some of his thoughts on the game tonight. But you're doing the fill-in-the-blank game right now. Are we still playing that, or are we doing if Mac Jones wins this game tonight?
If the Niners win this game tonight. So, I see someone else on there. Line 3, step right up, no waiting.
Angel in Sonoma.
If the Niners win this game, fill in the blank.
Faithful. 100%. We're going to be faithful no matter what.
Love that.
Do you have faith in Mac Jones?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. I think he did really well, and he's proving himself for sure.
What are you most optimistic about tonight, Angel?
Injuries.
Oh, that's good. That'd be a positive if they don't come away with any injuries. That's Angel in Sonoma.
Good call, Angel.
Very succinct and straightforward. Faithful, Joe. Oh, ye of little faith.
You know who I know is rooting for Mac Jones tonight?
Who?
Robin Sambruno somewhere. You think I'm joking?
Where is Rob at? Where's he at? I'm shocked we haven't heard from him. I'm putting the bat signal as you saying Commissioner Gordon. Where's Robin Sambruno? 888-957-9570. I believe in Mac Jones. Do I believe that he can overcome all of these losses everywhere? On the offense, on the defense? I'm not sure. But keep it close. And if there's an opportunity for a game-winning drive, he has shown, Joe, that he is capable of doing that.
I mean, he wins this one tonight. Your point about it would be more miraculous than us beating the Soviets in 1980.
It might be.
It's one of the greatest bars, Carter, you've ever spit.
I mean, is it Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson? I don't know. It might be. Duke in the city. What's up, Duke? Duke! Line 1, let's go!
Listen to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with my paisan, Joe Spadoni, and the pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky, and always Fillmore's finest, Bonte Hill. What's up, fellas?
What's up, dog? I missed you.
Where you been at, Duke?
You know what's up. I mean, I miss y'all too, man. I love y'all, man. The hiatus is over, man. We back, man. We're going to do what we do, represent this squad like we always represent this squad, man. Defensive pressures is what we got to have, man. Do not run McCaffrey in the dirt, man, because that's what they already know. They think we got CMC, so they think we're going to push him in the dirt. Cannot do that. We got to be the game plan cannot be the offensive game plan cannot be predictable. You know what I mean? Throw a little trickeration in there. Get Kendrick Bourne and get your boy DeMarcus Robinson in there. Like I said, try to go deep with him. And let's do what we do. And we went to the great Northwest with a bird. Is the Niners going sick and coming hard is what the word is. So we got McCaffrey with the 450 chicken. Ricky P running route through the crowd with the swiftness. Where's George Kittle? Mysterious like a riddle. Blocking everybody. So when he get a touchdown, crowd say, hey, diddle, diddle. Coming around the corner, 54, Fred Warner. Running back the receiver. You're going to be a goner. Red smoke is in the air. Now let that be the you got some brand new toys. It's time for us to see them. Niner fans, stand up and represent your squad. You know how we do it the Bay way, baby.
Let's go.
That's Duke in the city. I've missed that man so much. Duke is back. You know what? I'm feeling better about this Niners game tonight. Now that Duke called, I'm fired up.
We're blowing him out.
I think Mac Jones was listening to that.
We're blowing him out.
That would, of all the scenarios that happens, that one would be the craziest.
Been a Niner fan my entire life. There's the seminal image in my head of Bill Walsh getting carried off the field after winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
But there are other guys that have had that happen. Bryant Young got carried off the field in his final Candlestick game. Jerry Rice got carried off the field. Mac Jones wins tonight. They might carry him off that SoFi field.
And the Niner fans, well, it's going to be like 90% Niner fans. Like the percentage keeps getting higher and higher.
Kyle would be so jealous.
Kyle will be jealous? No, Kyle.
If Mac gets carried off the field?
No. Kyle will feel validated by all of it.
God.
I always liked Mac.
Kyle's going to run Mac up the middle next week for taking the spotlight.
He's going to open his presser after the game. You know, you guys were all laughing at me, the notion of me drafting Mac Jones. See? That's what he can do.
And he's going to get him hurt next week.
In him.
As is tradition.
He's going to get him hurt.
We have a guy from Alabama calling in.
Let's hear it.
John in Tuscaloosa, baby.
Let's go.
Hey, big win for Bama last week.
Roll Tide.
What's up, Johnny?
Roll Tide. Hey, I'm Johnny from Tuscaloosa. I'm a college student, but I'm from the Bay. I'm just calling to say I got faith in Mac Jones, a student at Alabama. I mean, if someone was to win tonight, it's him. Brock Purdy, I mean, like the other caller said, he hasn't looked good the last 2 years. I mean, Mac Jones is on a hot streak. I'm really looking forward to tonight.
I love
Let's go, John in Tuscaloosa.
People are, let's go, Mac. We're riding the Mac truck.
Everyone, hey, Mac Daddy.
Let's
Return
go.
of the Mac. Hey, if they do win tonight and Mac Jones is the big reason, it's not the show open. It's just return of the Mac. That's just what you're putting.
When does
right
that
there.
Mac come into play for you?
Hey, that's a 5. That's a 5. Oh, my God.
Crack.
What is that even? I don't even know if I still have that.
Oh, my God.
I don't even know if I still have that
Oh,
drop.
my God.
No, we don't have it anymore.
Oh, we don't. It's in the system, though. For
It was
sure.
removed for reasons.
It was? No, I have it. It's right here.
When does that crack come into play for you? Now, so the cocaine's happening.
It's all time.
I don't think we're supposed to play that anymore.
Oh, we're getting in trouble. That's okay. I'll take the fall for that. I'll be the fall guy. Shout out Chris
Everybody
Carter.
in Bama is rooting for Mac Jones, aren't they?
Well, he should be. He's an alum. I mean, they're rooting for Brock or they're rooting for Mac. Come on. Brock is, hold on. Brock Purdy is Mac Jones' biggest fan tonight, too, is he not? He's a team player. Brock's hoping Mac does well, right?
Sure.
You don't think he is?
I just think you want the team to win, but you don't want him to perform well. If I just know how I am. Like, I want you to, good job. I want you to throw 4 picks and we'll win by 1.
Brock's a good guy. He's a man of
but
faith.
it's the competitor, you know.
Come on. Oh, we have a Rams fan that wants to join in.
Oh,
Al in Fairfield. What's up, Al?
So you're the one Rams fan.
Yep, that's me, baby. Been representing. I'm from Richmond, California, but love my Rams. Anyway,
If Mac Jones beat the Rams, I will be so disappointed. The 49ers does not stand a chance. The only thing you guys will win tonight is the crowd, and then tomorrow you'll talk about how you had more people from San Francisco in our stadium. We're going to the Super Bowl. I'll call back the week before the Super Bowl and let y'all know what time it is. Go Rams.
Oh,
Okay, that's Alan Fairfield.
beat LA.
We'll see. They are a good team. Hey, listen, the Rams have all the reasons to win this game. If the Rams lose this game, it'd be a horrible look for them.
This is a house money game.
It's house money. Yes. Whose house? Rams house.
Oh, God, it was so fake.
It's so dumb. Before we get to Dave
Frauds,
Fleming,
as they will say.
by the way,
Damn Rams.
I want to ask Dave Fleming how he feels about this game.
Play the
tonight.
drop, just please. I have to hear the drop.
I have it. Hold on,
It's
Trey.
just every time I hear frauds, the
Reds are frauds to me. I won the damn Super Bowl. They were frauds that year. Damn it.
He said "damn it" like 3 times in there.
Super Bowl.
Even when they won
were
the Super Bowl.
frauds that year. Down 10 in the fourth quarter twice
Joe
in the
Burrow.
NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but they're frauds.
And down to Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl as well.
That is sports talk at its finest right there.
It's just, you know what? But that's saltiness that you appreciate from
I
a
do.
guy like Bonte.
I do.
Bonte. Lee and Hayward, before we get to
What's
Dave
up,
Fleming.
Lee?
Dave Fleming coming up in 6 minutes. What's up, Lee?
Yo.
Got you, brother. What you got?
Yo, it's Lou. It's not Lee, but it's all good. Yo, man, I hear everyone talking about Mac Jones, man, Brock Purdy, all these worries about him, man. We ain't talking about the 2 drops that Fred Warner did on Sunday. And what about McCaffrey, man? We putting all the blame on Purdy, man. I think he's going to take us to the Super Bowl. I think y'all forgot that 2 seasons ago, he was like one of the runners-up for MVP.
You're right.
So, man, y'all got to stop
I forgot it.
sleeping on Purdy, man. Come on. He's on a stub toe. Do you want to play with a stub toe, my guy? Like, come on, man. That's why he's sitting out. So that's what I want to say. Also, shout out to my girlfriend right here next to me. It's her first time on 95.7. You know what I'm saying?
What's her name?
What's her name?
What's her name? She's being a little shy. We went to the game on Sunday for my birthday, but she's being a little shy. You know what I'm saying?
Did she have fun?
She had fun, right, Mariali?
Yeah.
We had fun. But go 49ers, man.
Let's go.
There you go. Hey, he's famous now. That's Lou, not Lee, right?
Sweet Lou.
Sweet Lou. Lou Trevino, Giants legend. How about that?
Lou Trevino. No, Giants legend Zach Littell starting that game last night.
Giants legend Dave Fleming coming up in about 5 minutes talking about some gigantes. Maybe we'll
My guy, he totally put his girl on the spot there.
She's getting a little shy, a little gun shy. That's okay. I don't know if you remember, Joe, as Lou saying, Brock Purdy was really good a couple years ago. I don't know if you remember that. And he has a hurt toe.
Stubbed.
He stubbed it. He has a stubbed toe. Like he stepped on a Lego at home or something.
Corner of the bed.
I'll say this.
Stepping on, I don't care what anyone says. That is the worst.
No.
When you slam your toe, that or the cramp in the middle of the night where your toe feels like the tendon's going to explode. Does anyone ever get those?
I don't know if you've had this, but like if your bed's raised up a little bit, if you have like a king size or a queen, and then you hit your shin on it in the middle of the night,
Dude,
that's the worst.
My wife's going to kill me. But I knew I was getting middle-aged. One night we were having, stuff. And then I all of a sudden came up with the worst cramp in my foot of all time.
No.
And I got put on the IR.
Oh, no.
Yeah, in the middle of it.
You couldn't even fight through it.
Dude, it was like, my whole foot, locked up, dude. It was the cramp was so bad.
Like, I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does. You guys.
I needed Mac Jones to come in like that commercial. What is the commercial?
The backups.
We're going to the backup.
Yeah, that's pretty good. With who's my guy?
Teddy Bridgewater.
No.
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito, my paisan. Tommy Cutlets, baby. Let's get to Dave Fleming right now. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank.
My wife's going to kill me.
Which is here for you and here for good.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Oh, heck yes.
This is San Jose Jazz fan.
and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
You know, Joe, we're rolling on the Niners right now.
God, we are.
We're rolling, but we got to put a tiny little pin in the Niners for just a second. Because yesterday, Buster Posey spoke, and, he's running the Giants right now, and they have a vacancy when it comes to their managerial position. And it was just kind of an end of the year, hey, this is what happened this year. This is where we are right now. This is where we want to be, kind of assessing everything. And we're bringing in Dave Fleming here in a second. And I'm going to start here before we effort Dave. I thought Buster Posey showed tremendous leadership. As I was really frustrated with the whole Saleh at the podium thing this week, maybe some of the handling of some of the injuries and whatnot, I think what Buster Posey showed me yesterday was incredible foresight on the fandom and how to not allow the next person he chooses to have kind of the excitement taken out of the room, the air taken out of the balloon. Him addressing the Bochy thing head on and basically saying, yeah, in his own way, love Bruce, he'll always have a spot with the organization, but I'm probably going to go in a different direction. I think that does two things. Number one, it sets up expectations for the fan base. Bruce is not probably going to be the guy. Number two, it allows whoever he does choose to have their moment in the sun so that a portion of the fan base isn't saying, oh my gosh, it should have, could have, would have been Bruce Bochy. I thought it showed tremendous leadership, and he could have easily kept it vague, and I loved what I heard from him yesterday.
The more I hear Buster Posey speak, it's interesting, right? Because I like to think that we've had some really good general managers here in the Bay Area. John Lynch, very well spoken. We'll get to some of the sound that he had to say on the 49ers Talk podcast. Very interesting stuff for the general manager of the Niners. Very well spoken. Leader. You can see why he played football, why people gravitate towards him. Bob Myers for a moment in time here, prior to Mike Dunleavy. Very personable. You know Bob. I know Bob. We all do. Like, you feel like you know him whenever he speaks. Very personable. Mike Dunleavy, he's gotten better at it. I think he's kind of more matter-of-fact kind of a guy, but he's pretty solid. Buster Posey speaks like how he played. He's a no-nonsense guy, which I actually kind of appreciate, because the Niners need a no-nonsense individual leading them, because it's been a bunch of nonsense the last decade plus, quite frankly. It's been like since the Giants. The Giants, correct. And I do appreciate him going out of his way and pouring, if you want to say, cold water on the fire that was a Bruce Bochy reunion. Just saying, I'm not getting the fans' hopes up right now. I'm just going to tell you, he's not coming. It's not in our plans.
Well, what if you're like, let's say
as a manager,
but let's say he was vague yesterday with that, with the whole Bochy aspect, right? And let's say he's like, we're going to look into everything. You know how coach speak or whatever.
I don't like that.
No, yeah. I know. And then you get hired. Let's say he hires Joe Spadoni. Yeah. What's everyone saying?
Really?
Could have had Boch.
Exactly.
Why didn't we go after Boch?
But at least he nips that in the bud immediately. That's what I'm saying. And says, that was never on the table.
And that's why, to me, I thought it showed tremendous foresight and leadership. And really, all I want to know is, do you have a plan? Do you have a plan?
They better have a plan.
But they haven't for the last decade. It's kind of like, we're going to do the best we can to compete. We're not going to rebuild, but we're certainly not going to retool. But we kind of are, but we're not sure. And maybe you'll be in 1 and 2 year deals. No. He's like, look, this is my core. Chapman, I guess Jung-Hoo Lee, Adames, Devers, I'm assuming Bryce Eldridge, Logan Webb. That's my core. I am adding to the core. And as I watched these other playoff games yesterday with the Cincinnati Reds and the Dodgers, I couldn't name five. I love baseball. Couldn't name 5 guys in that Cincinnati Reds, do or die game, season on the line. You go home if you don't win. I couldn't name 5 guys in that lineup. And Zach Littell was the opener.
Zach! Hey, Ellie De La Cruz still on that team, right?
So what it tells me is that Buster Posey, the nucleus they have, the mindset for next year, no matter how bad it gets during the regular season, you're still in it. Double and triple down on your core.
They are only a couple moves away from, even this year, they were a week away from making the playoffs. They are not far behind. Now, we always view it in the lens of within the division. And yes, the Dodgers are really good. The Padres are really good. The D-backs are going to wheel and deal like they always do, try to make more moves. But, I'm not sure. We don't have Dave on just yet. We're going to be efforting him. 888-957-9570.
So let's get back into the Niners then.
I want to because I referenced John Lynch, and I want to play the sound for you. And it's fun. We're doing the fill in the blank game. We can do it the rest of the show if we want.
Yeah,
it's Niners,
if they get
tonight.
blown out tonight, how do you feel?
How do you feel?
If they win a close one, how do you feel? If they lose a close one, how do you feel?
And I think this would be one of the best wins in the Kyle Shanahan regular season era. Everyone gets so sensitive. They won so much bigger games at last. I'm not saying it's a playoff type of win, but given all the players that are going to be out tonight, you have a backup quarterback starting, folks, with no one. No Pearsall, no Ayuk, no Jennings. God love Kendrick Bourne. No one wanted him this summer. No one wanted Sky Moore. The Chiefs were like, take him, please.
Tonight, when number 9 makes a play, Sky Moore always believed in you.
Jake Tonjes, I couldn't even pick the guy out of the lineup a couple weeks ago. He makes the play of his life. You're relying on him. Luke Farrell.
I love how no one knew he existed, Jake Tonjes, a month ago.
His own mom
and
did.
now we're like, local hero.
He's a local hero. Relax. John Lynch, 49ers GM on the 49ers Talk podcast on the impact of the lack of continuity at the receiver position. I thought this was fascinating.
We haven't had a lot of continuity at that receiver group. Guys have been in and out of the lineup. We've had new players in. And I think once we establish some of that continuity, and we're pretty good at getting hats on hats and be real clean in our responsibilities, we'll start to bust those. And everyone's just got to strain and do. We have a saying around here, do right longer. And we got to do right a little bit longer. And Christian's too talented. He'll start busting some of these.
Okay. And Christian right now is like your best receiver by the numbers. And I don't know if that is what you want, but it's what you got. And you're 3-1 right now. And that is a positive I could take away from this. Because I said it all offseason, Joe. The 49ers offensively are going to have to be a little bit less run reliant, if you will. I would like to see them open it up a little bit more.
Yeah, but you need guys that you trust.
And you need guys that you trust. And
I mean, like right now,
did we underestimate the loss of Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, no, there's not a doubt in our minds that we underestimate that. I also think Jordan Watkins going down, who's the rookie. None of us really saw him, except those that were at camp. Like he was a rookie who was really coming on. And I wonder if he can get healthy, and then I wonder if he had been healthy, would he already be making an impact?
I mean, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James. I mean, this rookie class right now.
There's no excuses why these guys should not be on the field. Nick Martin, I want him suited up, and I want him on the field.
It's kind of ridiculous. Like, it's one thing for the veterans to be getting hurt, and it sucks, and that's one thing. But the fact that we keep going through this with the rookies is what's really troubling
Look at
me.
your first picks. Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, C.J. West.
All have been hurt or on the injury
It doesn't
report.
mean they were bad picks today. You just haven't gotten immediate return on any of them.
Absolutely. And
at least that you need, especially with Bosa out. Like, it's probably unfair, but it's where we're at.
Again, this is John Lynch on the 49ers Talk podcast. Some really good stuff. This is him talking about other teams focusing more on stopping Christian McCaffrey in the 49ers run game right now.
Everyone at the top, you sit in these meetings when you're playing the Niners, and I'm sure right at the top of the list, we've got to stop Christian McCaffrey and the Niners run game. So it's an emphasis. You can see that people are dedicating their resources. The way they're doing it is a little different. It's usually an 8-man front. I think we're not seeing as much as that, and it's limiting our explosive runs. And so we got to find a way to do that. And the answer is everybody wants to point to the offensive line or Christian. It's everyone. Kyle often says the receivers are the ones that set the tone for our football team offensively, because when they're out blocking and digging out safeties and such, we're really humming. And that's what can spring Christian on some of these explosives.
And it's ties hand in hands to when you don't have a continuity at the wide receiver position. It's hard to create those explosive plays like he's alluding to right there. It's just a trickle-down effect, which is why we keep coming back to this game for the 49ers against the Rams. If they somehow could win with all of these players out, it would be a feather in the cap for Mac Jones, for Kyle Shanahan, for Robert Saleh, for the entire team to step up tonight and get a win against a division rival and go 3-0 potentially in the division, because there's a lot of doom and gloom right now. Everyone wants to be down, and I get it. The injuries suck. You don't have Brock out there. You don't have Ricky out there. You don't have Bosa. You don't have Kittle. You don't have a lot of these guys that Niners fans are used to leaning on in the last couple of years. I get it. But this is still Kyle Shanahan. This is still Robert Saleh. Like, coaches coach against other coaches. I saw and heard I think it was Greg Cosell saying that yesterday. That's what they do. You know Sean McVay. You know his tendencies if you're Robert Saleh. You know these guys. Go out there and just make the opposition uncomfortable. Can you do that? Can you make Stafford skittish in the pocket? I'm looking at Bryce Huff. I'm looking at Michael Williams, but I'm also looking at the guy that's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm looking at the best linebacker in football tonight, Joe, to make his mark on this game. Fred Warner. I want to see him all over the place. Rushing the quarterback, dropping back, diving after balls, punch outs.
He needs help.
He needs help.
I want to see Upton Stout make a big play tonight.
Okay.
I think he's a guy we're kind of underselling getting into this matchup. He's going to have opportunities, I think, to make plays.
I want to see Deommodore Lenoir. I want to see him get an interception tonight. That would be great. Demo has been, he hasn't been talked about enough, in my opinion, but the reason he's not is because you don't hear his name on the broadcast, which means he's doing his job, which means no one's throwing to his side of the field. I'm not seeing, oh, what an incredible play over Deommodore Lenoir. No. He's doing his job. But to your point, it's the others now that need to step up. They're not throwing over to his side. It was to, Renardo Green, if you will. Now he's dealing with the neck.
The thing that not bugs me, but worries me is, Tutu Atwell does nothing all game in the last game and then has the big 80-yard catch. He did the same thing against the Niners in week 3 last year, except he had a couple of big chunk plays. Tutu on these crossers against the Niners has actually crushed us for years. And I'm very worried now that he's the 3 and we got so much attention on Devontae and Puka and they're the headliners. I'm worried about the big chunk plays from that third receiver.
And let's just keep it a buck. Matt Stafford, the quarterback, is infinitely better than any other quarterback you've faced thus far. He's better than Sam Darnold. He's better than Kyler Murray. He's better than Spencer Rattler.
Coach.
He's better than Trevor Lawrence. And he's the best coach, that you faced thus far. Absolutely.
Both are true.
This is the toughest test that you say.
Is Jared Verse the best defender that you faced through? I mean, I know defenses are a team element, but this was pretty freaking good.
Josh Allen, probably. Josh Hines Allen, he's been playing incredible this year. But
Verse reminds me of Khalil Mack.
No, that's a good call.
In terms of upper body strength and when he gets his long arms on you, he just pushes you back.
I'll say this is easily the best defensive front you're going up against. How about that one for you? And Jared Verse, if he's not the best player, it's 1A, 1B, I think, with Josh Hines Allen, who I came away from last week just with so much respect. And Trent Williams is going to need to have a bounce-back game. Let's keep it a buck. Trent needs to show up more than he did last week. And I don't need to see Trent on the sideline going at the Los Angeles Rams players. Let's just, can we not do that today? If anything.
Well, that was Debo's role.
Let's not. Who's the defensive coordinator for the Rams, by the way? Do we know? Is Robert Saleh?
It's the guy that was the college guy's, what's his face's son. This is going to kill me. Look it up.
Oh, by the way, Dave has a very important broadcaster meeting this morning. We'll have him on another day. It's okay. We'll get him at one point. We love Dave, and we'll keep on the 49ers
Chris
right
Shula.
now. Shula. Oh, is he
the grandson of Don Shula?
Oh, okay. There you go.
Guru's grandson?
Stop.
That's
a deep cut. Please explain.
So the genesis for that joke was last week we were saying, which host is what NFL coach. And, Shasky had his pick, Spinoni has his pick. I forget what your guys' pick was because we asked Guru, and Guru, without hesitating, was like, I think I'm Don Shula.
And then producer Ken's like, no, you're not.
You can't be Don Shula, he said.
He said you can't be.
You can't
and then
be.
Goose like, what? Goose
Why
stop.
can't I be Don Shula?
He's like, is it a race thing? That's what he said. I was like, oh my God.
We're cut from the same cloth, Don and I.
I got to look up Don for just a second now. Now I have to look up.
Swag of a Guru and Don Shula.
We both have the 160 IQ.
Okay, Don Shula. When was he born?
God, probably like the 30s?
1930 in Grand River, Ohio.
Yeah,
When I think of Guru, I think of the 1930s in Grand River, Ohio.
Oh, my God. Sports Talk.
Have you ever been to Ohio?
I've never been to Ohio in my life.
I
have no desire to. Sports Talk 95 Cent the Game is presented by Paramount. Oh, Canton. There you go.
I have a desire to go to Ohio.
I'll go to Canton, Ohio. Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
I do want to sit in the dog pound one time. I told you, I like the Cleveland Browns. I root from afar for them.
I'd rather go to Ohio State.
My AFC
I've been. It's awful. Trust me.
You've been?
Yeah, I've been to Ohio. It's just the ugliest state I've ever been to. Sorry if there's anyone out there listening from Ohio. I didn't
No
mean that.
disrespect, but here comes one of the most slanderous things I could think of.
Ohio is for lovers. Shout out Hawthorne Heights, baby. Sports Talk at 95 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And we are going to be live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
Without Googling, what number Super Bowl did Don Shula win?
Oh, it was an early one because it was in the 70s.
It was an early one.
9?
7 and 8.
Oh, damn. Oh, so close. It's single digits.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. I knew
How
it was
many
early.
wins for Don Shula?
Oh, the most ever, right?
As a head coach,
He's
yes.
the most
347,
ever.
right?
Yes, 347. Good job,
well, that
Sammy.
doesn't count. He's wearing a Miami Hurricane. Like, he's a Miami guy. He
They
knows
literally
that.
have like restaurants down
Yeah.
Miami called like the 347 Grill. So
right, yeah. He has a bunch of steakhouses down there. He's a legend. Don Shula
I
is
associate him
football.
with the Colts.
Okay. You think...
But he's also a Dolphin.
Actually, well, I'm glad you're bringing up Don Shula. Do you think either of these coaches has a chance to break his record? Like, out of these two head coaches tonight, which one's more likely to be a lifer to you? Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan?
McVay is so on the juice right now. I mean, the guy looks
talking
incredible.
about?
I don't know. I think he's going to live forever.
The juice?
Oh, dude, there's not. He looks exactly the same as the day he was hired.
Yeah, it's that LA sun. He just gets a tan. By the way, Sean McVay from Ohio. Did you know that?
He's kind of like an army brat, though, in the sense of like he's like a coach. He just bounced around the whole country because I've heard Florida,
Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, he's from everywhere.
He's only 39.
That's what I'm saying.
It's pretty crazy. Let me look right now. You ponder on that, Christian. Ponder on it, please.
I would lean Shanahan because I don't think he has a lot of outside interest other than being a head coach. I think McVay could do television work yesterday, and maybe he wants to switch it up.
And they were hired the same year. So McVay took over back in 2017, just like Kyle Shanahan. And we'll just go regular season because that's what they do. They don't count playoff wins or postseason wins. They just go all-time.
Well, no. I think Shula's includes 347 includes playoffs.
Is that what we do still?
I could be wrong, but I thought it did.
Okay. I'll pull that up. We'll get on that. But I just think it's an interesting question. Which one of these guys is more likely to be a lifer? Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. As we're talking about the coaching matchup, and it's always funny how we compare and contrast these two.
347 is combined postseason, regular season.
Okay, it's combined for you.
328 in the regular season.
Okay, so if we're combining Kyle Shanahan's, in his career, he is 81-67. All right? Sean McVay is 91-58. So it's, 10 wins there. Pretty close. But
he inherited Gurley and Donald, and he made the most of it.
He did. And also, he's only 39. Now, the conversation around McVay, as he was on, I think he was on the broadcast last year for the Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, for Fox. He's really good, though. Like seriously, like as a broadcaster.
He's amazing.
Everyone thought he was going to be kind of the next Madden, if you will, where Madden, he retired really early. He was at one point the youngest head coach in the NFL. Just got burned out. Like, he just couldn't do it anymore. He made the transition. He was really good.
How old was he when he started?
Who?
McVay?
McVay was 30, the youngest head coach still in the history of the NFL to get hired.
Shula was 33.
That's insane.
Shula was 33, 32 when he got hired.
Dude.
1963.
I could not imagine, being 30 years old. Where we were at, Carter, just a couple of years ago, Sam, being a head coach in the NFL? What? That's insane. And then he's also the youngest head coach to ever reach it at 33, and then the youngest head coach ever to win it at 36, Sean McVay. I just don't think we talk enough about these guys and what they've been able to accomplish this early on in their careers. I get it. Sean McVay's been to 2, and he's won 1. Kyle Shanahan's been to 2, lost both of them. But I just like to appreciate, when we see these guys out there, that they came from the same coaching tree too. Like LaFleur is part of that, and he's looking to break through, obviously, and reach the Super Bowl for the first time. It is pretty incredible that they all came from the same coaching tree.
Before NIL went like crazy, and now you have to re-recruit every player every year. It's very difficult to be a college coach. I hypothesize that if I'm McVay, you take some years off, you go take over USC. Wouldn't he be a perfect USC coach?
Yeah, I think when you win at such a high level for so long, now I know Belichick's doing it right now, and he's doing it towards the end of his career.
No, I think more as to him, it's just because he loves the purity of the sport.
It's like a hobby.
Yeah.
Instead of playing golf, he's just going to go coach UNC football. By the way, next weekend, boys, are we all going to Cal Berkeley to watch UNC v Cal? We doing that? We doing a show trip?
I mean, what's the point? Cal's going to destroy them.
It was a big come from behind win last week against Boston College.
Yeah, Morning Roast is doing game day there in Berkeley.
Really?
No, but that'd be cool.
Hey, game day was popping in Berkeley. They should come back. Why not? Oh, it's because UNC is booty in their cheeks. They're not good.
Next week, we're probably doing the pumpkin patch, and the rodeo's in town.
Oh, the rodeo. Where do they do that at?
I think it's the Cow Palace.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. 888-957.
Everybody's a cowboy now.
Everyone's a cowboy. Why not? Cowboy Carter, Beyonce, baby. Let's go.
What did we think of Brock's outfit that he wore going into the stadium? I know the game itself kind of masked it. How are we feeling about the jeans, boots? I mean, that's him.
I mean, he's in there. Do they do that in Arizona? Is that the look? I don't know. I'm more like Mac Jones. What he wears tonight will tell me a lot about where
coming
he is
in like
at.
the Riddler.
No, dude, if he did, I'd respect it. The guy plays with swagger that I aspire to have. Listen, you guys can all say I'm crazy. I think this would be one of the great wins if they are able to pull it off tonight in Kyle Shanahan's tenure and Mac Jones's professional career. I get that he won the national championship. That's probably the biggest win of his career at this point. But professionally, if Mac Jones is able to quarterback this team, limit the turnovers, and win this thing, I'd come away with it. Him being 3-0, 2 divisional wins. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And 2 wins would be on the road? How could you not feel good about Mac Jones going forward?
You'd feel great.
Feel great.
And
it gives me, Joe, more time to put Brock Purdy on ice and let him rest. Seriously, right? What are you guys laughing about?
Just the chat, you bring up the cowboy thing, and it's just all hat, no cattle. That's what they're calling Purdy.
Oh, God, relax. See, you guys are turning on Brock Purdy so fast.
No one is turning. These are all jokes.
Jeez, come on.
Blow it up. No. Don't associate that with me.
I mean, why are we...
Don't associate that with me.
I get it. The injury sucks. It's brutal. We can root for Mac Jones to succeed.
And still love Brock.
And still say Brock's the guy.
Yeah, but also still say that it buys you more time for Brock to get healthier.
That's why
that's kind of where I'm at.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
You want Mac Jones to win this game tonight. You want Mac Jones, despite it all, to limit the turnovers and control the game. And how do you do that? We talked about it earlier, Joe. I want to see kind of an old Patriots offense here. McDaniels, Brady, dink and dunk. If the running game's not going, right? Supplement that through the intermediate passing game. Little short, quick routes. Kendrick Bourne, got to catch the ball. Sky Moore, got to catch the ball. That's part of it. Jake Tonjes, right? I don't know. Do you go a couple of 2 tight end sets? Do you get creative here in the passing game? Got to do something, man. You got to do something.
I really want to see what they do with McCaffrey tonight. And I think the big litmus test, which I brought up, callers have brought up, we've all thought about it. How the heck can you get CMC and Brian Robinson on the field together? Like, when you're down this many good bodies, got to get your best 11 out there. And your best 11, probably, considering the depth at wide receiver right now, includes Brian Robinson on the field. Can I see less juice? Just less juice overall?
Why haven't we seen Brian Robinson enough, you think? Why?
I mean, it's the same question I asked when they had Jordan Mason, right? Shanahan goes with one guy, and then he rides that guy till he either loses faith or that guy gets hurt.
It is pretty insane.
Tevin Coleman, Matt Breida, Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr., Elijah Mitchell. Go right down the list. He just will not work multiple backs.
He's had 69 carries and 31 receptions this year, Christian McCaffrey. It's 100 right on the dot of total just touches, right? Right there, just the ones that he's gotten. Not the ones that have been called back, not the other stuff. Not 69 carries, 31 receptions. It's pretty insane that we don't talk about his touches anymore because of all the other injuries. That was the biggest storyline heading into the season, Joe. It took over the summit that we had before, right on Thursday Night Football when the Eagles and Cowboys were playing. It was the news that the calf, it popped up on the injury reports. Oh my God, is the season already over? And now we just don't even bring it up.
Well,
kind of crazy.
It just feels like, not that it's inevitable. That sounds so cruel, but it's kind of, it is what it is. They don't have any alternatives.
This is what Ross Tucker, again, a lot of good sound from his interview yesterday, had to say on Christian McCaffrey. Looks good. He doesn't look Christian McCaffrey great.
He looks good. I don't know that he looks Christian McCaffrey great. When you're used to seeing McCaffrey, it's feels like some of the things that you're seeing from, Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't know if we've seen that from Christian yet, but maybe he's just kind of getting his sea legs up. But it's been 100 touches, and he was there all of training camp. So this is probably what he's working with.
Well, one thing that I will tell you, Joe, is that if McCaffrey goes down, I think that might be the straw that breaks everyone's back in terms of coming over the top rope on Kyle. And I don't know if that's fair.
I'd be devastated if I was a Niner. Like that's the one way. And
I don't think it's fair though. Look where he's at in his career as a player. I don't think you could put that on Kyle. Devastated for the entire year and for Christian, yes.
What if I told you that CMC always explodes against the Rams? In 4 outings.
The first ever big game he had, the first game he played with the Niners, he ran, caught, and threw for a touchdown.
407 yards. This is 4 games against the Rams. 407 rushing yards, 28 receptions for 244 yards, and 5 touchdowns. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty incredible.
Now, you're going up against a Rams team with some calling it the best defensive line in all of football. Don't take my word for it. Take Greg Cosell's word on it.
And this group up front of Verse and Young on the outside and Fisk and Turner inside, I mean, they are as good as there is in the league as a 4-man D-line pass rush group. And they've played very well this year, and they do a lot of different things. Chris Shula's done a lot of things on third down and pure pass situations, the way he moves people around. I mean, last week he had an inside stunt where Verse was a stand-up player, and you might have seen the play where he just ran through the center. I mean, he is as strong as there is. I mean, he can do that to tackles. Now, he may not do it to Trent Williams, who's, obviously a first ballot Hall of Famer. But the point is those guys are physical, they're fast, they're aggressive, they're a very high percentage stunting team. And that becomes mental for the offensive line as much as it is physical. But they stunt maybe as much as any team in the league, and they're very multiple with their stunt concept. Just so people know what that means that there is a guy who penetrates, and then there's someone who goes and loops around him. So they do that with multiple guys and in different situations, and it's very, very hard to defend.
That was Greg Cosell on yesterday, as he is each and every week with Willard and Dibs. Might be the best 4-man defensive front in the NFL, and that's saying something, and they have their work cut out for them tonight. But I'll say this, Kyle Shanahan somehow, some way has always kept these games against the Rams close. There's rarely a blowout. And if there is a blowout, it's almost always in the 49ers' favor. The Rams, for whatever reason, they just, I don't know. Is it Sean McVay? Is it Matt Stafford? They see something on film that leads them to think, hey, we like our chances against the squad. Now, it gets to a point, Joe, when you need the bodies, and he might just not have the bodies tonight.
I mean, think about tonight, just the boombox walkout. Who's next to Trent?
Who's next to Trent?
Mac?
Jake Tonjes.
Oh my God!
Honestly,
Kendrick Bourne blasting his own album.
Honestly, if it is Mac Jones, I'd love that. Why not? Mac Jones should be. They gravitate towards this guy. They've spoken to it. Trent Williams has spoken to it. Bosa.
I'd get Drew Gilbert. Hire Drew Gilbert for one night to play on special teams.
We need. Yeah, that's what we need. Him biting people's shoulder pads. We have enough problems here. We don't need rabies infections on our players.
Talk about keep the smelling salts away from someone on the sidelines. Woo!
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk studio.
The recipe for winning this game, as much as we talk offense, I'm telling you, special teams has got to play perfect. And they need something special to actually happen on special teams. Big return, big turnover, big kicks. Some sort of a muff punt for them. I'm talking about the Rams. They need a defensive turnover. You've got to be able to generate something for this offense to kind of get them going. Short fields, something.
I don't need an explosive kickoff return for a touchdown. Can I just get consistency close to the 30-yard line or past that? That's really all I'm looking for. Because I do think we underestimated in the media, the fans, whoever, these new kickoff rules, there's a strategy to it now. You have to be able to pinpoint the ball just perfectly enough inside that 20-yard line where it's like not a pooch per se, but it kind of is, where you're trying to just get it to roll and roll and roll just enough.
It's controlled trajectory.
Correct.
almost like a 3/4 low golf shot that you try to hit under the tree. Does that make sense?
Exactly. And they're trying to either do that or they're trying to just time it enough if you have a good enough kicker where it lofts just before the end zone hitting where they have to catch the ball and they can't take a knee or anything like that.
What did Baldy say this week? The guy for the Rams hits this knuckleball, kickoff that the Eagles really struggled with, and it affected them on every single kick return.
So not only are we looking at that from the return perspective, but Eddie Pinheiro too. What we can't have is kickoff out of bounds. Like that cannot happen.
So Adrian Martinez will be elevated for today as your QB2?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Do they have an emergency QB suited up?
I believe it's Kyle Shanahan. He'll have to put on the pads for that one. What is the status of his ACLs? I am not sure. I'm kidding, obviously, but I don't know. Christian McCaffrey, remember that?
Well, everybody made this big deal about Juice as your emergency quarterback. And then NFC Championship game, I didn't see Juice throw a ball.
No, they tried to give McCaffrey. They tried to make Josh Johnson. God love the guy. They had to go back to Purdy, who didn't have an arm, and it just that whole thing. I'm so sorry you had to be there in person for that. That must have been really hard.
Josh Johnson led them down on a drive.
He did. He absolutely.
I turned
did.
to Bonte. I was like, "I'm telling you, I think Josh Johnson can win this game."
Do you think
that just did not age well?
Do you think that there is anything to the 49ers taking over, like SoFi, and that I
think it's gonna be hard on a short week.
What do you mean?
Like Thursday night game, flying down for a Thursday night game, coming
I know
back.
a lot of people that are going down there for this game. Yes, a lot of my friends are.
Bonte's going.
Yeah, Bonte's going down there.
Is he?
Yes. Yeah. He is. He's going down there. All these people are.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
Well, I think his record for 49ers stuff is good. If he was going to a Giants game and it was a playoff, maybe that would have been bad.
Yeah, it's not Giants-Padres.
It's not Giants-Padres. Big win by the Padres yesterday, though, Joe. Did you see that one? Even up that series. Manny Machado with a big blast off Shota Imanaga. Hey, Al Michaels.
I hate the Cubs.
Hey, Al Michaels, who's going to be on the call tonight for Amazon Prime, joining Willard and Dibs yesterday. Historically, this is why I love Al Michaels, because he will go down memory lane. I know you love this, the history of the game, Joe. Historically, the 49ers have always taken over LA stadiums. I wonder why.
When LA lost both of its teams, the Raiders and the Rams in '94, it was 2 decades before they got the Rams back and the Chargers came back. I think what happened, you had this whole generation that skipped the NFL in town. So they decided, okay, we got to root for somebody. Some of them became Packer fans, Pittsburgh fans, but I think because of geography, some of them just naturally became 49er fans. Or maybe they became Raider fans, but the Raiders came and they left and they obviously went to Las Vegas. So I think what you have is a whole, I'm talking about now Rams fans who, would have been Rams fans but skipped a generation. So in other words, you have the 49ers fans who travel from the Bay Area or wherever coming down, and then they're supplemented by what would have been Rams fans had that team remained here all of these years. So it's kind of a crazy thing. And, the PA announcer here likes to scream, our house, whose house, our house. It's really not their house. In fact, when the Raiders came in, we did a Thursday night game a couple of years ago, and the guy is screaming his guts out, whose house? And I'm going, whose house? It's the Raiders' house. Yep. The Rams are just renting it.
Oh, my God. And that's the reason why the Raiders aren't in L.A. is because of that very thing. Stan Kroenke, who built the stadium, the owner of the Los Angeles Rams, was like, no. We're not going to be second fiddle if I'm footing the bill for this entire thing. So they brought in a team with only another insignificant fan base in comparison, the San Diego Chargers, who came up. They should have just stayed in San Diego, by the way. I don't know why they moved. I know why, because they got a free hand out of a stadium, Dean Spanos being the cheap owner that he is over there. But you just see how it works with the Padres. The Rams are never going to get to the fan base that they desire down there. Are they? If they won a Super Bowl, so you think it would start attracting more.
Yeah, but it takes time.
How long?
I don't know. We'll know in the next 5 to 10 years, right? But he is right. But the part that he's missing is it used to be all the local broadcasts that you would get on either 2 or 5, where whatever game was closest geographically. Yeah. Al's been doing games for so long, he doesn't really know what it's like to be the consumer on the couch. I'm not faulting him. I'm just saying. So that is the LA game that they got was Patriots on Channel 5. That's why Nash is a Patriot fan, and you have the Niners.
Former producer here, by the way.
Sorry,
Nash Solomon.
LA guy. And then you'd have the Niners on Fox. That game was always broadcast. There's nothing that I want to just hock a loogie on. I was going to go spit on.
Yeah, but loogie's better than spit, I guess. What? It's worse.
When I see a Niner fan with a Dodger hat, it just, oh God, it's disgusting. No, it's disgusting.
Each their own.
No, it's disgusting.
Why?
I'd rather you not be a Niner fan.
It's kind of weird.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes.
I don't. You know what? If there are Niner Dodger fans, call in 888-957-9570. How did you get to be that? Did you grow up in LA and just root for the Niners? So you're telling me if I'm sitting next to you and I'm wearing a Dodgers hat and a George Kittle jersey, rooting for the Niners at Levi Stadium, you're going to be mad at me?
Yeah, you're probably a front runner.
Or I just grew up. What if my dad was a Niner fan?
That's shocking.
Why? What if he grew up in the Bay Area and moved down to LA? How shocking is that?
Then he shouldn't be a Dodger fan.
Well, but what if he didn't care about baseball at that time?
I'm just telling you the algorithm. If you are wearing a Dodger hat and you're a Niner fan, I'm sorry.
See, this is the problem with society.
Do I sound insane?
Yeah,
Well, do you give any leeway to people who are our age who didn't have an NFL team then in LA?
I'm a little more sensitive, but I will give you way more grief for the Dodger hat. I'm like, oh, that's cool, yeah, but the Dodgers suck, bro.
Well, they don't. They're probably going to go back-to-back. They look really good as they oust the Cincinnati Reds. 888-957-9570 is the number. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Niners, Rams tonight. Thursday Night Football. No Purdy, no Pearsall, no Jennings, no Kittle, no Bosa. I don't care. Get a win tonight, Mac Jones. Get a win tonight, Christian McCaffrey. Hey, Kyle Shanahan, you want me to label you boy genius still? Win this game tonight. Hey, Robert Saleh, you want us to not talk about all that crap that went on last week? Win tonight.
Look, I get it why you would be a Niner/Laker/Dodger fan. Like, I get it. It doesn't mean I have to like it.
Oh, well, Ben in San Jose is a Niner-Laker fan, and he wants to join the conversation. What's up?
Niner-Laker fan.
What's
okay,
up,
Ben? How old are you?
How old am I? Let's see. I'm in my mid-50s. How's that?
How's that? That's
Where
older
did you
than
grow
Joe.
up?
That's older than Joe.
In the words of Raditz, where'd you grow up, punk?
I grew up in Los Angeles, and so, the Rams left. When they went to Anaheim, and look, bless people's hearts, they have forgiveness, they formed families with that forgiveness. I don't have that capacity. They moved to Anaheim, I said, see you later. Raiders left, see you later. The 94 baseball strike, see you later, MLB. But the Lakers stayed true. And it was great because as an LA football fan, you have a fantasy football team. You don't care about allegiance at all. You're just rooting for your guys. You don't have that problem.
So how'd you become a Niner fan?
A few years ago, it was my fantasy draft, and Debo drafted him. Kittle came up, drafted him. Niners defense drafted even Robbie Gould. I got Robbie Gould. And I won the league, and every weekend I was just watching the Niners.
Dog. So you jumped on the bandwagon when we were good. So you weren't here when Chip Kelly was here. You weren't here when Dennis Erickson was here. So you're only riding high during the good years, huh? Is that what you're doing?
I don't judge, Ben.
Is that what you're doing?
Was last year a good year?
Oh, that's true. He got you there, Joe.
Hey, one bad year does not test an allegiance.
Tested him.
Well, I'll tell you what. After the Lakers had their worst loss ever, I put on my colors and I went out. I didn't wait till after they won a championship. And that's what you got with me now. If anything bad happens to the Niners this year, put it on my colors. I'm going out there. Today's game.
All right.
Really concerned about it. I've got my San Francisco pullover on, bright red.
Oh, Ben, you're going to the game tonight, you said?
Love you guys.
You're going to the game tonight, Ben?
Thanks for calling in and thanks for playing along. I'm teasing, obviously, but
he's gone.
I hate the Dodgers and I hate the Lakers. And I hate you fans that are mixing up allegiances.
But you don't hate Ben.
I don't hate Ben. Ben's a good guy. Ben's a good guy. I'm just teasing. But it's true.
I'm happy with Ben.
I'm happy with Ben.
We got Vic Tafer coming up about 10 minutes. Covers the Niners for The Athletic. We'll get the lay of the land on the game
Lakers and
tonight.
the Dodgers.
Which one is more aggravating of the two?
Yes.
Just yes? Yeah? You like LeBron, though.
No, the only way
you love J.J. Redick, more importantly.
That you just nailed it. The only way you could be worse than a Laker Dodgers fan is if you're a LeBron Laker Dodger fan.
Yeah, that's definitely something. Before we hit the break, Chris in Fresno, it says another Niner Laker fan. What's up, Chrissy?
Hey, how you guys doing? Good morning.
Oh,
how are you doing, Laker fan?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Looking pretty good with Luka. He looks like he's in shape. But Central Valley, growing up, I had my grandma's turn-knob TV with a wire hanger. The only teams you got were Lakers, Raiders, A's, Niners, and Giants.
Okay.
So I only had one basketball team growing up to watch on my little turn-knob TV.
Well, you get my point of view, though, right? Lakers suck.
I do being more home in the Bay Area, but here in the Central Valley, we really didn't have a choice.
Yeah, and
You know
look,
what?
I understand
Chris
it,
and
but I don't
Fresno.
like it.
Chris and Fresno gets it. Central Valley guys, they got it. You know what? The Bakersfields of the world, I can't name anywhere else there. But the Central Valley people, there you go.
Doc, I want you to understand something. Being from this part of the country, I understand. Not everyone has that benefit. It is a badge of honor that I wear proudly across my chest, that I am bestowed from my dad, who got it bestowed from his grandfather, who I am now bestowing onto my son. It is the religion of Giants, Niners, and Warriors. I bleed it.
You bleed red and gold?
I love the team so much. I'm mad at the Warriors for having royal blue because I hate the Dodgers that much, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
I love Vic Tafer, and he's coming up next to talk Niners, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Feeling good, feeling all right. Yeah. Revolution, live in concert. We're feeling good, we're feeling all right. Revolution, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater Saturday, October 11th, with special guests Pepper, The Elevators, Aurora Wave, and DJ Mackle. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Bringing all the good vibes. Don't miss Revolution at Shoreline Amphitheater for one night only. For more, visit revolutionmusic.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
We're roasting this morning, baby. That's right.
Joe, good luck finding some friends.
We got a lot of friends here. We got a lot of people calling in defending their fandom. You got to defend your fandom on this show.
I got more friends than everybody in this show combined.
I don't know about that.
What the hell are we talking about?
I mean, I consider my siblings also my friends, and I have 9 of those, and they're extended families, so I'm not even close. I got the biggest family here.
Carter, we're gonna have to have a talk after the show.
You doubled down on one earlier in the show today too with the snort.
You got a deviated septum, dude.
You know, do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, are you going to make me record my own snort just so that I can play that?
Do you have to
you guys are making fun of my nose, which I can't control.
Oh, please. Your nose has never been made fun of in your life. You look who you're talking to.
I have a deviated septum.
Your nose is perfect. It looks great.
No, it's this is why I have really bad sinuses and allergies. It's because of the deviated septum.
Lots of people snort when they laugh.
It's true. I do too.
Hey, Sam.
Hey,
Joe.
I didn't ask for your input.
He's the producer. He gets to do what he wants.
Yeah, in my ear, not on air.
Do we got our guy? We do. We got him.
You asking for my input on that?
We'll ask Vic Tafer about deviated septums, I guess, as he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, 49ers insider for The Athletic. Vic knows all things NFL. He's also good as the Vic's picks as well, so he knows about the spreads. I think it's at 8.5. Hey, Vic, is it 8.5 tonight in favor of the Rams?
Yeah, I'm going up. I'm sure it'll be higher by kickoff. Yeah, people definitely see some blood in the water, I think.
Is it feeling like it's going to be a blow? Like, would you be shocked? Let's just start there. If the 49ers can keep this thing close in the fourth quarter, would that be a win tonight?
Yeah, I think we're kind of beyond the moral victory stage. But, yeah, I think you look at the roster, how many guys are out, and obviously offensively the receivers are putting out there. If it is close, that would be an accomplishment. I think definitely would be a good sign going forward.
So I'm looking at a quote from the New York Times, The Athletic, if you will, that is yours. Purdy isn't healthy enough to be the team's emergency backup in L.A., which underscores that his sprained big toe was worse than it seemed coming out of Sunday's loss. And the 49ers are leery of it becoming a recurring issue this season. So let's start at the top. Is the toe today worse than it was, let's say, a couple weeks ago?
Well, we asked Brock that when we talked to him the other day. He said it was better than it was after the first game, after he left the first game when he was hurt. He said it's better now than it was then, which I believe him. So I just think it's a matter of, obviously, after the game Sunday, both he and Kyle said the toe wasn't a problem. It was okay. He was a little rusty, whatever, and made some bad throws. But probably that night, I guess he felt pretty bad. So I think it's clear that there's no way he's going to play in a short week. So you kind of give him the extra time, and hopefully by a week from Sunday, he's feeling better. But we'll see. I mean, it could be a thing where you give him another week off to play safe.
You're there every day. Leading up to the Sunday game, did you see him looking like his old normal self?
I mean, that's hard to say because obviously we watch practice for like 15 minutes. There's a window we get to watch him, and then we go back inside. We can't watch all the cool plays and gadgets, but he seemed like he was definitely making progress. I think what fans are forgetting is the reaction now is, why did you play him? You shouldn't have played. But in that situation at practice last week, he was actually healthier than Mac Jones. Mac Jones had the knee issue where he was, last time he played in, he was taking the knee brace on and off, couldn't get it right. He was feeling kind of bad. And so he actually practiced less than Brock did that week. So I think in terms of who was healthier, against the Jaguars, Brock Purdy was the healthier option. You're not going to play Adrian Martinez.
Why not? But why not? Like, I want to stop you there, and I'm not trying to pick on you, but like, Lamar Jackson's status is not dependent on how healthy Cooper Rush is. If they have to go to the third stringer like that, they're going to do that because they know if Lamar's done, they're done. So why are we making such a big deal about Adrian Martinez not starting? I find that kind of absurd. That shouldn't dictate my investment in my franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't word it the best way. I mean, let me say this. In the NFL, everyone's hurt. Like, this point, every player has got some kind of degree of injury or some kind of, he's banged up a little bit. So it's all percentages. Like, how healthy are you? How much pain tolerance is there? What can you do? And so, sure, they felt like Brock at, whatever he was, let's put a number, say 80%. So Brock at 80% gives you a chance to win. This is a veteran team trying to make the playoffs. They have all these older guys making one last run. There's a window, probably a 2-year window here. So I think you look at it like we have a chance to win this game. Brock's feeling better. He's a tough guy. We'll go with Brock. I don't think you really, at that point, say, well, he's 80%. Mac Jones is like 65%. Let's go with Adrian Martinez, and really a guy who just learning the playbook has not really been established as a guy who can give you a chance to win. So I think in that case, you trust your quarterback. You know what? Brock's feeling better. He can do enough to win this game.
That being said, they took a risk, calculated as it was. Was it worth it? Now that Brock, it seems like they're leery that this is going to linger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's football. You take chances. I think, obviously, they were hoping. I mean, I guess it was a play. Where you scrambled a little bit and you got a little hurt, or got tackled funny. But clearly, there's things that happen you can't control. So I think, ideally, in their minds, he gets through this game. One of those passes that he was a little off is on target, or Kendrick Bourne makes that one catch across the middle. They win that game, and you kind of go from there. So I just think they're looking at the big picture, and also, they're not going to put Brock at risk. They've clearly thought he was fine enough to play, and he was definitely healthier than Mac Jones at that point.
Talking to Vic Tafer here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of River Islands, and he's the 49ers insider for The Athletic. And Vic, speaking of the quarterback, we got Mac Jones tonight. He would have been a full participant on Monday in the hypothetical injury report. How are we feeling, or how are the 49ers feeling about his mobility? And you mentioned that knee brace today. Is he feeling a lot better? Has there been a lot more improvement there? Just trying to gauge how Mac Jones is going to be able to handle the pressure that the Rams, I'm sure, are going to be bringing tonight.
Yeah, it's a good question. We'll see. I think he's been working with the trainers the last few weeks on the different knee braces. I think he's going to wear one tonight. He says he feels fine. I think he clearly has won the players' confidence with his 2 wins. I think they feel like he can get a job done. So it's just a matter of, like you mentioned, we talked about the injuries. So the receivers he's playing with are probably not the kind of guys you need to go on the road and get a win. But you never know. That's the NFL. So clearly they have confidence. Clearly they have a bunch of guys who are still veteran leadership, winning at all costs kind of guys. So we'll see what happens.
Who do you anticipate being their top dog receivers tonight with Pearsall and Jennings out?
I think it's his guy. His connection with Kendrick Bourne from the Patriots days are pretty tight. I think they had some chemistry when they played earlier in the year. So I think Bourne had a rough game last week. He wants to bounce back. So I think Bourne will be the guy. I think Demarcus Robinson had a nice catch in his first game back. He's knocked some rust off. So he was a guy that was really sharp in training camp, and both quarterbacks really liked throwing him the ball and going against his old team. So those 2 guys, in my mind, will be the top guys as far as if you're a fantasy guy and you're in desperate mode, you can pick up one of those guys and hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm very much in desperation mode. We'll get to the Niners in a second, but my fantasy football team, Vic, much more important. I got Bijan Robinson and his backup, Tyler Algier.
Nobody cares.
Hold on, his backup. So if I am,
Hold on, clear out.
If I am going to do fantasy football tonight, maybe is it desperate like time to go to like Kyle Juszczyk? Do I do that? Like, can he get me a touchdown tonight? Will they be utilizing 2 running backs tonight on the field? Because I feel like all the conversation, Vic, this offseason was about the touches about Christian McCaffrey. Has that just gone out the window and we don't even talk about it anymore because of all the other injuries that have happened with this team? The fact that he is leading the team in all these touches and he's on pace for, what was it, 300 plus? I'm not a mathematician, but I'm sure a lot of them. Like, has that been kind of crazy and not talked about enough?
Well, it's funny because in training camp, everyone was worried about McCaffrey coming back, and one of the biggest questions, or most often asked questions of Kyle was, "Hey, is there going to be a snap count? Are you going to limit what he does? Are you going to work Robinson in? Are you going to, And the answer always was no. I mean, Christian wants to play. We want him to play. He's healthy. He's our best guy. So you see right now the example. The proof's in the pudding. There's been 1,000 touches. You're going to break all kinds of records at this pace. And I think if the running game had been a little better as far as the line blocking better, I think he'd have some huge numbers. But he still has great numbers because of the catches. But, yeah, for them at this point, his touches are the least of their concerns.
So will we see, like, any 2 running back, like, situations? I think that's where Niner fans are at right now because the running game has just been so bad. And the offensive line, again, PFF, they can have their grades, and it's a combination of everything. I'm just trying to figure out, Vic, why has the running game just been so awful? Is it just because they're missing their stud tight end and Hall of Fame blocker and George Kittle? We're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think Kittle's definitely a big factor. I think you mentioned the PFF numbers. People throw those out there. The Lions gives us good ratings, whatever. But in my eyeballs, what I see is they're definitely, whenever Christian gets the ball, there's nowhere to go. There's 3 guys in his lap right away. So I just think, from what I see, I think the tackles have been okay. But for me, it's the interior of the line's been a problem this far. I think Connor Colby, I thought came in and played well the first game, but I think he's got hurt. I think you clearly see he's not the same guy he was the first game. So he's trying to tough it out. But and the other 2 guys. And Pooney, I think, to me, I heard about last year. It's my first year in the B, so I come in, I heard he had a great year last year. He's kind of me the guy, but I haven't been impressed that far. So I think he's also working through some things. He also was hurt in camp. So, again, even the guys who are not on the injured list are still hurt. This team is so banged up, even the guys who are playing, it's definitely hurt them as far as their productivity.
Yeah, and I haven't been as impressed with Pooney as well. Let me ask you this one. Any chance they activate Nick Martin and try to get another athlete out on the field defensively, just to maybe use one of these linebackers as a rusher or just to get more speed and out on the field? I don't know. I'm thinking outside the box how they can generate pressure.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think at this point I'd probably say no. I think they've been really like what D. Winters has done as far as getting them out there, and the base is tough, and they play a lot of nickel, and they've got big safeties out there, and so I just have big cornerbacks out there on passing down. So I think right now the plan is just to kind of go with what you have. And I think they're looking at last week maybe, hopefully, as an aberration, whereas the lack of pass rush was because Jags ran the ball so well, so they're always in second and short. And I think they got rid of the ball quickly, so they're hoping the guys like Bryce Huff and the rookies can step up this week and do more than they did the last week.
What did you make, Vic? You're around these guys and you're at all these press conferences. What did you make of the Robert Saleh Liam Cohen exchange? It obviously dominated the national storylines. You see it on First Take, Get Up. I want to go back, though. The reason why did he bring it up in the first place, the sign stealing, and saying it was legal, and then them going after each other after the game? The whole thing was just very strange to me.
Yeah, I thought it was ridiculous myself. I mean, I thought it was a little, obviously, Liam took it the wrong way, and I guess that's fine, but I don't know what Robert was trying to do. I don't know why he brought it up. He wasn't asked about it, so I don't know. I guess he clearly had something where he wanted to get across, and like he said it the wrong way, and in today's day and age with everyone, recording press conferences and looking for things to put out there and all the, cookie stuff, I think it kind of caught fire because I think it was a slow news day. So it's just a thing where that's the way it works with the media today. So I just think it was to me, kind of a ridiculous thing. It's kind of got blown out of the water, and clearly Liam Cohen, I mean, if they lost the game, I guarantee you Liam Cohen's not going to say anything. So they won the game, and good for him, but I thought it was kind of the whole deal was just, I was happy it's over, and of course it got brought up again on Monday and still had a little life left, but now I think we can put it behind us, and to me, who really cares? Everyone steals signs in the NFL. That's if you're not doing that, you're not doing your job. So I didn't really get the whole Brouhaha.
Well, it's funny because he mentioned Sean McVay a part of that too, and I wonder if Sean McVay. I know they're much closer and probably tighter than that. Just Sean McVay going at him. He's like, "You like that sign?" The whole thing was just crazy to me too. All right, so I'll leave you here on this, Vic. The 49ers will win tonight if ... If
the defense gets 3 turnovers.
Okay. That's going to be tough, but you know what? Bryce Huff, come on down. Fred Warner, maybe rush the quarterback. I don't know. So these teams always seem to play close, Vic, and Matt Stafford, for whatever reason, he'll throw a couple of them out there. It's just the Niners, can they capitalize on them, if you will? But Vic, good stuff this morning. We appreciate your time. Good luck. Are you traveling down? Are you already down there at SoFi or what?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm in my hotel room right now, so I'm getting ready for a lovely LA day.
Let's go. Lovely LA day, and hopefully you travel safe backly to the Bay, and we appreciate it.
All right, boys. Take care.
There he goes. Vic Tafer, 49ers insider for The Athletic, getting the lay of the land down there. 3 turnovers, for the defense. Okay. How does it look then? Is it fumbles, interceptions? What do we do? Just anything? Okay. What?
No one says I want to see Adrian Martinez. But this whole he was slightly healthier than Mac Jones, and so you had to play him because of the 2 options. He was healthier, and we've twisted ourselves into a pretzel to defend a decision that in real time we were questioning, and then in hindsight, the results have told you it was a wrong decision.
I just don't think we're taking the turf toe as a serious injury. I'm just going to be honest.
Who, you and me?
No, people in general. The way they talk
I
about
would
it.
agree.
I just don't think they view it as a serious injury, and that's why we just kind of poo-poo it. Have this been a calf issue? Had this been...
What if it was shoulder?
A shoulder? A hamstring. A slight hamstring strain.
Like Lamar.
We would view it totally different. Totally. But the fact that it's a turf toe... not even turf toe, hold on. Turf toe variant... It's so out of left field. They're like, it's not that big of a deal.
This just everything plays out exactly the same. But it's Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, okay? And he misses a couple weeks. The backup is, what's his name? Cooper Rush. And he's not feeling good, whatever. And we know, hey, it's a 2 to 5, they just say hypothetically, 2 to 5 week injury. It's the hamstring. Lamar's kind of good enough to go. And then we kind of see early on, don't look great. He has a bad game. And then the next day they come out and they're like, yeah, he's going to be out again this week because they're on a short rest. And it's because the backup wasn't 100% healthy, so we kind of forced him because we were afraid of the third stringer, blah, blah, blah. And it's never optimal to play the third stringer. I get it. It's the worst case scenario.
Right.
No, actually the worst case scenario is losing your franchise quarterback for extra weeks on top of, whatever game that you had him play in. I just think we're trying to justify something that didn't make sense in real time and now sucks. And I'm not even blaming anyone. I'm just saying, guys, the results are in. They made the bad decision. So it's okay.
As Ross Tucker put it yesterday on Steiny Guru, it was a bad look.
Mac Jones was playing well. They were winning those games. Purdy's your big money guy. There are medical competitive advantages and disadvantages in the NFL. And if they put Purdy back and he aggravated it, now he has to miss a gigantic game against the Rams. That is not good. You need to trust your medical people when they say he can go out there and be fine and not make it worse, not re-aggravate it. He's good to go. Clearly that wasn't the case. So, I don't know if you blame the player, the organization, the trainers, the doctor, all the above. But clearly, he wasn't 100% and didn't play like a guy that was 100%. And now I don't think he'll play tomorrow night. You put all that stuff together, I think that's a bad look for the 49ers.
That is exactly how I feel. Again, remove blame. Remove pointing fingers. It's just all the way around. It's bad luck, and they did the wrong thing. The results are in.
It's okay to say it was a bad look. Now, it's over. We're going to, you got to play tonight. You win the game. And if they win and Mac Jones stays relatively healthy, I think you have more questions about how long should you keep him out? And I think that's a better problem. Have they win tonight? Because then you're back to over 3 games, over 500.
No, if you win tonight, it buys you more time for Purdy, which has been the element that a lot of reasonable people we need more time for Purdy. Like, I know he thinks he's good enough to go. He needs all the time in the world. If you have to sit him the whole month of October, so be it.
This is what Lo Neal had to say. Lorenzo Neal, former fullback, should be a Hall of Famer. Obviously, our guy, host here at 95.7 The Game, on with Evan Giddings. Every single Niners home game for the pregame show at Sunnyvale, Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, I should say. Lo Neal, when the injury was first recorded, when it was first known to us, this is what he had to say after week 1 in Seattle about Brock Purdy's toe injury.
I think this week for sure he's out. I would not even think about it this week. Brock might get out there and say, hey, guys, I'm going to try to get it. I'm going to try to go on this if he needed to. And I think he will get to that point that he's going to, if they needed him, I think if they needed him in 2 weeks from now, I think he could go. But that's me predicated on what the belief that I have in myself and what I've seen from Brock. I think he's a tough guy. Here's not a guy that wants to sit out, who's a guy who's like, it's a little pain. Brock has to be in pain for him to sit out. This guy knows what he means to this organization. This guy loves football. I can never question his heart because this is a tough game, guys. And to play with turf toe, I played with the guy, Eric Martin, and he had turf toe. And I watched the doctor before the game get that needle, 3-inch needle, shoot that into the joint. So they go in there, shoot it into the ligament, but then go in between that big toe and that joint right there where it hooks in and shoot it inside there. They put different things to try to relieve some of the pain. And afterwards, you just see the toe, the black and blue, and how they're walking around the next couple of days. After they get done, guys, I'm telling you, if he plays, he's not practicing the rest of the week. So when he does play, you're going to be at limited practice, I'm telling you, during it for the rest of the season if he plays, because that's how hard and that's how tough it is to recover from turf toe. If he plays, and when he plays, the following week, he does not practice. He practiced maybe on Friday, a little bit on Saturday, walkthrough. But if that toe's that bad, I'm telling you, that's the kind of injury it could be.
I mean, okay, so let's go back to the day we found out the 2 to 5 week thing.
Again, and that was the week right after he had gotten hurt. That was when we had Lorenzo Neal on.
Forget everything about Mac. Purdy's more important than Mac to this organization for a lot, for 250 million reasons.
Thank you.
But he's way more important, right? So just go back to when you found out 2 to 5 weeks. And if I said to you, he sat out a couple weeks, you went 2-0, you had these 2-game stretch, Jags, Rams. He came back against the Jags only to get hurt again and miss the Rams game. Like, if I said all of what that was back then, you'd say, ooh, you should have just held him out the whole time.
Correct.
I don't think that's hindsight. I think that's in real time assessing risk and reward and looking at the calendar, which is what we did.
It's just calling it like you see it. It's just a bad look. Like, why would we do that? There was no reason to do that. And I don't want to hear that Mac Jones was more hurt than Brock Purdy, but he's a backup quarterback. So you know what? I'm going with my backup that case. And if you really feel that badly about it, then put in Adrian Martinez. And again, they're saying that, and I love Vic. He knows what he's talking about. He's 49 cents over the Athletic. We can just disagree on this. The notion that this was, you're fighting for the playoffs this early in the season. And I get it. You're trying to stack wins. You're trying to stack wins at this point. Stack. Well, you stacked enough wins to buy you some time for Brock. You stacked enough wins to say, you know what? If we take a loss against the Jaguars, that's not bad.
If you were 1-2 at that time, I think it does change it a little. Yes, absolutely.
But you weren't.
I know.
You were 3-0.
I know.
So that's why you had breathing room heading into that game.
Well, and then that brings me also to this thing about roster spots and money. You know, if you elevate Adrian Martinez, it costs you this. Come on, guys.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Name player 44, 45, and 46 on the Niners.
I mean, are the 49ers really worried that much about breadcrumbs?
They gave this guy, Luke Farrell, $20 million. $20 million. And the guy fumbles in the game that Brock played in that they ended up losing. You gave that guy $20 million, and he had one of the biggest, most big blunders of the game. Okay, I don't care about $1 million for Adrian
Maybe
Martinez.
the Niners do, because remember, the contract negotiations happening back in free agency, as the Niners are going to see a guy in Devontae Adams who basically called the Niners cheap in the offseason. You remember that?
Ooh.
This is the quote from Devontae, because
they just sold 3% of their organization for another $280 million, and we're worried about the roster spot of Adrian Martinez. Like, miss me with that.
Well, that's going to soccer.
Devontae Adams.
I find that out? Huh.
This was Devontae a couple months ago, who the Niners are going to see tonight.
I find that out. Al Guido. Huh. We're going to have a segment. If I find out they're taking money from the Niners and spending it on the soccer team that I could care less about, my head will explode.
You okay over there?
Explode. As my face is exploding from the sun because the roof you didn't put on the damn stadium.
Can I say the quote?
Sorry.
It's okay. Devontae Adams told Michael Silver of The Athletic, I was entertaining the Niners, but they were like, we're paying wholesale. We ain't paying retail. I didn't talk to them, but that's what my agent told me. Like five times that quote. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not a wholesale type of dude. So that's not a good look. And then a day after,
I'll defend not giving Devontae the money.
But hold on. But a day after that, you do sign Luke Farrell to a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
So and Devontae Adams right now.
Because he can block.
Devontae
They also spent money to say goodbye to Juice, only to spend more money to bring him back. Which still just,
I'd feel better about Devontae Adams on my team right now.
Well, of
just
course.
given everything.
Of course.
Would have been nice to have him as we're throwing to Kendrick Bourne tonight. And I love you, Bourne. The Bourne identity, I'm calling him. He's going to have a Jason Bourne type of performance. Matt Damon-esque. And I'm not talking Matt Damon from Team America, where he was like, Matt Damon. No, I'm talking Bourne identity Matt Damon tonight. Kendrick Bourne. Let's go.
This is America.
It's the same voice that was used, by the way. That's good. I know Trey Parker, legend. Who's winning tonight, Joey? And why?
Niners are winning. Mac Jones is winning.
Oh, my God. You don't believe that.
I do believe that. With a field goal by your boy, Eddie Pinero. Then he's going to do like the double discount check, to the sideline.
Discount double check.
I want to see him go and chest bump Shanahan after hitting the game-winning field goal and just shove it right down McVay's throat. That would be amazing. Remember when McVay ran into the end zone and chest bumped Cooper Kupp when they had that touchdown against the Niners?
I love that. Sirianni does it too.
I mean, I'm ready for Guru to run out onto the field and chest bump Eddie De Niro.
What if Kyle Shanahan did that? You think he would ever do that? Ever? He'd run to the end zone and
possibly.
Stop it.
I think we have a musical bit coming up though, where Spadoni did some snorting, and so did Bonte. Do you have that?
Double up.
It wasn't clean.
Hold on. You want me to get me one right now?
Yeah, get one right now.
All right, everyone be quiet.
Yeah.
So is that good? We good? Is we better now?
That was great.
All right, there we feel better.
Now I need Bonte and Spadoni eating each other.
Because that's stop. I did not,
back and forth.
I did not like how that was phrased.
That'll also be a drop.
What's going on? Move out of the blue tent. Here comes Spadoni and Bonte.
It's unacceptable.
Wait, where's Nick and San? Oh wait, that's right. He's not a Niners guy. He'll call back during Warriors. That's right. Nick in San Jose. He showed up to the Doobie Awards last year, right? That's coming up in a couple months here. Who's the leader in the clubhouse for the Doobie Awards? Jan of Mountain View? It's got to be. It's got to be. Can we get Jan from Mountain View to the Doobie Awards, wherever that's going to be?
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, heck yeah, baby.
Oh, heck yeah.
She'll be locked in tonight. Amazon Prime, Kirk Herbstreit, Al Michaels. I see Kirk on the TV right now.
Well,
I'll be talking about it. Mac Jones. And the over-under on the amount of times that Kirk Herbstreit referenced Mac Jones as a college quarterback at Alabama.
Tonight?
Yeah, he'll do it like 3 or 4 times.
Well, I mean, does Al have money on both sides of the game?
Oh, my God. Do you believe in miracles? Well,
over under Al falling asleep just a little in the fourth quarter.
What if if the 49ers win this game and he pulls out, do you believe in miracles or do you believe in Mac Jones? Yes. I would love that. Oh my God, it'd be amazing. This is what Al Michaels had to say yesterday on our airwaves about what Sam Darnold told him in regards to Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Last week we had Sam Darnold, in that game with Seattle at Arizona, and we're talking to Sam, and I said to him, who would you say are the most influential people, coaches or others, in your career. The first guy he mentioned, you're thinking he's going to mention some, 60-year-old coach or maybe a high school or whatever it was going to be. The first guy he mentioned, Brock Purdy. We said, what? He said, I learned from Brock Purdy how you prepare. So the 1 year that Sam spent as the understudy to Purdy in San Francisco, he credits Purdy with making him so much better. And, of course, Sam's on that trajectory right now, like very much like a Baker Mayfield, maybe like a Daniel Jones, where, it takes a while to get to where you want to go. But he gave so much of the credit to Brock Purdy, which I found to be fascinating.
Oh, my God. You guys are mean, man. Come on. So Sam Darnold credits Brock Purdy.
Oh, Carter.
Wow.
Now, you got to mix in some guru stuff in there, too.
Oh, well, that's...
that's how you do it. Oh, we need a greatest hits. Who is that? Is that Grandy?
Mac Jones. That does sound like Grandy.
Give it to me.
That's pretty good. Mark Grandy. They call
Mac
him
Grandy.
They call him Narc Grandy.
Wait. Give it to me.
This is making me very uncomfortable. I don't know what's going on here. What is happening? We got Rams-Niners tonight.
Every good
Amazon
Mac Jones
Prime.
throw tonight, Spadoni's going to be sitting there taking notes, and he's going to be like,
I mean...
You are, dude. I want you to admit it. True serum.
What?
You're here for the Mac Jones quarterback controversy. Just admit
I'm
you
not calling it a controversy.
A small part of you.
No, I'm not calling. Can we just appreciate?
No, you want it. I'm just saying, do you want it?
I want Mac. I'll tell you what I want.
Okay.
I want Mac Jones to succeed at a high level in the NFL because I believe in him as a quarterback.
Fair enough.
That is what I want to see happen. And he has succeeded.
Devoid of the Niners situation.
Devoid of the Niners situation. I
right.
think he has been unfairly maligned in his career.
Have I not switched my stance up on him?
Yes,
I've given him credit.
I think
I truly admit I did not believe in him at all.
He had a really good rookie season and got dealt a poop sandwich after that when it came to coaching. Can we all agree on that? Can you, hey, Carter, can you agree on... I'm going to throw to something here and let me know if you're ready. Can we all agree that it's time for Fast Five, too? Can we do that? Jesus Christ, dude.
It's time for the Xfinity.
I wasn't early. I always arrive on time. I'm the host of this show in the A chair, so I am never early. It's like what Gandalf said.
Never on time, always late. On the Bay Bridge or the Golden Gate.
I am the wizard.
You want to live on the best coast, you better try to move to the West Coast.
Just because you look like Harry Potter doesn't mean you
That's
are
actually
Harry
called
Potter.
Mac Dre.
By the way, preseason's right around the corner, Dub Nation. 95.7 The Game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 this Saturday, October 4th, for a Warriors preseason special you won't want to miss. Live appearances from Warriors favorites: Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia, Kalena Azubuike, Tim Roy, and our very own Bonte Hill. Plus, your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game on Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors host Luka Doncic and the Lake Show. And if that's not enough, Evan Giddings and Guru going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 4. It's hoops. It's hype. So the season's almost here.
I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth.
Oh, good.
So what is that? That's the caffeine.
All right.
That's what you're going to be hearing.
I'm going to get serious for 1 minute. I don't know what you believe in terms of higher power. I don't know.
I was raised Catholic, Joe. My last name is
And I'm not trying to tell someone what to
I'm
believe
a confirmed
in. Whatever
Catholic,
makes you a better person, have at it, right?
I went to confirmation.
I believe whatever is going on up in heaven, all right, there is a big couch that everyone's sitting on, all right? And my dad's there right now getting ready for this Niner game. And somewhere there's Jerry Garcia and Willie Mays is in this room. And so is my dad's good friend, Tom Farnham. And I think it's almost poetic that today Tom's funeral is going to be. And I hope him and my dad are up in heaven somewhere on the couch watching the Niners tonight, whether they win or lose or not. I miss you, Dad. And I miss our arguments and our yelling and everything. And I'm getting all teary-eyed thinking about it because we got to say goodbye to Tom, one of your good friends, a great man to me and my family. And Tom Farnham and the whole LaRocca family, we love you. I'll see you soon. And, sports, we laugh, we cry, we lose all that stuff. But at the end of the day, what I love about sports is the family, the generational part, to be able to share it with my grandpa still, with my son, with my wife, with all my cousins, my nephews and everything. And I hope you guys are sharing the couch tonight, up in heaven, watching the Niners. And let's beat LA! Let's go!
There you go.
Let's go, Niners! Let's go, Mac Jones!
You all in on Mac tonight? Return to Mac? Come on.
Let's go.
Let's go. What you got, Carter back there? Or Sam? One of you?
Yeah, let's go Mac Jones. I'm thinking a 13-10 game tonight. I don't know who wins, but I think that's going to be the final score.
We win. We win, baby. We win.
Well, the losers of the audience at that point.
Beautiful 13-10 Thursday night game you can ever imagine. No, my final thought is I want to give a shout out to Sarah over at Sarah and Vinny. She makes backpacks, apparently.
What station?
With Alice, 97.3, our sister station, right down the hall, Sarah and Vinny. They've been doing it forever, and Sarah apparently makes backpacks, and she made me probably the coolest backpack I will ever own in my life. It's got the Niners, Giants, Warriors, and Sharks patch on it.
Oh, wow.
It's got the Giants print on the inside of it. It's got a little slot in the backpack for my laptop and everything. It is a high quality backpack. Wow. So big thanks to her for putting that together. She probably make more money making backpacks than radio.
I don't know. We'll see. But it was a nice bag, and I'm kind of jealous, actually, about it. I didn't know you're such a big Niner fan, too, Sam. Yeah, they're on there. No Miami Hurricane, though? Maybe next time. That's the
No. Inside the bag is cocaine for the Miami Hurricane.
Jesus. I mean, you guys.
Crack. Come on, dog. I'm always there.
Oh, there it is.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Look at that. That's so cute.
Don't show the brick inside.
Oh, that's so cute. Look at that. Wow. High quality stuff. We're just showcasing Sarah and Vinny. There you go. On the morning roast. We actually pitched an idea for them to do a little crossover where I talk pop culture on their show, and then Vinny comes over here and talks sports. I don't think Michael Martin, their PD like that.
Well, I mean, you are a pop culture phenomenon because my boy Matt Murphy was like, yo, the weekend manager at Michael's job totally goes with Spadoni's love for that Coldplay concert he went to a couple weeks ago.
Hey, Coldplay's sick, dude.
Dude, shut up.
Coldplay's dope.
Coldplay.
Did you get up on the Jumbotron?
Yeah. Don't talk about that, Sam. Don't talk about that. But no, Coldplay puts on a great performance, Carter. Do they not?
Yeah, they do, Spadoni, and I think it'll be a better performance than what we're going to see tonight. I'm going to call that Mac Jones is going to be under insane pressure in the pocket tonight. I'm calling over 4 sacks at least. And listen, I hope I'm wrong, but I think tonight is going to be ugly. And
you are wrong.
I'm praying I'm wrong.
We're winning.
I hope you guys throw it in my face on Monday when I see you.
We are winning tonight. You freaking have zero faith. You know, Carter.
I'm a realist,
Money
Shasky.
has insulated you. All right? Us commoners, we're used to adversity. Us people that have been fighting, toothing, and clawing our way to the top, all right? We are used to this darkness.
Yeah, I trust me. As a Niners fan, I'm used to this darkness too with the injuries. But
strap the chin strap on and let's go.
Just, hey, when I'm wrong, I'll be the first to admit it.
That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. We got Steiny. We got Guru. They're coming up next. You know what's going to be brought to you by? Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good, Carter.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah,
I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we got a big one tonight. 49ers against the LA Rams. The 49ers going to play without some of their key guys. We know that. Brock Purdy. They're going to play without Ricky Pearsall. They're going to play without Juwan Jennings. How we feeling, Goo?
Blessed, and I'll tell you why, because normally we always talk about the game. Then I see leave you Friday, and then we got to wait for the game. But you're right. We got a game tonight in L.A. Steiny, I'm trying to muster up some hope on how the Niners can get it done. Nobody's feeling sorry for him. But, man, if Kyle somehow, with the rest of the coaches, solid, go to the lab and defy all odds, because everybody right now in the NFL world doesn't see a way that they can go down here and get this win. But we'll see, right? That's all we can do.
Yeah, that's all we can do. They can go down there and win the game. How can they do it, though? That's the question. What are they going to have to do to go down there and win the game?
Yeah.
How are they going to score more points? What do you like? Just give me three things you think they got to do tonight.
Sack Matt Stafford 4 times at least.
Okay.
Okay.
So they got to pressure Stafford.
Okay. 2 turnovers.
Okay.
All right. Fumbles, interceptions, 2 turnovers, 4 sacks, and no interceptions by Mac Jones. No turnovers by the offense. I think we're looking at, again, you guys can come for me. It's all good. I think that right there, those 3 things, that trifecta can get you back on the bird to the bay with a dub.
I got to tell you, apparently my thoughts on this game differ, because we did the crossover yesterday with Willard.
Yeah. And Dibs.
We talked a little bit about it, and he was talking to Dibs during the show, and I was listening, and he was saying, got to take some chances, maybe take some risks offensively.
I like it.
And I don't.
But then how are you going to do what you just asked me?
There's only one way you win this game tonight, and that's if you can run the ball.
Well,
you have to figure out a way to run the ball.
Wow, Stein.
And the way I look at it is, okay, you're without all those guys. So who's your best player offensively? It's Christian McCaffrey.
Leads the league in touches.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
So you got to give McCaffrey a shot at holding this game down on the ground. Then you got this guy Brian Robinson, and if you look at his numbers, I mean, he's been a solid player, and so why not utilize him a lot tonight? But I just feel like this is one of those games where you better keep the ball, you better win the time of possession battle, and this has to be the game. This has to be the game where you run the ball effectively.
No.
And I don't know how you set that up. Maybe you set it up with some passes early, but you've got to run the football.
Yeah.
Or I think you're asking for big trouble.
I mean, let's park it right there, because you got me thinking. Willard and Dibs had me thinking too, especially Willard when he said, what you're talking about is spot on, Steiny, and it just has not been ideal for the Niners, the running game. But then on the flip side, don't forget, or how can we, Bosa's gone. And the first 4 quarters that we've seen from this Niner front or defense was nothing to write home about. So now it's not young Trevor Lawrence back there if you don't get home. It's the Jedi, Matt Stafford, back there to pick you apart with Nakua and the likes of, what's my guy, Steiny from Vegas?
Adams.
Devontae Adams. So that's scary. It's scary all around. But about Robinson, let's talk. So Kyle's told us, and McCaffrey's shown us, he's healthy enough to take on this load. So I'm telling you, Steiny, I want to see more Robinson, but why would I want the ball out of a guy like McCaffrey's hands if you're trying to go shock the world or win a game, or forget just this game, have improvement in the running game? If I, Darrell L. Johnson I, feel like McCaffrey hasn't lost a step, what isn't that kind of an oxymoron?
Why can't you give McCaffrey 15 touches and Brian Robinson?
I don't think 15's enough.
Well, what if so So
for the run game, Steiny.
Why can't McCaffrey run the ball 18 times and Robinson run it 14 times? That's 32 total rushes. You're using McCaffrey.
But one's better than the other.
Right, but you're using McCaffrey more out of the backfield this year than you ever have. He's still carrying the ball. And what I'm just saying is I don't think you win this game without running the ball. And you got two running backs who are probably your best offensive players right now. You got to figure out a way to utilize them both. McCaffrey can't carry it enough to establish the running game like I think they're going to need to establish it. Like I'm talking about a 35. I'm talking about like a 35 run game from whoever's carrying the ball. If it's McCaffrey 22 and Robinson 13, that's what it is. But if you start throwing the ball and you can't manipulate it through the air, then you're going to be giving the Rams the ball too often, and they're too good offensively. To me, the defense too.
That's the fear.
Well, that's not going to change. You're not playing. Bosa's gone. You're going to play every game from this point on without
you got to cause turnovers,
Nick Bosa. So right,
yeah.
Well, but my point
is
the ball
out.
My point is, if you could say you're scared about the defense, then you got to be scared about the defense all year, because they're without Bosa, but they're pretty healthy. Yeah. And so this, like in terms of the defense, now they need the defense to step up too, and whether like they got to prepare themselves for playing the whole season without Bosa.
Yeah.
And if they're not good enough, then they're not good enough. But that's, they got to figure out a way to defend and do it without Nick Bosa. There's no other choice.
Yeah, I remember I said this to you and Evan in the green room. The Niners back in the day, Steiny, were at 1990. Excuse me. Help me out, Steiny.
I also think as far as the defense, I mean, I don't know what this means, but, I would think that Saleh would have them gambling maybe a little bit, take some chances.
Blitzing.
Whatever that means. Maybe it means blitzing. Maybe it means, the D-backs are trying to make plays, be more physical. Don't be afraid to make a mistake or take a penalty. I would just tell the defense that go ahead and take some chances tonight if you feel like they're safe. I would tell Garendo, you need to be ready tonight, because if we get down, you're gonna carry the ball a lot. And lastly, the one guy I would use tonight, like it was his last game, is Juszczyk. I mean, you may as well give him the ball more times than he's ever had it in his career tonight, because you don't have enough offensive players. So you may as well get Juszczyk involved somehow.
Yeah, but you're going to have former Ram. It's his revenge game. Demarcus Robinson out there. Man, Steiny, I'm just sitting there thinking, and you got McCaffrey out there, Tonjits. So we'll see. But I'm sitting here looking you point blank dead in the face. I just don't, on paper, it just looks like this is a hill they can't climb, but this is why we love sports. And if somehow, and I was listening to Spadoni and Shasky this morning, I'm with Spadoni just from this vantage point, is somehow they can get this done. I mean, yeah, we can come in here tomorrow and just talk about, okay, I know it's just 1 week and one win, but Steiny, morale would be through the roof. Obviously, for them to win, you just said it, they got to solve what ails their running game. I got to feel like they'd be able to have a good day on the ground. But, man, if I see you tomorrow and they're 3-2 and we're playing musical chairs, and I know we got some sound from Low Neal again. We shared with us a couple weeks ago just about turf toe. I mean, man, Steiny, at some point, man, you just hope it gets better. But this is an opportunity, and in a crazy way, I just feel like they're playing with house money. And I know I'm going to duck because you might want to throw something to me. And the reason I say house money is nobody expects this version of the Niners to win this game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, big underdogs tonight in L.A. Mac Jones is going to be the starting quarterback. They got to go down to SoFi and see what they can do. If you're envisioning in your mind how the 49ers pull an upset tonight, what would it look like? And I always feel like when we go into a game like this, we start talking about what we think we need to see for the Niners to win. I just think a lot of times we'll come in the next day and it'll be like, well, they won, but it wasn't anything like we expected. So, there's some. I think they got to run the ball tonight, and people are saying, well, they can't. Their offensive line stinks, and they can't. So what are you talking about? Well, then they're going to get hammered. They got to figure out a way to run the ball tonight.
No doubt. But how confident are you that Mac Jones can minimize the drop-off from a starting quarterback to the backup?
Well, he better be better than Brock Purdy was last week.
All right. I'll give you that.
I'm just being honest. So
I think that's one of the functions of this game that I'm confident in. That I know Brock's a better quarterback on a good day, but I feel like Mac started some games. He started some primetime games, a playoff game. I'm just saying this is not that team. But Steiny, if you could if we see the good Mac Jones, that's a start right there from, okay, we're not feeling the brunt as a lot of other teams would if they had to take the field without their starting quarterback.
I mean, the problem is we could see a good Mac Jones and maybe McCaffrey's not good, or there's drop balls, or the defense isn't good. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you picture the 49ers winning this game tonight? If you think they can win this game tonight, what's it going to take? 888-957-9570. We'll also get into the quarterback situation. Mac Jones is going to start tonight. What happens next Sunday? What happens after that? We got to figure out what we're doing with Brock Purdy. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get ready for two rock legends on one night and one stage. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper on October 14th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Buy your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that
you
you'll
get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I think you guys said that if the Niners win tonight, I think right now they're getting eight and a half.
Yeah.
So apparently if they'd win tonight, it would be the biggest upset by an underdog favored by that many points to lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cleveland was 6 at home against Green Bay.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is Evan, you want to Evan said, remember I said yesterday it's a trap game?
Yeah. He didn't like it.
He said it's a death trap game.
Now, and speaking of which, I mean, we are his OGs. Evan, I got to do this because I had my own drama this morning with the rain and the courthouse. How did just real quick as you can, how did it go on your hamstring?
Sorry, what?
How'd the hamstring visit go?
Oh, good. It's not completely torn.
But it is torn.
Well, it's a sprain. Or a strain, sorry.
Okay.
But it's not a grade
So no
3.
tear.
Quick clapping in the background.
Yeah, no tear. I hear you, Carter.
Partial.
No, he said
So
no
let me-
tear.
let me guess.
Sprain.
Rest.
Every strain is a tear, Steiny. It's just a matter of how bad.
Let me guess.
How severe.
Rest.
Ice.
Okay. Yeah, rice.
Ice, compression,
Look at my
elevation,
man. All right.
and rest.
Well, yeah, that's known as rice.
Yeah.
Okay, you know that, right?
I just prefer ice.
Rest, ice,
Hey.
compression, elevation. That's how you remember.
There you go.
Yeah, I won't be pushing it like Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Mac Jones got opportunity to go 3-0, Steiny.
Yeah.
Those are the facts. I mean, but this is a bear, man. This is a bear of an ask, and I know Kyle's not – nobody's crying over in Niderland. I was just talking to you guys earlier. What about the Lions all last year as they dealt? Nobody gave a rat's
Well, we don't
ass.
worry about other people's neighborhoods, remember?
No,
when I
but
try
that
to
was the
compare,
theme of the Detroit Lions last year.
Nobody's ever seen anything like this in all of North American sport.
It feels like it, but come on, man.
How do you win tonight if you're the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. Yeah, I mean, they can't turn it over.
Got to sack Stafford. They didn't touch Lawrence,
really?
Steiny.
Oh, they have to sack Stafford?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Here's Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films.
When he has time to throw the football, he is phenomenal. And number one, he's an aggressive thrower, so he's going to make throws. Now, every once in a while, he'll throw a pick because, hey, he's an aggressive thrower. But he can make throws, and he makes big-time throws. So you better find a way to get people around him and make him feel like he has to speed up a little bit. Hey, sure, sacks are great, and you'd love to get him. But you're trying to impact the quarterback. You're trying to make him play faster mentally, because then, in a sense, you want him to play faster mentally and physically. You know, it's because Stafford's seen everything, so you're not necessarily going to slow him down mentally, but you just want him to play faster physically.
Yeah, not necessarily sacking him.
Well, I would tell Greg,
but,
who I
just
love,
keep him under pressure, keep him dancing a little bit.
But you can blow up a series if you sack him 2nd and 18.
I think Greg knows that.
Yeah,
Greg knows that. But
pressure
he's just saying it's more about keeping him busy, keeping him thinking.
Aggressive thrower. I like that. Would you call me an aggressive radio host? I think I would. Aggressive. I like that. It works for me.
All right, let me think about it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Orlando and San Bruno. Get us going, Orlando. What do you got, man? How they win this game?
All right. So I'm here for the offense, and I agree with you that Juszczyk and Guerrero combined, they need to touch the ball 6 times. Now, with Robinson, also a dozen times. And with our boy McCaffrey, 10 times. That's roughly about 30. But then McCaffrey's going to catch the ball about 10 times as well. And Juszczyk maybe 2 times. That needs to be the offensive mindset. With the time of possession, I think it's going to be it's got to be 35-25. In order for the 49ers to pull the upset. And the last thing is, for the quarterback of the Rams, we got to make him feel like Jim Everett. You know the joke.
Yeah, keep him dancing.
Jim Rome, baby.
Yeah. Thanks, Orlando. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. And I'll say this, I'm like, the element of surprise is everything, right? So when you guys bring up other guys, they got to step up. I'm with you, Steiny. They got to step up, and they're going to get the opportunity. But if there were ever a game that I want to see, to hell if he's hurt or not, because he's not, Christian McCaffrey touch it 30 times or 28 times, however you get it, Steiny, I want his mitts on the ball. I want that many touches for him. Win or lose, when we see each other tomorrow, I would like, and I would devise, nobody's asking, a game plan where McCaffrey somehow touched the ball 30 times combined because of what you're without on the offensive side of the ball.
That very well may be the case. They got to figure out a way to move the ball on the ground. They haven't done it in 4 games, and
keep their offense off if
exactly.
Ball control.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan is a time of possession guy, and they need it in this game. It certainly feels like that. They got to figure out a way to control the ball without their receivers to open things up. So this is kind of, again, I don't know what Kyle Shanahan is going to do tonight, but I expect him to kind of keep the 49ers competitive. I would say this though.
Yeah,
I ain't giving this is a game where if I'm a head coach, I'm sorry, I am monitoring, and when I think this game has gotten out of hand, they're out.
You calling the dogs off?
Like I'm not if we're down big, I'm not running McCaffrey 30 times. That's where Guerrero comes in. You're down 24-3, and it's the third quarter,
and you kind of feel like we ain't done squat early. It don't look like we're going to do it.
Yeah, that's why if it gets out of hand, Guerrero and Juszczyk, just give them the ball to protect everybody else who's more important on this team. I know people go, Juszczyk's important. Yeah, I know. Brett in Walnut Creek. What's up, Brett? How you doing, man?
Guys, how we doing today?
Game day.
Doing well.
It is game day. I think we need to pump the brakes on a couple things. First of all, it's the NFL. Okay? I mean, people get hurt. There's upsets. Things happen. The Jaguars who were the silliest-looking team in the NFL for the most part, made the Niners look silly. The Browns, who were a joke, beat the Packers.
Yeah.
The Titans, who got shut out, or the Houston couldn't beat anybody, and they shut out the Titans. I mean, the reality is this, and I love it, and I love Greg Cosell. I mean, the brightest guys in football. But you're right. Thank you. If you give Stafford time to throw the ball, he'll pick you apart. Heck, if you gave Gino Torretta time to throw the ball, he'll pick you apart. Okay, don't tell me something I don't know. The reality is this. It's about the line play. If our offensive line's got to block, whether it's pass blocking or run blocking, you got to block. I mean, a lot of our turnovers, the last turnover of the game, Brock Purdy's under duress, boom, people slap the ball. Terrible blocking. Defensive line, put some pressure on the quarterback. Again, we're not talking anything that anybody doesn't know, but you got to win the turnover battle. You can't, and I almost liken it to baseball. You got to play clean football. You got to play clean football. If you got 3rd and 1, get 3rd and 1.
Brett.
Yeah, if you got 2nd and 1, don't get creative and say we're going to do a reverse and lose 7 yards, and now you got 3rd and 8. Clean football. Be smart.
Let me ask you this, Brett.
You're a smart football team. Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously, let me throw this at you because you mentioned the offensive and defensive lines, and they've got to be better. But the way I look at it is those are their two position groups that kind of are their weakest position groups of the team, and I have a feeling they're going to be able to play well sometimes. But without Bosa on the defensive line and with the offensive line just not being the greatest, how can they ever develop consistency offensively or defensively if those two aspects are the team's weakest?
No, I mean, it's an excellent point. And the reality is you can't. The reality is you then rely on Kyle Shanahan to be so creative that he can figure out a way to compensate for such.
Yeah.
It's like saying, hey, your house is on a really crappy foundation. You want to have a party. How do you set it up great so your party's going to be successful? Well, crap, I can't have 70 people on the first floor. I got to go outside. Got to go outside with my party here a little bit. I got to divert things, and I got to figure things out because my base, my foundation, which is at the root of all good football teams, is your line play. I don't care if you have Tom Brady, Terry Bradshaw, Johnny Unitas, or whoever behind there. If you can't block, you're on your back, and you can't run, and then you can't rush. So it all, again, not to simplify it, and then you got to win the turn. You got to get a little lucky. Get a little lucky.
Thanks, Brett. Appreciate the call. Yeah, good stuff. That's the one thing I was thinking is if you look at the 49ers when they're at full strength, they got Purdy. They got a great tight end. They got really good receivers. They got a damn good running back. They got good linebackers. Their secondary's been pretty good. And so now they've got some injuries to those people. All right, well, now what about the lines? Well, the lines aren't great in the first place.
And that's why the Bosa injury is something that they may not be able to overcome. But you're talking about, and I get it, so is Brett tonight, Steiny. How can Robert Saleh dial it up, trick it, bring pressure, take chances? Steiny, because when you blitz, obviously, you're taking chances that you can get home. But like Cosell said, you're talking about one of the greatest composed quarterbacks in the league today, and Matt Stafford. He's seen it all. But if you're just going to sit back there and bend but don't break, I mean, they can just pick you apart and be methodical. They've did it to Philly. They've had to face Barkley, the running back. So when they see McCaffrey, I'm sure they're not going to fault over or wilt. But, man, if ever there was a week you could find or tap into that running game for the Niners, this is it, Matt. This is it, Steiny.
I'm wondering if 49er fans are more concerned with the offensive line or defensive line. I'm more concerned with the offensive line.
Mine's defensive line. But tell me why, or tell us why.
Well, because I don't think they've been good for 4 games. So
why would you expect them to be good here? If
that's why I'm more worried about the offensive line, because I think the defensive line's got more depth. They've got some youth that's going to, I think, get better over the course of the season.
Well, it's all youth now, it feels like. You know.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Dave.
Yeah, I'm about to cook, bro. Sit back. I'm about to call out the head coach and the GM, man. We need to stop dancing around. All right, let me first go at the head coach. Kyle, I know you're down some guys, but this offensive line y'all just spoke about, They all handpicked by the head coach. So stop complaining about the offensive line. It ain't going to change. This is who he wants, okay? Now, the running game ain't working. I don't know why. That's up to the head coach to fix because he got his offensive line that he wants. You got your healthiest group, all your running backs. You can't find plays for Garendo or your fifth-round pick that you drafted, Jordan James, can't even dress. But you can dial up plays for Kyle Juszczyk? Like, come on, bro. You need to do a better job, Kyle. I mean, you made Mostert famous. You made some undrafted free agent running backs famous. Breida, Elijah Mitchell. But you can't find time for your fastest player in Garendo? John Lynch. I know you lost Bosa. But every year you guys invest in the defensive line. All your premium picks go to the defensive line. This year, Mike Hill, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, 0 sacks, 3 hits, and a few tackle for losses. I mean,
so what?
I'm sorry.
Well, where do we go with all that? Considering we got Game 5 this week, like what's the solution here, or where do they go?
Well, where do they go? It depends on their look on this team. If they feel like they can compete for a championship, you're obviously going to have to make a trade. Because if you tell me you can't live without a premier player like Bosa, you're going to have to go get one. Because unless Mike Hill is going to, like Verse was a first-round pick last year for the Rams. It's a good comp because they were drafting in the same kind of place. He got no problems. He didn't play with a Bosa. He was able to make impact. Is Mike Hill capable of making that kind of impact? I haven't seen it.
Right.
I mean, I hear he's good against the runs. I'm not seeing no impact. And right now, nobody's making an impact. As good as CMC has been, he's just a name. He's just getting the ball a lot. I mean, he's not making major plays. Your best player and biggest playmaker is Ricky. He can't stay healthy. So, yeah, Kyle, I'm with you. We need to run the ball. He needs to figure out how to get his running backs going. And Kyle, you've been labeled this great head coach. You need to figure out how to get more than just CMC the ball. You got to get your other running backs going too.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call.
But let's real quick, Stein, let me just take a crack at it and listen. It sounded like a lot of what D was saying, Dave, Steiny, is he would like to see Garendo with the rock. But if that hasn't happened through 4 weeks, you're sitting here with arguably one of a guy that can give you house calls like he works at Kaiser and McCaffrey are used to. I'm asking you, why do you think we're not seeing Garendo? Because I don't think that's the problem at all. If McCaffrey can't pop, there's a reason that the blocking's not good enough. But it damn sure not on my list is Garendo needs to get more carries. If Kyle and the rest of the coaching staff are not doing that, something's happening that we don't see.
He's not good enough. And I mean, he's not as good as McCaffrey, and he's clearly not as good as Robinson. So Kyle's going to go, as we know, with the guys that he thinks can win in the game. Where I think people are maybe missing things a little bit is I get that there's a difference of opinion whether it's early in the season, it's not early, they got plenty of time, they don't have plenty of time. I get all that, but they just lost Bosa a couple weeks ago. They got to figure out what's going on with Brock Purdy, and so Mac Jones is going to have to play tonight. Now Pearsall and Jennings get a little bit iffy. The thing is, though, if you look at the standings, they're 3-1. And so now they go down to L.A. It doesn't look good, but let's see what happens. If they get beat to L.A., they're 3-2, and then they got a long week. But what I'm saying is, when you talk about replacing Bosa or this guy's got, I think they're trying to buy time. I think they're trying to buy time till week 6 or 8. Then they'll ideally get Kittle back. Pearsall will be back. Maybe even Ayuk start scratching the surface. I think they're just in survival mode right now. I think they know they're going up against a tough team tonight, and I just think they're in survival mode, and if they come out of it, then they want to see what they have, but they'll still be in it because they started out 3-1.
I feel like I'm in your doctor office, and you're telling me how to nurse an injury, and and what to do and how to advise me. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I hear you, but everything out of your mouth just right there was offense. And that's why I told you defensively that we know Bosa's not coming through that door. You got a lot of young guys that I was excited about, still am. But, again, it's one game, partner, and it's about to be two. But if we see Matt Stafford not get touched again, and this is a theme, I don't care who comes back on the Niners' offensive side of it. I mean, games are won in the trenches. Identities are formed. And if for some reason or another this injury kind of knocks the Niners out the box, because we had talked about the deadline to what you're talking about, if they can survive and then, make a big move and get somebody in here and they can take off, that's still on the table. But, man, partner, with this youth and what not having Bosa, the impact of that, if you can't get after the quarterback and they haven't had a turnover in 8 quarters in 2 games, I mean, those things got to change starting tonight.
Well, first of all, I don't think the defense has been bad. I'm just using point total in that the 49ers defense has been good enough where they could be 4-0 right now. They're 3-1. But when I look at the defense, again, if the defense, as they play better teams like the Rams and the Buccaneers, if the defense
2 good teams
struggles, I'm sorry. Again, that'll tell me that the young players, A, aren't ready, and then B, we've got to wait and see if they're going to be any good in the long run. And the reason I say that, and this is where, if you're going to have Robert Saleh as your defensive coordinator,
who I was singing the praises of,
right, and if their defense isn't good, then it's not the defensive coordinator's fault. If it's Robert Saleh, it's the players aren't good enough to execute the defense that he's apparently an expert at. So, that's the way I'm looking at the defense. If the defense gets bad, let's put it that way, just because of Bosa, well, then we got a bigger problem than Bosa's injury. And the problem is maybe some of the younger guys aren't where they need to be at this point.
Yeah, but what about it taking time?
It's going to take time. And that's what I'm saying.
Some of these guys end up having a rough rookie season.
Right, then they're not going to be successful. The 49ers won't be going to the playoffs.
Oh, but I thought you were saying the guy's career. No, they still got time to get acclimated to the league, but we're talking about this season.
Right, and I'm talking.
Because you wouldn't be able to stop anybody.
And the bottom line is, if you go 7-10 and your defense is terrible, well, then at the end of the year, you got to say, is Mykal Williams adjusting to the NFL, or does he stink? Does to these young guys?
I got you.
What do we make of them? Are they going to get better, or are they not going to get better?
Yeah, you talked about it. Devontae Adams, Steiny, give me a better tandem, and Nakua. I mean, they got their hands full tonight, man. And the Rams got a quarterback that's smart. They got their version of Kyle Shanahan and McVay. And that's why, if I'm a Niner fan and just from a football standpoint, I could see why the spread is what it is, but that doesn't determine the outcome of the game. So I got my popcorn ready, and if the first quarter or halftime is relatively close, a field goal or a touchdown, that bodes well to me for the Niners. But, this has the ingredients to get ugly.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners heading down to L.A. They play the Rams tonight. Both teams 3-1. Winner obviously will be in first by themselves, and they'll have a game in hand. So it is a big game. There's no doubt about it. And unfortunately, 49ers are going to be playing without Brock Purdy. And, I mean, we got to get into Brock on the other side. We spent the last 2 or 3 weeks talking about how the 49ers should handle Brock Purdy and the turf toe, and he sat out 2 weeks, then he played, now he's hurt again. How do we handle Brock Purdy moving forward? And how do we think Kyle Shanahan's even looking at Brock Purdy right now? Do we have any idea how close he is to playing? I feel like that's all up in the air right now with Brock Purdy. For the first time, if I'd ask you this, you think Brock will start against the Bucs?
Had we not had our conversation yesterday, and I was radio frustrated because you got me thinking, behind closed doors, do they feel like they let him come back too soon? If that's real, Steiny, I think he doesn't. Because 10 days is 10 days, but it's not 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So Right now, I just feel like if I'll give it to you, it was a setback. We might see him out 3 to 4 weeks. I could be wrong, but if you're asking me what I would do, I would let my quarterback tell me how he feels, and then I would let him go out there.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is, if you ask me, is Purdy going to play against the Buccaneers? My answer is, I have no idea. I don't know. And it feels like that's something that the 49ers may have to be dealing with all season long in real time. Because there's no rhyme or reason to this injury. But I do know that the way the 49ers have played it now makes it a talking point each and every game until Purdy gets back healthy and starts playing consistent football again. Hey, we got coming up at noon today, we've got Nick Hamilton. He's the host at Nightcast Media on Sirius XM. He works out of L.A., covers the Rams and the Dodgers. You know this guy, right?
Yeah. He joined Nevin and I. You were on vacation.
Is he any good?
Yeah, he's real good. He does it all.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well,
like, does he really know?
Oh, he's in.
Nick Martin.
Yeah.
All right, we got so Nick Martin's going to give us an update on the Rams.
Hamilton.
Talk about,
Nick Hamilton.
What did I say? Nick
Martin.
Wright.
Nick Martin.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it was Martin. Do you know a Nick Martin?
It's on your paper.
See, y'all make it.
Nick Hamilton coming up at noon. He's a host of Nightcast Media on Sirius XM. He's a Rams and Dodgers expert. Maybe we'll get into a little. Nobody wants to talk about this.
But they're going to win it again, huh?
Who?
The Dodgers.
No. Why would you say that?
They look like I watched the games.
Oh, you watched one game and they're going to win it?
No, I watched 2 games.
Gotcha. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do the 49ers win this game tonight? And then secondly, is this going to be the new normal with Brock Purdy that we got to assess whether he can play or not for the next several weeks? 888-957-9570. Again, Nick Hamilton at 12 o'clock. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Blake Snell, he stinks.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Tell Stephen A. I said hello, damn it.
I will not. I'm not going to do that. It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, coming up at noon today, we're going to go down to L.A., talk to Nick Hamilton, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media. He's also a host on Sirius XM, knows the Rams, knows the Dodgers.
Lakers.
Also a film critic.
Yeah, he was on the red carpet. They had some shindig in L.A. I go, that must be cool.
That'd be awesome. I
Have
can
you
ask
ever
him
been to
about
a
all
red
the
carpet
movies.
event, Steiny?
No.
Either have I.
No, I can ask him all about the movies that I've never seen.
I've been to a player's ball, though.
Catering?
No, the actual.
Right, were you catering for it? Part of the catering
I was
crew?
with my crew.
Oh,
at the turf club.
Right, serving the food and passing out the hors d'oeuvres?
Dancing and chopping it up.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah, mingle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you might have been working it. I'm sorry.
I was working. You know what I mean?
So Brock Purdy is not going to play tonight. And this is week 5, and he's been in and out of the lineup already a couple times. And we got to play this. The Morning Roast was playing it, and it was set a couple weeks ago after the Seattle game.
All right.
NFL Odyssey insider, our very own Lorenzo Neal, played in the league for almost 20 years.
Lolo.
And he was asking about he was asked about turf toe. And this again was about 3 weeks ago. This was after the Seattle game, and Lo Neal, as they say, it sounds like he hit the nail on the head. Take a listen to what Lo Neal said, and this was, again, 3 weeks ago.
I think this week for sure he's out. I would not even think about it this week. Brock might get out there and say, hey, guys, I'm going to try to get it. I'm going to try to go on this if he needed to. And I think he will get to that point that he's going to, if they needed him, I think if they needed him in 2 weeks from now, I think he could go. But that's me predicated on what the belief that I have in myself and what I've seen from Brock. I think he's a tough guy. Here's not a guy that wants to sit out, who's a guy that's like, it's a little pain. Brock has to be in pain for him to sit out. This guy knows what he means to this organization. This guy loves football. I can never question his heart because this is a tough game, guys. And to play with turf toe, I played with the guy, Eric Martin, and he had turf toe. And I watched the doctor before the game, get that needle 3-inch needle, shoot that into the joint. So they go in there, shoot it into the ligament, but then go in between that big toe and that joint right there where it hooks in, and shoot it inside there. They put different things to try to relieve some of the pain. And afterwards, you just see the toe, the black and blue, and how they're walking around the next couple of days. After they get done, guys, I'm telling you, if he plays, he's not practicing the rest of the week. So when he does play, you're going to be at limited practice, I'm telling you, during there for the rest of the season if he plays, because that's how hard and that's how tough it is to recover from turf toe if he plays. And when he plays, the following week, he does not practice. He practiced maybe on Friday, a little bit on Saturday walkthrough. But if that toe's that bad, I'm telling you, that's the kind of injury it could be.
Oh, my God. I just felt like I watched the surgery. Man, 3-inch needle? This ain't going away. How about that?
Well, it doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like it, and it sounds like something that they're going to have to maybe bite the bullet on and give him a couple weeks and then try it again. What I think happened, here's what I think happened over the last couple weeks. I think he obviously played against Seattle, and they won. Yeah. And he came out of the Seattle game, and he said, you know what? I got a toe problem. All right, it's turf toe. What are we going to do? Well, let's sit him against New Orleans. Okay, so they sit him against New Orleans. And then the next game is against the Cardinals. Can he go? Can he not go? You know what? It's not there. Let's go with Mac Jones again. Okay, we go to Mac Jones. They win another one. Now, the Mac Jones injury complicates things, but regardless of that, sometime before the Jacksonville game, Brock Purdy said, I think I can go. I can go. And then he did some stuff at practice, and everybody said, all right, let's give it a try. But what I think is he was so ineffective, and the correlation between the injury and his performance is something that they have to acknowledge, because they believe Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than he was on Sunday. There's no doubt about it. So they've got to believe it was the toe, I think. All right, well, if it's the toe, guess what? I think this is where this is where Kyle Shanahan goes, hey, listen, I know you said it was okay last week. Yeah. I don't think it was okay last week. Your play didn't seem like it was okay last week. So now what we're going to do is you're definitely not playing against the Rams. Okay. We'll take another look at it maybe next week, midweek, and we'll figure out Tampa Bay. But I'm telling you right now, if it feels like, if it's sounding like it feels the same way as it did going into the Jacksonville game, you're not playing. Not because you can't make it through, but because you're not good enough right now. Mac Jones is better, if he's healthy, than the version of Brock Purdy we saw on Sunday.
Okay, I'm not mad at you, but I just want to take it one step further. If Mac Jones, obviously healthy, let's just say the whole offense and Mac's bad, we know how to judge it, just, not the best performance. Does that anyway have any influence on what you do moving forward with Brock, because Mac might not have put his best foot forward? Or are you just like, no, Brock, you got to get healthy. We don't even care what it looks like. We need you on the shelf, so when you do go out there and try to beat your new foe, which is the toe, we'll know we've gave you ample time. I'm just wondering, if we see the bad Mac Jones, does that influence the coaching staff? Brock, oh man, I gotta get out there by Tampa.
Well, is the bad Mac Jones worse than Brock Purdy last week?
I won't know until tonight.
Then we got to wait. But
some would say that shouldn't have any bearing on it at all.
Okay, some would say that. I might even say that. What I'm saying is, however Brock Purdy's toe felt before the Jacksonville game, if he says before the Tampa Bay game, it feels pretty much exactly like it did before the Jacksonville game. Well, you ain't playing then. Sorry. You weren't good enough with that injury.
Now, what if that was just a bad performance then, Steiny? It wasn't relegated to the toe. Like, how do they decipher that? Or it's a feel?
Okay, well, this is where he's our franchise quarterback. We paid him an exorbitant salary, so clearly that's not who we play. That's the worst game he's had, maybe as a 49er. It has to be the toe. Let's get the toe right. If it's not the toe, they got bigger problems than just whether he's going to play today or next week. Then they got a problem with the quarterback who's just not good enough, but I don't believe that they're there. I absolutely think the toe had something to do with it.
Yeah,
I don't see how the toe could not have something to do with it.
And Brock did say, we played the soundbite yesterday, Steiny. He felt like if this game was on Sunday, the toe already feels better than it did, after the Seattle game. So there's improvement there. But I do believe a lot of why he's not playing is because this is a short week. They had a quick turnaround, and maybe that'll bode well now that you get 10 days off after tonight. Maybe he's in a better spot. But just listening to O'Neal, a former football player, that played the game at a high level, just describe and talk about that injury, something he knows about. Man, Steiny, it doesn't seem like it's just a 1 or 2 week thing.
This is Greg Cosell, senior editor at NFL Films, and he's talking about the week-to-week discussion on Brock Purdy.
The week-to-week stuff with Brock Purdy is gets a little silly to me, because I almost feel like people talk about Brock Purdy as if, well, he's not really that good, so if he has a good game, let's wait and see then what he's going to do next week. Brock Purdy's their starting quarterback. He's a good player. I think if you pretty much talk to almost anybody, they'll tell you he's a good player. Was he as sharp as he normally is in this game, and he had just come back, and we have no idea how the injuries affected him? He wasn't as sharp as he normally is working between the numbers. There were throws he was a little wild high. I don't know if that's a function of his toe, his shoulder. I can't speak to that.
Well, I agree with Greg Cosell. The week-to-week conversation about, Purdy's performance might be a little silly because he's not going anywhere, but the week-to-week assessment of whether or not he's ready to play and whether he's at 100%, I think, unfortunately, that's going to be something that goes on for at least a little while.
That's the new game.
A few more weeks.
Yeah, no doubt. And who controls that? Communication between the coach, the trainer, the medical staff, and Brock Purdy. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm interested to know how 49ers fans feel about what's transpired and what may transpire with Brock Purdy. Because the way I'm looking at it is, I'm just going through the games and kind of the way our conversations have gone. Okay.
And so this is kind of the way that I'm looking at it. So Brock Purdy wins a game against Seattle, and he comes out of that game and he's hurt. He's got a toe injury. Okay, and then they got New Orleans the next week. He's got turf toe. They sit him out. Okay, they beat New Orleans. They go to Arizona. You know what? Let's not play Brock. Still not ready. Let's go with Mac Jones. Mac Jones wins against Arizona. Okay. Mac Jones gets hurt. How's Purdy feeling? He's feeling a little bit better. He thinks he can go. All right, let's put Purdy in there. Jacksonville. He goes. He's not very good, and he gets hurt. And so now he's not playing against the Rams. And the thing that I find fascinating is after the Seattle game when he was hurt and through the Arizona game, what dominated the discussion was, what do you do with Purdy? Do you play it safe? It's football. Do you put him out there? Everybody's hurt. So if he's just a little hurt, you put him out there. And so now they put him out there. He's hurt. And to my way of thinking, now we've got to deal with this all year long, or at least for the next few weeks. And so, all the conversation we had about what the Niners should or shouldn't do, or how they should or shouldn't play it with Purdy 3 weeks ago, it feels like, well, that's gone now. They picked it, and it didn't work out, and now he's going to miss a few more games, and that's kind of the way it goes. But it's football, and next man up. And I'm thinking, well, then why did we discuss it in such detail when we weren't really privy to his condition or how healthy he was?
I can't say you're wrong, but we'll never be privy to the information. So it just sounds like to me, Steiny, a lot of people are second-guessing the decision because of his performance.
Yes, absolutely.
But why I just want to interject is it's so tricky. He's a grown-ass man. He's an athlete. He's got coaches. They got a medical staff. If they all agreed he was ready to go, I think, obviously, you go play. He tried to play. He tried to play because he felt like he could. He looked bad. And you are right. I came and told you, Willard and Dibs, I don't know if that was just a bad performance or he was injured. But Cosell is hinting at, and I kind of get, this is what I got from him, it's kind of unfair to say, whatever you think of Brock Purdy, we know he was hampered. But how that can apply to everybody on the field. My question, Steiny, is does he have enough gravitas, and I think he does, Brock Purdy, if he feels good before his next opportunity to play their next game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he echoes, I think I'm good to go, I think all the coaching staff can do is take him at his word and hope that was just one bad game, he flushes it out, or nobody wants to hear this, but if we listen to Brian Baldinger, who told the Morning Roast, this thing is cryptic. It can follow you all year, followed by Lo Neal saying basically the same thing. This is their new reality. And when you pose a question and make a statement like you just did to me, Steiny, I don't know where to go or who has the antidote of how to basically handle it right, but go out there, see what you can do, and we hope it's improving.
Do you think there's any way doctors can look at that toe, and they looked at it right before the game?
All right.
Okay? They know what he tried to play on, whatever the condition of the toe was on Sunday. He said he was fine. He goes and plays. Now they look at the toe Monday or Tuesday, and they're like, geez, it's worse than it was on Saturday or Sunday. Well, to me at that point, he's not playing Thursday. Okay, then let's say we get to Tampa Bay.
Okay.
And if I look at the toe and he goes, you know what, it feels pretty good. I don't know. Can they look at the toe and say, yeah, actually, it's exactly the way it was before the Jacksonville game? It actually, we can tell you might feel good, but it's at the same healing stage. Well, then you're not playing because you stunk with that toe 3 weeks ago. And I'm going with Mac Jones. Let's come back to next week. And we'll see if it looks better and feels better, and the doctors say it's better.
No, hey, you could be right, but going off that Lo Neal sound that we just played, Steiny, I mean, where's the needle part of this? Is it going to get to that point to where he needs to get shot up with a needle to go out there and try to play as effectively as he can? I don't know, but to answer your question, it doesn't sound like they can do an x-ray of the toe and say, oh, it's getting better. It's just one of those things to where you got turf toe. It's a ligament tear. It has to heal. Now it's about pain tolerance. But I didn't hear anything, and maybe it's a good thing, knock on wood, that he's gotten to the juncture, Brock Purdy that is, of needing a shot to go out there and try to play.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 49ers go down to L.A. tonight. It's their 5th game of the year. They're 3-1. First place at stake, but they're going to head into that game banged up, and Mac Jones is going to be the starting quarterback. And I think what's most troubling is not just the Purdy injury, but where we go from here with the Purdy injury. And, I was obviously been listening to Willard the last few days, and he was talking about how, if you're questioning the Purdy contract now, you probably didn't want him in the first place.
Right.
I'm not so much interested in that because the way I look at it, if I were a 49er fan, it's okay to like Brock Purdy. It's okay to say, he's our franchise quarterback, but it's more than fair to worry about him. It's more than fair to be worried about him, even if you do like him. And my question to 49er fans would be, what if this is kind of the new normal, what would concern you about Brock Purdy? Is it his performance? Is that what would worry about Brock Purdy? Is it the fact that his contract is calling for him to make so much money? Is it now you worried about him being injury prone?
Ask me.
What is it?
Him on record is saying, and it's new, he doesn't know, and I'm going with the right now, right? He doesn't know if the toe was the reason for the bad play. That's my immediate concern. Like, I would like to hear, it was because of the foot. Steiny, my elbows hurt, my velo was down. That's a direct result from that injury. But when Brock said, I can't tell you the toe was the reason for me out there. And I think that's where you have the license, not for an excuse, but like we understand what you're hurt, you're gimpy. But I guess I thought, oh man, this thing could linger. If he didn't know after a game, if that was the reason.
He knows. You don't think he knows?
But you think it would have been? I'm asking honestly. You know what? I think he does it. But would you have lost any football respect for him or any player that said, yeah, that was a lot because the toe was just really bothering me? I wouldn't have.
Well, you say that now, but, like, I disagree. If Mac Jones said, hey, did the toe bother you? And he goes, you know what? I really couldn't plan off it. He would – then people would say, you know the way it is in football. If you're on the field, you're healthy. Then it's like, you know what? Then you hurt your team. Like that – no, I don't think another quarterback would get the break. Like,
we're making too big of a deal of it then, if you're right. If you're on the field, we're assuming you're healthy. Everybody's got a story. Then
he is hurt, but he just didn't want to say he was hurt because he didn't want to use
100% moving forward.
Okay, well, then that's a problem. Like, that's a problem. But all I'm saying is that if his toe was hurt and he managed to fight through and play, and that's the way he played, well, and he had input on that decision. He doesn't have input on that decision anymore. Because just because he wants to play, I'm not putting him out there if that's the quarterback I'm getting.
I get
and
that.
I'm going to assume it's a quarterback I'm getting because he did look different than he normally looks when he's healthy. You know, the other thing is, was the toe the reason he fumbled?
No. You asking me, I'm saying no. That ball got knocked out his hand.
So there's a lot to figure out as to what relates to what and what doesn't.
Well, I'll tell you this, and this is no shade at the youngsters on the defensive line, but when you lose Bosa, there's nothing until you go make a move or try, and even with that, you ain't getting nothing close to the impact of one Nick Bosa. But, Steiny, I will say in a crazy way, and I'm not minimizing or diminishing Brock Purdy, if he's out, I do feel like what we've seen from Mac Jones, who's 2-0 in a Niner uniform, the drop-off is not as big as what we're seeing on the D-line and depending on these youngsters and the Bryce Huffs of the world. Like, Mac Jones has shown us he can win. So, you know, I'm going worst-case scenario. You miss Brock, you know, Mac still, he's a serviceable quarterback, Sonny. That's all I'm saying, and he's undefeated when he started. Now, what that means tonight, I have no idea. It could mean diddly squat, but I guess I hope you get the gist of what I'm putting down. I think the quarterback, without Brock Purdy, the quarterback position for the Niners is, dare I say, in good hands. Okay, there's some fall off, but it's not that drastic in other cities, I believe.
Yeah, and you know what?
And Mac's 2-0 under center as a starter here.
And I'm going to absolutely, positively wait to make that assessment on Mac Jones and how long he can hold it down. Yeah, he's won them 2 games.
But this matters tonight because it's the Rams. It matters.
Of course, and you take into consideration that they're not whole, but you'll be able to tell if he looks overmatched or not. But yeah, the idea that, I don't know, this is just me, the idea that, you know, Mac Jones won a game against the Saints and then they won a game against the Cardinals means,
which they could have lost both. I hear you.
You know, means that like everything's fine and you know, Mac Jones could get them where they need to go. I'm absolutely positively not there. We're getting into an area here where, to me, this is how you judge a backup quarterback. Like, he's passed the first test.
Yeah.
If you miss your quarterback for a couple games, can he keep it afloat? He's done that. Well, what if it's now multiple games? What if it's now 4 to 5 games? Can you go 3-2 in those games? He's already gone 2-0. What if he has to play? What if we have to play 3 more games without Purdy? Can he go 1-2 or 2-1? I don't know. Does he go 0-3? So if Mac Jones is going to end up playing multiple weeks, we are going to get a fuller understanding of how close he is to being a Brock Purdy if all things are equal.
Yeah, And I know it's a game of attrition. Just the sport is violent. We know that. It's been that. It always will be. But, man, Steiny, just from a Niners standpoint, you talk about when that day will come when they get whole. I'm watching tonight saying to myself, and I mean it, who else are they going to lose tonight? Because that's been the theme. Every week it's been you get somebody back, but you lose somebody. And hopefully that trend stops tonight. But just think about what I just said. And I know it's football, but my gosh, here you are already, short-staffed, and hopefully you don't come out of this game losing another body.
Well, yeah, we'll see. The funny thing is just because they've suffered injuries doesn't mean they won't suffer more injuries. Or maybe the injuries are done. Yeah. Maybe they're all done, and the rest of the year will be about guys recuperating and guys getting back. Coming up at noon today, we've got Nick Hamilton. He's a sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media, also a host on Sirius XM. He's also a film critic. He knows all about the Rams, all about the L.A. Dodgers. We're going to talk to him at 12 o'clock. But 49er fans, the quarterback position right now is pretty unsettled. We signed Brock Purdy to a long-term contract. It looks like he's going to miss 3 out of the first 5 games. The 49ers absolutely can be questioned about how they've handled that situation. And to me, I'd love to know from 49er fans how they feel about where the quarterback situation is right now, how the team's handled all this. And knowing all that, how do you handle Brock Purdy from this point forward? In terms of trying to figure out when he's healthy enough to play well instead of maybe playing the way he played on Sunday because of the toe. Where do we go from here, Niner fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jonathan from San Francisco. I called RNS to help with a misaligned beam for our electric parking gate. Salvador tightened all the worn hardware and made sure the gate functioned properly. He was patient with our questions and a pleasure to work with.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Right now, receive up to a $25 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
49ers in a shambles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers at the Rams tonight.
I got a question for you.
In L.A.
We've been heavy on Brock, but, I mean, there are two excellent offensive coaches going to do battle tonight on Thursday Night Football. Who you taking? Just
McVay. They're healthier.
No, just in general.
McVay.
Yeah, one coach to coach a game with your life on the line.
McVay.
Even though Kyle's dominated them during the regular season.
I'll take the safe answer. You said a big game.
Wow.
I mean, if you're saying big game, it's got to be McVay.
Both been to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, and there's only one of them that won it.
Yeah.
So
and he beat Kyle on the way.
You say big game.
Wow, man.
They've certainly beat him in the regular season. The 49ers.
Let me ask you this. If Matt Stafford was the current quarterback now with the Niners,
he'd be hurt.
Wow. So, yeah, you ain't even buying that.
No.
Why would he be hurt?
Their line stinks.
Rams' line is hurt.
Yeah, but they employ a different offense. McVay is much better at protecting a quarterback.
Stafford's been hurt almost every year he's been quarterback.
Very little though. Like he always
just
plays
almost every year.
He always plays. But how many games does he average? I'll bet over 14.
Since he's been a Ram?
Yeah.
Still hurt.
Yeah, that's not like Brock Purdy.
Well, Brock's not.
Well,
we're in the midst of we don't know where this is going and how to look on the Carfax report. But yeah, man, you got to get him back sooner than later. Because he's your dude, and hopefully Mac.
I guess that's what I'm saying. You don't have to get him back sooner than later.
Well, the Niners have for him right now, up until kickoff. You're 3-1. You earn that. But if we're being real, Steiny, a couple plays here, there, you're not 3-1, but you are. And if you come out of here, what a lot of people expect you to do tonight in L.A. with an L, you're 3-2. But damn, you still got this riddle or mystery with the toe with Brock Purdy. And I said the defensive line concerns me, Steiny, but moving forward, I mean, how many weeks do you just say this is who we are running the ball? Like this is another opportunity for them to show us, and I know it's against the Rams, a good team, but man, if this is who this offensive line is going to be blocking in regard to the run game, then Steiny, you got major problems, man.
Well, I think they're going to have major problems until they get George Kittle back. And maybe even, everybody talks about how Jennings is such a great blocker. Ayuk, his blocking improved. I think that's got something to do with why the running game hasn't been as good. So, like I said, I think they absolutely need to run the ball. And people are saying, well, how are they going to do that? They haven't done it all year. I get it. They got to figure out a way, I think, to do it tonight. But if they don't, it's going to be because of the same reasons they weren't able to run it the first 4 games, because the line's not good enough. And, I'm really starting to think that the Kittle injury is really, really affecting their run game like any other lineman who's out would affect their run game, even though he's a tight end.
You would hope and you would think. So that day is coming. And when it arrives, that'll be one of the first things we're watching when you look at this Niner offense, regardless if it's Mac Jones or Brock Purdy under center. Because you're running out of, that is a good thing when you just visualize and think about, okay, let's look ourselves in the mirror. Bosa's not coming back. Damn. Okay, we got to deal with that. But Kittle is. And you are right. He's important to the run game. And we'll see once that day does happen, Steiny, if it's instant impact and you're like, okay, that probably was a majority of the reason. But it's getting to the point to where you're putting so much on one guy, especially a tight end, that, this line could be telling on itself.
Let's go to Manny in Union City.
Manny, he's always positive.
Hey, Manny, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Ooh, gloomy day today. Hopefully that's not a precursor for tonight's game. However, I did want to discuss Brock Purdy, a Wild Things situation, and I call him Wild Thing because if anybody watched those movies in Major League, Brock Purdy reminds me of Vaughn, because that man can't find a receiver, healthy or not healthy, man. And I'm not going to give him the luxury of saying, oh, it was your foot that threw it off. You are a $167 million quarterback. You need to play every dime worth for me to be content as a fan, quite honestly. You know what would be funny, guys? If this was a reversal of fortune of something we saw a long time ago in the NFL dramas, where Drew Bledsoe got hurt and in comes Brady, the 7th round or the 5th, 6th round pick, whatever he was at the time. Now you got the 7th rounder hurt, and now you got the 1st rounder. What are we going to do if Mac Jones actually pulls this off and starts balling? Because, he is a 1st-round quarterback, and he was someone that the Niners wanted. Now we're going to have a conundrum. You know what I miss the most, Goo, is back in the day, man.
Tell me.
We didn't care if it was Montana or Young or Bono playing. You are the quarterback of the Niners. You will play like you were the quarterback of the 49ers. And that's what I'm expecting, man. A lot of these guys, they've lost that. The Niners have lost the mystique. It didn't matter if you had starters like Haley or Lott. The guys that filled in and honored who they were filling in for. These guys have got to look at that uniform and say, we are champions regardless of who is here or who is not. There's basically an honor to donning that uniform, right? Just like what Denzel said in Remember the Titans. When you wear that Niners uniform, you better come to work. And that's what I'm not seeing, the productivity. You can have all the talent in the world. The one thing that they're missing is the want, and that's what they got to have moving forward without the guys that are here or not here. And that's what I'm expecting from this team. I know it might be a lot to ask, but you know what? Life's not fair. And you just gotta put out, man.
Hey, Manny.
And I'm gonna leave you with this.
Okay, go ahead. Before you do that, real quick, they're 3-1, brother, with all kind of injuries. You ain't tapping into that. That's a beautiful thing. A bunch of injuries. They're 3-1.
Right, and I talked about that the last time I called in. But you know what? That productivity, they were resting on those laurels when they played the Jaguars. That was pretty sloppy. They played to the level of what they are and not above that. You know what I'm saying? And they need to just with that run game, guys, it's as simple as this. Remember back in the day when Dexter Carter was the running back and we were chanting no more sweeps, because they couldn't get the offense going because no one was scared of the offense. You know what? Mac Jones got to put the fear of God, or whoever's under center needs to put the fear of God into that secondary and into that defense in order for them to loosen it up. I'm going to leave with this, guys. With all the injuries that are happening, I'm going to leave you with a famous quote from the program. Great movie. Are you injured or are you hurt? Because if you're injured, you can't play. If you're hurt, you need to sack up. That's what I got for you guys.
Yeah, take it easy, Manny.
Go Niners.
Thanks.
Obviously, Brock is injured, Manny.
Was he injured Sunday?
I would say he was hurt Sunday.
Well, that means
I'll help me
that
out.
what he did Sunday made whatever was going on worse.
I don't know what to do with that, but say they're football players, Steiny, and you don't know until you know.
Yep. So they took a gamble.
But Mac wasn't available.
Right. Martinez was.
And we're sitting here talking about Martinez, and I don't want to be negative, but Steiny, he's one hit away or one play away from being on the field.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, imagine if you'd saved Purdy, played Martinez. Now you got Mac Jones back, but if he gets hurt, you got Martinez who's already played. Woo! Paul's in Tracy. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think this has more to do with both his receivers out and George being out. They're trying to save him from another bad performance. He already had 2 bad games. His Seattle game was equally bad. Just go check out the stats. They're pretty much same as the last game. He gets all his weapons back next week, so they're hoping he will be fine with them. So they're sitting him out just for that. That's what I think.
All right. So you think he'll be back against the Bucs?
I think so, yeah, 100%.
All right. Appreciate it, Paul. I guess that's the thing. We'll find out midweek next week whether Purdy feels any better or not. But
Yeah.
Mac Jones going tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
And you just talk about the Mac Jones component. Steiny, how much or how many times has he thrown the ball to Robinson, you know? And it could be 1,000. I don't know. I'm just asking and wondering. That stuff matters, right? And, you know, Sky Moore is going to be involved, and I'm sure he's going to get some catches because of who they're without, Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings. But, man, just to watch this passing game, if the Rams do what I expect them to do, load the box and dare Mac Jones and his wide receiver group to beat him or go up top. Mac's got an arm. We kind of seen it, Steiny, but it will be interesting to see how Kyle Shanahan tries to slice up this Ram defense and secondary.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Coming up in a half hour, we're going to visit with Nick Hamilton from L.A. He's a sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media, knows all about the Rams. We're going to talk to him about what's going on with them. They're having a great season. One little blemish against the Eagles. That's it. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Man.
What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Hi, gentlemen. Hi. How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Trying to figure it out, man.
Hey, that last caller, bro. Mystique. The Niners. Ooh, I'm scared. It's not happening, man. This is not that. This is not back then. So let's step out of it. It's not that Niner team. It'll be fun to really watch Matt Stafford get no pass rush and see what he could do with those receivers. Man, it's going to be a massacre. I hate to say it. This is going to be a massacre. Let me ask you guys a question. What happened to the NBA training camp? Why are we jumping into preseason games? Remember when they had to go to camp for a couple of weeks to get in shape to run the – why are we jumping right into preseason games? Did I miss something?
There's really no you know what? There's really no such thing as NBA training camp. They practice 4 times and then they start playing games, preseason games. It's not like the NFL where they go practice for weeks at a time and then they play their first preseason game.
That was wow.
Yeah, he's a joke.
Is that why
We don't need to talk
when
about
we saw
that right
Halliburton
now.
go down tearing as a kid, could there be something to that you just rush into it?
Probably. I'm going to read a sentence to 49er fans and to you, and I want you to tell me what you think about this. This is from Matt Barrow's column.
Okay.
In the Athletic, and we have Matt on periodically. He does a great job. Listen to this. This is what he wrote. Brock Purdy isn't healthy enough to be the team's emergency backup in L.A., which underscores that his sprained big toe was worse than it seemed coming out of Sunday's loss to the Jaguars, and that the 49ers are leery of it becoming a recurring issue this season. They're entering a rough stretch of their schedule, especially for someone dealing with a sore toe. But the 49ers are leery of it becoming a reoccurring issue this season. And my question would be, aren't we there already 5 weeks into the season? The injury occurred, and now it's reoccurred. So I think we're already into that phase, that we are in this becoming a reoccurring issue.
Okay, so much there. Because I feel like you want to hang your hat on, had they done something different and held him out to Jacksonville, would he be better off?
Not at all.
Okay, so I'm wrong there. This is a severe injury, Steiny. So guys have told us, I sound like a broken record, this will follow you most likely the rest of the year. So that is a big cryptic from Matt. If Brock Purdy is not healing and he's showing us in one game, dealing with this injury, that he's not going to play his best football, now you're asking me, you didn't, but I'm telling you, Steiny, if it were me, now it's, hey, Brock, this thing is not going anywhere. Maybe you need 4 weeks. Maybe you need 5 weeks. Let's do that. Then quit playing or doing what we did, in Jacksonville, and then having you go out there and not perform. But if you can't control that or put that back in the bottle, then I will take Brock at his word that, Coach, I'm ready to go. Let's see.
I guess my question is how can we put, hey, Brock, it's not looking good. We're going to give you 4 or 5 weeks, and then we're going to bring you back. Like, why is it 4 or 5 weeks?
Because we gave you 2, and that wasn't enough.
Okay, that's fine.
And I don't think he's really playing because it's 4 days after, him experiencing more pain. Like, I don't think in any perfect world, somebody's beating turf toe in 2-3 weeks. So he's not playing to me because it's Thursday, and I totally get it. But now moving forward,
then you expect him to play against the Bucs.
And if he now, what would you do? But if he didn't, then I feel like what Matt just had that line in his column is like, oh, this thing is what Lowe's talking about. Like, it's severe.
I don't know what I would do, but the one thing I'm pretty set on is whatever his condition was against Jacksonville.
Okay.
He's got to be better. The toe has to be better than that.
What's that look like? Words out of his mouth?
No, that's where the doctor. Shot? So the doctors are you? I might be on. I might be an idiot. You telling me a doctor can't look at a toe from Saturday, then look at a toe 2 weeks later and not know if it's different, better? I mean, how about putting Purdy through a little more rigorous practices? Make him do more live stuff, not live as in tackling, but I don't know. I mean, make sure he can do everything that he can do when he was healthy, or to an ability that still makes him a really good quarterback. I didn't see a really good quarterback on Sunday. Like, that's where it might be the injury, it might not. But I do think if you're the 49ers, you've seen enough evidence that this guy can play quarterback at a high level. And so he's coming back after missing 2 weeks. It had to be some combination of rust in the toe. And so guess what? The next time he quarterbacks, he's going to have to deal with rust and the toe again.
Yeah.
So let's make sure the toe's better than it was when we tried to play him the first time. That's kind of the way I would look at it.
And let me ask you this: how many weeks do you think that consists of?
I have no idea. Like, that's what I have to give the doctors.
Up to Brock, because Lowe talked about the needle portion of it.
No, but this is what I'm talking about. Just because Brock says it's okay, that's not enough. I need the doctors, and I need him to, like, I'm not saying pass some tests, but I'm sorry, and I may be wrong, but it sounded like the Thursday before, I'll never forget, who was it, Lombardi? Is he rolling out? Yeah, he's rolling out. It didn't sound like he was going anywhere near game speed from the reporters who were talking about it at practice.
I do wonder what you think about can the Niners get their ultimate goal and make the playoffs if this is how it's going to be for the rest of the season with Brock Purdy? Kind of a hard question because you have no idea. But right now, I think we both can look each other in the face and say, this is not a sprained ankle. This is serious. And, again, I'm not going to rob the Niners with the chance of pulling off an upset. But if you tell me tomorrow when I see you in the morning, see you guys, and somehow they pull this off, then, Steiny, I'm starting to think the Niners can damn near overcome anything. I mean, what would a win tonight do for morale and what you talked about? Okay, Kittle's coming back, and like my gosh, that's out there. It seems highly unlikely.
So's getting beat 44-10.
No doubt. And what would that do? Would you just say that's par for the course? Nobody gave him a chance. You got to see it. I
got to see.
Yeah.
I don't really
like their record right now is the best thing they got going for them. Yeah, that's how I feel.
I go into this game saying that the Niners are 3-1, but they're banged up. They're going down to L.A. with a backup quarterback. They don't have a lot of receivers. I'm going to give Bosa another week or two, and then I'm not going to mention him anymore because he's not going to play anymore this year. So you can say every single week from this point on, well, they're missing Bosa.
Right.
Well, we know they're missing Bosa. They're going to miss Bosa tonight. They're going to miss Bosa Sunday and every Sunday after that. So that's something they got to figure out. But I know, do I expect them to win tonight? I'd be very surprised if they did.
I'm with you.
Let's go to let's go to our friend Jan. Jan in Mountain View.
Let's see how she's feeling.
Hey, Jan.
Good morning. I just want to ask, I want to know if they've ever tried to seek medical help outside the division or outside the complex. Talk to someone with USF help or with Stanford, to see if there's, something else. I mean, this sounds like it's an ongoing thing, and it's not going to go away from all the interviews I've heard. And, what they can do to temporarily try to, minimize the damage or the effects. Because when I think I saw where, it throws your balance off. If you can't throw, a good ball or something and you can't, plant that foot into the ground, it's going to affect your balance and how you, how you're moving. And so he needs, I think, to seek outside help in the medical field and let them take another look and see what their opinion might be.
It's not the craziest. Thank you, Jan. Not the craziest idea for a team like the Niners to seek outside help and say, "Hey, what do you guys think?"
What do you call that? A consultant, right? You bring somebody in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know, Steiny. I get excited for what you were talking about with Kittle, but I mean, man, who is it that you don't lose tonight? You know what I mean? That's a big deal.
Well, you know who they're not going to lose tonight? Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
They're not going to lose Purdy tonight. They're not going to lose Pierce, so they won't lose Kittle. They're not going to lose Ayuk. They're not going to lose Bosa tonight.
Jennings.
So that's good. So none of those big names they're going to lose tonight, which is good.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, they go down to L.A., they're already there. Kickoff at 5:15.
You know where you're watching?
I think I'm probably just going to head home and watch it.
It's nasty out there.
Is it?
Well, raining when I came in.
So how do the Niners win this game is the question we're asking. And then we're also asking, how far, or rather, how do you move forward with what's going on with this team right now?
Let's act like I'm in your doctor's office real quick, and I'm confessing this to you. What would you prescribe for me? So I'm looking at the Rams. They dominated the Eagles for a half. Should have won the game. They didn't. But I think for a half, everybody was like, damn, look at the Rams. The Colts come to L.A. to play the Rams, hot as fish grease. have a lead on the Rams. Rams come back, win the game. And I'm just asking you, Steiny, when you look at these Niner wins, even against Seattle, even against New Orleans and Spencer Rattler, and I mean, you know, you saw some things. I mean, don't you think the Rams are coming in here like we've already faced Tyson? You guys aren't Tyson with your health.
Well, I'd quit begging for that.
Now, what you mean the begging?
So you're banking on the Rams overlooking you.
Right. Right. Like, seriously, this could be their trap game.
Yeah, I think it's more of a game where the Rams just say, let's go out, punch the clock, be conscientious, be smart, play hard. We'll win the game.
They hate the Niners. They hate that their building is SoFi, what is it, Levi's West. So just think about that from a player standpoint. We could hush their asses up invading our building because we know they're hurt. We just got to go step on their throat.
That's what I would anticipate.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I would anticipate. The Rams probably want to come out, get a 2-score lead, and just keep the Niners down all game. But the Niners, obviously, their goal is probably going to be, let's hang in, and see if we can't win something at the end. It's tough to envision the Niners winning this game 30-13, but I guess stranger things have happened, but we'll see. Brock Purdy, how do you handle him moving forward, 49er fans, and what has to happen tonight for you to go down to SoFi and pull the upset? 888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, coming up at noon, we're going to talk about the game a little bit more with Nick Hamilton, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media, also a host on Sirius XM, knows all about the LA Rams. We're going to talk to him about their mindset. Any chance that Rams are taking this one lightly? 49ers hope so. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
You're going to come up on heavy traffic and it says
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Accord blocking the right lane. The good thing is
your NorCal Honda dealers have a huge selection of new Accord hybrids. Trade for the best and get a great deal today. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
The Oakland Roots return to the Coliseum Tuesday, October 7th to take on Hartford Athletic. Be part of the movement. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. You can also catch all the action live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Overcast with mist for San Francisco, going up to 66.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Get ready for 2 rock legends on one night and one stage. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper on October 14th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Buy your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
You're working 20 different things at a time. These things happen.
Jawan Jennings.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Pay me or trade me.
You want to go see Alice Cooper?
Not my type, no.
What are you talking about?
That's rock music.
School's out?
Yeah.
Forever? Carter? Head down, Evan?
I'll sleep down.
Little Shoreline, Alice Coop? We don't have to go see Judas Priest. We'll just go see Coop.
I'm out.
Coop.
Hey, speaking of Carter, he was great Saturday. Did you hear him?
Yeah, Carter got me in trouble today.
Are you? Uh-oh. I knew something was getting it. You got to share.
Did you ever send a text that wasn't meant for somebody?
All the time.
Yeah, I made a big mistake today.
Who was it?
Got Carter confused with, let's just call her my partner.
What did it read?
So I texted her and said,
oh, boy.
Hey.
As long as it wasn't a photo.
I said, hey, no.
Okay.
I said, hey, did you put money into our checking account? And then I flipped over to Carter and I said, yo, Carter, is Karen Dibley in the YouTube chat actually Dan Dibley? And he said, yes. Why? That's what I thought he said.
Right.
But actually, it was Susan who said, yes, why? And she was asking me why I asked her about the account. And I, of course, said, thinking it was to Carter, don't ask me why, just answer the question. Susan goes, I said yes. Whoops.
Oh, man.
All right. So I found out 2 things. I got money in the checking account, and Dan Dibley, I guess, goes by Karen Dibley on the YouTube.
And Susan found out the way you speak to people.
Yeah, exactly.
I said no to that, Steiny.
Well, I know, but Oh, it's not actually him.
No.
I was like, why would D change his name?
Who knows why he does half the stuff
He's
does.
hot. I can't wait to see who he's picking with the spread. What is it, 18-3?
And that's what life's about.
He's not that anymore.
What you mean?
So you didn't hear him come in yesterday, say, so hot streak's over.
It's over, but he lost a game.
Right, but update your numbers. It's not 18-3, I guarantee you.
18-4. Dude, he's still hot. I can't wait. Who you like tonight? Honestly, your gut.
With the spread?
Yeah.
The Rams.
I don't see
This is one of those where I'm not reading a lot into it.
McVay, this is what I don't like from a Niner standpoint. This is personal. This is Phil Jackson versus Popovich.
No, it's not. It's not.
You telling me McVay
Those
wants
are 2 championship coaches. One of these coaches has never won a title. So don't say it's Phil against Popovich.
They've been to 4
it's
together.
Phil or Popovich against somebody like Don Nelson.
McVay wants to stick it to Kyle.
Shanahan's on McVay's radar? Get out of here, man.
I think so.
Please.
Come on, Steiny, stop.
Get out of here.
He's been to 2 Super Bowls and owned them.
And there's your.
He had owned them in the regular season.
That's great.
I would trade all those wins for the NFC Championship game, which are led by 10.
Okay, boy. There you go
what
again.
I mean.
Oh, McVay's really concerned about Kyle Shanahan.
McVay sees himself in Kyle, and vice versa.
McVay.
You know,
please. You act as though they're on the same level.
Kyle was his superior at one point.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Evan.
Right. And he leapfrogged his ass.
Gave him a job.
Exactly.
McVay should be grateful.
I mean,
McVay's nothing without Kyle.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what would be the same.
Yeah,
it would be like me saying during the Warriors' heyday.
Yes, okay.
Oh boy, Jeff Van Gundy and Mike D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni's really in Steve Kerr's head.
Those 2 coaches never been to the finals.
Exactly.
But Kyle's gotten his team there twice, buddy. Yeah. Come on, Steiny, put some respect on Kyle's name.
I'll put my respect on Kyle's name, but don't put him in McVay's class.
I asked you the other day.
You wouldn't put McVay in Shanahan's class if it were the other way around.
Oh, my gosh.
Bottom line.
And if McVay had choked off the Super Bowls?
Well, he didn't.
No, but had he, I still
That's my point.
There's the big 3. We talked about it, and you had no problem until today. Andy, Kyle, and McVay.
No,
Those
I put John Harbaugh above Kyle because of the championship.
Well, we were talking about offensive minds.
Is there any other coach that hasn't won a title that you would say it's like he won a title?
It's why I criticize Kyle and hold him accountable.
No, you don't. You just said you put him in McVay's class even though he never won a Super Bowl.
But I'm the biggest critic of why he didn't. I feel like Kyle cost his team in 19 a Super Bowl.
Well, you're
so
not.
I know how to differentiate.
No, you don't,
because
you're putting him on a pedestal with a guy who's done something he's never done.
I look at Kyle like he won it.
Well, that's dumb.
And he should have won it.
Well, yeah, and all I'm saying is
you called me dumb.
You don't. No, that's dumb.
He did.
That's dumb.
And
the only other thing I'm saying is that's fine. If that's the way you look at Kyle Shanahan, that's the way.
Man.
Right, and he's the only coach in the history of professional sports that you would afford that to, and that's because we're in the Bay Area and they're our team. It's okay.
No, you
let's go to Telmo. Telmo's on 101.
See.
Hey, Telmo, what's going on?
Hey.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? It's been a minute.
Yep. Hey.
So I was calling originally because, the thing with Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, and I think last week the decision was who do we want in there, 70% Brock Purdy or 80% Mac Jones. They were both dealing with injuries, and they made the decision they did. Purdy had a bad day. We all know that. But I think going forward now, it's still the same scenario 4 days later. Who's in better shape? Who gives us the best chance to win? Because they're not comparing apples to apples because injuries and the circumstances around that. But my biggest concern with that game wasn't even the quarterback play. So there's so many other things that the Niners need to get right for today outside of the quarterback play, especially with Jawan Jennings and Purcell out. The receivers have to catch the ball. Kendrick Bourne can't have 3 drops. There was a play where he dropped the 3rd down that would have made a 1st down. They punted it, and special teams gave up a touchdown on that. That's 6 points. 7 points. They lost the game by 5. They can't have fumbles when they're driving into the other side of the field, into opposition's territory. So special teams has to be better. The receivers have to be better. The defense, the first half, I couldn't understand why they couldn't stop a single run play. They got better in the second half, but they gave up so much in the first half. So, yeah, we're sitting here talking about the quarterback because we know what kind of league it is. We know what pundits talk about. We know what draws ears to the radio and eyes to the TV, quarterbacks, big names. But the team played poorly as a team. Correct. So if they're going to have any chance to win this week, the team needs to be better, and the responsibility goes to everybody, and that starts with the coaches on down.
Good stuff. Appreciate you, Telmo, as always. Coming up in 5 minutes, we got Nick Hamilton. He's a sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media. He's also a host on Sirius XM and knows the Rams extremely well. You guys had him on a day, I think, when I was on vacation or out, and you said he's great with the L.A. sports.
Yeah, he covers it all. Lakers,
all right.
the Sparks, everything.
And you know him off the air?
Yeah.
How?
He's a brother.
Okay, but how do you know him?
I met him in L.A.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Was he on the set with Myers and those guys?
No, he wasn't there, and he was out of town.
Am I prying or?
No.
How do you know him?
You're my guy.
Where'd you meet him?
In L.A., downtown.
Just bumped into him?
No, I met him through, I don't want to say a friend of Fortin Balls, but like that.
Okay, so
and
you were
like,
introduced
he got it on lock. Yeah.
You were introduced through a friend. You met him. You've kept in touch, and now he's coming on the show.
Well, we kept in touch, Facebook and all that stuff, but I'm like, man, dude's doing it big down there. So I was like, man, let's have him on when we have, Lakers, Warriors, and blah, 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 Dodgers, all that stuff. But he's very well-versed, and Evan and I had him on, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing that, buddy.
But I got to text him like, dude, my boy's going to judge. He's judging. You know how you'll be like, oh, that's a good guess.
Well, no, seriously, I appreciate you reaching out and getting a guy like that.
Please do not ask him how much he makes at any point during this interview.
You kind of let that go, too. Why would you bring it back up?
Why would you put that seed in my head?
Hey, Evan, but you have let that go, Steiny. I got to give you that. Dude, you're bothering me.
Looks like it's coming back.
All right, but you're bothering me real quick.
Quick, one thing. I'm looking forward to Nick Hamilton. Good job with Evan.
We'll have him on the screen.
Can you keep me in the loop? That's all. Just keep me in the loop.
But you've been saying some things here in the last couple of weeks to where I didn't want to be,
just say, hey,
you kind of set some signals like, you know what, I don't even want to bombard you with it. So I just thought you'd be good with it.
I'm not. I'm not good at it at all.
Hint, hint, if you know what I mean.
I'd be good at it.
No, not that you've been saying some things, Steiny.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like the future. You've been saying some things, so I was like, I didn't want to.
You try it out, Pete.
No, I didn't even look at it like that.
Okay.
No, I just, you sticking and moving. Don't tell me I'm elevating Kyle. I hold his feet to the fire because he's so damn good and built the program, and I believe costed the Niners with this play calling, passing instead of running, a Super Bowl. But don't tell me he's not in that category. Yeah, he's ringless.
A lot of people.
You're right.
Yeah. I mean, listen, again.
It's not a lot of people. Stop, Steiny.
Let me be clear.
Stop it.
If you think Shanahan is in McVay's class, that's fine. I'm not going to argue.
Offensively.
Right. I'm not going to argue with you. I'll give you the point. Just acknowledge that no other non-Super Bowl winning coach would you ever put in a group of Super Bowl winning coaches except for a local
But
guy.
now local has nothing to do with it. Now you're cooking the books. This was not a Super Bowl conversation. You're right. Kyle can't come if the invite was predicated on rings. This was offensive, innovative, creativity.
Yeah.
These two and Andy Reid are the big three. Am I missing somebody?
I think
this
Harbaugh.
wasn't about ring. Not John Harbaugh.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're
You think Kyle Shanahan? Let me tell you something.
Hold on.
Okay, you think I'm kidding here?
Okay.
I'm not kidding. We got Nick Hamilton
I respect John
momentarily.
Harbaugh to the fullest.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan could coach Lamar Jackson. I'm not sure he could coach Lamar Jackson.
Why does that not? I'm not mad at you on that.
That's all I'm saying.
But I would like to hear the breakdown on that.
You know
later.
why?
I don't.
Well, Lamar's too independent for him.
Oh, all right. I got you.
Like, he wouldn't know what to do with
Then why
him.
did he go get I used to agree with you until they drafted Trey Lance.
Because he thought that Trey Lance was like, could do everything.
Yeah, Steve McNair.
Right. Well, he wasn't. They were all trying to get a prototype like that. But hell, he wouldn't have known what to do with it when he got him anyway.
But how did he not
He
know?
got Trey Lance, and all he did was run him up the middle 17 times.
I would like to have some nachos and beer and ask. We got our guy Kyle. Why didn't you know Mahomes was going to pop like this? And he did.
Would you ask every other organization that passed
here we
on
go
him?
with this. I hate when you do
You're
that.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ. Another reason why McVay's more elevated than him. Because McVay's smart enough to not get into personnel. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And we're efforting Nick Hamilton, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media. And he also covers the L.A. sports teams, the Rams, and all the teams down there. So we will be talking to him momentarily.
Oh, you got me wondering.
I'm going to take a call because it doesn't look. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's on hold yet. And plus, you know what I like? I like when we'll be on with a call.
Yeah.
And then
the
guest will call in, and then they all freak out like, please don't keep a guest waiting for like more than 1 second.
See,
like,
you're doing too inside baseball now.
Saying, like right now. Okay, let's go to Pete in San Ramon. Pete in San Ramon, just know that Nick Hamilton could join us at any time, and that'll be a problem.
Dibs is 16-3.
Thank you. I got a few words for Mr. Hamilton anyway, so
nice.
great.
Sweet.
So, looky, about Brock and getting rid of the woulda, coulda, shoulda. He started that first half. Kyle should have yanked him out. I got a friend that says because he gets so much money, that never could have happened. But Kyle should have said, this ain't right, and gotten him out of there in the first half. As far as going forward with Brock, I would like to see a solid week of practice without that metal plate in his shoe. And then they'll know whether he's any good to go or not. That's it. Say hi to Mr. Hamilton.
Back at you. You're the
Thanks,
man.
Pete. Appreciate the call.
That metal thing's going to be there the rest of this season. Steiny.
Thank you.
And Pete, you hear me?
What?
That metal thing in his shoe is going to be there the rest of this season.
Listen, do yourself a favor.
Low told us.
And say to yourself, one quarterback's got a steel plate in his shoe. The other's got a knee brace that goes from his groin to his ankle. We've got some trouble. Like, it's okay to say that.
I did get flashbacks of Forrest Gump when I saw that brace on Mac Jones' Steiny. I'm like, that's a big brace, but dude can sling it.
Here will be my point. And this was from 2 days ago, but I think this is what, this is what 49er fans, I guess, don't like to hear.
Okay.
Ross Tucker, NFL Odyssey Insider. This is what got people a little bit chirpy.
Mac Jones was playing well. Mac Jones was playing well. They were winning those games. Purdy's your big money guy. There are medical competitive advantages and disadvantages in the NFL. And, if they put Purdy back and he aggravated it, now he has to miss a gigantic game against the Rams. That is not good. You need to trust your medical people when they say he can go out there and be fine and not make it worse, not re-aggravate it. He's good to go. Clearly that wasn't the case. So, I don't know if you blame the player, the organization, the trainers, the doctor, all the above, but clearly, he wasn't 100% and didn't play like a guy that was 100%. And now I don't think he'll play tomorrow night. You put all that stuff together, I think that's a bad look for the 49ers.
Wow. I would never, Steiny, in this instance, blame a player for trying to go out there and Willis read it. That's just me.
That's fair. We got. All right. You're listening. I did the legal. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Nick Hamilton, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media, host on Sirius XM. He's also a film critic, but he's an expert on the LA Pro Sports teams. Thank you so much for joining us, Nick. Appreciate it, man.
Guys, thanks for having me on. It's a big day out here.
Yeah. Any chance the Rams overlook this injury-depleted 49er team tonight?
No, and I think they got a huge wake-up call in Philly when they had the opportunity to win that game, and they pretty much didn't close out the deal. So, no, they're closing deals. They're about closing. ABC, always be closing, and that's what the Rams are on right now.
Nick, let me ask you this, man, because we know that we got people here in the Bay that call SoFi Levi South. Talk to us about that component of the game to the players and just Ram fans out there. When you got a limping Niner team coming in, you expect it not to be close, but you're going to see a lot of red and gold. Does that matter to the players?
I think it matters to a very small degree. But first of all, we're not going to disrespect my city or my stadium in SoFi. That's what it is. Levi is a beautiful stadium. It's up north. That's where it belongs. This is SoFi. This is where Super Bowl champions are. And last I checked, the Rams have a Super Bowl championship before the 49ers. But anyway, I digress. Listen, there are a lot of 49er fans in Los Angeles. We can make no mistake about that. But I think the Ram fan base continues to grow. I think they still are growing. I think they're still developing. But also, too, you got to remember it's the time of the year. This is the Dodger and Laker town. And right now, the Dodgers are in the thick of the playoffs. But Rams fans will come out and they will support. And I think the Rams players understand where their support is coming from. And I think they somewhat welcome the opposition. I think it fuels their fire even more so.
Nick Hamilton joining us on 95.7 The Game, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media, knows all about the Rams, Dodgers, every team in L.A. Obviously, up here in the Bay, we're dealing with Brock Purdy. His toe, is he healthy enough to play? He played a game, missed two, played a game. He's going to miss tomorrow. The thing that I think is interesting is it's all we're talking about right now, but before the season, it felt like Stafford was the quarterback we were talking about health-wise. Where is Stafford at health-wise, and did he put those off-season issues? Are they not being worried about right now?
I think he's being managed as he should, but I also believe that he looks absolutely the way that Matthew Stafford should look. I mean, he's had in the last several games, he's got a 67% completion rate. He's thrown for 8 TDs, only had 2 interceptions. He looks like the regular Matt Stafford that we have been accustomed to. And I think Matthew Stafford understands that. He understands the severity of what this season could bring as far as the ambitions of getting to a Super Bowl and playing for a Super Bowl, especially with the team that they've constructed around him. So I think Matthew Stafford is he's focused. He comes in every week ready and prepared. In practice, he looks well. So I don't see any slowdown from Matthew Stafford, not in practice or in the last few games that we witnessed.
Well, let me ask you this, because you used the word you like the way the Rams were managing him. What specifically do you mean by that? Because the way the 49ers are going to have to manage Brock Purdy seems like it's going to be something that they may have to employ moving forward.
Well, what I mean by manage is simply just checking in with him, seeing how he's feeling after practices, seeing where his body is, how he feels obviously after a game, getting his therapy in like every other player would get their therapy in after games, after practices. So, I mean, I think that the Rams just make sure that he's doing well, he's feeling right, and he's ready to compete. And that's so far so good. So we can only keep our fingers crossed and see what he does for the rest of the season, the regular season, I should say.
Nick, I can remember last year in the playoffs, the Rams at Philly, Nakua caught that ball down in the red zone, and I was like, man, they're going to pull this off. You didn't. Early on this season, you guys were sending a message, I believe, to Philly and the NFL world. You didn't close it out, but then you come back and do what you did at home against Indy. Talk to us, Nick, about how good is this Ram defense? And I'm scouring, it's early, the NFL. I feel like they're a top 5 team. What are fans feeling how good the Rams are down there?
Oh, the Rams fans are excited. That was an incredible game to watch them come back from against one of the hottest teams in the NFL at that time in the Indianapolis Colts. But when you look at this defense with Jared Verse, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, I mean, listen, they're going to be all over Mac Jones like gravy on the biscuit tonight. So Mac Jones has definitely got his work cut out for him. I mean, you got to look at Cam Curl, who did an incredible interception last week against the Indianapolis Colts. Look for him to continue to have that elevated style of play tonight against the 49ers offense. And so, listen, this inside defense that the Rams have has played like a collective unit. They're unpredictable like L.A. weather. And listen, the 49ers are in for a battle. But make no mistake about it. I don't care how depleted the 49ers are. They will always play the Rams tough. It's a divisional rival. It's a divisional opponent. I don't care if there's 2 games on the schedule that they're going to circle. I'm sure both of those Rams games are on their calendar, no matter how banged up or depleted they may be. So the Rams understand that. They know what's at stake. This is not only a rival, but a divisional rival, but they know they can gain some ground in the NFC West as well.
Nick Hamilton joining us on 95.7 The Game, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media, covers the Rams, Dodgers, Lakers, all the L.A. teams. He's also a host on Sirius XM, and he's also a film critic, which we may get into in a few minutes. But that's kind of what I wanted to ask. You know, when the 49ers schedule came out, Nick, everybody, made a case that it's one of the easiest schedules, and that's what a last-place team gets, one of the easiest schedules. And this game against the Rams on the road looked like it was going to be one of the toughest games of the year, and it was kind of circled. I guess my question is, how do the Rams look at the Niners on their schedule, and does the way they look at them change at all because the Niners are coming down there with a backup quarterback and backup receivers?
I think if you ask any of the players, they're going to give you an atypical answer. No, we value every opponent. We take every opponent seriously. But deep down, I do believe that there's a special passion that you have as a Los Angeles Ram when you're facing the 49ers. And that dates back to decades, as you gentlemen know. That dates back to decades. And so make no mistake about it. They're not, like I said earlier, they're not going to take them lightly. They are definitely going to be up for the challenge because this could be a slip-up game for the Rams if they're not careful, especially coming off a short week and coming off the momentum that they came off on Sunday afternoon. So the only good thing, the main thing about the Rams is that they didn't have to travel anywhere. They remained at home. So there's really no excuse for failure. There's only opportunities for victory, and that's what I'm expecting from the Rams tonight.
Nick, let me run this by you. The Niners haven't been able to run the ball through 4 games and they're 3-1. McCaffrey only played 4 games last year. And we got people calling, hosts saying, has he lost a step? I haven't saw it to that degree. But when you see McCaffrey this season, are you seeing the same guy that, was everything in 2023?
No. And that's not a slight against Christian McCaffrey. It's just the way that the game has continued to evolve. Everybody's throwing everything at him, including the kitchen sink. I mean, when you look at the last 4 games of this season, I mean, he's carried the ball for 69, 70 times, over 200 yards. So he is definitely taking a step back, but at the same time, he's still going to be a force to be reckoned with. So I think you definitely, if you're the Rams defense, you have to pay attention to where Christian McCaffrey is going to be, because if he gets loose, he can definitely make it a long evening for you on that field. So, again, I think this is probably going to be Christian McCaffrey's last good year just because of the injuries, unfortunately, that he's accumulated over the course of time. He's taken a lot of hits. He's a very powerful runner. I mean, I can't take anything. He's a talented runner. Can't take anything away from Christian McCaffrey. When you hear that name, you know you better bring your A game to the field.
Nick Hamilton joining us on 95.7 The Game, works down in L.A., sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media. All right, I'm gonna give you a little slice of my partner right now, Nick. This is kind of how he'll ask a question. All right, you ready? Here we go.
I'm ready. Let's get it.
So you're a film critic. All right, what's your Mount Rushmore of greatest sports movies? But before you answer, here's mine.
Okay.
I got Hoop Dreams, I got Field of Dreams, I got Hoosiers, and I got Slapshot.
Oh.
Okay. So I have Field of Dreams.
Oh.
I have Love and Basketball. I have, of course, man, you got to go with Major League, the first one. Come on, man. Who doesn't love Major League, right? And I got to say, Remember the Titans. Denzel's performance in that was absolutely incredible. A young Wood Harris.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I assume that you're not putting Hoop Dreams in there because you file it under documentary?
Yeah, and then Hoosiers, I mean, Hoosiers is boring.
A little corny.
Hoosiers is boring.
What about when they ran the picket fence? They ran the picket fence, Nick.
Boring. I went to sleep, and listen, I went to sleep.
Oh, boy.
I still go to sleep. When I want to go to sleep at night, you know what I put on? It's Hoosiers.
Oh, man.
and listen, some people love it, and I'm probably going to get crushed for it, and that's fine. I don't care. Argue with your mom and your side piece, but listen, I don't like Hoosiers. I think it's flat out boring. It didn't appeal to me. I'd rather watch Blue Chips.
Oh, Shaq!
It was a signature performance from Barbara Hershey.
Come on now. Come on.
Gene Hackman. One of his finest. What about Dennis Hopper's appearance?
I love Gene Hackman. I love Gene Hackman, but that movie is still boring. I'd rather watch Nick Nolte and Blue Chips.
All right.
Hey, Nick, let me tell you and my partner, you guys, your list are whack, both of them. I love the Titans, but the fact you guys don't have Rocky on there, that is just, I need a minute, guys. I need a minute. No Rocky.
But you said Mount Rushmore, which means 4 movies.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Now, if you said my top 5.
Oh, here we go. Right.
I think put Creed up there.
I think I may have to agree with you. I may have forgotten.
And Creed. You put Creed. You
Creed
know what?
has no chance.
Our producer's like, count the bucket.
No Creed.
I don't even think you've seen it.
I haven't.
Hey, Nick, I got to say something, man. Nick, I got to tell you something. We got you on the YouTube chat, and you came at me early, and the people are loving that. I didn't mean to, thumb a bruise about to take over from the Niner fans. So I just want to make sure we're good because you came at me. But, dude, you got a complex. I could tell, Nick, and it ain't I don't know how it happened, when it happened, but tonight, man, if the Niners could pull this off, you got to believe this is one that McVay will never forget because I think him and Kyle got something going. It's good, but, man, I don't think they like each other.
Well, I won't say that. I think it's a rivalry. I mean, it's absolutely a rivalry. I mean, they're ultra competitors. Sean McVay's an ultra competitor. Kyle Shanahan is an ultra competitor. I just think that, hey, man, it's Autobots and Decepticons. I mean, it's just that simple. I don't think, I think they want to win. They want to get a competitive advantage over one another. It's basically, seeing two guys in the park playing chess for hours and hours. And I think and nobody's getting up until they win. And I think that's what it is. But no, man, it's no slight against you, man. It's just my LA nature, man.
I'm playing, baby.
When you come from a list, man, I take it very personal. No,
I love it. Steiny, that was Transformers, Decepticon. Right. You didn't know.
No, I'll ask you about it after we say goodbye.
It went over. It did it.
Yeah,
go?
It went over.
No,
I got him. No. Yeah, I got him. No.
Hell no.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Enjoy
Thanks,
the
Nick.
game.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Nick Hamilton, sports and entertainment reporter for Nightcast Media. What did he say?
Decepticons. That's from the Transformers.
He said something else.
Yeah.
Decepticons and something else?
I just heard that part. He was pretty good, man.
No, he's great. He was great.
What about He Got Game? Evan? Denzel?
Yeah, nah.
Ray Allen?
Nope. Not for me. Here's one I would put in higher than that. Brian's song.
Well, I'll Cry. That's a different. We should watch that together. Like that
I've
was
seen it
Billy
already.
D. Wood.
I've seen it already.
No, I have too. Evan, have you seen Brian's song?
Yeah, I've seen Brian's song.
Did you cry?
Who hasn't cried when they watch Brian's song? But that's the problem. Like,
I'm crying watching Karate Kid now. I'm getting on to
Brian's song is a great movie, but I had a problem with it.
That is the best display of friendship I've ever seen on film.
The final scene is iconic,
God.
but the movie itself leaves some wanting.
You got, boy. Dude, bro.
I mean, he just wasn't a very good running back.
What?
Piccolo. He wasn't.
Oh, I'm gonna let you have that. Oh boy.
I'm kidding. No, that was a tearjerker.
Sports. Some of the sports recreations, like the actual scenes where they're playing the sport, does separate movies.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. No doubt.
That's kind of the problem with the Jackie Robinson biopic, to be honest.
Yeah,
here's one.
I gotta be careful.
We can open up the lines at 888-957-9570 if you want. Jump in with the greatest sports movies. I'll tell you what. Here's one that blends. We're not going to spend the rest of the day on sports movies. Right. It's fine. I'm not taking calls on sports movies. We'll talk about Purdy. Trust me. One movie that was great movie and combined good footage. One-on-one with Robbie Benson.
I've seen that.
When he went to Western University.
Robbie used to be the man.
To the Red Hot Poker.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great movie.
Yeah. What about Dr. J, The Fish to Save Pittsburgh?
Of course not.
Evan ain't seen that one. That's a classic.
I mean, Celtic Pride.
Yeah.
You would like that.
Yeah.
Right,
Give him a shot. Give me a score tonight. Seriously. What's your gut tell you?
28-16.
Now, I believe the Niners, Evan, if that's the score, obviously they're mad with the loss, but that means it didn't get out of hand.
One follow-up.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to do this. How are they getting to 16?
Who, the Niners?
Yeah.
He's asking.
I mean, it's not like I said 11.
No, but are they scoring 2 touchdowns and getting 2 extra points?
Yeah. No, give us the breakdown.
It's going to be 1 touchdown and 3 field goals.
Okay.
I mean, it's like I didn't predict they would score, 5 points, and you're like, boy, they're going to need what? 16's a fairly common number.
Yeah, patiently fraudulent saying 48-14. Rams, Raging Bull, Q 37-20. I got to believe what scares me, Steiny, is what Willard said yesterday. The fact that this young front not being able to get home, and you got Adams, Puka Nacua, and the rest of the gang. Ask me my score.
What's your score?
And I hope to God that I'm wrong. 35-17.
Yeah,
and then are you
got
healthy?
to 17, Evan? 5 safeties and a touchdown?
17 is far more common than 16.
Okay. I got a little assignment for you. Go back to the last 10 years of scores, see how many 16s and how many 17s.
I actually will do this.
And find out if it's significant.
But that should take you forever, though.
We'll get at the answer by Monday.
Oh, man.
Let's see. Let's go to Yard Doctor in Napa. Is going to talk about how the Niners can win this game tonight in L.A. What's up, Yard Doctor? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Doing good. Look, it may sound funny. I'm in the shower because, listen, Samo and Nick, they pretty much covered the offense. What I want to talk about is B. How about an interception? How about a sack? How about dialing up a blitz? We got this genius for a defensive coordinator. Come on. Let's do some X's and O's stuff while our defensive end is on the DL.
Yeah. That's on Saleh. That's on Robert Saleh. And Ross Tucker joined us after I gave Saleh his flowers, and I felt he deserves them. But he was like, now there's no Bosa. Now I want to see what he can do. And against Jacksonville, I didn't see anything. So I'm curious to see if they come out like crazed dogs. And Steiny, I don't got to tell you this, a football savant. If you can't get home, bring pressure. And maybe, you leave yourself hanging on the back end, but you got to take chances.
I'm with Dibley on this one.
What?
If you take away...
Who's 16-3, by the way? He texted me.
Okay, so I was right. if you take away the crap in that game last week, the defense gave up 16 points. They gave up the long return.
Well, what about the 4th and 1s that were going to convert? That they let the play clock go down. I'm talking about Jackson.
The defense.
I felt
for the
like
Niners,
they could have scored. They did whatever they wanted.
Who lost in the game? They did whatever they wanted.
They averaged 4.8 yards a pop.
They couldn't get it in the end zone when the Niners had a fair shot.
If they would have just handed it off to ETN, Steiny, that game would have been third. Like, that was dumb stuff by Jacksonville. They should have lost. That's just me. I felt like the Niners D, Steiny, the ETN was doing whatever. They should have just kept running.
The 49ers committed.
Off tackle right, off tackle left. They decided that they were stupid.
Oh, but okay, you're going to hammer that.
I'm not blaming the
49ers
D,
offense committed 4 turnovers.
I told that's a different conference.
They gave up a 90-yard punt return. Boom, that's 7 off.
But if you watch that game, Steiny, Jacksonville they were moving, man.
They might have they bent but didn't break.
I got you.
Like, who gives a rat's ass?
Because if you're giving up tonight, this team is going to make you pay.
We're talking about Jacksonville.
All right.
Like,
but you didn't see that? They couldn't stop
what?
the run at all, Steiny. I didn't understand why Jacksonville went away from the run. That's how I saw it.
That's not my concern. My concern was that the Niners didn't.
Yeah,
it's not like this team scored 40 points against them.
But when you say bend, don't break, they helped you not break.
Fine, but they didn't. I mean, now, if you want to say 16 was too many to give up to the Jaguars.
No, that's not.
I mean,
it's not.
I don't know about that.
I just thought Jacksonville shot themselves Trevor Lawrence in the foot a bunch of times.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners going down to L.A. To play the Rams tonight, 5:15 kickoff. How do they win this game, ladies and gentlemen? They're going to go down there without Brock Purdy. They're going to go down there without the usual suspects. Pearsall won't play. Jennings, Ayuk, Kittle, Bosa, the whole squad. How do they pull the upset tonight in L.A.? Because that's what it'll be. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust MyOutDesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, MyOutDesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. MyOutDesk, where momentum meets results. Visit MyOutDesk.com. That's MyOutDesk.com.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm about to cook, bro. Sit back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers at Rams tonight, Thursday night football.
I just put my order in, too, for dinner. Ask me what it is. Me a steak, mac and cheese, and a salad.
Oh, she's going to cook.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Little wine.
You watch it together?
Yeah.
I thought you didn't sip when you watched a big game.
I'm trying to be better, man.
Well, then keep not sipping.
Where's wine? Stop.
All right, so
A1 sauce.
We can get into a fight over this, but I predicted the Rams were going to win tonight 28-16. Evan had a big problem with the number 16, asking me, well, how are they going to get to 16? Like it's never been done before. I was like, I don't know. Maybe 2 touchdowns and a safety, maybe 3 field goals and a touchdown. And he said, yeah, but 17's much more common. And I said, yeah, it's more common. So 17 occurs Not quite twice as many times. It's under twice as many times.
It's about twice as many
Not
times.
quite. Little under twice as many.
Over the last 25 years.
Yeah, and I think you said it was going to be like 5-1.
No, I didn't.
Didn't you?
It's just a reflection of how your mind works.
Well,
I mean, you are the real Russell Crowe.
Is a
beautiful
prediction
mind.
supposed to be precise?
Yes,
that's why I picked 16. Don't ask me why.
Hey, see, this is the tone.
Don't ask me why. But you'll see Eddie P.
Panero
gonna
bread.
have 3. Take it to the bank. Well, let me tell you something. If they can't run the ball, they're not going to be able to get into field position. And that's what Greg Cosell says is one of the big problems.
He's incredible.
Senior editor, NFL Films.
Almost every quarterback in the league is like this. They need a running game. They cannot run the football. There's no sustainability. There's no consistency. They're one of the worst rushing teams in the league right now. McCaffrey is, I think, at the bottom of the league in terms of yards before first contact. He's not getting past the first level of the defense. His first contact on average is 1.47 yards. Think about that, okay? So their run game is what the main issue is right now, because Purdy, as I said, almost every quarterback is, with very few exceptions, is a ball distributor and an executor of a well-schemed offense. If the offense can't run the football, it puts him in a really difficult spot.
And I think he would say, as it would put any quarterback in a really tough spot. But
I'll go ahead.
No, they just
go ahead.
He's right. They haven't been able to run the ball for whatever reason.
You know, I call myself or dub myself a sports romantic, and I try to get to third base before I get to first and second. I know it. It's all out of excitement. But Steiny, I got to tell you something, man. I know, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but the Niners are 3-1. I know how they won the close games, and the biggest takeaway was these are games you lost last year. But at some point or another, partner, when you endure the injuries that this team has endured and continue to do so, and now your starting quarterback, who you've given the bag, has turf toe, and Exhibit A of him coming back from turf toe, I think we all could say wasn't Picasso. And now you got the Rams on a short week. This has the ingredients to get ugly. And that's why somehow, Steiny, even if you don't get to win tonight, but you lose 20-10, I think that's what you can bottle up and take back with you to the Bay. But if this were to get ugly, then you got Tampa. I don't even care how many days of rest you get. But if this is just going to, and Ricky's back, and Jennings in and out, and you don't know what's going on, and Kittle is coming back, I'm just like, damn, how do you get any traction? How does this team get any traction after coming off a BS season full of injuries last year?
Well, I mean, the way I look at it, and it's just the way I look at it, is the way you handled the quarterback situation has now made the next 2 games much more difficult. I mean, maybe Brock Purdy would have been the same quarterback tonight if he hadn't have played Sunday that he was Sunday. But they're not going to have their best quarterback against the Rams tonight. And now I believe, whether it was right or wrong, would you agree with this? Because of the way the Niners have handled it, it ensures that this is going to be an issue for the next 2 or 3 weeks at least.
No doubt.
All right.
But will you also allow that was going to be the case even if Purdy sat out last week because of what Lo Neal and Baldy and other people are saying, how severe and how long this toe injury, turf toe, can linger? Give me that.
I actually won't give you that. And the reason I won't give you that is because if they were worried about it lingering, then they shouldn't have played him on Sunday, because this guarantees that it's going to linger now for at least another week or 2. And what if they did? What if they said initially after game 1, let's and by the way, when we talk football here at 95.7 The Game, it's always presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Maybe after the Seattle game, they were internally talking, and somebody said, it's a speculation, of course. It's like a 2 to 5 week thing.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody said, let's give him 4 weeks off. Well, let's not be that drastic. Let's play it by ear. So now they go 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He plays. He gets hurt. I mean, maybe now is when you say, you know what? Let's shut him down for a month because of what happened Sunday. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. I just think and you're right. You're totally right. Like maybe they don't play him Sunday. They play him tonight. He feels the same way tomorrow as he did Sunday. And we're still at the same point. That's absolutely very possible. I'm just saying that, I'm reading like Matt Barrows saying this is their toughest little stretch so far. They're at Rams, at Buccaneers, and they're at a point in their season where they're more decimated by injury than, dare I say, perhaps they needed to be. I don't know.
Let me throw this to you. In the Niner offense, and I know it's a short sample size, what you've seen of Mac Jones in the Niner offense, Steiny, we'll call Brock Purdy a 10. What would you call Mac Jones from what you've seen through 2 games? Forget the opponent, just what you've seen. What would you feel comfortable putting that number at in regard to what you've seen? 10 being perfection.
Okay, I hate to.
How has Mac Jones looked through the 2 games?
Why does Purdy get a 10?
Because he's a starting quarterback.
Oh, so you're saying
this is all about
the drop-off. Purdy at his best is a 10.
Yeah, and what is Mac in this offense? Because it could come down to that, man.
7 or 8? But I'm just guessing as to what the 49ers...
That's a little lower than I thought of what he looked... Well, he did throw interception against Arizona, could have cost him the game, but I guess what I'm saying, partner, if Mahomes goes down, the Chiefs' season's over. Dak goes down, their season's over. We could keep going. Cincinnati's
for the
over.
Rest of the season?
I'm starting to think, yeah.
Okay.
If something would have happened with Brock,
I need to know the number of games.
That Brock Purdy injury is not a death blow like it is some other places because you got Mac Jones.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced. I'm not ready.
You need to see more.
Absolutely. Because, like, when you say if Kansas City loses Mahomes, my first question would be, for how long?
I was saying the whole juncture, the whole season.
Yeah, and I know. Like, I mean, through 2 games, were we excited about Mac Jones? Yeah, but if, like, Purdy's done for the year, I'm not saying he's going to be.
Yeah, no doubt. But
yeah, then I don't know what's going to happen.
But your chances are better.
That's where I'm saying I don't know yet. Like, I'm not saying, well, they're going to be, their chances are better with Mac Jones than anybody else's backup. I don't know. Head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content at 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're about 5 hours from kickoff. Rams 49ers at SoFi Stadium. And if I asked you 49er fans, how do you win this game tonight? What's your answer? 888-957-9570.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Leaves are falling, and so are our prices. Welcome to The Floor Store's Fall Sale. Now through October 14th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Fall Sale. Cooler days, hotter deals, and better floors. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How many times do I have to remind you about stuff?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Or are you talking to yourself?
Who else am I talking to?
All the times I tell you your shirt's out or your shoes untied. Come on now.
Look, I try to help you sometimes, and I feel like it goes on deaf ears. He looks up at the TV and he goes, "Oh no, De'Aaron Fox! Well, he's got a hand." Anyway, oh no! Now when's he gonna be back? And I said, "Dude, don't you realize nobody cares about the NBA the first 30 games?
Zion
It's
does.
why the Warriors always get off to a good start.
Stop.
Because they're catching teams that are still in preseason mode, because they know that the season's too long and that they gotta manage it.
Speaking of which, preseason game this Sunday, Lakers and Warriors at
No
Chase.
LeBron.
Well, he's got a.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a LeBron playing.
No, is he still? We got to go through this again, huh?
He's in the rotation, Chief.
Oh my! I'm gonna stop.
Let me tell you something.
LeBron's got a nerve issue in the glute. Ass.
All I'm saying is don't let Bronny come in here on Sunday and have his way with Spencer, or God forbid Pods can't guard him.
He cannot be that guy. I
goodness.
can't wait. Dude, we got everything at our disposal. And Niners tonight, man. Man.
It's gonna be a fun night. Fun night.
And we got a meeting after.
It's a 4-minute meeting. Trust me.
You talked to him?
Yeah. So the 49ers had 4 turnovers against Jacksonville, and Greg Cosell was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday, and he was asked about the offensive struggles and how much Purdy's is responsible for that. Take a listen to how Greg Cosell broke it down.
I get into this conversation every week with Colin Cowherd. All people ever want to talk about is the quarterback.
Yep.
He's not the only player on the field. And, I think we get caught up in analyzing the quarterback every single week as if he's the only player that matters. And in this particular case, Purdy is very good at what he is, okay? But if there's no fully formed, fully dimensional offense, he won't play as well as he can play. It's just it's a simple statement. And, so everybody wants to say, well, that's Brock Purdy's fault. No, it's not Brock Purdy's fault.
And that's I was going to make a snide comment.
No, go ahead.
No.
It's what you do, so it'd be on brand. Just tell me what you're going to say.
He says he has a conversation every week with Colin Cowherd.
I see it. I watch it.
I was just going to say, have that conversation. Quarterback's one position on a team. He's important, but so's the right guard.
Yeah, I'll just say this: we saw Brock Purdy, arguably, forget why, it was one of his worst games in the regular season.
Yeah,
and then now you don't see him, and now you just hope Mac Jones is taking on arguably one of the most talented teams or defenses in the game or in the NFC. Man, how you feeling about, let's just put the right on table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. How you feeling about tomorrow, the version of the Niners, they lose, it's their 3-2, and it's an ugly win.
Oh, you mean
when I see you tomorrow.
Okay, give me the scenario.
How you feeling about that 3-2? Because we're going to run out of, we're 3-0.
Well, we already did.
But you were injured. But now you're 3-1.
One more time.
How you feeling about the Niners and the state of the team with the injuries, this turf toe coming off if it gets ugly, and now you're once 3-0 is 3-2. Then if you double back and revisit, how did we win those 3 games? Well, it could have went this way. Yeah. That's what scared me about it. How fast are we progressing towards that?
Unfortunately, this is going to be a very hard game for the 49ers to win because they are hurt and they don't have their starting quarterback. Just because there's part of me that feels like this. There's part of me that feels like this could be an easy win for the Rams. And if it is an easy win for the Rams, I think I'll probably come in here tomorrow and say, well, we had to expect the possibility of that. Now they got a full week. See if you can get Purdy health.
I got you. Because mathematically, you're still way in it.
If they got blown out tonight,
you kind of expect it.
Kind of.
Yeah. That's why I said house money. I know that's crazy.
No. When you said that and then said, Steiny's going to get mad, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, it's nobody wants to say it, but it is house money. Why? Because you're going there depleted, so you might as well just throw it all up against the wall. But it's also house money because you did enough work early so that this loss wouldn't kill you.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm saying, and you know what I hate? When you talk like that and people say, well, it sounds like you want to go down there and lose. No.
I got you.
But sometimes you got to be realistic.
Right.
Let's go to Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Waterman, how you doing, man?
what's up, fellas? Nice to talk to you again. How you doing?
Hey. Same to you.
Good. Well, the way I see it, the only way the Niners win this game is they have to play a completely flawless game with 0 mistakes, and the Rams have to make 2 to 3 mistakes, meaning turnovers, fumbles, interceptions, and that gives us a strong chance to win. Jones is going to have to play a flawless game with behind the line, which who knows how he's going to be able to move around with his knee, depending on how well he can. And we already know he's kind of a statue as it is. So no doubt the Rams are going to be bringing lots of pressure to him because we know he can't move around that well, and the Niners O-line just isn't that good. With that being said, if the Niners do go down there and Jones has a great game, where do we go from here? What do we do with that? Because we can't use the excuse of, he didn't have the receivers that they normally have. If he goes down there and wins with the second string guys and third string guys, this is going to create a huge issue within the organization and Niner fans, because now we're going to now be pushing Jones, right? It's going to be the guy, moving forward. We all know Purdy can't do it unless he has everybody else around him. So I mean, there's a weird part of me. I know this sounds bad, but I kind of don't want them to win for that reason. I want them to win, but I don't want them to win because I know what it's going to create within fans and no doubt the organization. And so, I ask you guys, if Jones goes down there and performs well and the Niners roll out of there, let's say with a field goal win, I could tell you now, you're not starting Purdy next week. He's got to go on the IR for 4 weeks with the turf toe. And furthermore, isn't the turf toe, isn't that what kind of derailed Deion Sanders' career?
Patrick Willis, Deion Sanders, a lot of athletes.
This is a serious injury. And the running joke is, turf toe. He stubs his toe. Yeah, that feels better after an hour or whatever. No, this is serious. If anybody's ever hurt their foot and you can't step into a throw or you're just a little off balance because you're favoring, you can't perform at the highest level. So, in my opinion, with Purdy, you've got to shut him down for 4 weeks. If he's in that much pain after that game, you got to put him on the shelf for 4 weeks minimum.
Good call, man. I got to say something to that, Steiny, because I don't want to speak for Joe Spadoni, who's been doing great, but he kind of was banging that drum in regard to what will happen is somehow what we all expect to happen is a Rams win. Forget what it looks like. But if Mac was to be the quarterback, what that would do to the Brock Purdy cage, to me, Steiny, I'm going CNN. I always break it out. It's politics. Brock Purdy's been paid. But for that caller to say he would rather have them lose than not win because of what that would do to the Purdy cage, dude, this injury is the best thing to happen for you then. Then I already believe the Niners, but they showed me something else, Steiny. They didn't slow play this. They didn't give them that last week, Brock Purdy. And Mac Jones had won 2 games, but you could look at the film and say he could have lost those 2. Bottom line is you just paid your quarterback. That contract has not started. There's nothing I believe Mac Jones could do to threaten Brock and the kingdom that is being the 49er starter for the foreseeable future.
I do.
But could you describe to me what would it look like?
Exactly. It would look exactly like it looked when Garoppolo started getting hurt, looked more ineffective, and they had a guy waiting that they thought might be able to do a better job. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened with Garoppolo. It was they always talked about
that's
performance and injury.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know it was only one game, so I'm not going there yet. I'm more.
But get that win tonight. The caller he almost doesn't want.
Good luck. Yeah. But here's the other thing. So what are people saying, that if the 49ers go down there and win and go to 4-1, put him on the injured list?
No, because that was a Brock Purdy fan saying, do what you've been kind of clamoring for. Just maybe the IR. Stay off of it so when you do come back and it hurts again, we can say we did our due diligence by giving you 4 weeks.
That's not what I'm saying.
28 days.
I have no idea. That the only thing I know is logically, it would make sense that if a guy rests something for 4 weeks as opposed to 2 weeks, it should heal twice as much. Okay, but like, what about 8 weeks? What about 6 weeks? What about 1 versus 2?
Don't you feel,
what about 3 versus 1?
But
Like,
you feel
where
better
did you
about
come up
you
with
gave him
the 4? Why? Like, where did that come from?
Because he was able to go after 2, felt something. So I'm just thinking, had Jacksonville been 1 this week, then he comes back in Tampa, would you just – because the right on the table brought to you by Echo Steiny is there might not be a number. There might not be a magic number. This is just it. This is how it's going to be. My point is, at least you can check that box of we didn't rush him back. And that's what I feel like half the fan base is feeling about how he played against Jacksonville, thinking you could defeat turf toe or manage it in 2 weeks. And Lo Neal told us about the needle stories. Brock Purdy ain't even at that part of it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. You know.
Yeah, that was all my thought.
Here's one thing that I wouldn't say annoys, but I've taken note of it, is, it looks like we're going to have to do this. This is going to have to be a theme, and I'm okay with it, though it's not my preference. Right. We're going to probably be doing a lot of radio where we're like, what do you do? Do you play him? Do you not play him? Do you save him? Do you not save him? Do you protect a player from himself? Do they have a team they could beat maybe with a backup? All this stuff. And we're commenting on it without really knowing the pain threshold of a player or the severity of the injury. So last week, we start talking on Thursday and Friday. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And all I said was, if neither quarterback's 100% and you don't think they can, then I would play Martinez. Oh, that's stupid.
I laughed.
Well, that's stupid. Hey, they're not going to do that. All right. So now they played Purdy, and Purdy got hurt. Okay. So now, what are you going to do with Purdy? Do you give him? He had 2 weeks setback. You're right. Do we give him 4? I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about the injury.
But Kyle may just give him none and say, can you go?
Well, and then I would say if the 49ers lose tonight and Purdy says, I'm ready to go against Tampa Bay, and he plays in a similar fashion, and I don't care what the numbers say, this is where Kyle Shanahan's got to be an expert and a genius and use his eye test. Right. And I'd like to know from him if he could tell me truthfully, when you were watching that game, did you think Brock Purdy was the same Brock Purdy that he was at the end of last year? And if he said, no, he wasn't quite 100%, I'm not going to blame Kyle Shanahan for putting him out there, but then he's got to figure out what's good enough to give them the best opportunity to win a game. Is it Purdy out there maybe struggling a little, or is it Mac Jones? Now, I don't know. I'm starting to think that maybe Mac Jones would have played last week if he was healthy. We don't need to get into that. If they, what are you saying? They played Purdy even though he was injured because Mac was injured more.
Right.
I'm not going to get into that. If they did, that was not very smart.
But
clearly.
Just think about the headache that is what Kyle and Lynch and just the Niners players and coaching staff and training staff are going through. It's already a bear of a headache to think about. You got to do this every week with your starter. Now your backup was gimpy. Who's to say? Hopefully he comes out of this game healthy, Mac Jones. But Steiny, it's eerily getting to the point to where Martinez may have to play by default, and like he's one hit away, concuss, whatever, something fluke happens tonight, he's on the field.
Here's the other thing,
wow,
I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but like if Mac Jones stinks tonight and looks awful, how will we know that Purdy would have looked better?
I think that's the least of your problem.
Even a healthy
You'll never
Purdy.
know.
Well, that's
just like we don't know how much of the toe is why Brock had an underwhelming performance.
Right. But what I'm saying is if Mac Jones stinks tonight and they get beat and we're like, well, there you go, Mac. Like, do we know that Purdy, even a healthy Purdy, with all the injuries,
I don't think that's healthy. And how can you prove that? I get you.
If I told you the 49ers are going down there tonight with a healthy Mac Jones, what are their chances given the state of the team? Okay, but if they go down there with a healthy Brock Purdy, he's not healthy, but Brock at his best, how much do the odds increase that the Niners can win that game?
I'm being
Given that Kittle's gone and Bosa, and they got to go down intact.
15%.
All right. So
I meant to say that number to be minimal.
Okay. And that's why if Purdy's healthy, he would play, because to me 15% is a fair amount. That means you think your starter can win you 1.5 games over a 10.
But what if the reality is it's 4%? You know what I mean?
We'll never know.
Yeah.
But Mac can
go out here and play tonight well, Steiny, and they just get stymied. We come in here tomorrow, they got beat over the head, but Mac looked, okay. That's on the table too.
Yeah. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our man.
In Hayward. What's up, Grandpa? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? I'm working from home today.
Oh, nice.
Talk to us about this toe,
Thank
man.
you very much.
Yeah.
Dude, here's the thing. I understand everybody's like all this about Mac Jones, Brock Purdy. Purdy, he did prove himself. I agree with Steiny. I need to see more from Mac Jones to say, oh, my God, he can take Purdy's job, because Purdy proved himself. The toe is what it is. Give him time to recover. Mac Jones, I don't care if you give him 2, 3, 4 games. When Purdy is 100%, bring him back. He ain't got to fear his job, bro. Now you're talking about draftism again, right? Mac Jones number 1. Purdy was he's in the 7th round, so he could take his job. I don't try to hear all that. He showed what he's made of. Mac Jones, do your job. When Purdy gets well, come back and let's kick some ass. Bam. Bang, bang, Niner gang, y'all.
There it is.
Thank Grandpa.
We should ask him a score. No, this ain't the week to ask for a score.
Why not?
Because,
I said 28-16.
But who's got the Niners in front? That's kind of what the gist of the exercise.
You think we can't find some optimistic Niner fans that think they're going to win
tonight? I haven't heard one person or ain't seen anybody write Niners this, Rams that. And I ain't mad at you, Tupac. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Had something on Grandpa Dad. Oh, yes. If Mac Jones goes down there and wins,
oh my gosh.
I don't. Yeah. Okay, what do you mean? Oh my gosh!
It would be a super duper shock that you went down there, hurt as you are, and the backup a week after your starter looked like boo boo. That would be a shock.
Okay, I agree with that, okay. But I'm replying to what Grandpa Daddy said. He
sounded irritated about the notion.
I mean, if Mac Jones goes down there and wins tonight,
okay,
and Brock Purdy's ready to go against the Bucs, he's starting against the Bucs. Brock Purdy.
But we're talking about the fan base. We would still field calls like, "What are they doing?" Not everybody, but you know how this thing works.
Yeah,
because he would then be 3-0 as a starter. Mac Jones.
Let me bring Evan in on this one. Do you really think if Mac Jones goes down there and plays really well and somehow they win, that could impact the season, the way we approach the quarterback situation, irrespective of Purdy's health?
I kind of didn't say that, but yeah.
That's such a what? What are you asking?
I said, if Mac Jones goes down,
does it impact the quarterback decisions? Yes, 100%.
If Mac Jones goes down there and wins the game tonight,
plays well,
and next Sunday they determine Purdy's healthy, Purdy will start against Tampa Bay, I believe.
And I don't think that there's a way he's going to be 100% healthy.
And there's no way I would let him start that game.
Fair enough. Mac Jones is great. Purdy's not ready by Tampa Bay. Mac Jones looks great again. Who's after that?
You have to reevaluate each week.
Man,
no, but now that's the week.
Yeah.
So the minute Purdy is 100%, he's going back in regardless.
Yes, but I think it's going to be very difficult with the injury he has for him to be 100%.
Yeah. I don't think that, Steiny, with all the intel we have, it's not just.
I don't believe we're anywhere near a controversy.
Oh, no, okay.
That's, I guess, what I'm getting at.
If Mac Jones wins this game tonight, there are going to be a lot of people that call into post-game tomorrow that just will say, ride Mac until he loses. 100%.
That's fair. And in order for me to be right with this, I would say, oh, yeah, the fans will be upset, but that's not a controversy.
But you also don't know if or when Purdy's going to be 100%. We thought he was 100% last week.
Well, that's the thing. We're just using a hypothetical of, what if Mac runs the table for 3 or 4 games and then Purdy. I mean, like Purdy's health. Purdy's health is not going to be determined by how well Mac Jones plays or not.
But
like
the
his
confidence
toe's going
from
to
the
heal or
fan base
not.
will if he pulls this off.
Right. And
some will be like, hey, Brock, take all the time you need, bud.
Right. And what I'm saying is I don't think in Kyle Shanahan's mind there will be one, because even if he thinks there is one, I'll bet you he'll say, well, I'm going with Mac Jones because Brock still isn't healthy. Like, I don't think it can ever come to Purdy losing his job over this.
Well, that
but I'm not saying
not his job,
you're not saying
but
that
you
either.
can push
I
him
get
back.
that.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, if Mac Jones wins this game tonight,
why
would you want to rush Brock Purdy back?
Well, like
that goes to what we just talked about.
I guess that's the thing. I'm not saying that playing him Sunday is rushing him back. Maybe playing him the week after next Sunday is rushing him back. Like, because I don't have any idea of the severity. So if that's the case, that he could play Sunday, but he'd be better the following Sunday and you beat the Rams, then I think, you know what, let's be safe. Like that's, but I don't know that it doesn't sound like the injury's that clear cut. That's, I guess, what I'm saying.
So let's give him 4 weeks if somehow we just talked about it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that it's that clear cut that on October 2nd you can say, let's give him a month. And on November 1st, he's going to be ready. November 1st, he's going to be ready to go.
But my point, I believe Evans, I don't want to speak for him. If somehow I'm stacking up chips with my backup quarterback, I wouldn't want to upset the apple cart.
Well, in theory, if I'm
rolling with Mac Jones.
Okay, so let's just say they shut him down for a month and Mac goes undefeated. And now it's November 1st and Purdy's like,
I think you would have to, as a coaching staff, what's best for the team, you would have to assess that.
Okay.
I don't think that gets ignored.
Wrong.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
and
you're
Brock,
wrong.
Your job's not in jeopardy for the future. You're our guy. We paid you.
I also think
for
that's
the now.
Right.
Why we might come on?
That's why they're not. I also think that's why they're not going to shut him down for a month, because I don't think they can say now that would. They could be like, yeah, that'll help solve the problem, but then they got to say, well, what if he's ready in 2 weeks? But we've lost a couple games and we need him back. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're looking for 2 kinds of people out there. One are who's optimistic about the game tonight. They think the 49ers can pull this off. And then 2, obviously, it's a question this week, and it may be a question moving forward. How do you determine when Brock Purdy plays and when he sits and when you go with Mac Jones? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's moment.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority tax relief. Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm pregnant with this next take I want to get off.
What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're wrapping up a Thursday, heading into the Niners-Rams game tonight. The line go up at all?
I hadn't looked. I'm got some other things.
I thought that's something that you pay attention to.
Well, I'm
actually
checking
more than the show itself. At
please
stop. I'm looking for.
Don't come for me, man, because we got an insult about our show yesterday. Jewel, remember I told you she was driving around?
Okay.
She goes, I was listening to you guys.
Right.
I was like, yeah.
Yep.
You sound like an old married couple. I go, good God.
Yeah, that's the first time we've heard that.
Yeah, no. That one really hurts, man. I got to talk to him.
You know, this is why why I understand the difference. Some subtle differences that I try to help you with, and it's you'll always say something like, "Who should they go a quarterback?" But Steiny. What about the noise? What about the noise? What about people are saying out there? Like Jules and at where are they from?
Well, she's from Redwood City.
No, but the company. Jules from Pettington.
Oh, Pat Nelly.
Yeah,
our father John. Yeah.
And what I've been trying to tell you forever is that if you're a real athlete inside a building, you don't hear that. Because you know why? You're a pro and you don't pay attention to outsiders.
Then why did Durant have a burner?
You are not at that level
But why
yet.
did Durant have a burner?
Guru.
They do hear the noise more now than ever.
You've been in this business how long?
2012.
Stop being beholden to the reaction you get from people. The greats, they focus on their job and they don't worry about these comments from people they don't know or barely know. And when you figure that out, I believe you will take it to the next level in this business.
It's how I've lasted.
But until then, you're going to be stuck.
You're
going to be stuck responding to Jules from Pettington.
No, but it's Pat Nelly.
I know, Jules, and I'm doing that on purpose.
And it's Jewel. Listen. You know I've mastered that. Reading all the stuff you got off Twitter. They ran you off Twitter. I stayed, and I'm proud of myself for staying. If you don't get hate, you ain't doing something right. That's what I would say speaking to kids. If you got thin skin, go do something else.
Just don't let it affect you.
Yeah, I've mastered it. It doesn't.
No, you actually haven't mastered it.
That's why I brought it up.
Right, on the air. So, in other words, your insecurity over not getting a compliment now has occupied 2 minutes of sports talk radio, and the Niners are set to kick off
what's
in the biggest game of their year so far.
Yeah.
But we had to deal with your insecurity. If we didn't, then we would have been doing more sports talk, and that's how we take it to the next level.
We're not the technical show. Mm-hmm. I hate to break it to you, but I do want to say something to you.
But we can't be the crybabies and the needy team either.
Not. But I do want to say something.
Let's not be needy.
The next time doing a commercial, I ask you, because I'm excited about my dinner, what you're eating, and you look at me the way you did and walk off outside the door without answering the question.
Evan.
I wanted to really that's not cool, man.
No.
That's not humane. I really wanted to know what you're having, and you looked with such just disgust, and then walked off. That's not cool, man.
Why is that such an intrusive question?
Some people get excited to answer.
I just got done 20 minutes talking to the guy. I talked to him 4 hours a day. I talked to him in the breaks. I talked to him.
It's not my fault. It's the job, right?
The one thing I've known about Guru and have gotten to know is that he's impulsive. Like he'll jump into a conversation, and so I just needed a little call. I was going to the bathroom or whatever, and I was leaving, and he goes, Steiny, and I stopped walking.
Yes,
I interrupted going to the bathroom. I paused. I gave him another second or two. And he goes, what are you eating tonight for dinner?
It's simple.
And I was just like, let me alone.
Say you don't know and keep it going.
Can I please just go to the bathroom?
All right, I got to. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I did have a look. It's like when sometimes we'll be at the ship on a Friday, and Guru will look to his right or left. It won't be me. It'll be somebody else, and it'll be just like out of nowhere. Like, so what do you think about Tiger Woods? And I'll just be like, all right, that's it. I got to go.
Oh, boy.
All right. That's why I love him.
All right, back to the Niners.
Back to, let's see. Okay, we asked for somebody who's optimistic about the Niners tonight.
We got a caller?
Yes, we actually got a couple. Let's go to Fabian we had to go all the way to Maryland, but we got a guy in Maryland who's optimistic. Hey, Fabian, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up?
Talk to us.
Yeah, I'm optimistic because I think it's a divisional game, and therefore, I just think it's going to be a close score, and I think it's going to come down to some crazy play at the end of the game, some lucky bounce. And, despite the injuries, we've still been more lucky than not, and I think that's going to be the theme of this season. And I think somebody's going to step up, or I don't know, but we're going to see something happen at the end of the game, a lucky bounce that could have went other way, went our way. And we win 26-23.
Wow.
Appreciate it, Fabian.
Pinero.
Oh, look at him. Walk off.
Appreciate it, buddy.
26-23, man. Could you imagine?
Yes, I can. And you know why I can't imagine?
I can't tell.
Here's why I can't imagine. First of all, it's the NFL. And I'm old.
Cleveland
I've seen
and Green
enough
Bay.
upsets in my life. There's a guy I respect. Guy named Bonte Hill. I didn't think about this. God. And he says this, and it always resonates.
Stop.
Division games are different.
Stop.
Now,
we were just talking yesterday.
No. Here's the rest of the story, as they say. That is already. You know what?
Yeah.
That has resonated with me now. Division games are different. He's right, and now that's sunk in. But now what's hit me is this could work in the Niners' favor tonight. The Niners want this to be a different kind of game.
Hello?
So maybe because it's a divisional game and we know it's going to be different, you know what?
Yeah.
Who knows?
You bet Niners?
What's the line?
8.5
I'm going to wait until 5 o'clock when it's 13 and a half.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
It's now 8.5.
Yeah, and the team total for the Niners is 14.5.
Total points?
Yeah, 14.5.
If their defense scores, does that count?
You and Evan guess what the team totals for the Rams.
I'll tell you what it is. 27.5.
26.5.
Okay. I saw an over.
Damn.
I saw an over-under
team total.
Of... This was earlier in the day. Shoot, did I write it down? No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, props. 46.5.
Oh, the over.
I had as the over-under that I saw online.
Just how are they? I mean, you got McCaffrey. And I know Nick Hamilton. We had him on from Night Castle Media.
So it's 8.5?
Yeah.
I wrote, when I looked before the show, it was 7. That's on some sites. And I have Kyron Williams, 67.5 yards. I got to take the over there, right?
ETN was running. You got to think Salah's going to come up with something.
How about McCaffrey's receiving yards? What do you think?
Now, that's where I think he'll be able to eat. I'm going to say 27.
Receiving yards?
Yeah, 27. Receiving yards.
60.
I thought you said he was going to.
Receiving yards.
So he's going to have his worst receiving game of the year by far.
I believe.
Okay, well, then you should jump on the under because it's 53.
Wow.
And a half.
I would jump on the under if I had to. Yeah. I mean, if the Rams know we got to stop one guy right now, it's 23. So you would hammer that over?
If it were 27?
But what if they do? What if he gets ugly fast and then they do what Kyle does? My neighbor was a victim of that with baseball playoffs. You know, where you take him out. Worst case scenario, but you got to think that way, Steiny. You know, he ain't out there 60 minutes.
Brendan's in the city. Hey, Brendan, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I am optimistic about this game. Devontae Adams has been playing well, but even the greats deserve to have a bad game, and a divisional game is one of them that it usually crops up in. I see a 2-touchdown stakes on this game with a capper from Christian McCaffrey, receiving, not rushing, and you're looking at a final score of 24-17 Niners win.
There it
All
is.
Right.
Wow.
We'll put it in the cap, as they say.
Tomorrow you call and take your victory lap. Because I got to believe Dibs at 16-3 will not. Will he take the Niners? Because he's making a bet tonight.
Well, like what?
On the spread.
I mean, I know, but so it's kind of unfair to Dibs.
How so?
Because he's always got to make the bet right before the game. So he's going to get stuck with the line, the line that's there at 4 p.m. Like
I don't know if the bit, but he could do the line when it first came out and go off of that one.
Well, that's what I want. Does he do that?
He'll tell us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think
I'm gonna go whatever. I'm gonna go against.
I think correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a great gambler, but great gamblers absolutely can jump on a line early if they see something.
Yeah. But the bid is you share it with the people, whatever it's at. It's still a bet, Like if he got
so
it
he
at
may have
6,
already made a prediction at 6.5.
Yeah, he'll let us know when he has it.
Okay.
I don't like how he's been bragging. It's that humble brag. But I read something yesterday about it was a philosopher. If you hate on people's success,
Plato,
you're a bad person. And I thought I'm hating on Dibs at 6'12", whatever.
Is that the exact Socrates quote?
What does that say about me?
Plato had haters.
Can you give me the exact phrase again?
If you get mad or jealous at somebody else's success, you have bad character. You're a bad person.
And that's on like a tombstone
no,
or
it was a Facebook
piece
post.
of granite in ancient Greece?
Facebook post. I go, oh my God, that's how I feel about Dibs at 16-3. Just a thought.
See, let me say.
You've been envious. I know for a fact. You've golfed with many people where you've been like,
no, I have.
I kind of hope he hits it in the rough.
Not golf. No. Yeah, I used to be really envious of people.
Oh, I think I've hit a chord.
Absolutely. Used to not want people to succeed. Used to root for people to fail.
What did that stem from? That's hate.
It stemmed from being young and immature. Yeah. Like the last time that happened was 30 years ago.
Oh, you're saying
yeah, don't do it anymore.
You don't do
That's
it anymore.
That's my point.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know.
So in other words, when you do that, it's an indication you're a person of flawed character.
But it might be like why you ask people how much they make.
That's
you try to size them up.
And a joke, and everybody knows it. And I did forget to ask our guy.
I'm so glad
Nick.
you did. I would have been embarrassed, Steiny. Thank God you forgot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I could. In my mind, I can probably envision the last person professionally I rooted against, and it was probably 4 decades ago.
Shocked you talking to me. Jealousy is a sickness. That came from Mr. Berto on the chat.
One of the. Can you might know what I'm talking about, but can you please
sit out? Lay
no,
out?
Please don't give it. One of the things I'm most proud of in my last 20 or 30 years, in my last 3 or 4 jobs, is there have been times when the boss, not this one, but might say, "What do you think about this guy?" And I would never be like, "Lose him." No matter who, no chance. Never.
That went down with us. Dude, come on.
What about the guy that was competing with Guru?
I've never gotten fired.
I was just weekends and nighttime.
That's not the same thing.
You got O'Connell axed.
I thought you were talking about
I know who you're
somebody
talking about.
else.
Yeah, I do too.
You know what? We can't do this. Here, no. No. What I'm saying is I would never get a coworker fired in a million years.
You think you haven't, but you might have already have. Like
who?
There's ways to do stuff, Steiny. Yeah, come on now.
Okay.
You talking to Mr. Corporate. Yeah.
How long ago? How long have we been working together?
8 years.
Okay.
Wow.
So if 8 years ago I was asked a question.
Yeah, I remember.
Hey, what do you think about you and Guru?
Yeah.
And what do you think about you and this guy?
Yeah.
And I said, it's got to be Guru. That is not a blemish against the other guy. That's not getting the other guy. That's not fair.
Yeah.
That's not.
I got you. And here's my man.
God.
I love it.
Oh, my God.
This is why he's so good. The boss comes in like, let me put this up.
Do we have a football game tonight?
We do.
But I will say this.
You're the best.
When the hell have I ever asked you about another employee? Uh-oh.
You want to keep the shtick up?
Don't answer that.
Oh, boy.
You know why he asked me about employees? Because he wants to hear the best about him. He's looking for a reason
Evan's
to
looking
be
at me
reaffirmed.
like, good boy, I can't wait to chop it up.
But he's
Juwan Jennings.
But he's right. Let's go to Dave in Oakland to get back to the Niners. What's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy?
Great. How about you?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so I'm a longtime history teacher. I keep thinking, why is no one mentioning the situation years ago with the Niners when Alex Smith was having a great season, gets hurt, Kaepernick comes in, and that's it for Alex Smith. I think
go ahead.
you have to go with you got to go with the person who gives you the best chance to win. And I know people will be looking at Purdy's salary, but if Jones is successful tonight, which is certainly plausible, then I think you do have a quarterback situation.
Even though you just gave the bag to Brock Purdy in the first year that hasn't kicked in, now the fans can do what they want. I'm with you. But I just think he has so much equity, guys, that Steiny, stop. There's never going to be anything Matt can do to maybe have what the caller's alluding to pop off. But maybe that's where Spadoni was going to with, I mean, there's scoreboards tonight. Would you give me that? There's a Mac Jones scoreboard where if he lights it up, if they win
I've
it.
never liked that because it's an indication
you
that
borrowed it and used it when I ain't even been around.
No. It's an indication that you're viewing the game from a selfish level, and I never like to do that.
No, but
I just care about the final
score.
score.
The world's not looking at Mac Jones.
Fine. I'll look at the final score, which will be a defined number.
But
there will not be a final score for Mac Jones. I'm smart enough to watch the game, see what the final score is, and then make an independent evaluation of Mac Jones and every other player on the roster. I don't believe in the
You're
two
being
scoreboards.
blind to the
or I would say
ramifications.
this. Then everybody has two.
Fred Warner doesn't have two
Yes,
scoreboards.
he does.
Stop. Michael Williams, no, he's a rookie.
Well, let me just be honest with you.
You know what I mean in this business and in the NFL.
Okay, if we're going to do scoreboards, if we're going to do scoreboards, what was the scoreboard for Fred Warner's first 8 games last year? And then what was Fred Warner's scoreboard from the 9 following games? If we don't have to do it.
I got a fractured ankle.
So it wasn't as good, was it?
But
it wasn't
as good. Man.
Okay, well,
so there's no
This is what I can't stand when you do this.
There's no jail cell.
Let's get into a fight before we get to cross.
No, it's not. We're having a conversation.
Right, but you're wrong about Fred Warner.
When you're that great, there is nothing behind you to supersede you.
Right, but he was
That
a reason they
caller
went
was
6
just
and 11.
saying
He
Alex
was a
Smith.
reason they went 6 and 11 last year.
Stop. You don't believe
Who?
Fred Warner?
He was one of the reasons they went 6 and 11. He was playing on a broken ankle.
Yeah. We didn't know
What
it
are you
at the
saying?
time.
No,
I'm
are
just,
you trying to tell me he had a good year?
No. You know how to finesse it. Fred didn't have his best year, but nobody will hitch their wagon to Fred was the reason or part of the reason.
I didn't say the reason.
That had part of the reason.
Of course he was. He
they
played
had nothing defensively.
Guru, if you played 17 games and as a team you went 6 and 11, every damn player who played those 17 games is responsible for the 6 and 11. I think. I mean, goodness gracious.
What do I do with that?
I've been an eighth man on a team, and we were not very good.
What do I do with
and
that
it's
read? Okay, Fred, you didn't. What do I do with it? It's not going to grow. He bounced back, and it's only 4 games. He's back to being fantastic Fred. Well, why? Oh, it's not hard to find. He doesn't have a fractured ankle. So
right, but when we put together the obituary of last year, let's not say Fred Warner was Fred Warner and
no, there were no heroes. Kyle's a part of it.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there are no heroes last year.
Right, getting back to the original.
Okay,
it's like that's why I don't look at it as 2 scoreboards.
But you're good. I know what you're doing.
What?
But you were fascinated with a couple callers ago that brought this up about what a good Mac Jones performance could do. Spadoni's talked about it. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is you don't have to say it, but there's a scoreboard tonight for Mac Jones.
Yeah, for you.
And the league.
Yeah, for you.
And the league. I told you that a couple weeks ago about the league thing.
Yeah.
He could be in the version of doing his Darnold thing.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel's back in New England saying, hey, honey, get the whiteboard up. Now you got to keep score tonight for Mac.
See, people think you were lying now because the boss came in.
About what? I don't care about that. No, but I was going to say no. But the last caller, what was his name? Fresno?
Yeah.
Dave? Was it? Anyway, he is absolutely right. This is what I appreciate about his call. It was no commentary.
Right.
Like when we sit here and be like, there's no way this could happen. There's no way Mac Jones, it would never.
That's how I feel.
Guess what? He's right. Alex Smith got hurt. Colin Kaepernick was dynamic.
No doubt. Gotcha.
And then we got into what are we going to do? That's how it happens. And that's how it happens in every city.
But what about this for me?
What
about the contract and the way that it was handed out, when it was handed out? Wouldn't I tell you, even if you swap quarterbacks and we were in a different city, Steiny, that new money ain't kicked in. That's not going to, that will allow no quarterback.
Can I be honest here? So what are we talking about? Like what's our disagreement?
It's not ours. The Niners identified Brock Purdy as their future franchise quarterback.
Right.
They gave him a contract that doesn't even kick into next year.
Right.
I believe because of that, the politics of that, there's nobody on earth, backup quarterback worthy, that's going to supersede or jump with their performance to make Brock Purdy's, you know what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. What I'm responding to you is, why would you ever say there's no way that was going to happen when we've actually seen it happen in the past with various teams? That's what happens. Something happens, and it makes you reevaluate the quarterback situation or a position, any position. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but
you're saying it's happened before.
Of course. I mean, you can make a case it happened with Garoppolo. They made Garoppolo their guy, and in 2 years they were like, he's not our guy.
But his body, Garoppolo has nobody to be mad at but himself.
And Brock Purdy is now going to miss his third game in 5 games. Of course there's a way it can happen.
Yeah. But for the caller to say he doesn't want his team to win to avoid that, that's crazy.
I mean,
that's a fan, though.
What?
That's crazy, Steiny.
You know what? The best thing that could happen to the Niners is if Mac Jones is incredible. And then Brock Purdy is healthy, and he's really good, too. That's really the best. That's what everybody should be rooting for. And then you move one of them. If they're really that good, eat both of them. All right. Yeah, it's like when the Phoenix Suns had Kevin Johnson and Jason Kidd and somebody else. Nash. They had all 3. I'd like to have that problem. Hope they're both all pros. That segment brought to you by Pier 39.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly Open Phone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-210-4471 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-210-4471. That's 800-210-4471. What do you have to lose? Call 800-210-4471. Again, 800-210-4471.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I'm a journalist with words.
I'm about to cook, bro. Sit back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No. He's very generous. Our friend Dan Daly, very generous.
No,
this
you're
is
right.
Crossover.
You're right.
Yeah. This is the crossover. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. And speaking of generosity, Dan, let me thank you again for last Friday.
Dan?
Yeah, let me thank you again for last Friday.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was your birthday.
So, Goo, just to tell the listeners.
Yeah, and I've already thanked him. I know where you're going.
Right.
I beat you to it. Okay.
So they still park over in an area where we go near the ship. And so,
Yeah.
Well, and so Dibs was parking, and on Friday he went in at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
because he works at 2 as he's walking up to the station. He walks in, he greets Lindsay, and he says, "Hey, my name's Dan Dibley, and I want to buy a drink for Steiny. It's his birthday, and Guru he's going to be coming in." And so when they get here at 2:30, the first one's on me, and Dibs, in fairness, bought me 2. One for my birthday, and he bought you one just for a regular day.
My God.
So thank you so much. You're really welcome. Appreciate
I sent
that.
you a picture of it.
Now,
You both did. The story behind the story is I walked in, and can I help you? I said, do you know Matt Steinmetz? And she looked at me, huh? And I said, they come here on Friday a lot. She's like, oh, you mean Steiny? I'm like, yes, I mean Steiny.
Right.
Thank God I just had an experience with this.
Willard just told me.
I'm not going to tell everybody where we're going because the crowds will overwhelm you, Steiny. But some of us would like to partake in maybe watching a certain football game after work tonight. So there's a spot in the area, and I did a little pregame show, and I popped my head in, and I said, look, I know you don't take reservations, but, we'd like to think that we're a big deal. And so I wonder if, I don't know, could you put a few seats aside for somebody who might be coming in hot?
Look at him.
Can't come in early.
Right.
Well, it turns out, as soon as I said what we do, the person who runs this bar goes, oh, Matt came by the other day to already talk about this. And I went, oh, he did?
Matt?
And he goes, yeah, like that some of you all might be coming. And, we'll do our best to put some stuff aside. And I go, oh, okay, I didn't know he was coming. And he goes, yeah, well, Matt usually gets here around 3 o'clock every day. And my mind the whole time is on our boss, Matt Nahagian.
Wow.
And I go, this mother jumper during our show is going drinking every day at 3 o'clock? We don't get out of here till 6, Matt.
Right.
And then they kept talking until I finally realized, he's talking about Matt Steinmetz.
Ah, yeah.
We call him Steiny.
That's not Matt. No. The same way you're not Dan.
Right.
We don't do that. But anyway, okay, I got it. So maybe the other Matt will put a seat aside tonight. We'll see.
Yeah. Nice.
We'll find out.
Here's the bigger issue.
And thank you, Dibs. That was big.
Guys, you're welcome. It was one of those moments where I was walking by and I was like, you know what? I'm going to do something nice for my guy. Because, you and I, we used to spend a ton of time together. Then I went and had a baby. And, well, you didn't. I thought it'd be cool if you did too, but you didn't. And so our worlds have not really converged like they used to. So I thought it'd be a nice time to do something nice for you.
Right. I'm just that now. It's just a wonderful point I'll be able to make, a comparison, if you will. On Friday, you were at a bar talking to the bartender, and you bought Guru and I a couple drinks ahead of time.
Yep.
Willard, you had the same opportunity. Can I assume that I'll be dropping into that place? And there'll be an upside-down shot glass? And Mark Willard said, hey, this is for my coworker Steiny.
I mean, basically what we're talking about here in life is paying it forward, right? And so this show has already paid it forward to you, and seeing as you go drinking every day at 3 o'clock,
with the Chiefs bet, you mean?
I was wondering if maybe it would be the other way around. Maybe I'd walk into an old-fashioned in the first quarter today.
Noted.
Okay.
Wow.
Again, just
Noted.
a maybe. Just a maybe.
It's always good to look at things from a different perspective, and I wasn't even thinking of that one.
I bet
this
you weren't.
This is so funny, because I try to run my my drinking.
Sure.
I'm going to start out with a beer or a shot, and then she goes, well, you got a free one. Give me the big margarita. Somebody, give me the big one.
It's funny
give me the deluxe.
I shared the story with my wife, and I'm like, my guy, the birthday boy, got a shot and a beer. And then she's like, what did Guru get? I said, he got a margarita. She's like, he got a margarita.
Margarita.
I said, he got a margarita.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, the margarita is it's pretty. It's a staple. It's solid. You can go margarita virtually anywhere. And that made me feel good. And I don't want to be too selfish about it, but I did it for me because it made me feel good.
And that's what it's about.
I mean, it's for you, Steiny, your birthday, and, Goo, you got the draft off of that. But I was like, you know what? This makes me feel good. And, so I put 30 on the card, and then I get the charge back, and it's like $32.85. And I'm like, okay, of course, you had to hit me with that 4% surcharge and then this and then that. And I threw in a little extra for the tip. But I was like, 30's not even 30 anymore, Steiny. It was $32.85 because, the 4% SF tax and, the hospitality and whatever else.
You need a couple?
I'm good. I'm good. I took care of Lindsay, too. A little fin on the backside.
I actually kind of lighten out the whole city tax thing, whatever is confusing. But we dined last night at a certain spot in the city that just put the damn tip on there.
Yep, 20%.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. And actually, no, as a server, I was like, I kind of wish that had just been that way all along. Like, I wasn't bothered by it. It would be nicer if you highlight it, because I bet that they make a killing on people who do not realize that the tip. So I will say this. When the bill comes, it says additional tip. Additional tip. So if you're going to write more tip in there, it does say additional tip. But, people are drinking. They're not paying attention. You're having conversations. I'm like, ooh, it's gangster. I'm like, you guys are double dipping at least 20% of the time, for sure.
20% on that 20%.
Exactly.
And what about reduced tip? So they hit you with the 20, and what if the service was not 20% worthy? There's no line item where you can go, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take 5% off of that because you stunk, waitress or waiter.
I would bet that, and what I would hope that establishments are now like more aware of when the service isn't going well, and then just do something right there on the spot. In fact, one of the dishes that we ordered last night, it never showed up. She forgot. She was delightful, but she forgot. When she realized she forgot, she's like, oh my gosh, we're going to do a 911 on that order. And by the way, here come 2 free glasses of champagne.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
We're fine.
I love it.
Yeah, we're
And
good
it was
here.
a celebration sensation for Mark and the lovely Christy.
Yeah,
it was either their hug-iversary or their hand-hold-iversary or their date-iversary.
Yeah.
We did this yesterday.
He's jealous.
Might have been the first time that we versaried.
It was your Mike Green-iversary?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It was their date-iversary. Okay. And so he said it yesterday on the air, and I'm not talking out of school because I've said this to both of them before. Like, they're both adorable and nauseating
sure,
with how much they love each other.
Yeah.
And but it was their date anniversary. It's true love, blah, 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 great.
We went to
Talk to me in 40 years.
We went to China Live. Have you ever been over there? It's on Broadway.
Never. Okay.
It's phenomenal.
China Live.
China Live.
It's a restaurant.
Oh my gosh, it's delicious.
Restaurant?
Yeah.
I need TVs, no screens.
No screens.
Okay. I need TVs.
That's why you go on a Wednesday, dude. That's why you go on a Wednesday. Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
I need a screen.
I can look you in the eye on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you want to talk about? I got all night.
So tonight, if you guys happen to go out,
which we will.
Yeah.
She's coming. She's joining
neither one
Matt.
of you is going to look at each other. You're going to be at the spot.
We might be across from each other, each looking over each other's shoulders.
Exactly.
Does any one of you think they can win this game? We just took a call.
It's a football game, of course.
But listen, we took one of the first in my history of doing this. The guy called. He was being sincere. He said he didn't want the Niners to win because of this angle. The noise that would be.
Oh, the quarterback thing.
Mac Jones. I go, son. He was grown. I wanted to say, son, that we're so far. Win the game, but he really, Steiny heard him. He was like, I don't want that to happen. Alex Cap all over. This ain't that.
No.
You just get the win.
No, go ahead, Steiny.
Yeah.
So, Matt, go ahead, Matt.
So then Guru says, that will never happen.
That's just me.
What would never happen?
A controversy.
Well,
Brock just got paid.
No, what do you mean by, or you mean that there
the
wouldn't?
fans might say something.
Of course they would.
But this is his baby.
Oh, my God. $265 million?
All right, there we go.
But no, what I'm saying is somebody called and said, look what happened with Alex Smith and Cap.
Okay.
But just to boil it down, of course there were extenuating circumstances, but Alex Smith got hurt and Kaepernick was dynamic. And then Smith got healthy and there was a decision that Harbaugh made. Period. End of story.
It's one of my favorite press conferences ever.
So, then we had Jimmy Garoppolo, and he was destined or had the chance to be the franchise quarterback. Why isn't he here 5 years later? It was a combination of performance and durability.
Yeah, totally.
So, who knows what can happen? I'm not saying it's not all going to happen this week.
Right.
But
or anytime soon.
But
it could happen someday. It could happen someday.
But then we got into, they go down there and win 30-13.
Which would be wow for go ahead.
And now people are saying that, or people, the discussion is, well, now hold about Tampa Bay. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how you handle it, is all I'm saying.
As long as Brock's healthy, he plays. But now you have to define the word healthy, which is what I feel like. I mean, you guys have spent a lot of time on that this week, and I don't know how you do that,
because we don't know what happened for him to get on the field last Sunday, right? Hey, Brock, can you go? Okay, you can go.
Supposedly he felt great. So, but when Brock Purdy's healthy, Brock Purdy will play, no matter what Mac Jones has done. But you guys aren't wrong. I mean, if he goes and carves him up.
But what does that mean?
Here's where I'm very
little. Carves them up tonight. 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. They win by double digits. It's a laughable idea, but it's a football game. It's allowed to happen. Corey Detmer did it to the 49ers one time in this same situation.
But here's where I'm way more literal. If, let's say they win the game, and the 49ers are like, this toe, we're going to put him on the injured list for 4 games.
Oh, IR?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Mac Jones is knocking it out of the park. I always look at, well, I guess it's possible. Then what do? Week 11, Brock's raring to go, Dibs.
You go to Brock, and the big difference between the Kaepernick Smith and this one is Harbaugh did not draft Alex Smith. He drafted, it was Trent Baalke, but that was their guy. That was Harbaugh's guy, was Kaepernick. So, you got to that spot, and I just was looking at the game log, and Alex Smith got concussed, and they tied the Rams, and they went to 6-2-1, and he had a concussion. And so Cap came out and won the next 2, bop, and by the time Alex was cleared, Cap was rolling, and so you stayed with Cap. That was their guy anyway, and remember, they used a second-round pick on Kaepernick. Yeah. This is different where, and Mark, you've told the story many times where Shanahan said in camp to Jed York, our QB3 is actually the best guy that we have. And so when he's healthy, he plays no matter what, in my opinion.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio.
But hosting sports radio will be annoying. And that's for sure. Not annoying. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm joking.
That's where that'll,
Oh, my God.
Fan is short for fanatic.
Oh, that'll be all over the place. It kind of already is. And that's after he lost one game. And
I don't want to throw shade at Mac Jones.
He lost one game.
But Mac Jones threw that pick against Arizona. So it wasn't all Picasso for Mac Jones. You got the win.
Of course it's
not.
But
I remember that vividly, like, whoa, you're human. It looked like New England, Mac, you got the dub, but it wasn't 500 yards, no touchdowns, and 5 touchdowns.
And if you look at the analytics, the numbers, whatever, Mac Jones has been a lot worse than Brock Purdy. They've each played 2 games, and like the EPA, the expected points added for each, Brock Purdy's been much better than Mac Jones. Mac's 2-0, Brock's 1-1. So unless Mac goes out and has, a near perfect game, Brock Purdy's still going to be statistically the better quarterback this year.
I mean, y'all want to talk about, that's true. I mean, if you want to go advanced metrics.
If you want to go EPA.
But really? Want to know what the Niners need to do tonight? Run the ball. What the hell are we doing?
And it's going to be hard.
What are we doing, and what are we talking about? Like, they're the worst. They're one of the worst running teams in the league.
I got it. And people got nerve. And we just had a guy, Nick Hamilton, on from Night Castle Media in L.A. I asked him about McCaffrey, and I feel like I'm crazy. The world turned on Drake. He used to be the man, and they turned on him. Well, okay. They chose it. Everybody's so quick to say, I asked Nick about McCaffrey. What do you say? Oh, I think he's lost a step. And that's just becoming, to me, not everybody, the trendy thing to say, but how can you judge that? Because when I saw that lateral he got from Pearsall, I saw the burst to me. But there's nowhere to run, and I'm not company guy to say if he was slipping, I would say it. I don't see that. And the run game is exhibit A of There's nowhere to run.
There's nowhere to go.
How can you say he's slowing down?
Can I ask you guys to reboot a conversation I vaguely remember all of us having last year? Do you all still think that Debo has lost a step?
I haven't seen him play this year.
He's having a great year.
And you know what? I put him in his coffin too soon.
So it's another example, and I get that in sports fandom and sports media, there's no room for this. I don't know how we're supposed to how we're supposed to have an opinion of, well, I got to see what's going on with everybody on the field and everything that's like it bores people to tears. But the truth of the matter is this affects everybody. Whatever's going on with the team, who's blocking, who's healthy, how are things rolling, it affects everyone. It affects the receivers. It affects the quarterbacks. And it clearly affects even Hall of Fame level talent. Is Christian McCaffrey lost a step? Who cares if he's lost a hair? He's fine. But he's being hit quicker than any running back in the entire NFL.
Is that because of Kittle? Or is that too much to say about Kittle?
It doesn't help, but I don't think it's by himself. I think Trent maybe has lost a step. And the offensive line as a whole has not been great. Dominic Pooney is not playing well. He's in a sophomore slump or not healthy or something. But all these things there's such a trickle-down effect on a football field. And then we pick an individual and get mad at him.
Right.
It's just, they got to run the ball. If they run the ball, they're going to be a really good football team. They'll be a hard team to beat.
Yeah, but they won't be able to run the ball because if you look at the expected points added, the EPA that I referenced, Steiny, they are 30th of 32 in expected points added. And that means on a standard run, what do you do versus what the league average is? And they don't do very well. And it's not because Christian's lost a step. And you mentioned it, on the hook and lateral. Explosive. And,
that's the word.
On other plays, he looks like he has that burst, but your burst doesn't matter when you get hit. And I think Greg Cosell had it yesterday. He's averaging 1.8 yards per carry before the first contact. And he's not Earl Campball, my friends.
So I guess what I'm saying is, they got to run the ball tonight. And you're like, they can't or they won't.
They won't.
They could.
That's kind of
allowed to.
Word.
Well, of course they are. And Kyle Shanahan's allowed to draw up running schemes that may deceive the Rams, right?
Sure. Right.
I mean, it's possible that
it is. But if you think about the run game and you think about who are the best non-linemen who block, and you would think about Juszczyk, okay, and last year he wasn't great. And this year he's about the same. Kittle's not playing. Jennings is not playing. He's also a great run blocker.
Well, this is where I think it is. Well, it's obviously harder in football to tell if a guy played well as it is in baseball or basketball. That's not even close for the general positions. But as far as the lines go, I'd love to know the discrepancy between the Ram because Colton McKivitz. He can have a great game.
Yep.
But what if he has a career game, whatever that looks like for a guy like him?
Right.
We'll kind of never know. But if the guy he's playing against is so much better that even if he has a great game, it's, you know what I mean? Could the Niners offensive line play great tonight?
They could.
And outplay some players who are better than them.
How often do you hear styles make fights? And actually remember a game between these two teams, it was either 2 or 3 years ago, and everybody was really, really worried because the Rams had Aaron Donald and the Niners had an interior injury on the offensive line, and they turned to somebody nobody had ever heard of named Justin School. Do you guys remember Justin School?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And everyone was like, this is, wow, what a recipe for disaster. Aaron Donald is going to feast. Aaron Donald never touched the quarterback the entire night, and the Niners blew the Rams. I don't know if they blew them out, but they handily won the football game. Justin School against Aaron Donald. I have no idea what's going to happen tonight. Every single time when there's an NFL game, when someone's like, does X team have a chance? I don't know. Have you ever been in a survivor pool before? Absolutely.
Right.
Saints had the ball in Buffalo last week, down by 5 in the second half. With the ball in their hands.
Yeah.
15.5-point underdog.
Fumble.
So, yeah, of course the Niners can play tonight. Probably not.
Well, they're going to play tonight.
No,
and you're going to give your pick, right? Because I'm riding with you.
Yeah, and the pick is in, and as the number keeps going up,
he's half-stepping on this one.
I'm glad you're addressing this.
Well, and you know what, Steinmetz? I heard you earlier, and you were wrong, and you're out of line because I'm 16-3 this year, and I
said 18.
And I corrected him via text.
Yeah, and I said 17-3 was wrong.
First of all, you thought that I was Karen Gibley on the YouTube, and you were wrong.
Happen.
And then
I was wrong.
Your little story about texting your wife partner instead of Carter Chickering just shows that you're kind of off your game when it comes to things like, I don't know, facts. So get some facts and come back to see me. I'm hot, baby. 16-3.
Right.
You better recognize.
So what
Who
time
said
would you
you were
give out this pick?
18-3, and I said I don't think he's that good, but he's been great.
What time you giving out the pick?
The pick will be in.
Let's do it at 4.
Let's do it at 440. 440, huh?
Well,
or 448?
450. Yeah, 450.
Okay. Yeah,
450.
All right.
And the pick is finally in, and it's because, in part, I'm going up against Grandy in fantasy.
Wow.
And
I'm 2-2.
Yeah, and I have the Rams kicker, so I'm not going to try to spoil the pick with that nugget. But yeah, Grandy's afraid of my kicker. Yeah,
I ain't afraid of anything.
Grandy and I are on cloud 9 this week. Don't try to take it from us.
Why? What's happening?
Because his Oregon Ducks beat my least favorite college football team, Penn State.
You're welcome, Steiny.
Yeah, I love you, buddy.
Okay,
I love
you too, Steiny.
I owe you.
How's Tulane doing?
They're 4-1.
Okay. Yeah, that's where his daughter goes. That's why.
No, I'm aware.
Okay.
I'm aware.
Well, I mean, for the audience.
Yeah.
You know, for the audience. It's kind of random that you'd be a Tulane fan.
I think Lehigh's 5-0.
I'll check.
I think they are.
Will knows.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
How do you know that?
I'll tell you
That's
what.
our alma mater.
Christy's brother coaches there.
I'll buy you a beer if you know the Lehigh nickname.
Huskies.
Nope.
Wildcats is always a safe bet.
What was it, Grandy? He should have got my ear.
That's why I asked. It's a tough one. You know Grandy?
I don't.
Dibs knows.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I
no.
really don't.
I thought you were an expert on that.
No, I mean, no. My guess would be Highlanders, but I know it's not right.
Highlanders.
Or
That's like
Musketeers.
Mountain Hawk?
Thought it was the Engineers.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
You can't ask a trivia question if you don't know.
Like I said it with a question mark.
Changed it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
talk amongst yourselves.
Mountain Hawks. It's Mountain Hawks.
Is it Mountain Hawks?
Yep, confirmed.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
hold on. Now let me see if it was
Don't
changed.
ask a question you don't know the answer
I haven't
to.
been to Lehigh in about
Well, the
35
university
years.
lists all 3 nicknames: Engineers, Brown and White, and Mountain Hawks
And
in its
Mountain
media
Hawks,
guide.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Which one's current, though,
Thank
or do
God.
they
I
just
don't know.
rotate month to month?
Woo!
Yeah.
Thanks, Randy, again.
Yeah.
Mountain Hawk.
Thank you.
Huh?
Man,
Mountain
okay.
Hawk.
But Engineers it was like a what do they call them? The alternate uniform. They might break it
I
out.
don't know if I would go to a school where the mascot was the Engineers.
Yeah. I went to a school where the mascot
Friday night
was
sounds fun there.
I went to a school with the mascot being a diplomat.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm a Franklin and Marshall diplomat.
See, and I don't find you very diplomatic.
You'd be surprised
Maybe
at how I
back in
can
the
weasel
day.
out of things.
I know how you weasel out of this segment every day.
Speaking of which,
yes.
one thing a diplomat will do is when he sees high tension, high energy, and he backs out. And he does it on 95.7 The Game.
We'll see you at the bar, Matt.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's go. Let's
Game
go.
day.
It's game day.
Let's go.
Come on, Thursday. You got this damn thing. We got a pick for you to make.
Yeah.
I hope everybody, don't just blow it off like it's a... Dude, 16-3. This is not This is something, dude. This is not like, oh, Dibs is doing that.
Yeah.
16-3. Like, you're about 2 or 3 picks away from quitting and going to Vegas.
Kind of. I already reached out to your friend, John Avello, for a job at DraftKings. So,
have you heard back yet?
No, but
No?
I mean,
You get that email? Thank you very much for applying to DraftKings.
Yeah. If I go 3-1, or actually only 3 picks this weekend because there's no Niner game on Sunday, but if I get to 19-3 come Tuesday, he's going to get a call now. He's definitely going to get a call and probably a resume.
I want you to just focus on this one because it's your 20th pick.
Yep.
The 20th pick, and you will be bad. Everybody knows that handicappers, like great handicappers, are attempting to go 55%. That's a winning percentage. If you win tonight, that is a clean 85%.
It's crazy.
On the year.
Yeah.
That's out of control.
Yep.
So we got that at 450. Coming up at about 350, Cam Inman is going to join us live from L.A. He's down there at SoFi Stadium getting ready for Niners and Rams. Until then, all you, 888-957-9570. Tim Roy is on the show today as well. Get you ready. Little primer for the Warriors season as training camp is now open. But let's dive in with you as long as possible until then. 888-957-9570. I don't want to put anybody to sleep. I could come out with some sort of a FS1, like let's battle about Brock Purdy for the 78th day in a row.
Come on.
Hey, Niners. Dude, the last name of the head coach is Shanahan. And the last name of the running back is McCaffrey. Run the ball. What the hell is going on, and why have we not talked about this? Greg Cosell's on our show yesterday saying they're one of the worst run teams in the league. They're the only team that hasn't rushed the ball into the end zone so far this year. Everybody yelled about red zone issues all last year, and we all came back with the same answer. Oh, there's no McCaffrey. So that's what happened there. Well, now there's McCaffrey. So can I ask the most important and most probing question facing the 49er offense right now? What the hell is going on with the run game? I don't understand it. And they're 3-1, but I'll project for you right now. And it's 2 things. I said it about the defense yesterday. I'll say it about the offense today. Defense, if you don't make a trade and learn how to rush the pass without Nick Bosa, you're going to lose a lot of football games this year. And offense, I don't care who your quarterback is. It could be Adrian Martinez or Adrian Gonzalez, which I keep messing up all week long.
Totally.
It could be anybody. If you can't run the football, this is not going to go well. So that's where I'm at. That's what I'm focused on tonight. Figure it out. That's what a backup quarterback usually needs anyway, a running game. So that's where my focus is tonight.
And if you look at the Rams' defense, they are really good against the pass, and they're maybe just average against the run. So the Rams' defense is very good. I'm not going to try to minimize it. I know that their linebackers are their weak spot. So how do you get to the spot where you can actually run the football? The problem with the Niner run game, and I'm not going to go full Greg Cosell on you because I will never be as smart as he is, but I've watched all 4 games multiple times, and the problem with the Niners run game is, thank you, they don't get their blockers to the second level. So you block the guys who are in front of you, and if you're a good run team, you block those guys, and then you're able to get a couple of guys to the linebacker level. The running back hits the hole. You have a block to the second level, quote unquote, and then you can make actual big-time headway. And I'm thinking about the Travis Etienne run where he goes 48 yards to the house. It was a house call. And if you watch that play, Michael Williams gets pushed out. The safeties come up. They get blocked to the sideline, and Etienne has about a 2-yard or 3-yard gap, and he is gone. And McCaffrey this year, he's only had a couple of runs that are explosive, 10 or more yards, because they're not getting to that second level. So is it the guards? And that's kind of what John Feliciano's told us.
It's partially personnel, right? There's no Kittle.
All of it. No Kittle.
And Juwan is really good, too. And he's been in there some, but not always, and not tonight. So, like, I get all that. But if you're going to, I don't know, if you're going to be a football team, you're going to need other people to do the things. Like, that's just the way it works. They call it a next man up mentality.
Right.
Yes, you can't replace Kittle, but I don't know. Jake and Luke Farrell, this is what you do. This is what you do, dude.
Right.
You block. So, like, I don't know. Can you be 75% of Kittle? Can we be a little bit more sticky with this, is what I would say. Like, be a little bit more stubborn with it. Can you run the ball maybe in some – you know what their best run was last week is when they ran the ball when no one thought they were going to run the ball. So how about that a little bit? It was 3rd and 7, and they ran the ball. I'm like, what are they doing?
Yeah, they got 11.
They got 11 yards. So I don't know, man. Mac's going to need some help. They all do. This is a really hard assignment. I know you can't just snap your fingers and make it happen because you want to, but the 49ers need to run the damn ball. And you watch how much everything gets better if they do.
Right, but you, so far this year, you have 106 carries for 352 yards, and you mentioned no touchdowns, and you're the only team without a touchdown on the ground. You're averaging 3.3 a carry, and I know that the averages go up when you get an explosive, but you don't have that. And, you know, we heard from John Feliciano, former offensive lineman, maybe future offensive lineman, depending on how things go, but it's the guards that right now that are struggling. Dominic Pooney having a sophomore slump. Connor Colby, who is a rookie, who's been thrown in, he's been inconsistent. And
but
I'm sorry,
good.
but Trent Williams is not looking like the Trent of old. He's not able to make a block and then get out there and ruin people. And you don't have Kittle, you don't have Juwan. And say what you want about Christian McCaffrey, I don't think that he is slowed down. I like your Debo comparison in the crossover because all of a sudden, Debo found his step, right?
Poof.
Exactly.
Wow, where was that?
Like magic.
Yeah.
So I do think that it's a comprehensive thing. And, you know, you got Mac Jones tonight, and I'm being told by people who are going to be on the ground that Mac Jones will be wearing the knee brace.
Okay.
So Mac Jones is not 100% either. So you've got a quarterback who the Rams maybe don't necessarily need to respect, a group of wide receivers that you don't necessarily fear. And now we're expecting Christian McCaffrey to go out there and gash them on the ground.
It's going to be real hard.
It's a tough assignment
tonight. It's going to be real hard. Yeah, absolutely. But then again, that's what running the ball is. It's when they know that it's coming and they can't stop it anyway. Like, watch the Philadelphia Eagles play. They get out there for that tush push, and they might as well have a sign on Jalen Hurts' face that says, we're about to do the tush push.
Right.
And then they don't stop it because they know how to execute whatever they're doing, and they do it very, very well. And so, look, yeah, some guys are going to need to grow up quick, and some guys are going to need to have a damn night. Like, sometimes you just have a damn night. The 49ers are probably going to lose the football game. But it's not for sure. It's not out of the realm of possibility. There are 7, 8, 9-point underdogs in football all the time. How much were the Packers favored by in Cleveland a couple of weeks ago? What was the spread of that football game? 14. Browns won. Browns won the game. So, like, yeah, let's go play this thing, and let's see if they can get back to basics and use their fundamentals and have a night. And I know the Rams' defensive line is good, but I don't know about these particular matchups. These are, these human beings against those human beings, and let's see who can push who. And sometimes it goes a way that you don't think it's going to go. So I don't know who the people are and exactly what the scenarios are. None of us can know that. I just know that the San Francisco 49ers, coached by Kyle Shanahan, with Christian McCaffrey on the team, you got to run the ball. You have to run the ball. And for 4 weeks, we're sitting here breaking down all these things, and nobody's talking about that. Brock this, Nick that, George health, Kyle play call, this, that, the other, turnovers. Run the ball, and everything else will trickle down from there.
Yeah, easier said than done.
Of course. I don't know if they can, but that's what I would love to see them do.
Yeah, of course, and they just haven't. Even in the opener, when they got to 100 yards for the only time this year, McCaffrey was 22 carries for 69 yards. And that's a little bit more than 3 per carry.
Not great.
And Robinson Jr. had 33, Purdy got 17, and you got over 100 for the only time this year. And just a public service announcement to anybody who's going to call, and I want to hear from all of you, 888-957-9570. Please don't utter the name Isaac Guerendo. He's played 0 snaps this year on offense. Zero.
Yep.
So they're not going to go to Garendo unless somebody else gets hurt or it's a real catastrophe or it's garbage time.
Why would they?
Because he's got that 4.3 speed.
Oh,
and, I mean...
What the hell does Christian have?
It's kind of like the people who want Adrian Martinez to play. It's the same sort of syndrome. They're not going to play Garendo. They haven't played Garendo. Maybe they'll play Brian Robinson Jr. more, and I hope they play him more. Maybe you go 2 running backs and you put McCaffrey out as wide receiver. Shanahan's going to have to come up with creative ways tonight to do things other than what he's done.
I like that idea. You know what the Niners should do? They should play their worst players. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for them. Yeah, how about no? How about Doug in Kansas? Hi, Doug. Thank you for calling the show. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm driving home from work. Just got off. Been listening off and on to this station all day long via YouTube on my phone.
Right on.
Like I do almost every day.
Thank you.
Like I do almost every day because I got to get all the Niner information I can get out here in the Midwest. And so I called because I've been thinking about this, I don't know, for a few days, and just how it reminds me. I thought I was all grown up and had fully adopted the next man up mentality. But it turns out I feel just like I did when Montana would get hurt and they'd have to put Steve Young in for a while. Like, I want the win. That's number one, and that's paramount. But I didn't want Steve Young to get the credit because I'm a Montana guy. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's the feeling. I want the win, especially against the Rams. But at the end of the day, we got to put our big boy pants on and say, get the win. And I'm so glad somebody said something about earlier in the day. I heard him talking about, let's use McCaffrey in the Debo mode that we used to do Debo, because he could absolutely fill that role beautifully. The speed, the ability to break a tackle in an open field. I mean, get out of here. And by the way, we got that Robinson guy. You just mentioned him, I think. And let's mix him in, man. Let's just pound that defense. Let's make the Rams regret hitting us tonight. Let's make them feel like, oh, yeah, we are playing in our home field on the south side. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they kind of are. Yeah. Hey, Doug, have a great time and enjoy the game. I sort of feel like they have been using Christian McCaffrey in the Debo role. I know they're not doing jet sweeps.
Sure.
But, my gosh, how many catches does he have in 4 games?
Well, he leads football in touches with 100.
Right, but how many of them are catches? Where's he at so far?
He's got, this year, he's got 31 catches and 69 carries.
31?
He's second in football in targets behind Puka Nacua.
That's almost 8 catches a game.
Right.
He's as easily as much of a receiver as he is a running back right now.
And he might go 1,000. Yeah. And the big question is, can he get to 1,000 rushing yards? Because
I know
right now he's on pace for about 1,300 receiving yards. And I don't even know if he can get to 1,000 rushing yards.
We're sponsored by Moderna. You really need to hear what Greg Cosell told us yesterday about the run game. So we're going to play that for you next. We're here for your calls. It's game day. 888-957-9570 is the number. Cam Inman will join us in LA in about an hour and a half. It's Willard Dibs.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Willard. I know no one likes to think about this, but sometimes life hits you hard. Could be an accident, an injury, who knows, something unforeseen. When that happens, you need to hit back even harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why, for that, I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies winning medical care cases, financial support, and real justice, which is what we're after here. And Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. and the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. On low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
It was crazy.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I know one thing the Niners are going to win tonight, and that's the fan battle. SoFi Stadium. We coming. However, I would like to update my pick.
Okay.
Niners by 2 touchdowns tonight.
How high are you?
Well, here's why. I just watched on social media Mac Jones walk into the stadium.
Okay.
Have y'all seen?
I saw.
You just showed me. Like,
Lucas, have you seen this? Tell me, have you seen this?
Thank you.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones. Mac Jones is wearing a blazer that is it's half red and half black. It's red on the left and it's black on the right, and then the full collar is black. And then he's got on a black T-shirt underneath it. And then for his pantalones, he's got black pants with red racing stripes down the sides. And then he is sockless with, I don't know, how would you describe those shoes? They look like dancing shoes. That's what Mac Jones just walked into the building wearing. SoFi.
Okay.
Los Angeles.
And because of that, you think it's going to be Niners by 2 touchdowns?
Niners by 2 touchdowns.
Okay.
They don't pass the eye test.
Yeah.
Right.
27-13.
Okay. There you go.
Oh my.
They don't look very good.
Like, I don't fashion police. I don't do that. This is not about whether it looks good or not. I didn't know Mac had that in his bag. Did you?
I didn't even think about his bag.
I did not think that was in Mac's closet.
Yeah. And apparently it is. And I was kind of struck by the haircut, too. He got a little bit of a high top fade going. And, yeah.
Got AirPods in.
Sure.
I would pay $20 to know what he's playing. I would absolutely pay $20 to know what he is blaring as he walks into SoFi.
It's got to be Return of the Mac, you would figure.
It's good. It's a good call.
You know, coming out.
Well, before week 1 in Seattle, I mean, he's kind of known for wearing these crazy outfits. Yeah. He wore just a full red suit week 1.
And they won.
Bright red.
They
pants
won.
And the jacket.
No, he didn't play. That's what's different. He didn't play. This time, that's QB1.
Yeah.
But showing up like that as the backup, I think, is even more crazy.
Maybe.
No doubt.
But it worked.
Yeah.
You don't mess with a streak.
You don't. And speaking of a streak, it's been since November 21st of 2010 since the Niners were last shut out. So there's that. I don't know the total number of games, but that was the last shutout that the Niners suffered. It was during Mike Singletary's year.
Give me the date again.
That would be November 21st. They hosted Tampa Bay, and they lost 21-0. And about 4 weeks later or 5 weeks later, Mike Singletary lost his job.
Yeah.
So
can't win with him.
It's been a long time. Yeah. Can't score with him. And I'm not trying to foreshadow here, but it's been that long since they've been shut out.
Now the Niners are going to score points tonight.
Can't do it.
You said they're going to win by 2 touchdowns.
Book it, yeah. But they'll definitely score.
Well, you
cannot win with them.
You should bet the alternate line and
just the money line.
Just lay 13. Because they have alternate lines, so you could take SF minus 13, and you'll probably get like plus 10,000.
I'd knock it down a little bit. I don't need to get greedy. What would
Can
somebody? Will you all look this up? Because I don't know how to do that.
Well, you could just look at the money line,
right? Like
price.
What could I get for Niners minus 3.5? I'm willing to lay 3.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to know what kind of odds I could get.
Plus 340 on the money line.
Okay,
so
that's just to win the game.
To win the game, you play to win the game.
Yeah.
So, if you're going to lay the 3.5, then you probably get about plus 600 or more.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Okay. I think I'm going to think about that.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that into the hopper.
Think about it.
And we'll figure it out here within the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Check this out, and then we're going to go to the phone. Stay right where you are, 888-957-9570. Here's Greg Cosell, and this is the first thing he said to us yesterday because we're like, so Brock Purdy, not so great, right? And here's Greg's response.
The week-to-week stuff with Brock Purdy is gets a little silly to me because I almost feel like people talk about Brock Purdy as if, well, he's not really that good. So if he has a good game, let's wait and see then what he's going to do next week. Brock Purdy's their starting quarterback. He's a good player. I mean, I think if you pretty much talk to almost anybody, they'll tell you he's a good player. Was he as sharp as he normally is in this game? And he had just come back and we have no idea how the injuries affected him. He wasn't as sharp as he normally is working between the numbers. There were throws he was a little wild high. I don't know if that's a function of his toe, his shoulder. I can't speak to that.
Okay, so he starts with the Purdy thing, but then this is where it goes next.
Almost every quarterback in the league is like this. They need a running game. They cannot run the football. There's no sustainability. There's no consistency. They're one of the worst rushing teams in the league right now. McCaffrey is, I think, at the bottom of the league in terms of yards before first contact. He's not getting past the first level of the defense. His first contact on average is 1.47 yards. Think about that, okay? So their run game is what the main issue is right now, because Purdy, as I said, almost every quarterback is, with very few exceptions, is a ball distributor and an executor of a well-schemed offense. If the offense can't run the football, it puts him in a really difficult spot.
Okay. I'm going to buy everything he just said. You heard, or didn't hear, but we read what Kurt Warner wrote earlier this week with regard to the degree of difficulty that Brock Purdy deals with in the 49ers system, and this would apply to Mac Jones too. Basically, whoever is running that system when they're not able to run the football, I think that those of us who have watched 49er football for a long time or followed Kyle Shanahan, certainly in his era here, or even his dad, we know exactly how to brand them. They are the leaders of the best run game, quite frankly, in the history of the league. I mean, this is what Shanahan is synonymous with.
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan would take any old running back. Like I bet you Terrell Davis would tell you that's why he's in the Hall of Fame. But Terrell Davis is not the best example because he was a great running back.
Right.
But when the Terrell Davises of the world would get hurt or anything, there would be an Orlando Scary or a Mike Anderson.
Raheem Mostert. Matt Breida.
I mean, famously, I think, wasn't it Shanahan, and I'd have to look back on this, wasn't it Shanahan that traded Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey? And everyone's like, what the hell are you... Like, it's a great running back. He's like, watch this. Yep. The next guy's going for 1,200 yards, too. But here we live in 2025 when the combination of Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey have the worst run game in the league. I don't know what to do with that, but I'm pretty sure that's your pot of gold that you're looking for.
Right, and the pot of gold is not so easily found. And it's funny you mention that because I've been doing the numbers for a long time, and when Kyle Shanahan's team rushes it 30 or more times, they are 47-7.
Thank you. Yes.
Think about that. 47-7 when they get to 30 rushes in a game. This year they've done it once.
Yeah, beyond dominant.
But in the 4 games they've had, they've only done it once. And part of that is when you get the lead, you run it more, and I get that. But when you have a good run game, you can run it more. McCaffrey this year is averaging 3.3 yards per carry. You know who's behind him in yards per carry? Saquon Barkley, 3.1 per carry. They're 4-0. Why are they 4-0? Well, they've done it in a funky sort of way. Smoke and mirrors, great defense, and Jalen Hurts is actually averaging more than 3.1 per carry, and they do things a little bit differently. But, you don't have to run it to be a good team, but the Niners need to run it to be a winning team consistently.
Right, but they also have a quarterback who probably drives those numbers up. Like, what do the Eagles average per carry as a team? As a team, what do they average per carry? You know what I mean? The Niners,
Hurts is averaging 4.4, so...
Okay. I mean, it drives it up a little bit.
Yep.
And actually, Jalen Hurts' numbers would be a hell of a lot higher if they didn't do the tush push, which always gains 1 yard.
Right.
Every single time you do it. It gains the yard you need, but it gains 1 yard. Maybe sometimes it gains 2.
They're averaging 3.5 as a team, which it's not great.
It's not great. It's higher than the Niners.
Well, Philly's an interesting team, too, because they're 4-0, but they could very easily be 2-2, if not worse.
Well, the Niners are 3-1, and they could very easily be 1-3.
Correct. So, I mean, the record versus your efficiency, it's always kind of a complicated thing, but for tonight, you're right. They have to be able to run the ball. They have to be able to keep Puka and Matt and Kyron off the field.
Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Cosell talked about this yesterday with you guys as well, but also if you look across the league, the number of teams that are running the ball more often is skyrocketing. There's a number called pass rate over expected, and just in general, given down and distance, time, and situation, how often a team is expected to pass. There are only 7 teams in the league that have a positive pass rate over expected. Everybody else is running more often in situations where you would normally pass the ball.
Why do you think that is? And I have the comment here that here, let's listen to Greg Cosell talking about running around the league.
We did a study for the Matchup Show where over the last 2-3 years, which maybe is a trend, 2-3 years one could say is a trend, there's been fewer and fewer 20-plus yard completions each and every year going back 2-3 years. The game is, I don't want to say it's changing. Obviously, all offensive coaches want big plays and explosive plays, but the run game seems to be becoming increasingly more important in the way the game is being played because of the way defenses are structured. And you've got to be able to run the football to some degree.
Okay, so why do we all think that is? What's going on? And I mean, everything always there's the action and then there's the equal and opposite reaction, right? And it's a copycat league and all these things that we hear about. So if it's become a passing league and everybody has sort of decided, we gotta figure out the Josh Allens and the Joe Burrows and the Patrick Mahomes of the world, and everybody's passing, well, let's change our defense in order to sort of satisfy that. And then maybe that's why it swings in the direction of running the ball more. But maybe it's an opposite reality for the 49ers, because if Kyle Shanahan's the head coach and Christian McCaffrey's the running back, you're not looking at the 49ers and worrying about downfield throws. You're able to focus all of your energy on stopping the run game.
Yes, and you can stop the run game when you have an offensive line that's not creating great holes. And I was looking at this earlier in the offseason. Last year, there were 5 teams in the NFL that ran it more than they passed it. One of them was Philadelphia. They actually ran it 173 more times than they passed it.
Wow.
Part of that is Hurts and the tush push.
Sure.
Saquon with a monster year. All 5 of the teams that did that last year, they all made the playoffs. And if you go back through the Shanahan era, the majority of the teams that do what Shanahan likes to do normally, run it more than you pass it, those teams almost always go to the playoffs.
Well, you do it if you can.
Right.
I mean, because it's easier.
Yeah.
There's less risk. And it's how we always know that's how you take the soul away from a defense, which is you're just running on them.
And it also gives your defense that same soul.
Right.
So if you win the time of possession and you take the soul of the defense by keeping the ball, 13-play drive, 8 of them are runs, 8 minutes off the clock, and you score a touchdown, now your defense is straight chilling, and they come in and they're fresh and they're ready to go.
You said there were 5 teams last year?
Yep.
Who were they?
Philadelphia.
I'm sure Buffalo was one.
No.
No?
No. Although it's interesting you say that. Buffalo right now leads the league in rushing attempts. This year. Baltimore. Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Washington.
Okay.
And Green Bay.
Green Bay.
Those are your 5 last year.
That one surprises me.
And then the previous year, it was Baltimore, Chicago, and the Niners. Chicago didn't go to the playoffs, but a lot of that was, based on that was Justin Fields, where, he's just going to run around and do crazy things. And if you look at the history of it, the majority of teams that don't make the playoffs running more than passing are teams that have running quarterbacks who you'd rather not have them throw, quite frankly.
I'm sorry for the lack of sex appeal in this commentary on a Thursday, but this is what's wrong. And this is what they are going to have to change. And then the 49ers will be a good football team. So I apologize if you woke up today and you're like, I can't wait to get to Willie and Dibby at 2 o'clock. We're going to fight about Brock Purdy again, because here comes Mac Jones. Big Mac, he's coming in. Watch this. If he goes 3-0, what are you going to say then, tough guy? If he goes 3-0, what are you going to say about your $265 million little cute high school backpack-wearing quarterback? What are you going to – I don't care. How about that? I don't give a rip right now what's going on at quarterback. Run the ball, and everything's going to be just fine. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how to do it. I mean, we can circle into a conversation about the executive branch of the Niners if you want. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Parag Marathe. If that is your focus, then this does circle back to the age-old question that gets asked every offseason, which is, why don't you go get amazing offensive linemen? Why don't you? But here's John Lynch, by the way, 49ers Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's going to tell you the offensive line is crushing it.
I think the guys are doing pretty well. Other people seem to think that as well. There's a segment of folks out there that don't, but they can do something about that this week, playing against a really good defensive front in the Rams, and we'll have every opportunity.
It's kind of a weird bite. It's kind of a weird bite, isn't it? He kind of sounds like he sounds like some politicians. I think they're doing great. Other people say that they're doing great.
It's tremendous.
There might be a couple of weirdos who don't say they're doing great, but they're doing great. That's what I heard.
The guys are doing pretty well. Other people seem to think that as well. There's a segment of folks out there that don't, but they can do something about that this week, playing against a really good defensive front in the Rams, and we'll have every opportunity.
Okay. I'm all in on how he finishes it. Yeah, go change the narrative. But I'm not, just because you said it on NBC Sports Bay Area, I'm not here to completely buy that the offensive line is crushing it.
No.
There's some numbers out there that would suggest they're doing okay.
Sure.
But this is,
Sure.
I don't know. You can find these numbers, I guess, depending on where you look.
Well, they're 3-1.
Yes, they are 3-1.
In terms of passing yardage, Brock Purdy is number one in football in yards per game. And a lot of that's because, you've had to throw it. And last game, you threw it a ton. But I think the pass protection has been mostly good. They haven't given up a lot of sacks. They've only given up 6 sacks in 4 games. Your sack percentage is not very high. Your yards are good. The problem is you can't run the football. You're 30th in the league in yards per attempt. And if you can't run it, then you can't really play Shanahan ball. And if 2 of those games would have flipped, Zay Jones, the pass breakup, and Jake Tonjes, the Hail Mary catch, if those don't go your way, you're 1-3, and we all think a lot differently about how this has gone so far.
You're 1-3, and you're staring at 0-3 in the division in 2.5 hours.
Exactly, and so
that's a big difference.
It's an interesting thing that you said about the offensive line because they've invested ish in it. Like,
what does
Dominic,
ish mean?
Ish means McKivitz was a guy.
Yeah.
Pooney, I thought, was a second rounder. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Connor Colby, 7th round. You went out and you got Trent Williams, but here we sit on this day with Thursday Night Football. Trent's 37, and his replacement is not in the building. McKivitz got extended. Cool. He's a good offensive lineman. Pooney is a guy. He's a guy, and he was great last year. And this year he's, maybe he's regressing, but your other guard and your center, you've got issues. And you look around the league and look at Philadelphia, for example, their offensive line is awesome. And this offensive line is not awesome. And if this year ends with you being, 9-8, and you're going to be picking 16th or 17th in the draft, you probably won't be able to get an elite tackle.
I don't know. I always hesitate on those because it's like, well, we want investment in the offensive line. And it's like, okay, obviously this year you understood why they needed investment in the defensive line. And you want investment in the offensive line. Well, maybe somebody who is at that talent level is not there. I do know that everyone said this is an epic defensive line draft. Nobody said that about the offensive line. So I always worry about doing investment as if, no, you have to spend a first-round pick on it. There are a number of ways to invest. Second round is investment too. So is third round.
Yeah, and you were right about Pooney. It's third round. He was a third round.
I think even fourth round is. These are investments. There's also free agency. They haven't done a whole lot of that. I understand that the timing for that is not exactly right. So I don't know exactly. You would need to sit in their meetings to hear what the approach is. But it does seem a little counterintuitive. If that's your thing, then take care of your thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We all start our day. I think if you're a good person, you start your day the same way. Sure, there's work. There might be some things. Maybe there was that person that you've been trying to get a coffee date with. All right, but how are the kids? Is there food in the house? Let's do that, and then we're going to see what we got left over for the rest of the world. I sort of feel like the offensive line for someone named Kyle Shanahan with Christian McCaffrey behind the quarterback, I sort of feel like that's the kids and the food. Let's do that, and then we'll see what else we can kind of sprinkle in around. If you had a great running game, here's another way to look at it. I'm not bothered at all if DeMarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling are your receivers. That doesn't bother me. Those are 3 professional, long-term, veteran wide receivers in this league. I have no issue with that if you can run the ball. So take care of that. And I don't know if that's exactly how they look at it. Yeah, Grandy, you wanted to say something in there. No? Oh, you were just waving to say hi? Hi.
Last 3 drafts.
You waved to me a minute ago.
The Niners have made 28 picks in the last 3 drafts, and they've taken 3 offensive linemen.
Okay.
3 of 28 picks in the last 3 years have been offensive linemen. So to your point about investment, they haven't really made it. Connor Colby, last draft in the 7th. Dominic Pooney in the 3rd. Jarrett Kingston in the 6th round 2 years ago. So you're kind of right about the idea of investment, and even the guys you did invest in, Aaron Banks, well, he's not here anymore because you couldn't afford him, and so...
Or didn't want to.
Whatever. That's fine.
Yeah, I supported letting that go. I mean, that's too much.
It's too much.
It's too much.
I mean, it's too much, but yet you're left now with an offensive line that is not good enough to allow you to do what you need to do, which is run the ball. And I also think that when Robert Saleh came in the building this offseason, there was a mandate, not necessarily from him, but around him of this defense has got to be better. And so it was 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round picks on defense. And so, yeah, the defensive future is brighter than the offensive line future.
Yeah, and by the way, I totally get that, and I'm with that. I mean, this is also an under-discussed aspect of the Niners this offseason. Here's one where, for instance, Tim Kawakami and I disagree. He keeps bringing up, why'd you let go of Leonard Floyd? I'm like, I want anybody not named Nick Bosa never to wear a Niner uniform again. If you were on the defensive line last year, you stunk. You guys were awful. I thought that was the worst part of the Niners last year. Their run defense and everything that was going on there, interior defensive line. Everybody get out of here. So I get why they did. Everybody get out of here. We're doing this new. Bring in a bunch of new guys, and there's going to be a transition. They're babies. But I understood that, and that's not bothering me. But I would just love to overhear what the approach to the offensive line is, because it seems like that's the heartbeat of what they try to do offensively. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We are here for you. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Feeling good, feeling all right. Yeah.
Revolution, live in concert.
We're feeling good, we're feeling all right.
Revolution, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater Saturday, October 11th, with special guests Pepper, The Elevators, Aurora Wave, and DJ Mackle. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Bringing all the good vibes.
Don't miss Revolution at Shoreline Amphitheater for one night only. For more, visit revolutionmusic.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star 1, in your best interest.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable. Questionable concern.
All right.
On 95.7 The Game.
You want to clap with me?
Depends. What are we clapping for?
I believe in Stephen Vogt. I believe in Stephen Vogt. I believe in Stephen Vogt. I believe in Stephen Vogt.
What do you believe about Stephen Vogt?
I believe that he should have been the Giants manager 2 years ago, and I have a dream that maybe now that the Cleveland Guardians have been eliminated from the Major League Baseball playoffs.
Oh, boy.
Somehow they get him out of his contract there and bring him to the Bay.
So they're just going to fire him. He gone.
I don't think so.
No.
I'd like Stephen to do maybe what I did when I was in San Diego and San Francisco call a meeting with the boss.
Yep.
You begged the hell out of there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You begged your way out?
Hell yeah.
Come on, please.
I'm like, dog, you got to let me out of this contract because, like, that's way cooler than here.
Because we have no teams here, and I'm tired of talking about Manny Machado and Tatis.
You have one team, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
So
Aztec football, the schedule's out.
Oh, God.
Give us a call.
It was so rough.
I bet. I can't imagine.
Oh, my God. We're like making up sports.
Sure.
We're just like, I saw two guys racing down the street. One of them won.
Give us a call.
I'm like, what the hell are we doing? So, yeah, Stephen Vogt signed a 3-year deal. We're 2 years in. They have been they were bad all year, and then they made an amazing late-season run, and they won the division, and they hosted the Tigers, and the Tigers collapsed, and so then the Tigers went to Cleveland and beat them. So on the Tigers go. They will be taking on the Seattle Mariners, and the Guardians will go home, and that's what Stephen should do.
Right.
Come home.
He'd rather be here, and I mean home. It's not really his home. He played for the Oakland A's when they were the Oakland A's, but
and the Giants.
Sure.
Played for the Giants.
That's right.
Yeah.
Home. If you're Stephen Vogt, you'd rather be in Cleveland.
I mean, he's from Visalia. It's not the Bay Area, but it's like...
I get it.
Right? He's a West Coast guy.
Sure.
Come on out to the warm weather, Steve.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Go 81 and 81 twice, and you'll be fired.
No.
That's how it works out here.
No, he could get to 85 wins next year.
I mean, Kapler had an historic year, and then 2 mediocre years, and he got the Ziggy.
Yeah, but
and Bomel comes in, who is actually a Bay Area guy, and he got done. So, yeah.
So Bob was plenty liked, but the job that Bob didn't measure up. Gabe, the job he did measure up, but he wasn't liked. So that's what happened there. So now you need somebody to do a good job who's also well-liked. I believe in Stephen Vogt.
Sure.
I believe in Stephen Vogt.
It's a pipe dream.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But I can still have it.
You can have it.
Kind of like the Niners winning tonight.
Right.
Pipe dream, but
Well,
you can
also you can dream that they actually have Patrick Mahomes because Shanahan had a chance to draft him and he didn't. So you can have that pipe dream.
You could.
You're allowed to have whatever dream you want.
Yeah.
And it's funny about pipe and dream because a dream like this makes it seem like you're on the pipe.
No,
Stephen Vogt's not leaving Cleveland to come here.
I wouldn't think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think. But, well, now, why do you say it like that?
Because
I mean, he's under contract, but that's not like a better situation. The Giants have tremendously more resources than the Cleveland Guardians do.
But the Guardians are a playoff team, and the Giants they reek of 81-81. That's all they ever do.
But nobody's ever, first of all, that's not all they ever do.
The last 4 years, they've been right around there.
That's last 4 years. That's the whole idea of bringing in somebody new. Somebody new. The idea is to elevate. The idea is to take it somewhere, right? It's participate in the vision. This is what we're going to do next, and we believe in it, et cetera, et cetera. The Cleveland Guardians, by the way, they won 88 games. It's not like they dominated the hell out of people.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't think it's going to happen contractually. But if you're asking me that these two things are sitting on a platter at a party, and which one are you going to grab and put on top of your cocktail napkin? The Giants' managerial job over the Guardians' managerial job every day of the week.
Didn't he have that choice last time around?
No, they didn't offer it to him.
But he was a managerial candidate at that time, right?
I
2 years ago,
so.
Before Bob Melvin, he wasn't yet the Guardians' manager.
Are you saying, was he a Giants candidate or a managerial candidate?
Well, if he was not employed, then by virtue of him not having a manager's job, he was somebody who was out there that they could have.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a completely different regime.
Right.
That was Farhan.
There you go.
That was not Buster. So you said you wanted a catcher. Let's get a catcher.
A lot of catchers out there, but
get one.
Get a catcher.
Anyway, that's enough of that. The Niners are playing in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So 888-957-9570. Hey, if you do want to bark about quarterback for a sec, we found this. It's interesting. Steve Young, you've heard of him. He was on ESPN, PTI, and was asked, thank you, how hard is it to play quarterback when your big toesy hurts?
Yeah, I mean, it's the ligament of the big toe. And if you think about, like, if he's righty, so it's on his right foot, and that's the plant foot. Think about standing on your heel off of your toes and trying to jump. You can't even get air. So the whole throw is really through your right big toe, if you want to think about it that way. So for Brock, you saw him last week. He had to stay off of it. So what you do is you start your throwing motion. You can't dig in with your toe, so you come over the top like a catapult, right? And then all of a sudden the throws are high. They're not as crisp, and it's like you have to manage. Now look. People play hurt all the time. So you manage it. You have to figure it out. But you know that, like your thumb on a throwing hand, the big toe and the thumb are kind of related in how much drama there is in trying to overcome an injury like that.
I do think there's an interesting way to think about this, and I don't think it's too far down the road of a hypothetical. I don't know if everybody listening thinks it's absolutely crazy to think that the 49ers would win tonight. But if they do win tonight, I'll go ahead and predict that next week's going to be a real heavyweight fight amongst the fan base in terms of who should play quarterback. I mean, I don't know if they win 7-6 or something like that.
Right.
The last time the Niners played the Rams, the final score was 12-6. So if it's something like that, then, never mind. And I'm with you with what you said on the crossover. I think that this is black and white as black and white can be. If he's healthy, he plays. He's your starter.
Right.
He's worth all the $265 million. That's how the organization sees him. They're not going to create any stuff. But like this toe, apparently just like a calf, it's real tricky. It's real tricky if you can just be like, I feel great. And then the game starts and you're like, I don't feel great anymore. this actually hurts, and I can't push off, and my throws are going to sail. I'm just telling you, I don't think the Niners have this inner angst, but if Mac Jones were to win a game tonight on the road against the division rivals to go 3-0 in the division with a skeleton receiving crew, you know this. A number of people are going to say two things. Either A, just give Brock a few weeks off to make sure he's healthy, and then there will also be the brigade that says, Mac plays until he loses. We heard that last week.
Sure. And the brigade, you can brigade all you want. And Mac can look great tonight and they can still lose, and that brigade will still be out there beating the drum and marching on, Capitol Hill or whatever you want to say about it. But when Brock is healthy, Brock will play. And if you look at the analytics surrounding both of these two players, Brock Purdy in the elite analytics is having a good year through 2 games. And Mac Jones is dead, flat, mediocre, league-wide, and that's just the way the numbers look at it. And so, yeah, if Mac goes out and he's amazing, 320 yards, 3 touchdowns, come from behind, fourth quarter victory, in 10 days, if Brock is healthy, Brock plays.
Can you actually put a little definition on that? I'd love to hear it. The analytics that say that Brock Purdy is where on the list and Mac Jones is where on the list?
Well, the metric I've been looking at lately is EPA, which is expected points added, where every play is given a value. So 2nd and 8 from the 50-yard line, there is a standard for what that play normally would be. And if you do better than that, it's a positive EPA. If you do worse than that, it's a negative EPA. Every play, every down and distance is graded based on history. So looking at that metric, Brock Purdy is among 5 or 6 guys who have a better than expected completion percentage and a better than standard added point value in what he does. It's he, Josh Allen, Daniel Jones, Drake May, and Jordan Love.
Wow.
Those are the quarterbacks who are
the
above.
top 5?
Yes. And then you get into Lamar Jackson, Sam Darnold, Dak Prescott, Jared Goff. They're also up in that upper quadrant.
Where's Big Mac?
Big Mac is slightly below in completion percentage expected and dead flat in the middle on expected points added. And like quarterbacks like Joe Flacco, who is absolutely abysmal, and now he's been benched. Cam Ward, he's at the absolute bottom. Jake Browning is near the bottom. So these quarterbacks, you could close your eyes and you would understand who would be where, but Mac Jones is right in the middle alongside CJ Stroud and Justin Fields, and Brock Purdy's up there with the guys who are having great years.
We're on a real small sample size, but
for both.
Yeah, but
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. It's really not, especially because God, they're in 2nd and 9, and 3rd and 8 so much that in many ways that's kind of what the 49ers offense needs to do to function. And both of them have done a solid job at it. I feel like when I'm watching the two offenses, and again, small sample size, Brock has made bigger mistakes, but the offense feels like it's in a better flow and is more dynamic when Brock is out there versus Mac. That's been my sort of assessment so far, just by feeling the game as you watch it.
And it's tough to really rate either one because you haven't had George Kittle really at all. And, you've been relying on guys who you normally wouldn't rely on. Both of them have had to do that. And now you go up against a defense that is really good. Seattle's defense is good, and Jacksonville's defense is good. This defense is a little bit better even than those two.
We are sponsored by Moderna. We're live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco. What if we did this, okay? Cam Inman's going to join us in a little bit over a half hour. We'd love to fill this up with phone calls right now, 888-957-9570. And I already spilled the beans for sure on my answer to this. But what do you see as the biggest problem with the 49er offense right now? Let's talk offense. The offense is largely the side of the ball where I think people are biting their nails tonight, for sure. The quarterback is out, the tight end is out, the one receiver is out, the other wide receiver's out, and the other wide receiver's out too. Okay, so when you look at the 49er offense so far this year, the biggest problem is blank. Fill that in, and let's have a conversation over the next half hour I know what my answer is. I'll reboot that. I'd love to hear what yours is, Dibs. We'd love to hear what your answer is. The biggest problem with the 49er offense so far this year is blank. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's oaklandrootssc.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's moment.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On 1. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I do like Chris Broussard's that's a great question laugh.
And I like
nice.
the sound of his voice, the way, well, that's a great question. Just his tone is awesome.
Chris is the best. We're going to take your calls in just a second. The biggest problem with the 49ers offense so far this year is fill in blank. Sure, the run game. Like, I have a lot of focus on the quarterback. And we're used to it, right? I mean, that's just the way we're going to do it here in San Francisco. Quarterback. But yeah, run game. Run the ball. Run the ball, and everything's going to be okay. Plus, if you listen to Dibs' pick, everything is going to be okay.
Yeah.
4:50 in exactly 90 minutes. Dibs will reveal the pick. It is Rams minus 98.5 at this hour.
Yeah. And the pick is in.
Is it?
The pick is finally in.
What if the number moves again?
Well, there is a point.
Is there a number?
It's funny because Mark Grandy and I, we were chatting before the crossover, and he said, is there a number where it would get to where you might blush or blink? And I said, yeah, if it gets to 98.5, which you just said it, it's already there.
98.5.
Yeah.
No,
the pick may not be in.
It's actually just 8.5.
Okay.
8.5 is the number.
It's 9 or 8.5?
8.5 is where FanDuel has it right now. 8.5.
Yeah, the pick is in.
Okay.
The pick is in.
Okay. All right.
8.5 that's a big number now.
You've picked against the Niners 2 weeks in a row.
And
you have been correct.
2 weeks in a row.
Actually, I believe you are 4-0 in Niner games this year.
4-0. Yeah, what's really fun.
You hear that? He's 4-0.
I'm 16-3, and I can pretty much remember all 3 games I lost.
I bet you can.
I'm going to test you.
One of them
out
was
for me.
Buffalo was favored by 12.5 against Miami.
Yep, 11.5. Yeah.
Thank you. They didn't cover that one. I lost one this last week. I did.
Yeah, you did.
Hang
on.
No,
Hang
Thursday
on.
I got. Thursday was a.
You did lose one of the ones last week.
Must have been the Sunday night game.
Yeah. Hello.
What game
Do you
was
remember
it?
who it was? You have to get the teams right, Dibs.
Well,
come on.
Yeah, come on, people.
Come on.
It was a reunion.
It's a huge, big, sexy franchise that's playing each other.
Big game.
Big game.
I don't remember.
Oh, come on.
Did I take BART today or did I drive?
I'll give you one word and you'll get it. Micah.
Oh, yeah. It was that. Oh, no. It was the 40-40 game.
Yeah,
I turned that thing off.
It was like Jay-Z, dude. It was a 40-40 club.
Boring.
Yeah.
That game was a snooze fest.
Sure. All right. That was 2.
Yeah, and I lost one earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It was one of the ones.
Yeah, it was one of those stupid games. Whatever.
Week 2, the first of the doubleheader on Monday night. You picked Houston minus 2.5 at home versus Tampa, and Baker ripped it away from you at the last second.
Minute drive.
Oh, I was in the car. I was in the car.
Yeah, 8 seconds to go.
And it's funny because I was in the car and I was like, oh my God, I don't deserve this one because Houston,
they
scored.
They got the game-winning touchdown, and then Bucs were
soon.
No, we're going to get the game-winning touchdown.
Anyway, your boy's been hot. The pick is in.
16-3.
Yep.
450.
Dude, 16-3.
16-3.
That's bananas.
Pick's coming at 450. Niners, Rams favored by 8.5, and Mac Jones is wearing a suit, y'all.
And a brace.
Into this game, okay? So, 888-957-9570, let's hear from you. By the way, what's your answer to that? Biggest problem with the Niner offense so far this year is?
Well, you could say the run game,
Yeah,
and
so the run
you
game.
won't be wrong, but I think that it's just as easy as saying the offensive line because, yeah, they've been fine in pass protection, but if you can't run it, then Shanahan can't win. You can't win, Shanahan, if you don't run it, and I've done the numbers, and I won't bore you with all of the deep dives I've done, but historically, when the Niners run it 30 or more times, they're 47-7, and to run it 30 or more times, you have to be able to, get yards, and you get the lead, you get yards, Shanahan wins. When you trail and you throw it, Shanahan loses.
Well, except for not the case. Both of the games they won, they had the ball losing with a couple minutes to go, and they won them both. 888-957-9570. We're about to go to the phones. There's a text that just came in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line that I want to address after the calls.
Okay.
Because it's just like, I'm getting upset.
Oh, no.
It's unfair. But anyway, Robert in Emeryville. Hi, Robert. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thank you. It's nice to hear your guys' voices. Dibs, I hate to say I agree with you, but I do.
Yeah.
What I thought, what was the question? Yeah, you said it much better than I would repeat it.
What is the biggest problem with the 49ers offense is?
And I'm going to quote Tim Ryan, block better. They got to block better.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm old, so when Joe Montana didn't have protection, he didn't look so good. So it's kind of been that way with quarterbacks all along. You give them time, and they'll pick you apart. Yeah.
Robert, thanks. Yeah, now here's the other thing, though, and you talked about this. Their pass blocking has been better than their run blocking. However, for me, it's a little too simple to just say block better or the offensive line. Again, the whole thing is a concert. It always is. Everybody's got a role. I'm not saying Christian is playing poorly, but this goes across the board. I don't think it's just turnkey, block better, they run better. I think it's a very, very big piece of it. But, Christian he's had the dropsies this year. I know most of that's in the pass game, but he's fumbled. They've got to do better too. The running game's got to do better. And by the way, it is easier to block in the run game when your passing game is moving the ball down the field because they're going to have to respect it more.
Yeah, and you mentioned this before about predictability versus unpredictability, and Greg Cosell yesterday talked about where you get into second and long and third and long and third and medium. Well, now you become a predictable offense, and the key for Shanahan has always been to throw it to set up the run it to set up the throw, and if you're sitting at 2nd and 9 or 3rd and 8, well, now you're going to have a hard time running it, and you actually said this earlier in the show where one of their biggest runs last week was 3rd and 7, and they ran it, and they got 11 yards. And that unpredictability is what has helped them at times, but it never used to be where you needed that to be the way you were able to run it effectively. You could run it effectively, and then you could do that because you were running it effectively. And right now, I could bore you to tears with all the Christian McCaffrey runs because I've logged every single one. He only has 5 on the year that are 10 or more yards, and none that are more than, I think, 13 is his long for the year.
That's the
10-yard
runs. No. Run the ball. What are we watching?
The Niners as a team don't have a single 20-yard rush.
Right.
Nor do they have a rushing touchdown. Only team in the league. And then we're out here screaming and yelling at whichever quarterback you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They've got to run the ball. And that's going to change everything. Let's go to Larry in Hayward. Hi, Larry. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. I think it is the run game. If you really look at the numbers, they average 88 rushing yards per game. That's 28th in the league. Part of that is you got to have Kittle back in there because he's a big presence with the blocking, and also with that offensive line, they got to block better as well. So it's all around, but it is the run game.
Larry, thanks. 888-957-9570. If you want to weigh in on this, the biggest problem that you see with the 49er run game, the 49er offense so far is what? And fill in that blank. Now, the only answer that I'm seeing a lot on our text line, on YouTube, social media, the other thing that you could say is injuries. But to me, that's, first of all, that kind of plays a little soft to me, because if you look around the league, it's happening everywhere. Are the 49ers the most excessive version of it? Probably. You know, it's a lot of big names. It's their whole receiving core. It's George Kittle, all of that stuff. But everybody is dealing with this. Everyone's dealing with this, which is why I want to spotlight this text that just came in, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And even though I'm about to rip your text, I really appreciate you doing it.
Nice.
Thank you so much for listening to the show. It's very, very nice. 559 text in, though. Listen to the way this is worded. Shanahan's inability to keep everyone healthy. Shanahan's
right.
inability to keep everyone healthy.
Well, let me just pick through that real quick, because Christian McCaffrey leads the entire league in touches, 100 touches in 4 games. That is reckless, the way he's using McCaffrey. And, well, McCaffrey's not hurt. So if that was going to be the case, then wouldn't McCaffrey be the one who was injured if Shanahan was the one who is not keeping his players healthy? George Kittle was just running. He was literally just running down the field.
The Shanahan problem.
And he got hurt. He got put on IR. And Nick Bosa was rushing the passer. And he got double teamed. And you know what? It's a Shanahan problem. And, you know, we can go through all the injuries. And, you know, if you want to put blame on Juwan Jennings' recent injury, well, that's a Brock Purdy problem, because Brock kind of floated it.
But why'd he float it, Dibs? He floated it.
Kyle Shanahan.
Because Kyle Shanahan put him out there with a toe.
I mean, you went for 2, Kyle. You should have gone for 1, right?
There you go.
Eddie
Piniero's toes don't hurt.
Right. And, you know, Jake Moody's no longer hurt. So that's Kyle Shanahan.
I don't know about that.
Right.
Hurt feelings.
Anyway, it's a tough one.
Look,
I look at the biggest issue for this team, and we could talk about the O-line and the run game, and you're not wrong. They're 27th in the red zone in touchdown percentage. Christian McCaffrey has 16 carries in the red zone for 10 yards. 16 carries.
Incredible.
10 yards.
It's
now,
just incredible.
A big part of that is when you get down in the red zone, in the lower red zone, which is inside the 10, as a defense, you line up and you're like, all right, we got Tonjes and Farrell. I think we're pretty good maybe going man-to-man on them if necessary.
Right.
Where's number 23? Let's key on that guy.
For sure.
Make that guy beat us.
Well, and or whoever's back there. I mean, again, this is kind of where defenses are going to be at against the 49ers. Just before we leave the injury thing, I think that there's an ebb and flow to this. In other words, you come in here Monday and you're kind of holding your breath. And I know it happens fast on a week where the Niners play on Thursday. But there's normally a flow to this, right? You come in Monday and the coach will do a conference call and he'll give you at least the spots where you need to look out. Ooh, Ricky Pearsall got a little instability in the knee. Okay. And then Tuesday they're off, and on Wednesday you get the boom. That's like he didn't practice. And it's a question mark, questionable concern, all that stuff. There's an ebb and flow to the injury thing. To me, once you get to Wednesday and Thursday, and this is now talking about the fans, this is the time where you stop feeling sorry for yourself. And that's what, I'm not worried about the Niners because they're professionals and they deal with this. I was even driving around this morning and I'm thinking about, because I've got these family members down in LA and they're Rams fans. They're awful people. And I don't want any text messages from them tonight. Don't text me. Don't trash talk when your team is fully healthy and my team is not.
Don't text me, bro.
But you know what? Then I got here and I'm like, well, that's soft. Now fire away, man. Fire away. We have arrived at Thursday Night Football. It is time to stop feeling sorry for ourselves because of the Niners' injuries. Lovely Christy's driving me over to the ferry earlier today, okay? We get there, and she flips open her phone, and because she likes advice on, like the week is starting, she knows that we know what the practice reports are around the league.
Right.
She doesn't want to go find a Twitter feed or what. Just tell me who's playing. She flips open her fantasy team, and it's like Q, IR, Q, IR, Q. And she looks at me and she goes, this isn't just the Niners. This is everybody.
Right.
Everybody's hurt. So at least.
Like an REM song.
Everybody's hurt sometimes. Yeah. That's a nice pull.
Thank you.
Are the Niners the most hurt? Maybe you're the most hurt. I don't know. Is it in the most key spots? Is it the most future Hall of Famers? I don't know. But you all have fantasy teams, and you all know you might not have a roster this week. It's insanity. And in fact, you know what I notice around the league for a lot of teams? It's their running back. We've got ours. But Lamar is probably not going to play, and Burrow is gone for most of the year. Carson Wentz in London, he's going against Dylan Gabriel. We've gotten a healthy dose of Mariota so far. On and on around the league, from Malik Neighbors to Xavier Worthy, Tyreek Hill, holy hell. And I could go on and on and on. The Cardinals are starting someone I've never heard of at running back this weekend. He's been inactive all year. Okay? Everybody's hurt. Stop feeling sorry for yourselves. You got to go play the game.
Right, and everybody plays on Thursday, so everybody gets their turn.
Exactly.
You get a turn to have the short week, and it just so happens that you get it now without your 2 wide receivers, your tight end, and your quarterback. So, yeah, go out there and do your best. And, oh, by the way, the Rams probably won't have their tight end. I don't think that Higbee's going to play. Their tackle is questionable, so it's not like the Rams are coming in fully rested and all equipped and ready to rumble. There's no hard feelings. There's no feeling sorry for anybody in the NFL. It's the NFL.
Look, they're way healthier, but it doesn't matter. That's the way it goes. It's the way the cookie crumbled. We have to deal with this, but my main point in bringing that up is stop saying that Kyle Shanahan hurts people. Stop. Every single coach in the NFL hurts people if Kyle Shanahan hurts people.
Yep.
Football hurts people. And yes, we've gotten our healthy dose yet again. Is it an age thing? That's a different conversation. That's a roster construction thing. But this concept that Kyle sends out warriors to their doom is, of all the crazy things I hear people say, that's the top of the list. That Kyle hurts people.
Well, he got Trey Lance hurt.
Thank you. I knew you were going to say
Well, we
it.
can agree to that. Like, you and I can finally agree to one thing, which would be
for sure.
Ran that poor guy.
I can't believe he ran that play.
Ran him into the ground.
It's ridiculous.
Ran it over and over and over.
I don't know why he even let Trey. He put the ball in the quarterback's hands.
Not to throw it.
Ball can't go in the quarterback's hands.
It'd be nice if you let the quarterback throw it.
They did. He threw it over his heads. All right, let's go to Austin in the city. Hi, Austin. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, not much. Hey, I just want to say, they barely gave Trey Lance a chance at throwing the ball. He just, running up the middle and get injured. But I called about Nick Bosa not having help and getting double teamed. That can be a good reason why he got injured too. By him not having help on the other side of the end. With that, they got help for Brock Purdy, but they're not utilizing they're utilizing the help. They got help from McCaffrey, but not really utilizing Robinson with the help. But just keep giving McCaffrey the ball. Let's say he go down, then what? We got all these helps around on the wide receiver field, but Kittle don't got no help. He's injured. Like, somebody needs to go. Let's just say this is a rebuilding season. That's. At the end of the day, this is a rebuilding season, and it's time to say goodbye to some of these stars.
All right.
while we can. Trade McCaffrey, trade somebody while we can.
Yeah, Austin, thanks so much. Could not disagree more. Appreciate your opinion, and thank you very much for calling. The 49ers, I'm not sure if you've picked up your standing sheet lately. They're 3-1. They're in first place in the NFC West.
Right. It's not a rebuild. I do think that he has a point about Brian Robinson Jr., and I've said it a bunch of times, and I'm looking at the number right now, and through 4 games, he's played 50 snaps.
That wasn't his point. I agree with your point.
That's something that he mentioned, though.
He said trade Christian McCaffrey.
Well, and you're not going to trade
utilize Brian Robinson more. He said start Brian Robinson and get rid of Christian McCaffrey. That was his point.
It's not a rebuild yet. It might get to that point. If Brock Purdy can't play for a while and you lose a bunch of games, you're not going to get into full rebuild mode yet.
But they're 3-1.
What you talked about, like add a pass rusher at the deadline, which is in November, you might go through October and not win a game, and so that conversation may not be one that they actually even have.
That changes.
A lot
that would
change.
surprise me if they went 0 for October.
I'd be also very surprised.
That would surprise me.
And right now you just have the one game tonight, and it is a tough one. You're probably the biggest underdog you've been in a long time in this one. Even last year when you were, folding up the tent a little bit.
Tonight is not look, sorry for those who are trying to build something up here. Tonight is not a make or break of anything type of game. It just isn't. We talked about this yesterday. The worst case scenario when we go to bed tonight is that the 49ers are 3-2 and they've got a week and a half off, and at least the possibility that Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Jawan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall all play the next time they suit up. By the way, you know who they play in a week and a half?
A team that's really hurt.
Totally banged up.
Yep.
Bucky Irving, walking boot. Mike Evans, hamstring. Like, Baker Mayfield is questionable again this week. So, look, we are so far from giving up on anything right now with regard to the Niners. Let's go to Mike in Walnut Creek. Hi, Mike. Thank you for the call.
What's going on, boys? Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
Hey, I appreciate the hearing about all the injuries, and I'm going to tell you why here in a second. But I think the main difference is everyone is hurt on our team. You guys keep naming 2 or 3 main guys from other teams. Understandable. It's not like 7 or 8 though. All of our main guys. We have 1 starter starting tonight on offense. Right? Okay.
No, that's not true, Mike. Mike, that's not true.
He means him of the skill guys.
Okay. Yeah. Christian is starting. Juszczyk is starting. 4 of the 5 offensive linemen are starting. So, but anyway, go ahead.
All right. Here's why. And here's why Kyle's never going to win a big one. And here's why, when we got to a really good start this year, things started to go bad. Kyle's daddy sold his football soul to the devil to get himself a Super Bowl at the expense of all of his other family members. And so Kyle is, unfortunately, and all the football fans now, the 49er fans, having to deal with it.
So should we do like a seance or a magic 8 ball? How do we fix this, Mike?
Man, it's like, I don't know, man. I think we all need to have a real conversation. How we fix it is, unfortunately, we got to get rid of Kyle.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know you could do that.
Mike actually wants to sacrifice someone.
I didn't know you could sell the soul of your children,
of your family members,
for accolades, because I now have 3 and you've got 3. And I mean, I got 3 souls that I apparently can sell for higher heights.
Oh. All right. I have a garage sale this weekend.
Maybe I need to call Mike Shanahan and figure out how we went about doing that. Like, who do you talk to sell the soul of an offspring?
I don't know, but I do know that we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. A lot of you want to talk about these injuries. Let's do it. 888-957-957 is the number. Stay right where you are there. Plus, about 10 minutes away, Cam Inman covers the Niners as well as anyone, and he's down there in L.A. getting ready for this game tonight. We'll get his perspective on everything. And the pick is 1 hour and 9 minutes away. The pick. And Tim Roy joins us later as well to set up the Warriors season. This is Willard and Dibs.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep The Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers? the celebrity guests. Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
You ever have a take during commercial break and you just wish you could bring it to the air?
Sure, all the time. Sometimes you and I get into stuff during the commercial break and it's like,
oh, no.
Yeah, we can't.
Maybe on Monday.
You could bring this.
No.
I might go viral.
Grandy's kind of giving it away right now.
Maybe on Monday, maybe on Tuesday, maybe.
Hey.
Only on a certain scenario that's got to play out perfectly.
Okay.
So,
Willard Dibs, can you lay out for a second?
I would like to, but not yet.
Sports, man.
Sports, man.
Kind of fun, isn't it?
It's so fun.
I got the Giants going.
Yeah.
82-75.
I'll just say this. Apropos of nothing, I am I'm kind of glad that I decided to be in the fantasy league this year, even though it will end the way it always does with heartbreak.
You're going to change this tune in 2 weeks for sure.
Well,
you always
talk
get
to me
mad
on
at
Monday.
something. Yeah.
Well, and I can already tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to lose to Grandy 113.1 to 112.9 on some fluky BS. And
that's life. Everybody gets a fluky loss or two a year.
It's different, though, when it's Grandy. Mr. I win everything.
He does.
I'm starting Kendrick Bourne tonight, Dibs.
That's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good start tonight in a PPR.
Do you get points for drops? PPD? Is it a PPD league, Lucas? Point per drop?
That was a funny question.
Thank you.
You're having a good week.
Appreciate it. I got some laughs
I like
yesterday.
to tell everybody to go to the Instagram feed, either my Instagram feed or 95.7 The Game's Instagram feed, when they sent out when the Jonathan Kuminga news broke. And I couldn't even get through it, and I've watched it again 5 times, and it makes me laugh my ass off every time the breaking news sounder hits, and I go, Jonathan Kuminga signed a contract. And Dibs goes, what? With who? And it's for whatever reason, it just hits my funny bone.
Wow.
Yeah. We're having a good week.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're going to call Cam Inman in just a sec, but let's go to Pete in Rhode Island. I don't know how many times we've gotten a Rhode Island call so far this year. Hi, Pete. What are you doing?
Actually, I'm here in California, guys, and I'd like to compliment you on your show. I love it.
Well,
you
thank
guys
you.
are the best.
Well, appreciate it.
I'm coming here from a state that I love, and I've also loved California. It's a beautiful place to live. I just wanted to say a couple things about the 49ers, and now you mentioned Kuminga, another thing. I was fortunate enough to grow up with Brady and Belichick. But one thing I did notice with the 49ers is, you got to look at what you got. I mean, they're running McCaffrey, and he just doesn't have that quickness anymore. I mean, I saw it with a lot of players. Belichick would always run these cross routes with Gronk and a couple other guys, and they utilized the players for what they could do. So if McCaffrey doesn't have that quick step, get him on the run. Get him on a slam pattern. Put a couple guys on the same side, then have I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. I'm an old man. Pearsall or Pearson?
Yeah, Pearsall.
He's fantastic.
Yeah,
he's fantastic. I mean, I train every day. I'm 71. I train out with a lot of professional athletes. These guys are thoroughbreds. I mean, there's a thin line between good and great. And a lot of it has to do with the way you're at, who your coach is. There's so many things into that formula. But with the 49ers right now, the uncertainty scares me. And I'm a Patriots fan. I disavowed Brady when he went to Tampa, and then he had the faceless surgery. That really upset me because I don't know. I'm an old person. But anyway, I love the 49ers. I'm not a Shanahan fan, I'll be honest with you. I think he just doesn't utilize the players. I've never seen a team that I root for get so injured. I will admit that.
Yeah, Pete, we got to run, but thank you very much for the call. I will say this. I think that Kyle is doing what you're asking him to do, like get Christian on the run. I mean, they did a trick play for him last week to do that. He's caught the ball 31 times so far. I also think some people would step back and argue whether or not they think Christian McCaffrey is slowing down a little bit, and they would put it more on the offensive line. I know that's a debate that's kind of starting to rage a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know that Christian has lost a whole lot. I think he would look bursty if he had more holes.
Right. Yards per reception right now through 4 games, he is having a career year. Almost 10 yards per catch.
Interesting.
Yards per carry, the worst of his career. So has he lost a step? I don't think so.
Well, why don't we ask an expert? How about that? We'll get back to the calls in just a second, but right now to the River Islands guest line and live on the scene at SoFi in LA, getting ready for Thursday Night Football from the Bay Area News Group. It's our good friend Cam Inman. Hello, Cam. How you doing?
I'm looking at the Hollywood Hills and I'm thinking I need to give fantasy advice because people want to know whether they need to bench McCaffrey if he's so bad, right? Start him. Yeah. He's going to get 100 targets tonight, and he may run the ball for 2 yards, but whatever. He's going to get you enough points.
There you go.
Go on.
I mean, I know all three of us have lost a step, but what's your eye tell you, Cam? How's Christian?
I ran on the beach today. How do you know I lost a step? Now, Christian looks well, he hasn't broken it, so how do we know that he's lost a step? Let's see if he can break away, and then you determine his speed. I think there haven't been many lanes for him, and he's not like the Frank Gore. He's going to burrow his way through a tiny sliver in between the tackles. They just don't seem like they haven't opened things up quite well for him. I think there's only been 1 or 2 plays where you could, from my press box point of view, where you can see a lane. And obviously he sees things way better than I do because he's ground level, but I don't think that's their issue, guys, right now. He's honestly the only reliable guy on offense, and he's not running the ball, but that's a whole team issue than just a Christian McCaffrey issue.
Yeah, and you look at the overall team issue running it, how much of that is being hampered by the fact that they can't throw it, and so defenses are able to crowd the line of scrimmage and make the 49ers really one-dimensional.
Well, I think what we need to actually look at is the fact that George Kittle's been essentially out for the last 4 games. They only played the first quarter. And everybody knows how important George is and loves run blocking. They know how he is as a receiver, getting in the open field and running through guys. The tight ends they have done okay catching the ball, but they're not getting a lot of yards after the catch, although, Jake Tongas did for their last touchdown last game. But it's you miss Kittle's presence on the field, and he fires up everybody. The fact that they have a healthy Trent Williams, I guess he's still healthy. Remember, a couple of games ago, it was iffy whether he was going to play in New Orleans. And McCaffrey, then their offense should be doing better. But they don't have Ayuk. They're not going to have Pearsall tonight. They're not going to have Juwan Jennings tonight. Not going to have Purdy tonight. What they're going to need is that defense to somehow rattle Matthew Stafford and get some interceptions.
Cam Inman is with us at SoFi in L.A. as we get ready for Niners and Rams. Hey, can we talk a little bit more about George Kittle? I'm kind of nervous with the lack of discussion that I've heard with regard to how he's doing coming back. He's eligible the next time they play. Are we expecting him to play in a week and a half?
It's a good question that we don't know the answer to, because usually the week before a guy comes back, they would practice the week prior. And this week they didn't practice because it's a short week. They had a walkthrough practice 2 nights ago in Levi's that we got to watch for about 3 minutes. But George has been around, and I think that's a positive sign. And, I don't know how the hamstring is. I don't get a sense that it's a serious major, he ain't coming back for another month or 2 deal. So that really is the mystery. And you know what? I think the other mystery was Ayuk, because Ayuk is eligible to come back, and everybody's like, oh, he's not going to come back right away because that was a serious knee injury. But he's been like jonesing to get out there. We've seen him running with the wide receivers basically the last month and a half, 2 months, but they're not giving him a timetable. So they are slow rolling him. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they slow roll Kittle for another week, because he's got to get a weekend in practice, but maybe not, because George is in his 9th year. He knows his body. He's in good shape. Was great shape all throughout camp, and then a hamstring took him out of the first quarter. So I think that really is a big issue offensively, though, with him not being there.
While we're in the blue tent, Cam, do we know the severity of the Pearsall and the Jennings injuries?
The thing with Pearsall that has got to worry all of us is he used the word instability after the game on Sunday.
Yep.
And that is a red flag word. But I saw him walking around the locker room on Tuesday, so it's not like he's in a brace or immobilized. So that's a positive. So he bounced. It was the other knee too. The previous week he hurt his knee, landed hard on it. So my guess is he's just working through it, the sprain, and this is playing on AstroTurf here at synthetic turf and SoFi. It's not the great surface when you have a leg injury, and Jennings has an ankle injury dating back to New Orleans, and he hurt his ribs with the mariachi crunch on the 2-point conversion last week. So it's not Jennings has barely practiced with this team and barely played. So, that all factors into the offense. That's why it's going to be weird how they play tonight, because if McCaffrey's just, getting double teamed, everybody's just watching him, then somebody's going to have to step up to help the offense go.
Cam, with the second week of practice now under his belt, does the snap count go up for Demarcus Robinson, and does he sort of act as the one tonight?
I think he has to. He came into SoFi Stadium wearing a very, I almost say like a gold glittery suit. So I think he knows he's in Hollywood in the spotlight.
Let's go.
Hey, man, the guy looked really good through camp. He did look like a starting caliber wide receiver, probably because he and Pearsall were the only ones that were out there in camp. But, they limited his snaps in Sunday's game, and because it was his first game back. So I think that was kind of smart, so you didn't overdo it. So you could play him a lot in this game, go to him a lot, and they're going to have to without Pearsall. It's such a thin wide receiver core. It's really alarming. So that's why you're going to look at McCaffrey, you're going to look at the tight ends, you're going to look at Demarcus Robinson, and hope that Mac Jones has some magic in him.
Speaking of Robinsons and limited snap counts, Brian Robinson Jr., 10 snaps last week. He's only played 50 snaps on offense the whole season. What do you think the story is, Cam, as to why he doesn't get more opportunity?
I think it's more of a reflection of Christian McCaffrey than Brian Robinson. They historically can't get McCaffrey off the field, and that's what it is. And I don't think Brian Robinson's looked great. I don't think he deserves a ton more opportunities. He's essentially, and when they traded for him, everybody's like, oh, it's going to be a two-headed monster. No chance in heck. This is McCaffrey's offense, and Robinson's there to spell him when needed, and if he needs a breather, and if he gets hurt, because he has the experience. Now, honestly, tonight, I would have loved for them to throw a surprise element and throw Jordan James out there, the rookie from Oregon, because he hurt his hand in camp, but he's a different type runner. Obviously, they don't like Isaac Orendo much because he doesn't get any snaps on offense anymore and barely does anything well on kick returns. But it's like I said, it's McCaffrey's offense. It's not Brian Robinson's.
Hey, Cam, when you look at this, I just want, come on, let's just talk as adults here. What kind of chance do you give them?
A chance to win?
Yeah. That's an NFL team, isn't
it? If they do win, this would be, further validation that Kyle Shanahan has some kind of hex over Sean McVay in games where they're big underdogs, like back in the day. I think that's what you got to go for, is that these coaches are going to out-scheme the Rams and somehow pull it off and have the ball bounce their way. That's why there's gambling exists. This isn't all automatic and robotic, but I will tell you this, coming down here, I had this creepy feeling that, remember last year when they didn't have Purdy in Green Bay, and then they go to Buffalo, these back-to-back road games, and you just knew they were going to lose those games.
Yep.
I have that same feeling going into this, but the only thing that's like the hesitation is Shanahan knows what it's like to face the Rams. He's had a lot of success against the Rams. They got swept last year by them. They lost a meaningless game at the end of the 2023 season, but it is a rivalry game, and there are a lot of Niner fans here. They're all piling in. The Sea of Red will be here again, even though guys are selling their tickets because the junior varsity is going to be on the field. But you still got Trent Williams, McCaffrey, Fred Warner. I posted on Twitter, Fred came wearing his brother Troy's USFL Memphis Showboats yellow jersey, and Richard Sherman was in the outside the 49er locker room because he's here for Amazon Prime's crew, and Sherm loved the shirt, said, nice tribute for the brother. So Fred's going to try to show out. Diamador Lenore, he's a Los Angeles guy. He'll try to show out. McCaffrey, his off-season home's 15 minutes from here up in the Hollywood Hills. So I think there's a lot of pride that the guys that are going to be in uniform are going to try to pull off an upset. And, that's the beauty of sports is if the Niners escape here with a win, they're 4-1 and 3-0 in the division.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Cam, what is your take on the Niners defense so far through 4 games? Last week, no QB hits, no sacks, and they're yet to have an interception other than the one that got taken away last weekend. What have you thought about the defense so far?
You paint such a dark picture of this defense, Dibs.
Yeah. I just laid out facts, Cam. I apologize if the facts disturb you.
I did too the other day, saying all of Salah's words took all the attention away from the fact that last game they had, like you just said, no sacks, no hits, no takeaways, no interceptions. Not good. But the first 3 games I thought was very surprising because nobody was lighting up this defense that has a lot of new pieces in place. And it's not just like everybody expected, like 5 rookies were going to start on defense. No, that's not the case. They're rotating some rookies in. Some guy like Nick Martin is not playing again tonight, so he's a healthy scratch through 5 games here. But Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins, C.J. West going to play tonight with a cast on his thumb. I thought they've done better than expected, but without Bosa, I mean, Robert Saleh's got to, he's going to have to blitz. He's got to have to do something just to keep the Rams off balance because, Nick is not that, everybody wants Nick Bosa to have 3 sacks a game and be a TJ Watt, and he's getting paid like it. But what Nick did really well was he set the edge in the run, was very relentless on every play, and I don't sense that from anybody else on the defensive front. And they're going to need all those guys to step up. They brought in Travis Gibson from the practice squad, and this guy he's fast and smaller defensive end, so I'm really curious to see if he enhances that pass rush because they sure as heck need it. And so he replaces Robert Beal in that rotation tonight. So keep an eye on him because seeing him come in fast off the edge opposite Bryce Huff, then that's the only way they're going to probably get to get to Matthew Stafford unless they're blitzing Upton Stout from the slot and praying that somebody else can cover Puka.
Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, all over the Niners and down at SoFi tonight for Niners-Rams. All right, so Cam, do we have to wait the whole month of October for them to make this defensive line acquisition that we know they're going to make?
I don't know. I don't think it's so simple that they would go out and get Trey Hendrickson, right? Trey Hendrickson. They traded for Bryce Huff, right? It's like, okay, was that their one defensive line trade? If they're in contention, then yes, you have to wait. They're not going to make that move while they're 3-3 or 4-4. They have to have only maybe 2 or 3 losses to say, all right, we're in good situation to win the division. Let's go get that piece. Because if they fall down to about a 500 team, they're not going to make that trade.
But they did back when they got McCaffrey, as you recall. They were 4-4 after not being able to run it against Atlanta, and at that point they made the move. So do you think it's reliant on the record, or is it more just an eye test thing?
If you'll recall, going back to that McCaffrey trade, I was on record saying I did not expect it to happen. So, yeah. I mean, it worked out so well for them that they were able to outbid the Rams to get him. And I think it was a perfect sweet spot because he is exactly what this offense needed. Defensive line obviously needs another defensive end that has a presence to him. But it's not an every down position. I don't know how much they want to mortgage their draft picks because this year's been all about the youth and spending your money elsewhere. So that's why I say they have a really strong record if they go after him, because the rest of the NFC West looks like they have a really good record, right? I mean, the Rams and the Seahawks are both 3-1. The Cardinals are 2-2. I mean, I guess we have a month of stuff to talk about on 95.7 The Game. And you can let your trade talks continue.
That's correct. And actually, we're going to continue it right now because my next question would be, what if it's not Trey Hendrickson? What if there's someone
it'll be Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, there you go. Jonathan Kuminga, defensive end. You know, he doesn't fit on the Warriors. Maybe he'll fit on the 49ers.
There's guys out there. Like,
right.
The beauty of it is I mean, it's like, just like, don't focus in on one guy because other teams are looking at that guy too, right? Like, other people are going to outbid the Niners for the most part, probably. But it's a rental because you're going to have to pay that guy a ton of money. And it's like, I wouldn't be opposed to it because both are going to be coming off. Like, that's a really serious injury, right? It's his ACL, and he's done it before. He's come back from it, but you know, Bryce Huff's not long term, so I wouldn't be opposed to them going and getting him. But they're going to have to scour and find guys. But again, like it's more of a youth movement defense that they got going.
Cam, do you have a finger on the pulse at all on where the Brock Purdy thing sits? Like, what does the organization want to do? Do you think he plays in Tampa?
It's a good question. I don't know, but what I did like to hear from Brock the other day was he said it does not feel as bad as it did after Seattle. Okay, so he aggravated it, sure, and it was sore, and he's smart not playing in this game against a very good defensive front where he'd be under pressure on artificial turf, right? So I think the fact that he didn't aggravate it to the point where it's like, oh, he really tore it apart. I mean, I've seen him walking around. I've seen the toe, gentlemen. I saw that toe in New Orleans, and it was not discolored. So I was like, okay, it's not like it doesn't look like a career ender or something like that, which a turf toe can be. I don't think people realize that. But I think they're smart to sit him out this week. I think, and I get it why you played him last week. It's like he was feeling better. He practiced. He wanted to like test it out. And obviously it didn't work out well. And it wasn't just Brock. There were so many parts about that game, about this team that's not good yet. So will he play next week? I don't know. We're going to have to send me. Was Mac Jones going to be healthy enough to play next week? It seems like every week they got to check their quarterback's health and see who's healthy enough to play. Because Mac was dealing with a serious knee injury last week. He's got I don't know if everybody's paying attention to Mac Jones' suit game, but he came in with the black and red like checkerboard.
Yeah.
Or, you know, it looks kind of funky. And we had fun in the media with Mac. I think it was last week or the week before about he has like 50 suits. And so when he was coming off the press conference this week, I go, so Mac, nobody asked, but you know, we're all asking you about your attire. I go, how many knee braces do you own? So I can report exclusively here that Mac Jones owns 5 different knee braces. He arrived with the 49ers with 3, so he's added 2 to the arsenal. And I'm sure that one will be on his knee tonight.
There you go.
There it is. All right. Well, Cam Inman on the scene, and who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us tonight, huh?
Who knows?
Thank you, Cam.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good night. Enjoy the game.
Yep,
thanks,
you
Cam.
too. Bay Area News Group. Cam Inman joining us live on the scene.
Yeah.
SoFi Stadium, knee brace number 3.
He's got 5 knee braces.
Yeah.
That's troubling. It's troubling. As a guy who wears a knee brace pretty often, I got the one, but if you're an NFL player making millions, I guess you can have different ones, and he probably has different ones for different knees and different ailments.
Yeah. What's like? He's like, this is my Thursday night artificial surface.
Could
one.
be.
Like
or maybe it's my ACL or this is my PCL knee brace. Depending on which ligament is hurt, you have different braces that do different things. My leg is severely crooked, so I have a knee brace that kind of straightens my leg out. And yeah, I don't know if that's a drip drop, the fact that I have a crooked leg, Randy, but sure. Let it fly.
Yeah. I mean, not everybody has one. You do. Whoop.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I get it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Those of you on hold, stay right where you are. Let's get back to the phones. We got some time for you here. The injury thing seemed to be on people's minds. Let's talk it out. What do you want to say about this injury thing when it was indicated earlier today that Kyle Shanahan has failed to keep people healthy? Someone called a little bit ago, and they were like, you brought up a few names around the league. You want more? You want more? I know the Niners situation tonight. I get it. But there are cues all over the league right now. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to your calls. And then don't forget, the pick. The pick.
The pick is in.
He's 16-3. The pick is happening in exactly 38 minutes. So at 4:50, be here on Willard and Dibs, and the pick will be revealed. In an hour, Tim Roy of the Warriors is going to join us on Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and I feel like I am a part of the family. And you know what? I am, not only because I endorse Fremont Bank, but also because I'm a customer. And as a customer, when I walk into the branch, I get that family-owned feel because they care about me, they care about the community, and they care about the bank itself. And they've been doing it this way since 1964, now 61 years in business. And when they set out to build it, they wanted to build this local ecosystem that is supporting of people, employees, clients, and the community at large. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes our Bay Area hum and tick. I encourage you to go into one of the branches and see exactly for yourself what a good local bank looks like. It's not a big box bank. It's a local bank with 21 branches that supports local people and local communities. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's moment.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Partly cloudy and breezy tonight in San Francisco with a low near 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's Uncle Scott from Sundays. We got a lot of touchdowns to watch together.
On 95.7 The Game.
Probably not tonight. That's why he said he's from Sunday.
Yeah.
On Thursday, maybe one.
I'm glad I got a kicker in tonight's game for fantasy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your kicker is the Rams kicker, though.
Right.
Yeah.
And the 49ers are very good at red zone defense. So
they have been.
And they will be.
I don't know that they have faced Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Kyron Williams yet.
Fair enough. They haven't. And I would say I would put the over-under on field goals tonight at 4.5 total, both teams. Might be more than that even.
Wait, say that again?
Total field goals made tonight, over-under 4.5.
Oh, I would take the under.
Under 4.5 field goals?
That's a lot of field goals.
The Niners don't really score in the red zone.
Understood.
And the Rams kicker is really good.
Yeah,
and he kicks a lot of field goals.
Yeah, but you got to make them all. And even so, like, even if you attempt 5, I feel like that's getting to be a high number, and then you got to make them all.
Eddie doesn't miss, and
Yes,
neither does Cardi. He just gets them blocked occasionally.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see. Boy, this is going to be an interesting one. Or, maybe it won't be. I hope it's an interesting one.
I'll let you know what's going to happen here in about half an hour.
The pick is coming in 31 minutes. Okay?
Yep.
And, we have an update. The number has moved significantly.
Well, it depends on where you shop.
No, it was at FanDuel, it was 8.5 when we started our show.
Oh, it was?
That's a fact.
Okay.
And it is down to 7.5.
Well, because DraftKings, it still is at 8.5.
Yeah.
ESPN Bet is 8.5.
FanDuel has moved to 7.5. Somebody showed up with some Niners money.
At FanDuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
time.
DraftKings is still 8.5, and ESPN Bet is still 8.5. So I don't know. Normally it doesn't work like that unless somebody just, like you said, showed up to the duel with about $100K and just plopped it right there on the Niners. But usually these lines only move like a half a point.
I saw it at one house this morning at 9. It was at 9 when I was already here in the building.
Wow.
Yeah, so like it's all over the place. And so you can say the pick is in, but who knows? Maybe the Niners will only be a 3.5-point dog a half hour from now. Like, we'll have to see what happens.
Well, then the pick would switch if that's, if I was taking the Niners at 8.5.
I was going to say, don't show your hand.
I'm not.
Okay.
But, if it goes from 8.5 to 3.5, it's a different ball game now.
Different ball game. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Sunnyvale Architect. Hello, Sunnyvale. What are you doing?
Gentlemen, I just wanted to bring up a real idiosyncratic point that I noticed the other day. I was watching some old films, and this doesn't relate to the lower body injuries, but to the upper body injuries. Take a look at some of the old films where Deion Sanders is scoring or guys are scoring. They're wearing heavy pads, heavy upper body pads. And now I think they've stripped down these players to like they're Formula One racers. So there's no padding on the shoulders. So I think to some degree the padding decrease has contributed to more injuries, upper body injuries.
Well,
I noticed that by observing. I just wanted to lay that out to you guys, that I think that's a big difference.
Well, here's what I would say to that, Sunnyvale, and thanks very much for the call. I would have a very difficult time thinking that through all of these years that the equipment that football players are using has somehow gotten worse and somehow is less aerodynamic, less effective, less targeted at making them healthy. The second part of your call that I think it's just a leap, which is to say there are more injuries now than there used to be in football. Maybe it feels that way. We've got a lot more information than we used to have. There's a lot more hoops to jump through in order to play. There's a blue tent now on the sideline, and there's an independent neurologist and all of these things that are going on, where back in the day that you're talking about, it was very much like, here's some smelling salts and some dirt, get your ass back out on the field. But, like, we know enough retired football players to know that, like, there were plenty of injuries back then.
There were
plenty.
A couple things with his call. One, I agree with him about the equipment because the players now are looking to be faster and more agile, and so less pads, less equipment is going to allow you to be a little bit more streamlined and a little bit quicker. And the other thing, and I'm going to borrow from Dr. Pandya, friend of the program from UCSF Medical, after the Bosa injury, the torn ACL, he said something, and I'll paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but basically what football players, especially these bigger guys, defensive ends like Nick Bosa, you're putting so much more strain on your body than the old school defensive ends, where now Nick Bosa needs to be really, really fast. He needs to bend at a certain angle. You're going to build up your body in ways that, I'm just going to borrow Deacon Jones because he's the late, great Deacon Jones is one of the old school great pass rushers, and he'd just come up and double slap you in the helmet, and he'd just bully you. You weren't bending at the angle that these people bend, and you weren't developing your body at the places where these guys are now developing their body. And no matter what the position is, you've got to be bigger, stronger, and faster. And sometimes the fitness and the strength and the body composition is out developing the ligaments and the tendons and the rest of your body. And so I do think that is part of, and you could look at injuries in any sport, that's partly why now I think we see more injuries and, Achilles injuries.
But do we?
I think we do.
Do we know this, or are we just guessing? Because
there's a couple things. One thing, like in the 60s, for example, if you tore your ACL, and back then it's just like you wrecked your knee. Well, when you wrecked your knee, that was it, because we didn't have the surgery at that point to repair the ligaments. So now Nick Bosa has torn his ACL 3 times, 2 on the one side, 1 on the other, and there's no doubt he's coming back. And I would bet that he tears his ACL for the 4th time.
Let's not say that.
I'm just saying, the point is, when you have these injuries now, it's not only you're going to return, there's no doubt. Brandon Ayuk, the injury that he had, that would be it.
That's a career ender.
It's over.
Yeah.
And now it's like, tough break.
I also think this, because I have no idea if that's true or not. I understand the perception, but let me give you this example. Because he brought up Deion Sanders. We're not going back to the 60s. That's not that long ago. So, all right, let's go back to the 90s, if you will. I was a big football fan in the 90s. I didn't know if Tampa Bay's running back was hurt. But in 2025, I've Google searched it 8 times in the last 48 hours. So I know everything that's going on with Bucky Irving. Did you know that his shoulder hurts too?
I had no idea.
Turns out his shoulder hurts too.
I don't have him on my team.
He was in a walking boot at practice. He had crutches, Dibs. See, now there was his foot got caught underneath a defender last week, and Todd Bowles was a little concerned about it after the game, and then he showed up this week in a walking boot. Todd still won't rule him out. It's possible that he could practice tomorrow. He is going to have to shed the walking boot in order to play on Sunday. We'll learn that on Friday, but right now they're calling him day to day. But if he can't play, then Rachaad White will start and Sean Tucker will back him up. Did you get all that?
Yeah.
That's the Tampa Bay running back room. I didn't know anything about that 30 years ago. I didn't even know who the hell was on Tampa Bay 30 years ago. And so I think that a lot of this whole injury thing, we're more aware of it. I don't have any data. I could be completely wrong. It could be different kinds of injuries. It might be more. For all I know, it might be less. But when there's a major injury in the NFL now, there is such a ripple effect through gambling and through the way we play this whole thing now that we're so aware of it that I feel like we think there are more injuries because they personally affect us now. I've never been affected when something happens to a Chiefs wide receiver before. But now, like the Buccaneers lost their running back. And I'm spending half my week trying to figure out what I'm going to do about it.
Yeah, because you have to replace him on your fantasy team.
That's
and
right.
The information is much more readily available. I get that. But also, I think what Dr. Pandya and other people have put out there is in large part true, where the body now, you're asking these people to do things that they never did before. And I think about basketball players where, if you're an NBA player, for example, you're going a lot harder, you're playing year round, and you're doing things that players like, Rick Barry, for example.
Yeah.
Rick Barry played in a different way. Now, in order to be successful, you've got to be able to elevate and, jump 40 inches, and you've got to be stronger, and you've got to have all these other things that are specialized about your body, and the body can only withstand so much of that. And I'm not saying that, Nick Bosa is not a unbelievably well-trained and highly tuned athlete, but the way he plays football is markedly different than the way players played football 40 years ago, because you didn't have to be that kind of a specialized, high-octane edge rusher. You just were bigger and stronger than the guy in front of you, and the guy in front of you was probably a plumber in the offseason. He was a big guy who, for 3 months out of the year, you put down the pipe wrench and you played football, and now these guys are all, unbelievably elite athletes, and the body can't necessarily withstand all that.
No, I get that. I don't know the answer. I don't know if there are more injuries, if there are different injuries. I really don't know, but I do know that even if it seems like there are, I do know that they get reported in a different way now than they did back then.
And I do think that there are more injuries, and I'm thinking about baseball where, before Tommy John, if you blew out your arm, you blew out your arm, and that was it. But now, if you haven't had Tommy John surgery yet and you're a major league pitcher, you might as well go ahead and schedule it, because you're out here, and you mentioned it yesterday, the Mason Miller, he threw a pitch yesterday 104 miles an hour.
104 and a half.
104.
And he painted it on the black on the outside corner.
Right. And so,
what are we doing?
Right.
It's not a hittable pitch.
Remember Goose Gossage when we were kids?
Sure.
And he was the fireballer, and he had that cool mustache, and he might have thrown like 96, something. But nowadays, pitchers are being asked to max out all the time. And football players, if you are, Nick Bosa or any of these other elite edge guys, you're being asked to run a 4.5 40 and be able to bend and get around the tackle and, get in there and cause mayhem. So I do think all of that in sports, it becomes more inevitable just based on what we expect from these guys.
I can't, again, confirm, deny, what have you. I just look at this situation, and I know it's difficult. I know it's a bummer. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have the hardest time looking at the 49ers situation as we get ready for this game that's in 50 minutes and all of the injuries that have taken place, and somehow arrive at the conclusion that Kyle Shanahan did this, or that the 49er uniform did this, or that John Lynch did this with who they pick.
Mike Shanahan did it, apparently.
There was that.
The curse is in.
There was like a seance or something, but I don't know how to answer the whole, why does it feel like it's every year? But I would bet this. This is something that I would put a chip in the center of the table about. I know that there's some data that the Niners have been among the most injured teams for most of the years during Kyle Shanahan. But there's also got to be something to the effect of, they emotionally hit us more. If you're a 49er fan, you're aware of them more. do we even – I know that the Niners go out there with their backup quarterback and they're missing their tight end and their receivers. Do we factually know that the 49ers are the most injured team this year? Do we even know that?
I don't think we know that.
I mean, I haven't seen that stat. I know everybody thinks that. I know it feels that way. But I know that there are tons of other teams that are really dealing with a lot of crap right now when it comes to the injury bug. And quite frankly, dealing with injuries that are even more damaging. One of the reasons Trey Hendrickson might be available to the 49ers is because the Bengals have had the worst injury of the year. They're the ones who started out 2-0 and then all of a sudden were like, so your season's over. You don't even know it yet. You're 2-0. You're in first place. Your season's over. You don't know that yet in the locker room, but it is. And look what they've done since. They can't even function.
Right.
They can't even get a first down.
They're struggling.
And Jamar Chase is ticked and accusing his teammates of loafing. This is what happens when a player of that caliber goes out.
Right, when you lose your quarterback.
The Niners haven't had that happen yet.
Well,
not for the season.
They kind of have, yeah.
Not for the season, though.
Well, he's going to miss his third game in 5, so it'll be 2 games played, 3 games not played. And so, yeah, they're fortunate that they have a very good backup. And I was mentioning this yesterday to one of our esteemed guests. I think it was Al Michaels about, Kyle Shanahan. How smart was he to go out there and get Mac Jones? They have a really good, legitimate backup quarterback who is 2-0 since he's been asked to start. And so, yeah, that becomes tantamount. And I thought Jake Browning was going to play better than he has so far. He did last time he came in as a backup. But, yeah, Cincinnati's in a world of hurt because they lost their most important guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570. The number, the pick is 17 minutes away. I do wonder the effect tonight of this crowd. And I wonder if they've got an opportunity to have an effect on the game. A couple things for you to hear. This became actually quite a moment for our show. We use this quite a bit. This goes all the way back to 3 years ago. Kelly Stafford. She is Matt Stafford's wife. And she was on something called the Morning After podcast. And this is what she said did happen that year when 49er fans invaded SoFi.
I'm not going to lie. I've never seen so many of the opposing team's fans at a game. We came from Detroit, and there are a lot of good traveling teams there, but that was wild. Like, Matthew is on a silent count. And for those of you who don't know what that is, like, he can't, like, when he hikes the ball, it's either a loud count where you can hear him, and that's what usually quarterbacks are on when they're at home, or a silent count. Matthew is on a silent count. Jimmy Garoppolo was not, who's the opposing quarterback. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that, but it made it very hard for us because I guess, we weren't expecting to be on silent count.
Yeah, made it very hard for us.
It was crazy.
It was crazy.
We've played just the "it was crazy" a lot. It was crazy.
It was crazy.
It was crazy. We've played to death. We don't play the long version enough. I don't know if you know what that is.
It was crazy.
It was crazy.
For those of you who don't know what a silent count is.
It was crazy.
Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have to do that. It was crazy.
It was crazy.
I can't get enough. No,
not her. Not Cheryl.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
Come on.
And it might be crazy tonight.
Although Cam said a bunch of Niner fans are selling their tickets.
No, but he said they're filing in. And by the way, they get to come in with a different attitude now. Normally, right, everyone's got their chest puffed out. Well, the Niners kind of get to play that fun little underdog role. You'll love this. You love that March Madness tournament like nothing else. The Niners are a 14 seed. Okay? And you're playing Duke or Oklahoma or Kansas. You're playing a 3 seed. You're the 14 seed. You walk in. You're like, hey, hon, it's fun that we got tickets to this. Let's go out. Let's get some nachos or something like that. And then it's halftime, and you're up 10-7. And the group kind of go, okay, we're still in this thing. Hang on a second. Some weird things are going on. Kyron Williams fumbled a football. All right, and then you get to the third quarter. Well, now it's 10-10. But then Mac Jones hits DeMarcus Robinson over the middle, and he sheds a tackler. And he breaks one long against his old team. and he's flying down the middle of the field, and Dibsy makes it. He makes it across the goal line. It's a touchdown. And the Niners have taken a 17-10 lead in the fourth quarter. And now 65% of the crowd gets to play the
It was crazy.
You didn't think that we could be here, but we're here.
We're here.
You get nervous? Because we're just an adorable little 8-point underdog. You wouldn't want to lose to us tonight, would you? I mean, we don't even have any of our players. So there's a vibe. And that there are many ifs before we could get to that. But that's how I could see the stadium becoming an interesting dynamic in the second half if the big underdog can hang around. Hang around and hang around.
Yeah, and that's the way it goes in the tourney. And just doing a brief little bit of research as you were laying that out, I was trying to think, how feasible is this analogy that you're painting? And the 14 seeds have won 14.7% of the time, which is, I mean, that's more than I would have thought.
Yeah.
The last time was Oakland beat Kentucky 2 years ago. They were 13.5-point dogs. And if you think about the tourney, the way you laid that out is kind of the way it happens. Like the 13 seed usually gets that early lead, and then you get to halftime and it's still close, and then you get to the under 8 timeout, and the 3 seeds got their hands full now, and the 14 seed has this belief. And so if the Niners are able to be, I don't know, up 17-10, up 17-13 with 9 minutes to go in the fourth, and you force the Rams to punt, now you're thinking, okay.
I wonder what the percentage is of 7.5, 8-point underdogs in the NFL and how often they actually win the game.
Yeah.
I wonder if it mirrors that
Probably,
percentage that you just came up with.
Especially when you, and you take into account the fact that the Niners are technically on the road, although as Kelly Stafford just laid out,
it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy.
Crazy.
And then you add in the reality that you don't have your tight end, 2 receivers, and your quarterback, and then it becomes.
But you've got 3 professional receivers. You've got 4. You have 4 veteran receivers.
Sure, you do.
They've all caught touchdowns in the NFL. They've done it. They can do it.
Right.
They just can put their ass into it.
Sure. I mean, Kendrick Bourne has almost as many drops as catches this year, and the other guys have 1 catch apiece.
But that's this year. These are veteran players. DeMarcus Robinson, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Kendrick Bourne are professional, long-term wide receivers in this league. They're not mincemeat.
There's a reason why they aren't starting for this team or any other team.
I didn't say they were sparkly. They're not Puka Nacua. But they're not, they're not rookies. They've done it in this league. They've done a lot of things in this league. Let's go to Big D on the freeway. Hi, Big D. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? No, just listening on the freeway with the little traffic here and there, Highway 24. I'm going to congratulate Dibs on the picks, man. Amazing. I have to take you to Tahoe with me.
Yeah, thank you.
16 and 3.
And Willard, too, with his master wisdom of NFL. But we're talking about defense now. And defense plays hard, all brakes, no gas. And other teams see it. They want to get physical with us every week and hit us hard, and that's what's been happening. That's all I can say. I don't want to say it's a bounty or nothing, but if they take our players out, they know they got us, and they went after them. That's what I think. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know, Big D. I know it's not like a sexy or popular take. I really just think it's a thing, and that's kind of the way it goes. In other words, no, I don't think people are targeting the Niners. I don't think people are targeting knees. I just think this is football, and the Niners, again, have had their fair share of bad luck. Do bounty targets and things like that happen in the NFL? They have. It's been proven.
Well, pick an injury for the Niners this year and tell me which one was a target. Kittle was running by himself, out for 4 weeks. Nick Bosa was double teamed, which happens,
but he was untouched. He got
bent. He bent his leg the wrong way.
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings got He got a two-piece on a floated ball from Brock Purdy. That wasn't targeting. That was defense.
It's also his third injury.
Ricky Pearsall was just catching a ball.
Had a knee, banged a knee.
Yeah, had a knee, banged a knee. You're right. And I'm trying to remember what happened to the guard, but he got rolled into.
Yeah.
By maybe his own guy.
I don't think anybody stepped on Brock's toe, at least not on purpose.
No, it got caught underneath him when he was going to the sideline. So
I just think it sucks. This is kind of the way it is.
No doubt.
All right, we'll get to more of you. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tim Roy of the Dubs is going to join us in about a half hour. And guess what, kids and campers?
Oh, yeah.
In 8 minutes. The pick. Yeah. I'm going to fade the Dibbers.
Yeah, hadn't been a lot of clapping for you, Lucas. Did he go home?
He's in with the boss. Ken's in here.
Vote. I believe in Steven. Vote. I believe in Steven. Vote. Willard and Dibs.
It was crazy.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I needed to relocate for a new job, but my house was holding me back.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Brian sell his house quickly and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
They took care of everything, and I could move on time.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Bruce from Concord. Tony Lazzarini installed our new garage door system. He was professional, knowledgeable, and answered all my questions. The doors run perfectly and are nice and quiet. I definitely recommend Tony and R&S of Concord.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap. No matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Kelly Savalas.
Y-C.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the great Steve Young. And the great Dan Dibley. Minute and a half away.
Woo!
The pick.
Let's go.
Tell you what, it's dramatic around here. And then we're going to get back to the calls. 888-957-9570. This just came in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It made me smile. It's from the 707. Hey, guys, God love you. You're firing me up, which is great for me, but probably not so great for my drywall. Please don't give me hope, but also keep doing it.
Yeah, my drywall.
Yeah, like he's punching the wall.
I gotcha.
He's punching the wall. He's so excited because the Niners are about to take over SoFi. Or at least the Niner fans are.
Are you a puncher or a thrower when you get really, really mad?
Thrower.
I've always been a thrower.
Definitely. Oh,
yeah.
When I get mad. I thought you meant when I get, excited.
No. Like, if you get super mad at something or someone, most people fall in one of two categories. Either you punch or you throw. I'm much more of a thrower as opposed to a puncher. I know a guy who you could tell when he's had a bit of a time with his temper because he comes back with bloody knuckles or scabs on the hand.
Sometimes I give an open-handed, slap to something, maybe. But yeah, I'm gonna throw something.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna throw a dish. I'm not you know what I mean? I'm like a maniac.
Oh, I threw a meat cleaver at my brother. He had it coming to him. Years of taunting me.
Did you hit him?
No, it'd be like cool if I did. I mean, this is before that axe throwing became a sport.
I hear you. No, that's back when you used to miss things. You don't miss anymore.
Don't get me mad.
Because you are 16-3, and tonight is game number 20. Well, this one is an emotional one. This one's a difficult one. It is the 20th pick of the year, and Dibs is trying to make it his 17th winner, which is absolutely mind-blowing. But it also comes at a time when it's not only our team, our town, but comes at a time where our team is, down a man or two or three or four.
Not five.
Or five.
Not six.
We're down almost as many men as points. The number is in. There's been a little bit of a tremor. It's come down a skosh, but it's still north of a touchdown. A difficult pick, but that's what this man has been doing. So, the Niners at SoFi. Could it be crazy? It could be. They're getting 7.5 points. Dibs?
This one is very tough, and I would say that it's been a cogitation sensation. I've gone back and forth and back, over and over and over. The advanced analytics tell you that these two teams are very close, but you can throw those out because the Niners don't have a lot of players that have built up these analytics. These two teams always play close games, and SoFi is basically Levi's. And so on the surface, the 49ers are poised and primed, pun intended, to go down there and play a tight game, if not win. And then you look at who's out there and what's going on while they're out there and the matchups. And the more I thought about it, even coming in today, I thought, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oof.
And then I had a talk with Grandy, and I stepped back, and I thought about it, and I took a deep breath, and I realized what I had to do. I'm 16-3. You got to take emotion and put it aside, and so I'm just going to do it. I'm taking the Rams and laying the 7.5. Kukush. And honestly, I'm 16-3. I should feel more confident than I do. This one is really hard, Mark, because the analytics show you that
it was crazy.
The Niners are better than, they're not better than a 3-1 record, but they're better than what many people think. And the Rams have vulnerability. Yeah. What's going on?
Well, you asked me if I was the type that when he got angry, if he hit people or if he threw stuff at them.
Oh, no. Ow! That really hit me. Ow. Ow.
I get it.
Ow. Ow. Normally you'd run around and clap and sing fade, 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 but the fact that I'm 16-3, all you can do is react with anger.
No, and I don't do the whole fade thing for the Niner games anyway.
Right.
I don't like to bet Niner games.
This is one where if the 49ers lose by less than 7, I wouldn't be that surprised. If they won the game outright, I'd be stunned. But this is one where 7.5 is a big number.
It's a huge number. You're dancing dangerously close to the idea of a moral victory.
No moral victory.
All right.
You are what your record says you are. Honestly, I can see this going one of two ways. Either the 49ers get shut out, and that's why I mentioned it earlier. They haven't been shut out since 2011.
They're not getting shut out.
Okay. I could see them either losing 27-3 or losing by, 3 points. I don't think they're going to lose by 8. They're either going to lose by 3-7 or they're going to lose by 25. That's my thing. Either they get completely blown away or they lose by 1 or 2. But I would say the more likely thing is that they get straight up blown out.
Yeah, you're not inspiring a whole lot of confidence because what I'm hearing is they'll either cover or they won't.
Well, that's a fact. If it's 7.5.
Yeah, that's true. It's not going to be a draw.
So if you look at those two things, I think it's more likely.
All right.
It's more likely that they get blown off the field than it is they lose a close game.
Okay.
So I'm laying the 7.5 Kukush.
All right. There it is.
Yeah. And you hit me with that piece of paper almost in my eye. Borderline HR.
You didn't even try to duck. I told you it was coming.
Well, I heard you
just sat there.
I heard you clanging around with your bottle. I thought you were going to throw your water bottle at me.
No, I didn't throw a water bottle.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right. Dibs made his pick on 95.7 The Games, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, we're going to preview the Warriors season in a little bit. About 15 minutes away, the great Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, is going to sit down. We're going to go through everything. We're going to go through everything, all of it.
Even Kuminga?
We might.
You won't.
I might multiple times.
Yeah.
I mean, there are questions.
About a lot.
But then there'll be some other questions, too.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll get to all kinds of things with Tim. And then don't forget that, by the way, the preseason, with it coming around the corner real soon, Tim and many others are going to be out at the 95.7 The Game event at Pier 39 on Saturday. This Saturday from noon to 4. Live appearances from Festus Ezeli, Zaza, Kalena Azubuike, Tim Roy, and more. Your chance to win some tickets to the first preseason game Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors will host LeBron and the Lakers. That happens to be 3 days away. So go out Saturday, maybe win tickets to Sunday. And then we'll be there broadcasting live on the scene. Evan Giddings and Guru are going to be broadcasting from noon to 4. So it's all the hoops. It's the hype. The season is almost here on your station for everything Warriors 95.7 The Game. Hope everybody has a good time out there. Hope the weather's cooperative and all that good stuff. I can't believe basketball is here.
I'm glad that we can finally focus on basketball as opposed to, I don't know, letters and aprons and QOs.
Oh, thank goodness.
And the cap and the this and the that and agents and all the rest of that crap. So now you have a team, you know who's on it, and they get to go play basketball. And even though it's not real basketball yet, it's preseason, fine, but you're going to get to see a couple of Currys out there dribbling around and shooting.
It's
gonna
crazy.
be fun.
Yeah. I actually kind of low-key dig the roster. I mean, there's a lot of things that still got to see come together. You know, Melton's not going to be healthy to start the year. Curry's got to be on the team and then not on the team and then back on the team. I'm talking about the younger Curry, not the older one. But there's some interesting players out there to see how they're going to mix it in. It's a deeper team. There's no question about it. But the main thing today, I'm with you. Wow, what an annoying offseason. Thank goodness it's over. And so now we can do basketball. And so there'll be a lot of that throughout the month. Obviously, right now, we're still talking football, and we're getting ready for the 49ers and the Rams down at SoFi. I want to play a little bit more from John Lynch on the 49ers Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area. Little curious to see how this makes people feel. We played this one earlier where he says the offensive line is playing well.
I think the guys are doing pretty well. Other people seem to think that as well. You know, there's a segment of folks out there that don't, but you know, they can do something about that this week, playing against a really good defensive front in the Rams, and we'll have every opportunity.
Okay, so that's fine, and my mind is on this because if I had a wish for tonight's game, it would be that the Niners run the ball for 140 yards. Like, do I know how they'll do it? No. Do I think they will do it? No. But that's the wish. Like, everyone wants to constantly just do, well, the quarterback and then the receivers, and we're focused on the high-profile people, and I get it. But the bottom line is the 49ers season is going to look a lot better. They're going to be a lot more of an effective team if they can run the ball. Lynch also did admit that he sees defenses who feel the exact same way, and they are 100% focused on stopping Christian McCaffrey.
Everyone at the top, you sit in these meetings when you're playing the Niners, and I'm sure right at the top of the list, we've got to stop Christian McCaffrey and the Niners run game. So it's an emphasis. You can see that people are dedicating their resources. The way they're doing it is a little different. It's usually an 8-man front. I think we're not seeing as much as that, and it's limiting our explosive runs. And so we got to find a way to do that. And the answer is everybody wants to point to the offensive line or Christian. It's everyone. Kyle often says the receivers are the ones that set the tone for our football team offensively, because when they're out blocking and digging out safeties and such, we're really humming. And that's what can spring Christian on some of these explosives.
Okay, that's actually interesting because maybe there's a little bit there in terms of why they haven't been able to get anything explosive. I don't think that's the main reason, but if he's pointing to the receivers, The receiver crew has been a different group pretty much every single game they've played so far.
And they're
this
not
year.
a great blocking group. Your best blocking receivers traditionally have been Brandon Ayuk and Jawan Jennings. Ricky Pearsall is a good blocker. He's still developing that part of his game. But when you have new receivers who don't know the scheme and maybe aren't great blockers, then yeah, that's part of it. But when I look at the run game, they're not even getting to that spot where the receivers can make a second-level block because the play is already blown up before they can be impactful.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I wanted to throw this one out there as well because, you've talked a lot about it. Why can't Brian Robinson maybe come in and help a little bit out on this? John addressed it.
I think that might be game to game. I think the reality, when you look at Christian, especially since he's been with us and at Carolina, he plays a large part of the snaps. He don't like coming off the field. He's hard to take off the field because he's good at everything. Now, some people might say, hey, you have to save him for the long haul. Again, it's a lot easier said than done. Now, Brian's very capable, and we know that. I don't think it's certainly not like learning our playbook. He knows the plays. I think it's more getting used to our style, the way we play, our run game. It's very specific what we ask our backs to do. And I think just getting more and more in tune with the way we like our backs to slash, the one cut, pressing the holes, and things of that nature. And the more he becomes accustomed with that, the more success he'll have.
So listening to that, my mind actually doesn't go micro, it goes macro. And here's what I'm going to attempt to do all year long.
Okay.
It could adjust. It could evolve. If the Niners were to uncork a 4-game losing streak, maybe I'll say something different. But right now, when he talks about we got to get Brian Robinson to fully grasp exactly what we're doing and how we do this, I would imagine that's also true for Demarcus Robinson. And maybe it's also true for Kendrick Bourne. And maybe it's also true for Sky Moore. And maybe it's even true for a couple of the offensive linemen, Connor Colby, new people who are in there. Now, add in the fact that I believe that some sort of a pass rusher will be acquired. And then, as these weeks go by, you may, most likely, acquire George Kittle. You will acquire Brock Purdy. You will acquire Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings and maybe even Brandon Ayuk. And maybe a new pass rusher. As this whole thing goes, I think the Niners' plan all along has been, let's be a better team by the second half of the year than we are by the first half of the year. Plus, you banked 3 wins that you didn't really necessarily know you were going to get or deserve.
Well, one you kind of expected.
Okay,
sure.
fine. The Saints won, yes.
Right.
But in this moment, you're 3-1. You've banked 2 division games, one of them on the road. There's a long road to go, and if the Niners can just, if they can just kind of play possum with their schedule for the next 4 to 6 weeks, I really think there's the opportunity that this is a completely different outfit and production entirely by the time we get to November or Thanksgiving.
Well, you can't play too much possum, as you put it, because in the next 6, you've got the Rams twice, you go to Tampa, and you go to Houston. And you go to the Giants. Well, Houston is an interesting team because they have a very good defense or a good defense.
They got a good defense.
They're a team that is up and down. My point is you can't play too much possum over the next 6 because if you go 1-5, now you're 4-6. Okay, now we're ready to be the Niner, and it's too late at that point.
Right. That's why I said if there's a losing streak, it's a different story. But what if they go 3-3? What if they go 3-3 and they're 6-4? As they then arrive at whatever.
You're 6-4, depending on what those losses are, determines a lot of it. But yeah, you're 6-4. You're probably behind the Rams, and you might be behind Seattle as well. And then you might be with Arizona. You play Arizona the next week, and so you get into a spot where if you are 6-4, you get 7 games to go. Even if you win 4 of those 7, that may not be enough. So I hear what you're saying about you being a better team when you get all these people back. But right now I'm more concerned about who you are and what you're doing. And John Lynch's answer about Brian Robinson to me falls a little short of what I'm looking for because he's only played in 50 snaps offensively and he's averaging more yards per carry than McCaffrey is.
Yeah,
and so 4.4 yards per carry in his meager total of chances that he's actually getting. And I look at how many snaps they've played together, which is 0. And I look to that tonight in the ball game. Can you find some plays where McCaffrey's he's lined up as a wide receiver, and he does that already. But when you have this wide receiver core that you have tonight, why not have them both be out there? Robinson can be your running back. McCaffrey can be your slot receiver. You don't have Pearsall. Do something dynamic tonight.
Maybe. I mean, look, when they acquired Brian Robinson, I was with you. Like, I sort of expected that. I thought we heard that. I thought people around the team were like, yeah, you might see them on the field together.
Yeah.
And do some creative things. And maybe the injuries that have taken place tonight, maybe tonight will be that night. But we haven't seen it yet. And I am continually fascinated, though and I want you to hear me now, I understand your point. But I also think it's fascinating. You started the show by saying, I don't want to hear the name Isaac Guerendo.
Right.
Okay. I understand that Brian Robinson is way better than Isaac Guerendo. But Brian Robinson is not Christian McCaffrey. Cam Inman came on and directly said to us, like, one of the hardest things for the 49ers is to find a way to get Christian McCaffrey off the field. He's kind of their best player.
That's what John Lynch said, too, right there.
He's their best player. He's their best weapon. For some reason, a lot of football fans are fascinated after a game happens by coming in and really caping up for the idea of, let's get our second and third best players out there. Let's see them. Let's spread this around. And I'm always like, I guess I'm not like trying to hold anybody down, but like, go with your best. Go with your best. And in week 5, I am not in this moment freaking out yet about Christian McCaffrey and touches.
I'm not either, but I look at Brian Robinson, and when he's been allowed to carry the ball, he has done pretty well. And it's 50 snaps is all he's gotten in 4 games. And I agree that, when you bring him in onto the team, you're not expecting a job share. That's ridiculous. You would never assume that. McCaffrey's played 82% of the snaps, and Robinson's played 18%. Isaac Guerendo is yet to play offensive snap. Last year, he played 22% of the snaps. Isaac Guerendo did, and that's because you didn't have McCaffrey, and Jordan Mason got hurt. And so, you had to do it out of necessity. But I look at Guerendo this year, and you haven't even thought about any snaps for him, which tells me that he's really fallen out of favor.
I don't like him.
Brian Robinson, you went out and you traded for him, and I don't think you traded for him to give him 50 total snaps. He doesn't play special teams, so he's just over there chilling.
I don't know what the the reasoning behind it is, but I think
it was insurance.
But the point I'm trying to make is that this evolves, right? He also, he joined the team right before it started. And one thing I certainly know about sports, we sit here and watch on TV and we go, they handed him the ball and he ran the ball and he got 8 yards. That's good. There's a billion other things going on there that we don't know about. So when I hear John Lynch talk about the way we play and the style of the run and the idiosyncrasies of everything going on there, you know this. Every offensive lineman, and Lo Neal will tell you this too, like that whole thing is a concert. They have to be working together or else it doesn't work at all. There's so much happening on a football field that we don't know about. Like, I don't think that the 49ers are holding it against him, trying to hold him down. They don't like what he's doing. It's going to, I would think, evolve. And therefore, likely that players who are either rookies or new to the team, their role can increase as we get later on in the season.
His is actually decreasing. He went from 18 snaps to 16 to 6 to 10. So last 2 games, 16 total snaps. And I get it. If Christian McCaffrey was gashing the other team on the ground, then fine. You're not going to play Robinson, but McCaffrey's not been effective running the ball. Robinson's been slightly more effective in a much smaller sample, but to me, it's not as if Brian Robinson Jr. has been bad. He's actually been pretty good.
Yeah, he's been solid.
And he's been fine. And I just wonder about tonight, and I really hope that Kyle Shanahan will have some plays or put some package out there that involves Robinson Jr. and McCaffrey both playing at the same time. I mean, what a novel concept that would be.
But what is it that you think's going to happen there? Like, I'm intrigued by it too, but what is it you're looking for?
I'm looking for Christian McCaffrey to play wide receiver is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a formation where maybe you come out and you've got 2 running backs, not including Juszczyk, and you've got 1 tight end, if not 2 tight ends, and you break the huddle, and McCaffrey just lines up at the slot. Pearsall is a guy who plays a lot of slot, and he's the boundary X, as Greg Cosell loves to break down. You don't have any of your normal pass catchers, so I would like to see Shanahan tonight use McCaffrey in a semi-traditional wide receiver role.
Maybe. I always look at McCaffrey receiving the ball. I think part of what makes it hard to guard him and what gets him open is the fact that the defense doesn't necessarily know where he's going to go. And I think sometimes, right, part of that is not knowing if he's going to get a handoff. And then the second part of that is coming out of the backfield, you can kind of hide a little bit. Give a little quick block,
sure,
and then head out and find the open space. And so, look, I've got nothing against your idea at all. Do it. But at the same time, I'm wondering if Christian's success in the pass game is sometimes aided by the fact that he's coming out of the backfield.
It depends, and I didn't look at all of his targets in that vein. Maybe I'll do that over the weekend and, figure out how many of his catches come when he is in the backfield to start, or a lot of times he motions onto the line of scrimmage, and then he goes out and runs that choice route where he goes either left or right. I just think if you have Robinson Jr. and McCaffrey out there, then McCaffrey's on the line of scrimmage. You still might run it to Robinson Jr. The threat still exists in that formation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, we're getting real close. Obviously, the Niner fans are set to take over the building. You hope, again, my hope is that somehow just get this thing to halftime and still have it in some sort of a doubt and see if you can make that crowd kind of start to work for you, because this is, this is a hell of a challenge tonight. It's a hell of a challenge. Then again, there's a piece of this, and I don't want this to sound defeatist. As a fan, I don't know. This is a little bit less stressful. I don't know what it is I'm supposed to expect tonight.
Right.
And they're also not in a terrible amount of trouble if they lose.
We talk about hope versus expectations a lot on this show, and this one is about 95% hope. The only expectation tonight is really just don't get embarrassed and try not to get your quarterback hurt, because the other quarterback's already hurt. It'd be nice if Mac Jones remained upright and you didn't have too much ram time.
Yeah. All right. Niner game getting started soon. We're going to talk that out a bunch coming up tomorrow, obviously, as we react to all of it. But let's pivot over now to some Warriors basketball. All right. And as the training camp is now open and we're starting to get ready, and we actually have a roster to look at, let's bring our guy in here on the River Islands guest line, the voice of the Dubs here on 95.7 The Game, none other than Tim Roy. Hi, Tim. It's that time of year, isn't it?
It's crazy. You always start to prepare for it, but it really sneaks up on you, and all of a sudden, boom, it's here. So it's great that it's here, and looking forward to it. Really excited about the season and what is going to be a very, very, very competitive Western Conference.
Well, and nice of the Warriors now that the season is here to actually have a roster with names on it. That's great, right? So we can actually look at it and start to think about that season.
Yeah, it's funny. I reminded myself the other day when I was thinking about what was going on this whole summer was that, back in the day before they changed the CBA rules, we had holdouts in the NBA about every year when a rookie would hold out hoping for big money or whatever it might be. So it was kind of a little bit of a throwback situation that the Warriors had to go through, but in the end, it got done, and the only bad thing about it is that Al Horford missed one day of practice, and so that's not a big deal in the long term.
Yeah, and the offseason actually was a long slog through the summer of talking about Jonathan Kuminga, and now he is here, and he's going to be a Golden State Warrior. And what do you think the after effect will be, Tim, of the Kuminga summer where he wasn't signed and now he's finally signed? Do you think there'll be any carryover from that awkwardness?
No, I don't think so. I'll tell you why. First of all, the players understand, hey, short careers, got to get what you can get. And, Steve Kerr said the other day, nobody has a grudge against him for trying to get a contract. And so I don't think there'll be any of that. And I think I think any kind of awkwardness that would be there, I think gets undone by the fact that you have Steph Curry there and you have Steve Kerr there. Both are great guys, great communicators, and I think it's personally, I think it's a great opportunity for Jonathan, because now, he wants to be a player that people look at and talk about, and I think he's got this great chance now. He doesn't have to worry about the contract for a couple of years, and he's got a chance to work on his game and take his game to another level. And I think he's got people around him that can help him do that. And Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. So, even a veteran like Al Horford can help him. So I personally think Jonathan's got a great opportunity to take a step forward this year.
Tim, it's interesting, and we're talking to Tim Roy here on Willard and Dibs. I mean, that's the business side of it, and I think a lot of people get that the veterans on the Warriors are going to make that part okay. But there's still this matter of the fit that's been talked about so much, and now they've got to ramp up in a camp with Jimmy Butler and all of that. But how do you see that fit issue being taken care of now that there's more time to try?
I think the fit issue can happen simply because I think it's in him. I just think that at times I think he wasn't touching the ball, and so he would get a little antsy without the ball. And so I think now with watching a guy like Jimmy Butler work and how he does things, draw fouls, make passes, get his team into good situations, I think that's going to help him. And I also think that there's a level, I think, of trust that can be there now for him. And I think, and by that I mean that once you see him, instead of going making a move, once you see him start making that pass and knowing that he's eventually going to get it back, whether it be on that possession or the next possession, I think that's where it's going to really take off for him. And so that's the kind of a player he can be. And if you go back to right before he injured the ankle last season, I thought those were the best string of games he had in his career, rebounding well for the most part. And I just thought he really started to turn a corner, and maybe the confidence wasn't there when he came back off that ankle. Jimmy Butler had arrived. It was a little bit of a different spacing issue for him out there. So I think now, he's got a chance in this camp and in this preseason to figure out how he fits with everybody else. And I truly believe he can do that.
How much do the new additions really help him as far as, Horford, who can shoot it from distance, and Seth Curry, who's going to play some? Does the addition of extra shooters help Kuminga now be able to cook a little bit more and not have to be so much of a three-point threat?
Absolutely, because now the floor will have to, when those guys are on the floor, you have to space the floor. You can't leave Seth Curry out there. You can't leave Al Horford at the top of the key with a three-point shot. So I think with those guys, I think and of course when he's playing with Steph, same thing. You have to honor that. So the floor will be, I think, a little more open for him. And I think that's where, and to pick the situations to take advantage of that and to use those shooters if he's getting double teamed or doesn't have the right angle for a move. I think that's where, what the kind of development and growth that we're talking about here. So, I do think having shooting is always a good thing. And I think it's, having guys that can make other teams, spread their defense out. That's a really nice offensive weapon to have.
Tim, I think a lot of Warrior fans clapped back when, those around the media were trying to find, quote, a new Splash brother. When Klay Thompson left, they're like, no, we got to leave that nickname alone. But what about when it's his actual brother? Like, what will you call Steph and Seth Curry?
Boy, that's a really good question. I may have to ponder that and maybe talk to those two and Is it all in the family? I don't know. Does that make Dell Archie Bunker? No, I don't think that would work.
Yeah, that's tough one.
So this is going to take some. I'll get our crack staff right on that and figure out how we approach that. But it is kind of cool. I think full circle for them. Remember Seth was with the Santa Cruz Warriors at the beginning of his career, and to have how cool is it for them to be in the same locker room and play on the same team? I mean, that's like a backyard driveway dream come true.
Yeah, I can already close my eyes and hear you. Curry left side now, top side to Curry. Curry goes over to Curry. Curry back to Curry. Curry, and just all the rest of it, Tim. It's going to be super fun with Seth and Steph and the whole deal. And I'm thinking about the other additions, and DeAnthony Melton comes back, and Al Horford is going to be a Warrior at however old he is, 40, 50, it doesn't even matter. What do you think of all the additions? Now that we have a roster, as Mark said, you've got a team totally composed. What do you think of all the things that they brought in?
I think they brought in pieces strategically. And by that, I mean they brought in pieces that I think fit the way they want to play and fit with the idea of spreading the floor and getting some more shooters out there. I thought Melton last year was a perfect addition. Even in the short sample size we had, you could just tell he knows how to play, and he figured out how to play alongside Steph Curry. So whenever he comes back, whenever he gets the green light, I think he'll be just fine. I think, Seth Curry's a nice addition to the mix. And then, Al Horford, he's a pro, and the advantage to this was, when you lost Kevon Looney, which was a big loss, he's, an important part of the team and just a pro's pro. But, you add the center. Now you got three centers there. You got three centers you can play with in Trace Jackson Davis, Quentin Post, and Horford, and that maybe takes a little pressure off of Draymond playing the five. You're still going to want to play him at the five at times, but you don't have to if you don't want to. And so I think Horford is a great addition because they have guys that can eat up minutes for him so he doesn't get taxed and plays, a lot of things. Boston didn't play him in a back-to-back all year last year. I probably would expect some of that this year for the Warriors. And again, just depth. He's smart. He's a veteran, knows how to play. So I think a lot of the moves that were made, in this offseason all kind of point to that. Bring Gary Payton back, because he's a guy that knows how to play alongside Steph Curry, and he's one of the most unique players that I've ever seen in the NBA, a 6'2" power forward. But again, he's hard to guard because he's not the guards don't guard guys down low. And so I think he brings a unique challenge, and just getting their roster, I think, set up the way they wanted to have it.
Voice of the Dubs, Tim Roy. We're hanging out with him here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tim, in your mind, the significance of Jimmy Butler having a full camp with the guys, a full ramp up, and a full season?
I think, I think what shows his interest and his excitement about this team was the fact that he held, his own little mini camp down at his house in San Diego. That to me spells a guy that wants to be here, is excited to be here, and is really comfortable with his role on the Warriors. And I think the fact that he brought people down to bond with them, to get some workouts in before training camp, that if he didn't like it here, if he was not comfortable or not sure about being a Golden State Warrior, he would not have done that. And so I think that's a really positive sign. It shows you the kind of guy he can be and is. And from what I hear, he has a tremendous wine cellar, which I could see it. But then, who knows? My jumper's not what it used to be.
Yeah, and that's probably why you didn't get the invite. Unfortunately, neither did I. And Mark Willard, we didn't get the call. And the one thing about Jimmy, and he's not the oldest guy on the team, but I worry about just the overall age and how much is the depth going to be really relied on, not only early in the year, but throughout the season. 15-man roster, how much do you think they're going to have to go super deep onto the team to get all these guys to get minutes?
Yeah, I think you'll see a big rotation. Steve likes to play 9 to 10 guys. I think you'll see that again without question. And I think it's also very important, not only for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga to take a step forward this year, Can Brandon Pajemski continue his ascension? He's a great plus-minus guy, which shows you he knows how to play. Can he be a little more, consistent this year? And you would expect that. Moses Moody, another guy. Can he go to that next level this year and be a little bit better? Can they get some quality minutes out of a guy like Pat Spencer or one of their two rookies? So I think, it's going to be an all-hands-on-deck type year because you have those veterans, and there's nights where they're not going to play, and there's nights where a couple of them aren't going to play. So the long-term view is the one that this team has to have, because what you want to do is get to a playoff spot, avoid the play-in, and then have everybody healthy and on the same page heading into the postseason. If you can get to that point, then this team's got a real shot. The problem is, last year they won 48 games, beat the number 2 seed. Steph got hurt. They lose to Minnesota. And this year they could win fewer games with a better team because the West is so good and so deep.
So you've mentioned that a couple of times, and here's my main question about sort of where the Warriors sit in this competition. Tim, are they athletic enough? Do they have that kind of bounciness and that length that's necessary, in your opinion?
They're not the most athletic team in the West, nor are they the longest team in the West. But what they do have a very smart team, and they have a team of veterans who know how to play, and they've been through situations. You've got literally you're going to start 4 guys who have played in the NBA Finals multiple times. Horford, Butler, Draymond, and Steph. And there's value in that because there'll be this is not a team that's going to panic in a late game situation or in a situation where they're down 15, 20 points. They're not going to panic if they're on a 3-game losing streak in the middle of the season. Maybe because the schedule got tight. There's a lot of back-to-backs to start the schedule. Maybe it was the quality of the opponent that caused that losing streak. But this team's not going to panic over things like that, and there's value in that. They're not the longest or most athletic team in the world, but they have guys that know how to play, and I think that's going to be a big factor and a big strength for them.
And when you look at the Western Conference right now from a distance, and we're not even into the season yet, it's early October, but who scares you, Tim, as you look at the rest of the Western Conference? Who are the teams, that are the ones that you think are the most daunting?
Well, obviously, I don't think they're scared of anybody. I think concern, you got to have concern and respect. You got to respect the defending champions. They're young, they're athletic, they've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they're well coached. Mark Digna's a very good coach. So you have to start with them. The Rockets added KD, and they're going to have a little bit different look, though I do think they're going to miss Fred VanVleet. That's just awful that he got hurt the way he got hurt. Again, another guy is a pro's pro, knows how to play. So the Rockets will be good again. Denver made some great additions to their roster. They're going to be good. The Clippers have a loaded roster, albeit with guys that, like the Warriors, have been around a while. So, they're facing some of the same issues the Warriors will face, but they've got a lot of talent. And I think one of the most underrated players in the league, and it beats the Zubats. Let's see, who else? Who am I missing right now? We got the Denver Clippers, Rockets, OKC.
Minnesota knocked them out last year. Minnesota's going to be good again. They, if they're again, all this is predicated on who's healthy. But yeah, these are all teams that can be good. You look inside the Warriors conference. The Lakers are going to be good. Luka Doncic had a great summer, and apparently he's in really good shape. So that's going to be a team that you have to worry about. And so again, I just think that there's only maybe 1 or 2 teams in the West that may fall by the wayside over the course of the season. The rest of them are going to be all competitive and trying to get in.
Tim Roy is with us, voice of the Dubs. I got more Warriors questions, but Tim, can you give all of our listeners a little primer to what's going to be happening Saturday out at Pier 39 in the big preseason event? I know you'll be there, and Zaza and Kalena and Festus, everybody's going to be out there. So can you give everybody a little idea what's going on?
Yeah, I think they should come down and say hi to us and hang out. It should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. I think I'll be right there about middle of the day, right around noon. And I'm always excited to meet members of Dub Nation and to basically get them ready for the season as I get ready for the season. One of the great things about my job is that I love what I do, and I love the people I work for. I mean, not only the people I work for inside the Warrior organization, but the audience outside. It's a tremendous fan base that, as you guys both know, even when the Warriors weren't a great team, the fan base was great, and so that's been a blessing for me.
Noon to 4 out there at Pier 39. We'll be broadcasting live as well. You're going to be in charge of keeping Guru calm. Good luck. Guru and Evan Giddings will be out there talking as well.
If I have to keep Guru calling, then Matt's going to get an appearance fee invoice, I think, is what that's going to be.
I think that's fair. Fair. Yeah, totally fair with that. Hey, Tim, who's the diamond in the rough on this Warrior roster right now? In other words, like, who's laying in the weeds that you could really see, whether it's a Moses Moody, a Guy Santos, maybe it's even the rookie Will Richard.
I love Will Richard.
Yeah, like who you think might pop and really have some sort of an interesting role this year?
I think it's a little too early to tell. I might be able to answer that maybe the next time we talk to see how things. But I'm really hoping that Moses Moody has a really good year. I really like Moses. I think he's improved his 3-point shot, and he's got the length and the size to bother people on the defensive end. He took on that role as guarding the number one player on the other team last year. And that is, that helps because it keeps your guys like Butler and Draymond out of foul trouble. And, it gives Moody a role that he can kind of sink his teeth into. So I'm kind of looking at him, but I think I'll know a little bit more after we see a couple of games.
Yeah, no doubt. And I just love Will Richard from his time in Florida. And Mark Grandy, who and he and I went to Vegas in Summer League, and I got to meet him. And I think the young man's got so much confidence and so much moxie that he's going to be a real threat. You mentioned Trayce Jackson-Davis earlier. Is he in a spot where he can step forward and elevate his game? I know he's not a big perimeter guy, but can he be more of a force inside to at least be a good defensive five when they need that?
Yeah, I think so. I think he had kind of a little sideways year last year, and I think I think having him around gives you that different look. When you have Horford and you have Quinton Post, if they set a screen at the top of the key, that's a pick and pop for the most part, right? They're going to try to space out and get an open three. But Trayce gives you a different option. He'll screen and he can dive to the rim, and you have to, a defender has to go with him, because if not, he can just throw it up there and he's got a dunk. So I think he gives the Warriors a different look there. And I think defensively, I think you're right. I think if he can have a good year defensively, he'll get time on the floor. Plus, he's also that, insurance policy with Al Horford, coming along, and the nights where Al's going to need to give those legs a rest. That's where Trayce Jackson-Davis can really come through and give the Warriors some quality minutes out there at the five.
Tim, can we circle back to Jonathan for a few minutes? What do you see as his role this year?
Well, it's great because we haven't talked about Jonathan enough this summer, I think.
No, exactly.
All roads lead to Kuminga on this show.
I've got questions about this this guy that's just hiding and no one's even thinking about.
I think his role can be, again, it's going to be multifaceted because of the situation the Warriors are in, but I think he can be a player that comes off the bench and gives them a totally different look. He's probably the best athlete on the team. He gives them a guy that can elevate, a guy that can go strong to the basket, and can hit a mid-range jumper, occasional three. And so I think he can be a guy that comes off the bench, kind of like a big Lou Williams. Come off the bench and score. Come off the bench and get some rebounds. Do some different things out there, and try to be a player that gives the team a spark on a night where they need it. And maybe a guy that will start for the Warriors on the nights where, maybe a Draymond or a Jimmy Butler has to sit out. that's a night where maybe Jonathan can start and get them off to a good start. But I think he's in a great spot, and I think the fact that he is so athletic, I think, can give the Warriors something they need, as you pointed out earlier, when they go against some of these athletic teams in the West and around the league.
You've been around this team for so long. I don't even want to ballpark the years because I'll get it wrong, but Buddy Hield stands out to me as one of the most entertaining, unique Warriors we've ever seen. Tell me a little bit more about the Buddy Hield that you get to see, because he seems really goofy, but he plays every game. He's a hot shooter, then he goes cold. What do you think of Buddy Hield, Tim, having gotten to know him personally really well?
I think he is a perfect guy to have on a roster because he helps you, right? He can get you off to a great start in the game by hitting some threes. He can win you a game with his shooting. He's going to have a bad night shooting. That's going to happen once in a while. But to me, he keeps everybody in a good mood. You just can't help but smile when you talk to Buddy or you listen to Buddy talk and do all the things he does. He is just a crack up out there. And I think having a guy like that on a team can keep it light where it doesn't get too heavy. It doesn't feel like work, and so to me, that's one of the great things about him. The other thing, as you mentioned, he's a coach's dream because he's available all the time. He's always there. And then secondly, I think he's a little tougher on the floor than I thought he would be, and he defends a little more than I thought he would. You see a shooter, they get the reputation of being shooters, not defenders, but he's not a perfect defender, but he gets after people, and he's got some size out there. He's bigger than you think, and so those are all the things that I look at. But the fact that he's a good player, that is having a nice NBA career, and then the other things he does, to keep everybody loose. I mean, it's tremendous. I mean, he shows up for a playoff game wearing the wrong pants, right? And so, but it didn't. Nobody got mad at him because that's just Buddy. That's just who he is. It's just I mean, he's just crazy.
Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Now, this might shock you, Tim, but I have another Kuminga question.
Oh, boy.
But it's a new one. It's one you've never been asked. Are you ready for that?
Wow.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's go. What
is your reaction to the fact that he is changing his number from 00 to 1?
I haven't asked him about that yet. Usually I don't look at the numbers all that much because I know all the guys in the league, right? So, but I'll ask him about that. I don't know. Maybe he just thinks that's going to change the way he looks at himself, and it's going to look at, hey, I'm number one. I'm going to be a number one guy, and so I'm just guessing here at this point. I haven't asked him about that. I do know that Al Horford chose 20 after a while because he had other numbers, but they're all taken or retired with the Warriors, and he said his kids liked it, so he went with 20. But I haven't had a chance to talk to Jonathan about the number yet.
Well, maybe it's because that's how many rebounds he plans on getting, Tim.
Oh, that was a shot.
I think
that was unfortunate. Yeah, that's mean-spirited.
We have a personal foul. We have a hit below the belt.
Yeah. It's a flagrant one, which is another one that might be used. Didn't Kyle Anderson wear number 1 last year, Tim?
I believe he did, yes.
Yeah, my partner's not big.
Devoted New York Mets fan, Kyle Anderson.
Ooh, tough late summer for Kyle.
Yeah.
Tough late summer for Kyle, yeah, and for Mike Breen. So
yeah. That's a rough one. But then again, we're Giants fans, so what the hell are we going to say?
Right.
Hey, Tim, here we are. I know we're going to be talking to you a lot. Have a great time out there Saturday. Thank you so much for spending time with us today.
There's only a few people on this earth that I would have paused with my DVR, Red Sox, Yankees, and you guys are two of them. So
ooh, that's big. That's big. Awesome. Honored, absolutely
Touched.
Honored. Yeah. Thank you, Tim.
All right, guys.
All right, that's Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs. We're sponsored by Moderna. More coming up on Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here. Thursday night, Willard and Dibs coming down the stretch, and obviously a lot going on with all of the teams this week. And the Giants are not to be left out. They've made a managerial change. They did exit interviews. We caught up just 24 hours ago with the general manager of the Giants, Buster Posey's right-hand man, Zach Manassian, joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And we started out by asking Zach, hey, how come, as it turns out, Bruce Bochy is not the right fit for your next manager?
Yeah, I think Buster having the conversation with Boch, it's probably a better question for Buster. But I will say, I think Buster just fell with where we're at this time, just going in a little bit of different direction. I think, I was fortunate to be here with Boch for a year in 2019. Obviously, Buster for his almost the entirety of his career, and just absolutely think the world of him. And as Buster said, there's always going to be room for him with the Giants organization. And just at this time, just felt like the managerial search would take us a different direction.
And without getting into names, because I know you guys are keeping it close to the vest, but what type of attributes are you looking for the next manager to help get this team from 81 to being deeper in the mix?
Yeah, but Buster's talked about it a little bit. It's something I'm big on, just someone who's going to obsess over the details, obsess over baseball, obsess over being a Giant. I think that's what our fan base deserves. No little thing is too small for us to do extremely well. And someone energetic to come to the ballpark and challenge our players on a daily basis. So hopefully we can find that. I think we will.
We're talking with Zach Manassian, the general manager of the San Francisco Giants. And obviously Bob Melvin dismissed earlier this week. And then both Zach and Buster had their kind of exit interview, season closing press conference earlier today. Zach, here's one thing that I kind of wanted to dig into, which is that earlier in the year, when the team kind of went through their pre-trade deadline dive, there were all these questions around the clubhouse and with you guys of like, what is it? Can you put your finger on what's wrong? And a lot of guys gave a shoulder shrug of like, man, we can't figure it out. If we knew, we would tell you. Now that there's been another handful of months, I'd sort of ask you the same question. Like, what was it, do you think, that ailed the team this year when things weren't going well?
Yeah, well, I think probably the complicated answer is that it's never one thing. And when you end a season 81 with what our expectations are and where we want to go, it's easy for me to say that we need to get better in basically every facet of the game. It doesn't mean that we don't have answers here. I think we absolutely do. But I think there is the ability to get better from within, not even talking about players to potentially add, but to stress getting better at how we play defensively, how we run the bases, scoring more runs, preventing runs with our pitching staff. So there's a lot of things that I think we can get better at. And if we can get a little bit better in each space, I think it's going to lead to a lot more wins in the future.
You guys got to the deadline, and it felt like it was more of a sell than it was a buy, and it turns out you wound up just 3 games short of where the wild card landed at 84 wins. Regret's probably too strong, but do you look back at that and think about the decision in a different way than you did in the moment?
No, I think I feel really comfortable that we made the best decision with the information we had at the time. I mean, look, I was really disappointed with how we played for really probably months on leading up to the trade deadline. Felt like it was the best thing to do for the future. We were fortunate to get a couple of players that actually impacted the team in the present, and feel really good about the players that we got back being a big part of the organization going forward. So trade deadlines, they're never easy. I think every year it's a responsibility of the front office to look back and try and do a postmortem on that specific time. And we'll have time to do that now. I wish we were playing and we didn't have time to do that right now, but we will. And you try and learn from it and grow from it. But I am pretty excited about the players that we were able to bring back and trade.
One of the struggles and the frustrating point for a lot of fans was the defense this year. You were in the near bottom at a lot of the metrics. It's kind of a silly question, but how do you get better on defense in the offseason at the major league level?
Yeah, I think, there's things, and look, I've talked to both players about this. There's things I think with our outfield defense, Jung-Hoo and Ramos in particular, where there are some things that I think they can focus on to improve out there. Jung-Hoo himself talked to me about getting a little tentative at times, and he wants to be more aggressive. So, I do think there are things that those two in particular can do that will really help our outfield defense. I think as an infield group, Patty Bailey, everyone knows, is one of the best, if not the best defender in baseball. I thought Rafi Devers played great over there the more and more he played. I do think there's a lot of positives there, but, and obviously adding Drew Gilbert, I think his strong suit, he's a really good defender, right field, center field. So there's some things that I think internally we can look for improvement. And obviously it's something we can focus on as we talk about player acquisitions in the offseason.
General Manager of the Giants, Zach Manassian, is joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Zach, I'm glad you brought up Patrick Bailey, and I know a lot of fans are wondering about this. With the addition next year of basically the review system of balls and strikes, Patrick's framing ability becomes less of a factor, I would think. So how does that rule change affect the way you view Patrick as your catcher?
Yeah. No, it's a great question. It's something we've looked at more out of curiosity for the industry. It's still going to be relative, right? Catcher's framing, I think it's still relative, and with Patty being so good at it, my hope is we're putting more pressure on the other team to challenge calls than any other team in baseball. So I still think it is a strength of his that is going to show relative to what other teams get out of their catchers. Does he save as many runs as he would otherwise without ABS? Probably not. But relative to other catchers, I still think it's going to show as a huge advantage.
Is there a chance if Jesus Rodriguez comes up and is able to catch and is a good right-handed bat, is it possible that Patrick Bailey would abandon being a switch hitter and just focus on being a left-hand hitter?
Man, yeah, it's a good question. I haven't really thought about that. I think excited about Pat's September and what he did, but that we haven't talked to Pat about ever taking away swinging the bat right-handed